Hello everyone, welcome to part 2. First, let's briefly recap the last episode. In Blue Star, a world where online games and reality merge, high school senior Song Feng unexpectedly awakens a hidden support masterclass and gains a god-level support system. Through system tasks, he memorizes all support theory knowledge within 2.5 years and unlocks godder skills. Song Feng, who appears to be an ordinary teenager, showcases extraordinary talent in the support role. His skills not only allow him to refine elixirs, but also provide god-level support in battles, earning him the title God of Support. Song Feng's rise began when he discovered his talent for refining elixirs, achieving a stunning 100 success rate and even enhancing the quality of the elixirs. This discovery brought him to prominence in Longhua, a superpower, and he was regarded as a national treasure. His father, Song Shan, a retired soldier, was proud of his son's achievements. Song Feng decided to join forces with the nation, aiming to become the God of Support and train more powerful individuals for Longhua. Under Longhua's nurturing, Song Feng rapidly advanced, continuously leveling up and improving his skills. He exhibited remarkable talent in refining elixirs and used his godder support skills in battles to turn the tide for his teammates. His reputation quickly spread nationwide, becoming Longhua's beacon of hope. However, Song Feng's growth attracted the attention of the Shadow Assassins, a mysterious organization intent on disrupting Longhua's peace. Song Feng and Longhua's elite warriors engaged in fierce battles against the Shadow Assassins. In each confrontation, Song Feng not only proved his strength but also demonstrated his wisdom and courage. During an unexpected event, Song Feng discovered the existence of the legendary dungeon, Forgotten Ruins. He decided to challenge this dungeon to complete his breakthrough task. With help from Jiang Yi and other Longhua warriors, Song Feng successfully cleared the dungeon and received generous rewards, propelling his abilities to new heights. As Song Feng's fame grew, he garnered respect within Longhua and attention from other nations. His story, akin to a legend, inspired every citizen of Longhua. He was not just a support master, but also a national hero. Under Song Feng's leadership, Longhua's warriors bravely challenged the demon realm, aiming to annihilate the Blood Demon clan and protect Blue Star's peace. In numerous intense battles, Song Feng consistently achieved unexpected victories. His wisdom and bravery enabled him to navigate through dangers in every battle. Ultimately, Song Feng and his team defeated the Blood Demon Emperor and eradicated the Blood Demon clan's army. Their victory not only safeguarded Blue Star, but also echoed Song Feng's name across other realms. He became not only Longhua's god of support, but also a hero of Blue Star. That concludes the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in the story and it's your first time watching, you can start from part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into part 2 of the story. Roar! A spatial vortex suddenly tore open, and nearly 100 massive dragons emerged in single file. Though not as powerful as the 9 dragons that came before, each one had reached at least the 6th transformation. The various dragon scales shimmered under the sunlight, casting an intimidating glow. Song Feng had anticipated that John Ming would have a backup plan, but the scale of it exceeded his expectations. Truly, this was the trump card of Blue Star's top dragon master. Everyone, stay calm. They may be numerous, but they aren't that strong. Find your targets and stay steady, Song Feng commanded with composure. The group quickly sprang into action, eagerly seeking out their opponents. Just as Chen Bing was about to join the fray, Song Feng grabbed him. Uncle Chen, I have a special task for you. Song Feng whispered a few words into Chen Bing's ear, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding. The battle erupted in an instant. Although Jiang Ye's side was outnumbered, each person facing 6 or 7 dragons, they had their ultimate a Song Feng. Dark Surge. A black river, over 200 meters long, formed and enveloped all the dragons in a strange dark aura, instantly weakening their strength by 40%. Sensing trouble, John Ming immediately raised his dragon bone staff and ordered, Dragon Kin, move out of the dark river's range. But Song Feng wasn't about to let them escape so easily. Dragon Roar of the Gods. A golden 5-clawed dragon shadow soared into the sky, its deafening roar echoing through the secret realm. The dragons were instantly stunned, their movements frozen midair. Following this, the support skill, Swift as a Shadow, significantly boosted his allies' combat power. Realizing that Song Feng was the greatest threat, John Ming ordered 10 dragons to attack him. Jiang Yi tried to assist, but Song Feng stopped him. Old man, you've fallen into my trap. Song Feng's figure suddenly vanished. John Ming, now panicking, spun around in constant vigilance, cold sweat dripping down his face. Kid, I know where you're hiding. Come out now, John Ming shouted, trying to sound fierce but betraying his fear. Wow, you must be really impressive then. John Ming looked up abruptly, only to see Song Feng materialize from thin air, holding a brick and looking down at him with an amused smile. John Ming's face turned pale as he tried to sidestep, only to feel a sharp circular weapon pressed against his neck. Old man, don't move. Qin Bing's hand gripped the flying disc firmly against John Ming's throat, his voice low and icy. John Ming's expression grew increasingly grim as a flicker of something unrecognizable flashed in his eyes. At that moment, a dull thud echoed around them. A brick struck the back of John Ming's head with precision. Blood splattered instantly, and the heavy scent of iron quickly filled the cold air. John Ming only had time to feel a wave of intense dizziness before his eyes closed, and he fell straight into the snow. Huh, this old guy went down with just one brick? Song Feng remarked, tossing aside the blood-stained brick with a hint of surprise in his voice. Qian Bing looked at the frothing gathermouth John Ming on the ground, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Funga, did you kill him? Song Feng activated his spiritual eye for a quick scan, and then shook his head with a light chuckle. Relax, I know my limits. He might just be unconscious for a while. As he spoke, he pulled out a burlap sack. Funga, why are you pulling out a sack? Isn't it obvious? We're putting him in it. Do you want to leave him here to escape and come after us? Damn, I didn't think of that. Funga, you really are a genius. No, I'm not a genius. You are, because you have an extra and I idiot. Chunbing, can we have a normal conversation? The two swiftly stuffed John Ming into a special container known as the Heaven and Earth Soul Sealing Bag. This wasn't just any sack. It could suppress the soul and seal one's powers. In John Ming's current state of depleted energy and severe injuries, combined with his sealed combat abilities, escape was impossible unless pigs could fly. Song Feng dusted off his hands and shouldered the sack himself. Funga, let me carry it, Qin Bing offered. No need, Song Feng shook his head. John Ming is too important. I'll carry him myself. I wouldn't feel safe otherwise. Crack. Qin Bing felt his heart shatter, his face showing a wounded expression. All right, I guess I've been wrong all along. Should I just leave then? Song Feng laughed and patted his shoulder. Don't be upset. It's not that I don't trust you. I equally don't trust anyone. Chunbing. John Ming holds a prominent position in the United States. As the former president of the 9th Tier Guild, Dragon God Society, and a core member of the nation's upper echelon, he possesses numerous secrets unknown to the public. After weighing the pros and cons, Song Feng decided to spare his life. The intelligence they could extract from him far outweighed the benefits of killing him outright. More importantly, someone as powerful and cunning as John Ming, if allowed to escape, would undoubtedly seek revenge from the shadows. This would subject Song Feng to endless assassination attempts, leaving him constantly on edge. At this moment, the leaderless dragons had already scattered and were fleeing. Commander Song, should we pursue them? Someone asked urgently. Chase them, Song Feng ordered decisively. We cannot let them escape the secret realm. Even if the U.S. High Command suspects us, without evidence, they can't do anything. On the contrary, we can publicly expose the crimes of John Ming and his associates. Song Feng calculated in his mind. If anyone questioned why only they had survived, they could claim it was due to the protection of a secret treasure. However, if any dragon escaped and reported back to the U.S. High Command, the consequences would be dire. Given the U.S.'s knack for stirring up trouble, they would certainly incite other nations to launch a crusade against Dragon Country. Just as everyone was preparing to split up and pursue the dragons, an elderly voice rang out. There's no need for you all to trouble yourselves. Leave this small matter to me. Cold Mubai stood with his hands behind his back, his pristine white robe fluttering gently in the wind. Behind him, the massive body of the Ice Dragon Lord lay curled up in agony, barely clinging to life. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Cold Mubai was unscathed, while the Ice Dragon Lord was in such a sorry state. However, Song Feng keenly noticed something unusual, his gaze fixed on the Ice Dragon Lord's abdomen. Young friend Song, I assume you've realized what you're looking for? Cold Mubai said with a gentle smile. Song Feng suddenly understood that Ice Dragon Lord was hiding an unhatched dragon egg in its belly. No wonder its strength had diminished. It was because it was pregnant. John Ming and his men likely died without ever knowing this secret. After Cold Mubai's explanation, it turned out that the Ice Dragon Lord had been under a mind control spell, which had now been lifted. Upon closer inspection, Song Feng found that while the dragon's injuries looked severe, none were fatal. Its current weakness was primarily due to the restless dragon egg inside it. It seemed that this little dragon was already showing its unruly nature even before hatching. Upon realizing that the Ice Dragon Lord harbored no ill intentions toward them, Song Feng immediately invoked the Holy Light Healing to treat its injuries. Dozens of pristine white lotuses gently spun above the Ice Dragon Lord, showering it with starlight that fell like rain. Each droplet of light touched the dragon's body, causing ripples of white brilliance to emanate from its wounds. The horrific injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, and the dragon's scales regained their silvery sheen. Lung Mubai watched this scene with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. However, his expression quickly hardened into a cold, steely gaze as he turned his attention to the fleeing dragons. These beasts think they can escape? They will all stay here and be buried together. Sword domain, activate. With Long Mubai's command, a violent surge of energy erupted from him, spreading out like ripples. A fierce wind swept across the surrounding thousands of meters. He closed his eyes, his white hair whipping wildly in the gale. His left hand was clasped behind his back, while his right hand formed a sword gesture with his index and middle fingers pointed forward. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a sharp gleam like a sword's edge. Thousands of sword phantoms materialized around him, densely swirling in a menacing orbit. Return to the sword sect. With a soft yet commanding shout, all the sword phantoms shot forth like arrows, precisely targeting each fleeing dragon. Sensing the deadly threat, the dragons halted their escape and turned to confront the onslaught. Dragon claws clashed fiercely with the sword shadows in midair. Explosions rang out incessantly, one after another. Though the dragons were formidable, they were no match for the overwhelming deluge of sword rain. They might have withstood 1 or 10 sword shadows, but against hundreds and thousands, they stood no chance. In the blink of an eye, all the dragons fell, their corpses strewn across the snow, their blood staining the pristine white landscape a glaring red. The thick scent of blood permeated the air, spreading to every corner of the secret realm. The icy domain seemed to transform into a terrifying dragon slaughterhouse in an instant. Witnessing all this, Song Feng was utterly stunned. Was this Long Mubai's true power? To annihilate nearly 100 dragons in the blink of an eye such was the fearsome strength of a 9-turn grandmaster. Xiaofeng, what should we do next? Uncle Jiang, arrange for a team to search the battlefield. Find any stragglers and confiscate all their spatial pouches. Song Feng ordered sternly. What about the survivors? Should we deal with them? No, take the survivors with us and bury the dead on the spot. Leave no one behind. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement and immediately led a dozen men to begin clearing the battlefield. Song Feng, meanwhile, leaned against the massive body of the ice dragon lord to rest, his hands behind his head and his Chinquan bag securely at his waist. Snowflakes danced before his eyes, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. This mission not only uncovered the whereabouts of the dragon eggs, but also gained the formidable ice dragon lord as an ally. Moreover, they captured John Ming's group, who harbored secrets from the US. The exhaustion from repeatedly using god-level skills and the mental fatigue from overthinking soon drew Song Feng into a deep sleep. In his dream, he found himself in a vast, white expanse. Looking down, he saw his body was translucent, similar to an ethereal technique, but different. It was clearly a soul state. Just as he was puzzled, a breathtaking scene unfolded before him. An ancient battlefield littered with thousands of dragon corpses. These dragons varied greatly in form-winged and wingless, single-horned and double-horned, with 3, 4, or 5 claws. Blood had stained the yellow sands a dark red. The perspective continued to rise, revealing an even more brutal scene in midair. Tens of thousands of dragons were locked in deadly combat, each strike a fatal blow. Higher still were battles among high-level dragons, each at least a 7th tier being based on their prowess. As the view pierced through the clouds, it finally settled at the highest point. A confrontation between a purple dragon and a golden dragon. The purple dragon's wings spread wide, its blood-red eyes filled with ferocity. The golden dragon, though wingless, radiated a brilliant golden light, its eyes exuding a mysterious authority. Song Feng suddenly recalled that the purple dragon was the one summoned by John Ming, while the golden dragon was the manifestation of Long Mingzhen Shan's spirit. He remembered the purple dragon's words vividly. Weren't you supposed to have died hundreds of years ago? Song Feng extracted the key points and pondered, rubbing his chin. The scene before him seemed to depict a duel from centuries ago. Recalling Zilong's earlier words, a chill ran down his spine. If Zilong was right, the outcome of this battle could spell the end for the golden dragon. At that moment, Zilong suddenly spoke, his voice dripping with provocation. Dragon Lord, you're old. It's time to step down and make way for the new. The golden dragon's eyes were as calm as a still pond, his voice solemn yet tinged with age. And if I refuse? Do you intend to exterminate my entire golden dragon clan? Zilong let out a harsh laugh before his tone turned icy. Oh, I wouldn't dare. However, if you insist on being stubborn, the fate of your descendants could be quite grim. I've heard that golden dragon meat is highly nutritious. I must admit, I'm curious to try it. How dare you? The golden dragon roared, his eyes flashing like swords. A sinister gleam flickered in Zilong's eyes. Oh, Dragon Lord, don't be angry. I was merely jesting. He paused before continuing. Of course, I wouldn't eat it, but those humans. They would dismember the golden dragons, use the meat for nourishment, the bones for soup, the blood for elixirs, the eyes for medicine, the tendons for tea, the scales for armor, the skin? Enough! The golden dragon interrupted sharply, his voice as cold as ice. Long Xia, by allying with humans, you're playing with fire. Once you're no longer useful, they will discard you, perhaps even kill you. If dragons fight amongst themselves, we'll be too weakened to resist the humans. By then, our proud dragon race will be at their mercy. Do you understand? Long Xia, the purple dragon, remained indifferent. Dragon Lord, I understand all of that, but so what? As long as I can ascend to the dragon god throne and become the new dragon god, it's all worth it. A cunning look flashed in his eyes. Besides, why do you think I haven't prepared a backup plan? Dragon Xia's eyes gleamed with ambition, a hopeful glint shining in his gaze. If I become the new dragon god, the entire dragon race will regain its former glory under my leadership and reclaim the dignity of being the king of all beasts. The golden dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply. I should have never shown mercy back then. Who could have imagined that a moment of softness would bring such trouble to the dragon race? I am ashamed before the lineage of dragon gods. A hint of sorrow flashed through the golden dragon's eyes, but he soon appeared resigned. Enough, enough. What if I let you have the dragon god's throne? Perhaps I am truly old, too conservative in my thinking. The future belongs to the young ones. Just don't disappoint me. In a flash of golden light, the dragon transformed into an elderly man clad in golden robes. His once straight posture now slightly hunched, a silent tear slid down his face. He looked sternly at the purple dragon. Dragon Xia, stop. I willingly abdicate and pass the position of dragon god to you. Remember your promise to restore the glory of the dragon race. And if you harm my people, I will drag you down with me, even in death. Of course, Dragon Xia nodded repeatedly. The old man took a golden token inscribed with the words Dragon God Order from his sleeve and tossed it to Dragon Xia. The purple dragon, now a middle-aged man in a purple robe, caught it with fervent eyes. The Dragon God Order I've long dreamed of is finally mine. Remember your vow. The old man left these words behind, then plunged his right hand into his heart. Golden blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. With a bitter laugh, he closed his eyes and whispered, I hope I haven't made the wrong gamble this time. The elder transformed back into a massive golden dragon, his enormous body plummeting to the ground. At that moment, all the dragons sensed it and stopped fighting, looking up at the golden figure in the clouds. It's the dragon god, the dragons exclaimed, transforming into human forms and flying to catch the golden dragon. When they found that the dragon had no life left, everyone froze in midair, unable to believe it. The dragon god is dead? Impossible. Dragon Xia could never defeat him. He must have used some despicable means. We must avenge the dragon god. Just then, someone noticed something unusual. Look at the dragon god's wound in his claws. Golden blood stained the dragon's claws, and the wound on his chest matched the size of his claws. Could it be the dragon god took his own life? Indeed, a mocking voice came from the sky. Dragon Xia, now dressed in purple dragon robes, descended, sneering at the wary dragons. The former dragon god died by his own hand. It has nothing to do with me. Dragon Xia, what do you mean? Nothing much, just that this golden token is quite beautiful. Do you recognize it? Dragon Xia toyed with the dragon god order in his hand. The dragon god order? How do you have it? The former dragon god bestowed it upon me, of course. Dragon Xia raised the token high. The former dragon god is dead, and he appointed me as the new dragon god before his death. With the dragon god order in hand, who dares to defy me? The dragon race decree states that the bearer of the dragon god order is the dragon god. Now, bow before me. Greetings, dragon god. Thousands of dragons transformed into human forms and shouted in unison. But those surrounding the golden dragon remained still, their eyes cold. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward, his voice filled with grief and anger. Dragon Xia, I don't know why the dragon god did this, but the dragon race will surely be destroyed by you. He looked at the golden dragon, tears streaming down his face. Dragon god, I have served for 100 years. I have lived enough and do not wish to see the dragon race fall. I will follow you. With that, he plunged his right hand into his heart and fell dead. Great elder. The dragons, filled with sorrow and rage, charged at Dragon Xia. Heh, I promised not to harm your people, but if they seek death themselves, it's not my fault. Dragon Xia raised the dragon god order. I am the supreme dragon god, ruler of all beings. By the name of the dragon god, all dragons must submit. A golden holy dragon's shadow soared into the sky, its deafening roar echoing through the clouds. The dragons clutched their heads in agony, their blood boiling, and they all knelt in submission. Who else dares to resist? Dragon Xie scanned the surroundings, his gaze falling upon the kneeling dragons. Old fool, watch as the dragon race shines brightly under my leadership. Seeing this, Song Feng was furious. That old man had such a powerful token. How could he fear Dragon Xie? Was he out of his mind? Taking his own life? Afraid that Dragon Xie wouldn't betray him? It makes me so mad. Seeing Dragon Xie's smug grin, I just want to slap him. He didn't notice a barely visible golden light escaping from the golden dragon's body, vanishing in an instant. Wait, no. Song Feng suddenly snapped awake. Why should he care if the entire dragon race perished? This realization made him aware that he was too engrossed in the situation. He calmed himself and began to contemplate the troubling question. Why did the old dragon god choose to end his own life? Could this be a necessary ritual for the new dragon god succession? At that moment, a clear yet aged voice sounded from behind him. To ease the worries of the human race, Song Feng turned around warily and saw an elderly man with white hair and wearing a golden dragon robe standing there. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the old dragon god from the earlier vision. Don't be alarmed, young friend. I mean you no harm, the old man said with a gentle smile. Song Feng's gaze shifted between the screen image and the man before him. But wasn't the golden dragon already dead? Your eyes do not deceive you. I am indeed the old dragon god from the vision, the old man replied. My physical body is gone. What you see now is merely a fragment of my divine soul. Song Feng immediately clasped his hands in salute. Greetings, Dragon God Grandfather. Though it was their first meeting, the affectionate title slipped out naturally. The old man laughed heartily. Call me whatever you like. My name is Long Yuan, the previous dragon god of the dragon race, and the one summoned by your divine skill, Dragon Roar. Can you tell me why you chose to end your life? Song Feng asked seriously. Long Yuan sighed. It was to ease the concerns of the human race, and to stop the dragons from fighting among themselves. The humans, in collaboration with Long Xie, pretended to support him, but in reality, they wanted to see the dragons deplete their strength. If they attacked when the dragon race was weakened, the consequences would be disastrous. Song Feng pondered for a moment and analyzed. There could be three outcomes. Either the dragon race wins but is severely weakened, submits entirely to the humans, or manages to turn the tide with its deep reserves. Long Yuan clapped approvingly. Well analyzed. But I am not worried about the humans attacking in chaos. The dragon race's foundation is incredibly strong. My greatest concern is the safety of our countless citizens. As he spoke, tears welled up in the old man's eyes. Your selflessness for the people is truly noble, Dragon God Grandfather, Song Feng said with genuine admiration. He then asked, but who exactly is Long Xie? Why can he command so many dragons? He is my adopted son, Long Yuan began slowly. His father was my elder brother, unseen a century genius of the dragon race who should have inherited the position of dragon god. But he fell in love with a human woman and betrayed the dragon race. My father disowned him and ordered their execution. Eventually, I found and defeated them. My brother's dying wish was for his son's life to be spared, and that boy is Long Xie. I raised him as my own, even more so than my own children, to make up for his loss of both parents. Long Yuan's posture slumped with the weight of his memories. It's a pity though. Despite his extraordinary talent and humble nature from a young age, showing the potential to become a dragon god. When the dragon god ascended to the heavens, Long Yuan smoothly succeeded as the new dragon god and began grooming Long Xie to be his future successor. However, fate had other plans. A rumor of unknown origin revealed a shocking truth to Long Xie that his biological parents were killed by Long Yuan. When Long Xie came to confront him, Long Yuan chose to confess. From that day on, the once cheerful and lively Long Xie seemed like a different person. He no longer called Long Yuan foster father with affection, but instead maintained a deliberate distance and coldness. Though some time passed, and Long Xie appeared to have returned to normal, Long Yuan could still see the lingering estrangement in his eyes. Beneath the surface calm, Long Xie was secretly orchestrating a meticulously planned operation. He not only forged alliances within the Dragon clan, but also established connections with the human faction from his mother's side, aiming to overthrow Long Yuan's rule and avenge his parents. Unbeknownst to many, he had already brought most of the Dragon clan under his control. Finally, at the decisive moment, he formally declared war on Long Yuan. As Long Yuan watched the scenes unfold on the screen, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Actually, there was more to what happened back then, he began to explain slowly. My elder brother gave me half the credit. Otherwise, with my strength at the time, I wouldn't have stood a chance against him. They were tired of constantly fleeing from assassins and asked me to end their lives, with one condition that I protect Long Xie after becoming the dragon god. The position of dragon god rightfully belonged to my brother, and returning it to Long Xie makes us even. Turning to Song Feng, Long Yuan looked him straight in the eye. You asked me why I chose to end my life? Seeing Song Feng nod, he continued, because in the end, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to see the dragon clan tear itself apart, nor could I bring myself to harm Long Xie. I understand his character. He never makes promises lightly, and when he does, he keeps them. I trust that he has a plan and will lead the dragon clan to restore its former glory. My death will allow Long Xie to inherit the position of dragon god more smoothly, gain the genuine loyalty of my followers, and prevent further casualties. It will also foil the human faction's schemes. If I were to fight Long Xie to the end, it would result in mutual destruction, and even with the dragon god command, I couldn't truly win over people's hearts. As long as I am alive, the human faction will remain vigilant. If I die, they will inevitably lower their guard, giving Long Xie more opportunities to grow. So, my young friend, do you understand now? Song Feng nodded with a smile, inwardly giving a thumbs up to Long Yuan. A warrior willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the entire dragon clan truly has a commendable spirit. My young friend, would you like to know how the dragon clan fared under Long Xie's leadership after my death? Long Yuan seemed to read Song Feng's thoughts and asked with a smile. I would love to hear about it. Song Feng nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. To him, it was like an enthralling story, and the build-up and suspense had thoroughly piqued his curiosity. Ha ha ha, since you want to hear it, I shall tell you. Long Yuan stroked his beard, his eyes deep and thoughtful. After my death, Long Xie quickly consolidated his position as dragon god by subduing my followers with overwhelming force. After several years of recuperation, he began attacking neighboring beast clans, enforcing a policy of submission or annihilation, making these tribes all subservient to the dragon clan. Before long, the dragon clan reclaimed its position as the dominant power in the beast realm. Long Yuan's tone suddenly grew heavy. But for Long Xie, that was far from enough. He began coveting the human realm, and what he did next brought shame to the entire dragon clan. At this point, Long Yuan's fists clenched tightly, his white hair fluttering without wind, veins bulging on his forehead, and a powerful aura erupted. Dragon God Grandpa, please calm down. Song Feng quickly interjected, feeling as though his very soul was about to be crushed by the aura. Ah, my young friend, I apologize for losing control of my emotions. Did I harm you? Long Yuan asked apologetically. It's all right, Dragon God Grandpa. Song Feng shook his head. Taking a deep breath, Long Yuan continued, to win over the human race, Long Xie sent numerous dragon maidens to the human realm to breed with human men. Worse still, he ordered lesser dragons to interbreed with other beast clans, creating hybrid species like the Dragon Lion clan, Dragon Phoenix clan, and Dragon Python clan. Among them, those with outstanding talents were secretly nurtured and formed a cross-realm faction known as the Dragon God Society. Song Feng was stunned. Isn't this the same as the Ninth Order Guild in the beautiful country where John Ming is? No wonder John Ming could control so many dragons and summon the Dragon God's phantom. It turns out he had the support of the Dragon Clan. My young friend, do you know why I brought you here? Long Yuan turned to Song Feng, his gaze intense. No, please enlighten me, Dragon God Grandpa. I have only one request: adopt the unborn dragon in the Ice Dragon Lord's womb as your battle companion. It is the culmination of my divine soul and my only mark left in this world. It will aid you in fighting against the Dragon God Society and even Long Xie. Can you do this? Yes, I agree. Song Feng responded without hesitation. This was a little dragon god condensed from the dragon god's soul. If it could grow, its power would be immense. Thank you, my young friend. Long Yuan bowed deeply and then produced a golden, glowing pearl. This is the Dragon God Pearl, formed from the essence blood of past dragon gods. It can nourish the soul, resist spiritual attacks, suppress dragon bloodlines, and contains a space for storing living beings. Its secret is known only to the dragon gods, and not even Long Xie is aware of its existence. I now formally bestow it upon you. Will you accept it? I will. Song Feng solemnly took the Dragon God Pearl with both hands. At that moment, he felt as though his very soul had been elevated. Whoosh! The Dragon God Pearl transformed into a streak of light and shot into Song Feng's forehead, floating alongside the Qiyuan heavenly furnace in the vast sea of his consciousness. Young friend, my divine soul's power is about to dissipate. Do you have any last questions? Long Yuan's voice carried a hint of weakness. Song Feng pondered for a moment before voicing his doubt. Grandfather Dragon God, why does the skill Dragon Roar summon your Dragon God spirit? Long Yuan smiled bitterly. That question? He seemed hesitant. It's actually the result of an agreement between me and him. He helped my divine soul escape, and in return, I gave him a portion of my divine soul's power. The Dragon God's spirit you summon with your skill is likely his doing as well. Who is he? Song Feng pressed. He is a god. Long Yuan paused before adding, a being beyond my comprehension. He has no physical form, no origin, just an ethereal voice and mysterious means. I can't even begin to touch upon his essence. Song Feng was shaken. The existence of a god? In a world where even time travel and systems were real, it didn't seem impossible. My last bit of divine soul power is also fading. Long Yuan looked at his gradually dissolving form. Song, young friend, I believe in his judgment. Your future is limitless. Grandfather Dragon God, one last question. Song Feng asked earnestly, if I become mortal enemies with Long Xie, what should I do? This question was crucial. If Long Xie was indeed colluding with the beautiful country, then the Dragon Clan would be enemies of the Dragon Nation. The death of John Ming would undoubtedly shake the upper echelons of the beautiful country, further escalating the already irreconcilable conflict between the two nations. Long Yuan smiled meaningfully. I have repaid my debt to my brother. As for how to deal with Long Xie, that's up to your generation. Follow your heart, whether you choose to kill or spare. Before he finished speaking, Long Yuan's divine soul dissipated into countless specks of starlight. Song Feng bowed deeply to the void, understanding the hidden meaning in Long Yuan's word skill if necessary, without hesitation. Turning his gaze, Song Feng's eyes met Long Xie's through the screen. At that moment, an inexplicable bond surged between them. Long Xie. Song Feng's lips curled into a smile. I look forward to facing you, but not now. I need to grow stronger first. When Song Feng opened his eyes, he was greeted by the worried faces of his companions. Why do you all look like that? He stretched, his joints cracking audibly. It turned out he had been unconscious for 3 days, during which his friends had tried everything to wake him. Fortunately, his vital signs had remained stable. During those 3 days, Jiang Yi and the others had thoroughly explored the entire secret realm, reaping significant rewards. All the beautiful country's professionals and John Ming's dragon had perished in the secret realm, and other foreign professionals attempting to enter had been repelled by the Feather Transformation Special Team. Seeing the Ice Dragon Lord's injuries healed, Song Feng smiled in relief. He picked up the Chinquan bag from the ground, inside which John Ming glared at him with venomous eyes. Old man, enjoy the special hospitality of the Dragon Nation. Song Feng sneered. John Ming's face turned to terror, but bound and gagged, he could only struggle in vain. Heh, don't worry. Cooperate, and you might have it a bit easier. Song Feng tied the Chinquan bag securely and looked toward the secret realm's entrance, his spirits high. Let's go. Time to head home. After a brief cleanup, the group was about to head towards the exit of the secret realm. Suddenly, Long Mubai halted, his expression grave. John Ming is crucial. If we delay too long, unforeseen complications might arise. Everyone turned to look at Long Mubai. He formed a sword gesture with his hands and slowly separated them. In an instant, a massive sword shadow materialized in the air, causing the surrounding space to distort visibly. Everyone, get on, Long Mubai said in a deep voice. A radiant white light enveloped the group, lifting them effortlessly onto the sword's surface. The sword shadow soared through the air, with the scenery around them blurring into streaks of light. Sitting cross-legged, Song Feng used the time to peruse a divine skill compendium. Qin Bing sidled up to him, curious. Feng, what are you thinking about? I'm wondering why Grandpa Long didn't use such a powerful skill earlier. Maybe he wanted to train us, Qin Bing mused. He probably didn't want us to rely on him too much. Song Feng nodded silently and continued to study the compendium. Soon, he found an ideal skill gate of time and space. It was a 6-star skill that could summon a portal for instant travel. However, the 170 skill points required made him gasp. I have to learn this life-saving skill, Song Feng resolved. The sword shadow quickly reached its destination. Facing the enormous Ice Dragon Lord, Beastmaster Yin Chao used a secret technique to shrink it to the size of a marble. Song Feng took the marble and examined the tiny dragon shadow swirling inside. After leaving the secret realm, the group encountered an ambush. Leading the attackers was a man in a robe, holding a dragon bone staff, followed by hundreds of professionals. Impressive. People from the Dragon Kingdom. The man sneered. I'm John Pitt, president of the Dragon God Society of the beautiful country. Tell me, how did you make it out alive? Where is my father? Song Feng raised an eyebrow and stomped on the bag of holding under his foot, smirking. Want to know where your father is? Look under my foot. He's busy polishing my shoes with his face. Song Feng's words were like a spark that ignited a wildfire of rage in John Pitt's heart. His gaze started from the Chinquan bag writhing on the ground, slowly moved up the leg stepping on it, and finally landed on Song Feng's smirking face. You insolent brat! How dare you insult my father? Pitt's eyes blazed with intense murderous intent. You'd better not fall into my hands, or not even God can save you. Big words, careful you don't bite your tongue. Song Feng casually glanced at the hundreds of professionals behind Pitt, then at the dozen or so people behind him, and coughed lightly. Numbers don't mean strength. These guys are just here to be cannon fodder. Brat, you're quite arrogant. Pitt's eyes were sharp like an eagle's. If I'm not mistaken, you're Song Feng, right? Didn't expect my name to be so famous that even animals know it. Song Feng exaggeratedly acted surprised. Pitt snorted coldly. Smooth talking, brat. Don't get too cocky. Your mother went missing when you were young. Your father is a retired soldier working as a security guard in an old neighborhood. Your only family. Am I right? So what? Song Feng raised an eyebrow. If he dies, you'll be an orphan. How about a trade? You release my father, and I'll spare yours. Who wants to trade with you? Song Feng shook his head vigorously. Your father is the top dragon master on Blue Star. My father is just a security guard. I have to think of the bigger picture. National interests come first. That's what my father taught me. He'll understand even in the afterlife. Pitt's face darkened. He took out a purple jade pendant and whispered a few words into it, then looked at Song Feng mockingly. You can still change your mind, or you'll soon be an orphan. Really? Then I won't have to take care of him in his old age, Song Feng replied, seemingly pleased. Pitt frowned, contemplating. Is this kid really indifferent to his father, or is he secretly protected by a powerful figure? But his men had been lurking for days and found nothing unusual. He had intended to use Song Feng's father as a weak point, but it turned out the opposite. Although they had the numerical advantage to rescue John Ming, the opposing members were from a special Chinese squad, and the cost would be high. Meanwhile, in the security booth of an old neighborhood, a middle-aged man with stubble in a gray uniform was leisurely dozing in a chair. Suddenly, there was an urgent knocking at the door. Outside stood 3 fully armed men in black, pounding on the door vigorously. Strangely, the seemingly flimsy door didn't budge an inch. Hold your horses, I'm coming, the security guard uncle said lazily as he walked to the door, placing his hand on the doorknob but not turning it. What are you waiting for? Open up, one of the men in black urged. The security guard uncle instead withdrew his hand, put it back in his pocket, and started humming a tune with a smile. Not opening, not opening. My son hasn't returned, so I'm not opening. The 3 men in black exchanged puzzled looks. The 3 men in black exchanged bewildered glances through their sunglasses. Standing in front of the security booth, the leader knocked on the door forcefully again. Thud, thud. Open up. We're here for a surprise inspection sent by the community. The security guard, yawning lazily, asked, Inspection for what? There have been a series of murders in the area recently. The law enforcement sent us to check the comings and goings of non-residents in the neighborhood, the leader in black explained. Then go ahead. The guard waved dismissively. We don't even let a stray fly in here. This place is full of elderly folks. No way any criminal could be hiding here. He rubbed his sleep-deprived eyes and resumed his drowsy state. Damn it. You want to play hardball, huh? The leader's voice turned icy. With a wave of his hand, a dozen men in black descended from the nearby trees. Take down this booth. I, a 6-stern mage, can't handle this rickety thing? He sneered, a basketball-sized fireball forming at the tip of his black staff. The other men in black sprang into action. Throwing knives whizzed through the air, unidentified liquids were sprayed, and sword beams slashed towards the booth's door. The combined assault generated a fierce gust of wind. When the dust settled, a shocking scene emerged. The booth's door remained completely unscathed. What? The dozen men in black gasped in unison. The security guard remained relaxed, reclining in his chair with his hands behind his head. He glanced at them coolly. This is the Dragon Kingdom. You foreigners can't run wild here. By my calculations, help should be arriving any moment now. The black-clad men stepped back in fear, their leader scanning the surroundings nervously, sweat pouring down his face. He felt a pair of piercing eyes watching them from the shadows. The next moment, everything went black, and he lost consciousness. Amid the sound of bodies hitting the ground, the dozen men in black fell, unconscious. A blue figure flashed by and knelt on one knee in front of the security booth. Uncle Song, I've cleared out the nearby enemies. I hope I'm not too late. The voice was melodious with a hint of coldness. Perfect timing, Xiao Yu. Song Shan stood up and opened the door, helping the blue figure to her feet with a loving smile. You must be at the 8th turn by now, right? The masked woman in blue nodded slightly. Good, good. Song Shan laughed heartily. Xiao Yu, you're much more capable than my useless son. You've guarded us day and night. This kindness, let my son repay it with his life. Meanwhile, far to the north, Song Feng suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he felt a chill. The effects of the spirit-nourishing pill have worn off. He shook his wrist, took out a handful of pills, and popped them into his mouth, sharing some with Jiang Yi and the others. Don't be shy, there's plenty more. Once we deal with the current trouble, you can have as many as you want as a celebration for completing the mission. Song Feng ignored the presence of John Peter and his hundreds of men, focusing instead on enjoying his pill feast. The group raised their spirit-nourishing pills as if toasting, their faces full of satisfaction. John Peter's gloomy expression was tinged with confusion. Song Feng's legs, which had been trembling slightly, miraculously steadied after he swallowed the pill. Strands of white light flickered around him, forming an invisible protective shield. Despite the extreme cold of nearly -100 degrees, he wore only a thin shirt and showed no signs of feeling the chill, nor was he enveloped in any protective golden aura that one might expect. John Pitt stared intently at this scene, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. That pill was clearly no ordinary item, as it allowed the user to completely ignore such severe cold. What intrigued him even more was how Song Feng could casually produce such a rare and precious pill, as if it were nothing more than a common candy. Does Longwood treat its geniuses so generously? John Pitt mused inwardly. At that moment, the purple jade pendant at his waist suddenly emitted a faint, blood-red glow. John Pitt's pupils shrank, and his expression turned grim. Surprising, isn't it? Song Feng's voice carried a hint of mockery. John Pitt narrowed his eyes, hesitant to speak, and ultimately chose to remain silent. Not just your subordinates. Even if you acted personally, you wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on my father's head, Song Feng said confidently. Clearly, he had anticipated this outcome. Come on, we're in Longwa territory, Song Feng continued. As an SS-level strategic genius, coupled with my father's history in the Jiangui Special Squad, do you think the top brass of Longwa would just stand by? You've got some serious backing, kid. Sending a 7th turn expert to protect your father. John Pitt's tone was icy. The strongest person he had sent was only at the peak of the 6th turn, utterly powerless against a 7th turn expert. Facing John Pitt's questioning, Song Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. Actually, the entire Longwa is my backing. The entire Dragon Kingdom? John Pitt's mouth twitched, and his eyelids fluttered uncontrollably as his voice stammered. As the president of the 9th Tier Guild of the United States, he knew all too well that his power was laughably insignificant compared to the vastness of the Dragon Kingdom. His eyes swept over Song Feng and his companions, scrutinizing their positions, and his frown deepened. A troubling thought began to take shape in his mind. The relationships among these three special teams might not be as straightforward as they appeared. I see. John Pitt's gaze finally settled on Song Feng, his eyes turning cold. The special teams of the Dragon Kingdom willingly stand behind you, letting you take charge. It seems I have underestimated your standing in the Dragon Kingdom. He let out a cold laugh. Unbelievable. What are those old guys in the Dragon Kingdom thinking? Sending 3 special teams to protect a young kid, what a waste. Unless... His voice dropped. Unless your potential is even more valuable than these 3 special teams. Song Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself after hearing this. Well, the president of the 9th Tier Guild has quite the keen eye. He yawned lazily. So, do you have anything else to say? Kid, what trick are you planning next? John Pitt asked with a fake smile plastered on his face. Funny, shouldn't I be asking you that? Song Feng rolled his eyes. You were the ones who blocked the way first, and now you're accusing me? What exactly do you want? I won't let go of John Ming. If you want to fight, then do it. If not, get lost. Suddenly, an idea struck Song Feng, and his pupils contracted sharply. Wait, could it be that you're in cahoots with the Beast Realm's outsiders? He noticed John Pitt's smile vanish instantly. What's the matter? Did I hit a nerve with a random guess? John Pitt's changing expression confirmed Song Feng's suspicion. The secret collaboration between the Dragon God Society and the Beast Realm's Dragon Clan was top secret, known to only a handful even within the United States. How did this kid know? Utter nonsense. John Pitt feigned composure, putting on a pained expression. How could the esteemed 9th Tier Guild of the United States collude with outsiders? Oh God, please punish this lying brat. Scattered snowflakes gently fell, highlighting the absurdity of the charade. Song Feng watched John Pitt's flamboyant performance, a cold sneer forming in his mind. His eyes were sharp as he stared directly at his opponent. I'm giving you 2 choices. Either leave with your people immediately, or fight right here and now. However, he added with a slight smirk, if you choose to fight, I will spread every secret I know across the entire blue planet with the force of a thunderstorm. Mr. President, I believe you understand the consequences. John Pitt swallowed the words he had been about to say, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. The 2 men stood in a tense standoff, while the surrounding professionals showed a range of reactions. Some were shocked, others confused, and a few wore grim expressions. Zhang Yi quietly approached Long Mubai and whispered, Old Long, how likely do you think it is that Xiao Feng is right? Knowing Song Feng's character well, he understood that Song Feng never spoke without reason. But the fate of the entire human race was at stake, demanding utmost caution. Long Mubai's eyes were deep and contemplative as he replied slowly, Young Song was unconscious for 3 days. He must have gained some opportunity during that time. Speaking of the beautiful country, his voice grew colder. That nation has never been trustworthy. I suspected their betrayal of humanity long ago and conducted several covert investigations, but to no avail. Until just before entering the demon realm, I was tracking their leaders, only to be exposed due to one last mistake. He took a deep breath and continued. Since the beautiful country's rise a century ago, spatial gates have appeared frequently across the blue planet, leading to invasions from the demon realm and beast realm. This is no coincidence. John Pete inadvertently mentioned my quest for vengeance for my wife in the secret realm, something that was top secret. How did he know? Either he got the information from the demon realm, or the beast tide that attacked the city a century ago, including my wife's death, was orchestrated by the beautiful country. They are very likely the true masterminds. Although these words did not directly answer Jiang Ye's question, their implication was clear. The beautiful country was indeed up to no good. Mr. Long, I understand. Jiang Yi caught the underlying message in Long Mubai's words and nodded slightly. This subtle action confirmed his suspicion. John Peter was indeed not a good person. At this moment, Song Feng and John Peter were locked in a silent battle of wills. Through a special technique employed by Peter, the two could communicate without speaking, avoiding being overheard by the professionals from various countries who had gathered around. Make it clear, are you letting us go or not? Peter's eyes showed impatience. Release my father first, Song Feng demanded firmly. Then we'll drag this out. Worst case, we go to war. Peter glanced at the hundreds of men he had brought. Song Feng sneered. With this lot? We can take down dozens of you each. Peter had to admit Song Feng was right. They only had a 50% chance of winning. After a silent standoff, Peter decided to compromise. He resolved to thoroughly investigate his team once he got back and plan carefully for a rescue mission. Fine, I agree, Peter said. But you must swear to keep this confidential. Song Feng immediately raised his hand and swore. I stake my brother Lu Ming's lifelong happiness on it. If I spill the beans, let him remain single forever. Peter suspiciously asked. Why not stake your own word? For extra security. Song Feng replied with a straight face, though he was inwardly mocking the foreigners for their naivety, thinking they could show off on Dragon Country's turf. Suddenly, John Peter clapped his hands and adopted a gentlemanly demeanor. If only Mr. Song Feng were one of us. On behalf of the Dragon God Society, I invite you to visit us, and you will be treated with the highest honor. Song Feng, not to be outdone, clasped his hands in return. Mr. Peter, you are too kind. I will definitely visit if the opportunity arises. Outwardly polite, he was thinking to himself. Like I'd walk into a trap willingly. Both men harbored their own thoughts, yet they maintained an appearance of cordiality, bringing this confrontation to a seemingly amicable conclusion. These two individuals together must have a mind as sharp as a tack. Song Feng, the old fox, exudes cunning and worldly wisdom with every move he makes, while the seemingly naive young John Pitt, though appearing harmless, possesses an astonishingly meticulous mind. Beneath the surface of this seemingly harmonious scene, undercurrents were swirling. Song Feng stepped forward, with Jiang Yi and others following closely behind. As he reached John Pitt, Song Feng suddenly halted, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Mr. Pitt, I look forward to our cooperation. John Pitt returned the smile, though his words were laced with barely concealed bitterness. Likewise, with a slight nod, Song Feng continued walking. The crowd parted automatically, creating a path. Jiang Yi and the others remained vigilant, guarding Song Feng and ready to counter any sudden attack from John Pitt. At that moment, an elderly man with a wrinkled face and a stooped posture hurried to John Pitt's side. Despite the cold weather, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he spoke urgently. President, this boy knows too much. We can't let him live. John Pitt shook his head with a cold laugh. Elder, there's no need to say more. My decision is final. He holds our secrets and has my father under his control. Now is not the best time to act. The elder anxiously watched Song Feng's receding figure. But we have hundreds of men. Even if they are 3 elite squads from the Dragon Kingdom, they can't possibly win against such overwhelming odds. Elder, you truly are blind. John Pitt's tone was mocking. Didn't you notice the man in the white robe? The man in the white robe? The elder squinted his cloudy eyes and shook his head with a bitter smile. I didn't sense any powerful aura from him. Why are you so wary of him, President? John Pitt replied meaningfully. Elder, don't you think he resembles someone? Who? Lonely Sword Immortal, Long Mubai. What? The Grand Elder was struck as if by lightning. His cloudy eyes instantly filled with fear, and he seemed to age 10 years in an instant. The Lone Sword Immortal? His voice trembled. President, you must be mistaken. Didn't he fall in the demon realm 100 years ago? John Peter's sharp gaze locked onto the Grand Elder. Did you see Long Mubai fall with your own eyes? The Grand Elder shook his head. No, those were just rumors from the demon clan. Unless seen with one's own eyes, anything is possible. John Peter took a deep breath, as if a great weight pressed on his chest. My father was the greatest dragon tamer on Blue Star, with countless trump cards and hundreds of guild members supporting him. Those 3 special squads from the Dragon Kingdom couldn't have taken him down so easily. Think carefully, were any of those squad members grievously injured or near death? No. This can only mean one thing: Mubai, the lone sword immortal, is alive. He defeated my father in the secret realm. The Grand Elder's breath caught at these words, and he fell silent. After a moment, John Peter sighed. Grand Elder, if war breaks out, what are our chances of victory? The Grand Elder first held up one finger, then changed it to 0. None. The lone sword immortal alone can match 1,000 armies. Even if we joined forces, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. He is the strongest in this era, and the gap between us is insurmountable. In the end, Song Feng and his group vanished into the wind and snow. John Peter watched the boy's receding figure and whispered, Song Feng, I look forward to our next meeting. With that, he led hundreds of people in the opposite direction. Now aware of Long Mubai's existence, the Grand Elder naturally wouldn't rashly start a war. The imminent conflict was thus peacefully resolved. The onlookers from various countries' guilds, seeing this, also dispersed in disappointment. The far north returned to its tranquility. The cracks on the giant dragon egg quickly healed, restoring it to its original state. In an instant, the dragon egg turned into starlight, drifting away with the wind as if it had never appeared, leaving only a massive pit on the ground as evidence of everything that had transpired. Meanwhile, after confirming with his spiritual eyes that no one was following, Song Feng immediately approached Long Mubai and whispered, Grandpa Long, I need your help next. We can't let John Peter get away easily, or I'll never have a peaceful day again. The earlier negotiation with John Peter was part of Song Feng's meticulous plan. Firstly, Long Mubai was the Dragon Kingdom's trump card, not to be revealed unless absolutely necessary. Secondly, as the current president of the Dragon God Guild, John Peter surely had many hidden cards, making a rash confrontation too risky. Grandpa Long, this should be easy for you, right? Song Feng said with a smile. Long Mubai, with a gentle smile as if he had anticipated this, replied, Young friend Song, leave this to me. You all go ahead, I'll catch up with you soon. Long Mubai nodded slightly, his figure transforming into a sharp streak of light that tore through the void, chasing after John Pitt and his group. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Since you dare to threaten me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Meanwhile, in the opposite direction, nearly 10,000 meters away from Song Feng and his party, John Pitt and his entourage were trudging through the thick snow. Hundreds of footprints marked their path, winding and twisting into the distance. Master President, the Grand Elder said, frowning. Why would the demon clan conceal the fact that Long Mubai left the demon realm alive? I can't understand what benefit this brings to them. John Pitt fell into deep thought and slowly replied, this matter is indeed strange. If the demon clan lied about Long Mubai's death just for the sake of face, they should have taken defensive measures. However, according to classified documents, our envoys have not detected any unusual actions from the demon clan. His gaze sharpened. I suspect that Long Mubai did not perish a century ago but was severely injured and imprisoned. The recent unusual activities of the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Suppression Division are likely related to rescuing Long Mubai. But his tone grew heavier. The Demon Realm is not a place the Dragon Kingdom's Demon Suppression Division can enter and leave at will. If the Demon Clan truly wanted to keep Long Mubai, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't have been able to rescue him so easily. I think, John Pitt narrowed his eyes, this is a trap set by the Demon Clan, aimed at causing infighting among the human race. Releasing Long Mubai is just the beginning. More traps will surely follow. And our beautiful country might just be the most crucial piece in this scheme. The Grand Elder nodded repeatedly. Master President, you are right. This matter is of utmost importance. I will report this to the higher-ups in our beautiful country immediately. John Pitt was about to respond when he suddenly froze in place. He turned his head sharply to look ahead, his pupils contracting. The Grand Elder followed his gaze and instantly felt a chill run through his body, his hair standing on end. Not far ahead of them, in the void, an elderly man dressed in a white robe stood with his hands behind his back, floating in midair. His deep gaze was calmly fixed on them. It was Long Mubai. Mr. John, you must have recognized who I am by now. Long Mubai's voice echoed across the silent snowy landscape. Pete swallowed hard, forcing a smile that looked worse than a grimace. He knew all too well why Long Mubai was here to take his life. I believe you are the solitary sword immortal from 100 years ago, aren't you? Pete asked, his voice trembling. If you know, why ask? Long Mubai replied with a faint smile. Mr. John, I heard your analysis about the demon clan. Those old demons won't let me leave the demon realm easily, and on this point, we agree. Pete's face lit up with exaggerated excitement. Oh my God. To receive recognition from the solitary sword immortal is more thrilling than obtaining heavenly treasures. Long Mubai remained calm in the face of Pete's over-the-top reaction. I originally intended to kill you to eliminate any future threats, but I've changed my mind. You're willing to spare my life? Pete's eyes widened with a glimmer of hope. You just need to do one thing. Report your suspicions about the demon clan to the upper echelons of your country. However, Long Mubai's tone shifted. Mere words won't suffice. You need solid evidence. So, you get to live, but everyone else must die. Before he finished speaking, countless sword shadows gathered around Long Mubai, like precision-guided weapons, slicing through the air towards hundreds of professionals from Pete's country. In the blink of an eye, most of them were dead, with only a few high-level practitioners managing to hold on. President, save us! The Grand Elder shouted desperately while fending off the sword shadows with his staff. Pete snapped back to reality and hurriedly pleaded, Sword Immortal. These are my trusted aides. If they all die, the Dragon God Society in our country will be finished. Lung Mubai ignored him. More sword lights flickered, and another dozen strong practitioners fell. The snow was now stained red with blood, and the few remaining fighters looked at Pete with eyes full of hatred as they drew their final breaths. Mr. John, don't be too upset, Lung Mubai said calmly. The death of 100 people for the safety of billions of humans, it's a small price to pay, and you should understand that. Pete could only nod helplessly. Lung Mubai then detailed his plan. As the sun set, Pete still hesitated. Will this really work? Trust me, follow my instructions, and the demon clan's plot will fail, Lung Mubai assured him with a smile. If you succeed, the Dragon Kingdom will reward you handsomely. Rather than being humiliated in your country, why not start anew in the Dragon Kingdom? Plus, I can guarantee your father's safety. After careful consideration, Pete finally agreed. They smiled at each other and shook hands. At that moment, a white sword mark briefly appeared on Pete's forehead before vanishing, unnoticed by him. In Black Dragon City, atop the towering walls that stood nearly 100 meters high, a handsome young man named Song Feng gazed at the distant sunset, lost in thought. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, and a faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth. A streak of white light was speeding through the sky towards him. Who goes there in the land of the Dragon Kingdom? A dozen city guards instantly appeared at the gate, their weapons gleaming coldly, their presence imposing. One of our own, Song Feng shouted down. The white light halted outside the gate, revealing an elderly man in a white robe. Exuding dignity and authority, it was Long Mubai. Let him in. The guards stepped aside, though their bodies remained tense, ready for action. These soldiers stationed at the North Dragon Gate were the elite of the Dragon Kingdom's border defenses, directly commanded by the kingdom's high officials, each one exceptionally talented. Lung Mubai nodded in approval. These soldiers are well trained. It seems those in charge have some competence. As he reached the top of the wall, Song Feng immediately approached him. Grandpa Long, why are you back so late? I thought, cough, you went to battle the beautiful country alone. Ha ha ha, young Song, with my strength, do you really need to worry? Lung Mubai's change in addressing Song Feng from young friend to young Song subtly showed his genuine recognition of the youth. After the events in the Ice Dragon domain, their relationship had shifted from unfamiliarity to familiarity. Of course not. How could I ever doubt you, Grandpa Long? I'd sooner believe the beautiful country would fall than think you'd suffer a setback. After laughing heartily, Long Mubai's expression turned serious. Young Song, what I'm about to tell you must remain confidential, even from Xiao Jiang and the others. Song Feng immediately straightened up. Rest assured, Grandpa Long. My lips are sealed tighter than concrete. With a wave of his sleeve, Long Mubai cast a white light barrier around them, making them appear to vanish into thin air, their presence completely concealed. As the guards murmured in surprise, the commander, Hua Tianhua, approached and stared at the spot where the two had disappeared. Turning to his men, he spoke sternly. Remember the 3 no's. Don't listen to what you shouldn't, don't speak of what you shouldn't, and don't ask what you shouldn't. This is the North Dragon Gate, the first line of defense for the Dragon Kingdom. Behind us lie countless homes and families. We must remain vigilant at all times. Yes, sir. We will heed Commander Hua's words. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices thundering. Satisfied, Hua Tianhua nodded, then gave a slight bow towards the spot where Song Feng and Long Mubai had vanished. This gesture was a mark of respect for Long Mubai. As the commander of the Northern Dragon Gate, Hua Tianhua held a prestigious position and had naturally seen Long Mubai in person before. Standing outside the city gate, he scrutinized the elderly man with white hair in front of him, finding his face oddly familiar, but unable to recall where he had seen him. It wasn't until Song Feng blurted out Long Mubai's name that Hua Tianhua was stunned, his mind exploding with realization. He stared intently at the old man, unable to believe his own judgment. How could the legendary figure who disappeared a century ago still be alive? But when Long Mubai casually waved his hand and created a phantom space, Hua Tianhua could no longer remain calm. As the commander of the Northern Dragon Gate, he was well aware that this was the hallmark ability of a 9th turn professional, the Key of the Void. This skill not only created a phantom space but with sufficient power, could generate an independent world rivaling the scale of a secret realm. This discovery sent waves of excitement through Tianhua. The renowned powerhouse from a century ago was still alive. If this news got out, it would undoubtedly cause a stir among the professionals of Blue Star's nations. After all, this meant that the Dragon Kingdom had gained another top-tier combatant, and a legendary one at that. Although he decided to keep this matter confidential, Tianhua couldn't help but anticipate the shocked reactions of professionals from other countries when they learned the news. Meanwhile, within the phantom space, after hearing Long Mubai's plan, Song Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nodded repeatedly. Grandpaling, this plan is very feasible. However, John Pitt might be a variable that could affect the subsequent progress. Long Mubai's lips curved slightly, a faint glimmer of white light flashing in his eyes. No need to worry. I've already planted a sword seed within him. His every move is under my control. Truly a cunning old fox, Song Feng silently praised, a sly smile appearing on his face. Looks like the demon's grand scheme is bound to fail. The master and disciple exchanged a meaningful glance, both wearing knowing smiles. The epic showdown between the young prodigy and the century-old sage against the demons and the forces of the beautiful country was about to unfold. Time flies like an arrow. 3 days have passed since the incident in the Ice Dragon's domain. A professional veterinarian predicts that the dragon egg within the Ice Dragon Lord will hatch successfully in 2 days. Song Feng has stayed by the Ice Dragon Lord's side without leaving, while members of the Sword Demon Special Unit are stationed around them, providing tight security. The Yuhua and Demon Mask Special Units wanted to stay and help, but had to leave due to urgent orders from higher authorities. Before they left, Song Feng took out an impressive number of various elixirs and potions as a gesture of gratitude. Although the members of the 2 units verbally declined, they quickly pocketed the elixirs with uncontrollable smiles. To Song Feng, these were just extra supplies, but to them, they were life-saving treasures. Song Feng had also wanted to enchant their weapons, but time was too short. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the White House conference room, the light from the crystal chandelier filled the space. At an exquisite wooden long table, a dozen high-ranking officials in suits sat with solemn expressions. At the head of the table, a blond man named Pubarton sipped his red wine gracefully, unfazed by the tense atmosphere around him. Suddenly, there was a knock on the conference room door. After being granted permission, 2 men in black escorted a severely injured man into the room. Oh my God, Peter, how did you get hurt like this? Rose, a well-proportioned lady, immediately stood up to greet him. With Rose's help, John Peter sat down with difficulty, his face growing paler. A red-haired, burly man pounded his chest, vowing to seek justice for Peter, but was shocked by Peter's response. We fell into a trap set by the demon clan. Everyone present was taken aback, except for Pubarton, who remained calm. After detailed questioning, Peter revealed the truth. He had led hundreds of Dragon God's elite members to the domain, intending to collaborate with his father to seize a treasure. However, they had to retreat because his father was captured by 3 special units from the Dragon Kingdom. The red-haired man interrupted in confusion. You had the numbers. Why didn't you just fight to rescue him? Peter ignored what he considered a foolish suggestion and continued. I intended to force a rescue, but then I saw someone unexpected there. Someone you all know? Was it the Grand Elder of the Dragon Kingdom? The red-haired man guessed. Peter shook his head. The first seat of the Dragon Kingdom? Rose asked tentatively. Peter shook his head again. Several people voiced their guesses, but Pete shook his head, rejecting each one. Pete, stop keeping us in suspense, Ruth said, gently shaking Pete's arm with a hint of playful pleading in her voice. Come on, just tell us. I'm really curious to know who it is. Little John, if you keep us waiting any longer, the red-haired man said while cracking his enormous knuckles together, producing a dull thud. Do you believe I'll use these fists, each bigger than a loaf of bread, to massage your face? 1 punch and you'll be out for 3 days and nights. Pete cleared his throat, finally dropping the act. Do you all remember the Lone Sword Immortal from a century ago? The Lone Sword Immortal? The red-haired man immediately straightened up, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Of course I remember. He was the legendary figure who single-handedly humbled the prodigies of various nations back in his day. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Aside from the still excited red-haired man, everyone else's expressions turned grim. Ruth furrowed her brows, her face serious as she asked, Pete, are you saying you've seen the Lone Sword Immortal himself? That's right. Pete nodded solemnly. At first, I thought I was mistaken, but then I reconsidered. My father is widely recognized as the top dragon tamer on Blue Star. How could he have been easily defeated by 3 special teams from the Dragon Kingdom? He had numerous life-saving cards up his sleeve. He shouldn't have been beaten so easily. But if his opponent was the Lone Sword Immortal, everything makes sense. The faces in the room grew darker at Pete's words. Only 2 people seemed out of place. The red-haired man, still eager and clenching his fists as if ready to challenge the lone sword immortal, and Pubitan at the head of the table, who elegantly sipped his red wine, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and curled his lips into a wicked smile. Interesting. I didn't expect him to still be alive. This is going to be fun. Master, what do you mean by that? A thin man with gold-rimmed glasses asked in confusion, his pale face full of bewilderment. Pubitan didn't answer immediately but instead turned his gaze to John Pitt, his eyes sharp like an eagle's, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Well, Mr. John, please continue. Pitt felt the piercing gaze and his heart tightened, but he maintained a calm exterior, simply nodding and continuing his story. Upon encountering Long Mubai, I immediately realized we were no match for him. I made a decisive choice and led hundreds of our elite members to retreat. On our return, the Grand Elder inquired about the reason for our withdrawal, and I told him the secret of Long Mubai's solo venture into the demon realm a century ago. He then elaborated on his conjecture in detail. Everyone present nodded repeatedly, finding his analysis quite convincing. Pubitan squinted slightly, pondered for a moment, and then smiled. Mr. John, your hypothesis is quite persuasive, but do you have concrete evidence? I knew you'd ask that. Pitt seemed well prepared, a sorrowful expression appearing on his face, his eyes welling up with tears, making him look years older. Following Long Mubai's instructions in his mind, he perfectly recreated every detail, from the demons' ambush to their scheme to incite internal conflict among humans, and even the connection between Long Mubai's wife's death and the beautiful country. His narration was smooth and natural, as if he had experienced it firsthand, without a single flaw. The Dragon God Society lost hundreds of elites. This is a blatant provocation by the demons. Pitt's anger resonated with everyone present, and their faces showed their indignation. Ruth gently patted Pitt's back, her voice soft. Pitt, you've been through so much. This was a stark contrast to her usually aloof demeanor. A red-haired man, furious beyond measure, slammed the table. Damn those demons. I'll take the Red Flame Hall to exact revenge right now. Mr. Angori, please calm down. Pubitan sipped his red wine, slowly walking over to Pitt and bending down to look him in the eyes. Ruth immediately stepped forward, shielding Pitt behind her, glaring at Pubitan. Mr. Pubitan, what are you trying to do? Pubitan maintained his elegant smile. Miss Ruth, please don't misunderstand. I just find Mr. John's narration a bit too smooth. He stepped around Ruth, placing a hand on Pitt's shoulder, his gaze piercing as if trying to see through him. Peter's eyes were as calm as still water, showing no hint of emotion. He slowly removed his hand from his shoulder, stood up, and took out a jade stone from his chest pocket. Master, this recording jade contains footage I captured during my adventure. You can verify it yourself. The recording jade is a special type of jade that can record images, functioning similarly to modern video recording devices but unaffected by magnetic fields or signal interference. It can capture footage in any environment. This type of jade is widely used among major guilds to document elite teams conquering dungeons, providing valuable references for others. Pubitan did not immediately take the recording jade. Instead, he gave Peter a meaningful look before signaling to the man with gold-rimmed glasses beside him. The man stood up and took the jade from Peter. Mr. Slim, please review the footage in the recording jade and verify Mr. John's claims. Yes, Master. As the president of the 9th level guild in the United States, Slim was a powerful mentalist, capable of handling any potential mental attacks. This was precisely why Pubitan entrusted him with the task. A beam of white light shot from Slim's forehead, enveloping the recording jade. The conference room fell silent, and all eyes were on him, the air thick with anticipation. Moments later, there was a crack, and Slim crushed the jade in his hand, his face contorted with rage. Damn those demons, he spat, barely containing his fury as he turned to Pubitan. Master, the footage in the recording jade confirms Mr. John's account. It was indeed an ambush set by the demons. Pubitan slowly returned to his seat, took a sip of red wine, and remained silent for a long time before speaking. It's time to take a stand. Issue the order to strengthen the defenses around the demon lairs and other spatial gates immediately. No outsiders are allowed in. Violators will be executed on the spot. He turned to the three people in the room. Mr. Slim, Mr. Peter, Ms. Ruth, you will each lead a team to China, Russia, and India, respectively, to express our intentions for cooperation. This is urgent. Execute immediately. Yes, the three responded in unison. The world of Blue Star was on the brink of monumental change, though how it would unfold remained uncertain. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. Under the skilled hands of the professionals, the Ice Dragon Lord successfully laid a milky white dragon egg. The egg, about the size of a basketball, was a perfect oval with a surface as smooth and glossy as fine jade, emitting a cool sensation when touched, like a natural air conditioner. Song Feng cradled the dragon egg in both hands, his eyes gleaming with delight. This dragon egg, formed from the dragon god's soul, was truly a priceless treasure. Xiaofeng, the 3 breakthrough materials are all gathered. You can head straight to the professional association to make your breakthrough, Zhang Yi said with a flick of his wrist. 3 glowing wooden boxes appeared out of thin air, floating in front of him and slowly opening. Inside were a frost flower emitting cold air, a bottle of dark green willow sap, and a bottle of purplish-red rhinoceros blood. The frost flower was personally picked by Jiang Yi from the ice dragon domain, while the other 2 items were acquired through auction. Uncle Jiang, I knew you wouldn't let me down, Song Feng exclaimed, giving Jiang Yi a big hug. Having been stuck at the peak of his 4th transformation for so long, he could finally break through. This not only meant an increase in strength, but also the ability to learn more divine skills. Thinking of this, Song Feng could hardly contain his excitement and immediately dashed towards the job change shrine in Black Dragon City. Jiang Yi and the others exchanged knowing smiles, fully understanding the joy of a breakthrough, and followed him. Although they were within the borders of the Dragon Nation, the Sword Ghost Squad decided to escort him in full to prevent any lurking evil forces. As it approached noon in the professional association hall, only a few people were scattered around, playing on their phones. Song Feng quickly approached the counter and placed the 3 materials on the desk one by one. Dear professional, congratulations on gathering all the breakthrough materials. Elise's melodious voice rang out as the materials dissolved into starlight, and a holographic panel appeared. The system prompt sounded. Detected that you have completed the breakthrough task and submitted the materials. Please proceed to Job Change Room 2 for the breakthrough. Entering Room 2, Song Feng saw the familiar multicolored gem in the center. After confirming the start of the breakthrough, a beam of white light shot out from the gem and entered his body. Warm energy flowed throughout him, making him feel as if he were floating on clouds. Ding! Breakthrough successful. Congratulations on advancing to the 5th transformation. Reward: Ice Spirit Rattle. A rattle? Song Feng's mouth twitched. Although he didn't care much about the reward, this toy-like item made him laugh and cry. On second thought, he decided it could be a plaything for the little dragon, which he reluctantly accepted. Immediately, the system notifications flooded the screen. Leveled up twice consecutively. Gained 28,800 free attribute points. Reached level 110. Experience maxed out. Song Feng was already used to this rapid leveling mode. He quickly checked his profession panel and evenly distributed the free attribute points between spirit and endurance. As his attributes increased, he felt a clarity like never before. Even more exciting were the 2 newly acquired 5-star skills. Star Pluck allows the silent theft of target items. Earl's Chains can lock a target for 10 seconds. The power of these skills made Song Feng exclaim in admiration, unbelievably strong. Just as he stepped out of the transition room, Song Feng immediately spotted Chun Bing pacing anxiously at the entrance. After scanning the area and not seeing Jiang Yi and the others, he couldn't help but ask, Uncle Chun, where is everyone else? Feng, you're finally out, Chun Bing exclaimed, his face filled with urgency as he grabbed Song Feng's hand and started walking briskly. I'll explain on the way. What on earth is going on? John Pitt has led his army to attack. The captain asked me to wait here for you and take you to the capital headquarters. Everyone else rushed to Bailong Gate to help as soon as they heard the news. Song Feng was momentarily stunned by the news, his mind racing with questions. How could John Pitt lead an attack? Did he break through Long Mubai's sword barrier? If so, does that mean our plan is completely ruined? After calming himself a bit, Song Feng asked, Uncle Chun, what about Grandpa Long? Senior Long has gone to Bailong Gate to assist, of course. Did he leave any instructions before he left? Oh, right. Chen Bing suddenly stopped, releasing Song Feng's hand and taking out a jade stone from his pocket. Senior Long asked me to give this to you. Song Feng took the jade stone and examined it with his spiritual sense. After a moment, a knowing smile appeared on his lips. Feng, what's with that expression? Let's go. Come with me to watch the show, Song Feng said, leisurely placing his hands behind his head and heading towards Bailong Gate. Chun Bing was torn. Should he follow the captain's orders and take Song Feng to the capital, or should he go to Bailong Gate? He really wanted to see what was happening, but was also worried about Song Feng's safety, making it hard to decide. Uncle Chen, hurry up. I feel like someone is watching us, Song Feng's voice called out from 100 meters away. Chen Bing made up his mind instantly. Damn it. Whatever. I'll just use space teleportation if I have to. With that, he quickly caught up. Feng, aren't you afraid of running into danger? Don't worry, Uncle Chen. I know what I'm doing. Song Feng's face was full of anticipation. Lung Mubai had left a message in the jade stone. Everything is going according to plan. Bailong Gate was already filled with a tense atmosphere. Thousands of soldiers stood ready on the city walls, armed with long-range weapons. Commander Hua Tianhua stood outside the gate, spear in hand, exuding a powerful aura. The Lord of Heilong City, various guild leaders, and the special sword ghost squad were all present. At that moment, an elderly man in a white robe walked out from the city. It was Long Mubai, looking calm and slightly smiling. Zhang Yi immediately bowed. Greetings, Senior Long. Is the identity of the enemy confirmed? Long Mubai asked. Yes, it's confirmed to be John Pitt leading the army from America. It seems that Old Fox has realized the importance of this matter, Long Mubai murmured. Seeing Jiang Ye's respectful demeanor, everyone turned to look. The captain of the prestigious Sword Ghost Squad, an 8-turn professional, was addressing an old man as senior, indicating this person was no ordinary figure. I am Hua Tianhua, commander of Beilong Gate. Greetings, Sword Immortal. Hua Tianhua knelt on one knee, his eyes full of respect. Good, Long Mubai said, patting Hua Tianhua's shoulder appreciatively. Appointing you as the commander of Beilong Gate was a wise decision by those old men. The crowd was stunned by his words. The commander of Beilong Gate was so respectful, and this old man casually referred to the high-ranking officials of Longhua as old men, hinting at his extraordinary status. Someone quickly realized, Senior Long, Sword Immortal, there was only one Sword Immortal named Long in Longhua's history. Everyone began to bow, though a few remained in shock. Old Wang, who exactly is this? You old fool. How many Sword Immortals named Long are there in Longhua's history? Are you saying Long Mubai? Keep your voice down. How dare you call the senior by name? Knowing that the lone Sword Immortal was still alive filled everyone with a sense of security. Looking at the approaching black tide in the distance, they no longer felt fear. Only anticipation to witness the legendary lone Sword Immortal in action, staining the sky with blood. Ahead lies the Dragon Kingdom. If any foreigner dares to take another step, they will be killed without mercy. Hua Tianhua's voice thundered through the air, his authoritative words lingering for a long time. John Pitt heard the warning and furrowed his brow. He was deeply puzzled. Why did the Dragon Kingdom harbor such hostility towards them? By rights, given the meticulous nature of their leader, Pubatten, they should have announced their visit in advance. My dear friends from the Dragon Kingdom. John Pitt used his spiritual power to amplify his voice, ensuring everyone present could hear him clearly. We come with no ill intentions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am John Pitt, the current president of the Dragon God Society of the beautiful country, here on a mission from Pubatten. To show his sincerity, Pitt gestured to the men behind him. Immediately, dozens of robust men stepped forward, each holding an exquisite wooden box. With the command, "Open them all," a dazzling golden light burst forth, illuminating the sky. Inside the boxes were rare treasures, precious swords, rare herbs, fine armor, mysterious staffs, and various elixirs, each one priceless. As Pitt had said, these were invaluable treasures. The eyes of everyone present were drawn to these items, their gazes filled with awe. However, Hua Tianhua remained stern. Visiting the Dragon Kingdom? Is this really the will of your leader? Indeed it is, Pitt explained apologetically. Perhaps the leader was too busy to inform your high officials in advance. Hua Tianhua did not respond immediately. Instead, he took out a token inscribed with the word dragon and quietly transmitted a message. Moments later, the token glowed faintly, but his frown deepened. Mr. Pitt, I am very sorry, but I have received no instructions from my superiors. I cannot allow you to enter the Dragon Kingdom without authorization. Pitt's smile froze on his face. Although he felt reluctant, he understood the situation. They had brought only a few strong men, as they came under the guise of a visit. Bringing too many experts would have aroused suspicion. Dear friend, what must we do to gain entry? Pitt forced a smile and asked. Have your leader contact our government directly and obtain approval before you can proceed. Hua Tianhua replied firmly, clearly treating the orders from his superiors as absolute. With no other option, Pitt took out a communication jade and infused it with his spiritual power to send a message. This jade, immune to magnetic interference and eavesdropping, was akin to a satellite phone in the new world after the advent of the global game. Soon, Pitt put away the jade, a confident smile appearing on his face. Pubatten has reached an agreement with your high officials. You will soon receive the directive. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the communication jade at Hua Tianhua's waist lit up. He quickly checked it and received a clear order from his superiors. Immediately allow the beautiful country's delegation to pass and treat them with courtesy. Hua Tianhua immediately signaled his men to clear the way. Mr. Pitt, welcome to the Dragon Kingdom. John Pitt led his delegation forward slowly, but as he passed by Hua Tianhua, he heard a voice laden with meaning. John, Peter, I don't care what your intentions are for this trip, but I, Hua Tianhua, am warning you right here and now, don't even think about causing trouble in the Dragon Kingdom. If you do, I'll send you straight to hell without hesitation. Hua Tianhua's eyes blazed with an undeniable authority in every word. Peter's face froze instantly. Even a seasoned man like him couldn't help but feel a bit of pressure from such a blatant threat. After all, The long-standing rivalry between the Dragon Kingdom and the beautiful country was well known. The sudden call for harmonious coexistence was indeed suspicious. Oh, my dear friend from the Dragon Kingdom, Peter forced a smile, trying to maintain his composure. Rest assured, we come with genuine intentions and no ulterior motives. We only seek progress together with your great nation. With that, he quickly led his delegation through the gates of North Dragon City. Hua Tianhua squinted, watching Peter's retreating figure thoughtfully. Just then, a warm hand landed on his shoulder, accompanied by a slightly aged yet wise voice. Young Hua, don't worry. They wouldn't dare cause trouble within our borders. Hua Tianhua turned to look deeply into Long Mubai's eyes and nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, atop the towering city walls, Chun Bing watched Peter's entourage swagger into Black Dragon City. Confused, he turned to Song Feng beside him. Brother Feng, this doesn't make sense. Didn't you send Senior Long to kill John and Peter? Why are they still alive and well? Could it be? Before he could finish, a sharp flick to his forehead cut him off with a thwack. Song Feng didn't hold back. What are you thinking? Do you really believe Grandpa Lung would fail? Chun Bing clutched his head, feeling wronged. Isn't that the case? Of course not. Song Feng gazed at the gradually disappearing delegation, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Grandpa Lung didn't fail. He let them go on purpose. Is this what they call a high EQ response? Thwack. Another flick to the forehead had Chin Bing yelping in pain. So, why did Senior Lung let them go? Because. Song Feng hesitated, then shook his head. Never mind, you wouldn't understand even if I told you. The task of welcoming the delegation from the beautiful country was handed over to a professional department, allowing the Sword Demon Special Squad some leisure time. The group returned to the Red Dust Inn. Xiao Feng, show us what you've got. Jiang Yi and the others all turned their eyes towards Song Feng. Their gaze is a mix of curiosity, concern, and excitement. Show what? Of course, the breakthrough mission and the breakthrough materials. Song Feng eagerly opened the breakthrough mission panel. Breakthrough mission, Young Dragon Nurturing Plan. Difficulty, Legendary. Mission description. A young dragon has just been born, making it the perfect time to bond. As a true support, one inevitably needs a powerful damage dealer, and a strong battle pet is undoubtedly the best choice. Mission objective. Raise the young dragon to level 110 and equip it with powerful gear. Young Dragon Nurturing Plan? The name is quite interesting. Legendary again. I'm getting numb seeing these words. Level 110? That means reaching the 6th transformation? The group exchanged peculiar glances. This breakthrough mission was quite similar to the Sword Demon's previous tasks, except the protection target had shifted from Song Feng to the young dragon, and the protectors had changed from the Sword Demon squad to Song Feng. This cyclical pattern felt like an unending legacy. Jiang Yi showed a gratified smile. This mission is great. With a young dragon hatched by the Ice Dragon Lord as your battle pet. Even if we're not around, you won't lack damage output. The other team members nodded in agreement. Unlike their previous helplessness when facing breakthrough missions, this time they seemed particularly happy. Xiao Feng, what materials are needed for the breakthrough? Jiang Yi asked. Song Feng closed the mission panel and opened another interface. Dragon Scale Flower, Ghostly Spirit Pearl, Yin Yang Crystal. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Seeing the solemn expressions on everyone's faces, Song Feng raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why do you all look like that? Before Qin Bing could respond, Jiang Yi spoke up. All three of these materials are located in other countries. The Dragon Scale Flower is in the 10,000 Dragon Valley secret realm in the Northern Bear Country. That's manageable since our countries are on good terms. Jiang Yi continued, his expression gradually darkening. But the Ghostly Spirit Pearl is said to be in the Eerie Descent dungeon in Sakura Country. Mentioning Sakura Country, Jiang Ye's voice carried a repressed anger. You know, the Dragon Country and Sakura Country have centuries-old blood feuds. Those atrocities are like scars that can never heal. Time may pass, but they can't be erased. We have no right to forgive them on behalf of our ancestors. Having merged with the memories of his previous life, Song Feng was all too familiar with this history. Hundreds of years ago, the newly rising nation of Sakura set its sights on the vast yet militarily weak country of Long upon discovering its extensive territory. Despite Long's abundant resources and vast lands, its large population made it difficult to cultivate enough top-tier warriors. The dilemma for Long was that while it had plenty of resources, they were spread thin across a massive population of practitioners, leaving them in short supply. Under such circumstances, Long could only prioritize the training of a select few exceptionally talented individuals, resulting in severe polarization. The strong grew stronger, the weak remained stagnant, and the middle ground was notably lacking. Taking advantage of Long's internal imbalance, Sakura began its invasion. Their armies poured into Long's territory like a tidal wave, capturing lands at an alarming speed. Just as it seemed the entire nation of Long would fall into Sakura's hands, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Sakura's ambitions did not stop there. Not only did they aim to annex Long, but they also cast greedy eyes towards the northern nation of Baixiong. This decision became the catalyst for their downfall. When Sakura launched a surprise attack on a military fortress in Baixiong, it enraged the formidable northern power. Baixiong immediately formed an alliance with Long, and together, the two nations stood against Sakura's invasion. Facing the united counterattack from the two nations, Sakura quickly began to suffer heavy losses and retreated. Eventually, they had no choice but to withdraw back to their own lands, where they remained isolated for decades before daring to re-emerge. This war not only solidified the deep friendship between Long and Baixiong, but also made Sakura a sworn enemy of both nations. However, this victory did not come easily. Long paid a heavy price. Many of its top warriors perished, and millions of innocent civilians lost their lives, marking one of the greatest shames in Long's history. This period became so ingrained in the national consciousness that even a 3-year-old on the streets of Long could recount the tale. After hearing this historical account, Song Feng let out a cold laugh. He vowed silently to avenge Long's ancestors and make Sakura pay. While deep in thought, he turned to Uncle Jiang and inquired about the last item, the whereabouts of the yin-yang duality crystal. The abyssal secret realm in the depths of the Sea of Kimchi, Jiang Yi replied with a grim expression, clearly holding no fondness for that nation either. Upon hearing this, Song Feng furrowed his brows. The relationship between Long and Kimchi was equally strained. Though there was no deep-seated hatred, historical grievances made reconciliation nearly impossible, and their relations were perpetually antagonistic. Universal game system, I want you dead. Song Feng clutched his forehead, a look of utter despair on his face. After a brief discussion, Song Feng decided to start with the more accessible material, the dragon scale flower in the Wanlong Valley secret realm of the Northern Bear Kingdom. Jiang Yi immediately suggested reporting this to the Grand Elder and using his connections to contact the high-level officials of the Northern Bear Kingdom. This approach had a much higher success rate than going there unannounced. The group unanimously agreed with this prudent suggestion. Soon, Jiang Yi relayed Song Feng's recent performance and information about the breakthrough task to the Grand Elder. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communication, followed by a raspy voice. Xiao Jiang, you all have done well recently. Regarding the Northern Bear Kingdom, I will discuss it with their high-level officials. As for the other two materials and entering the Cherry Blossom Country and Kimchi Country, you will need to handle those yourselves. Of course, if you find it impossible, you can come to me, but it would require using some special means. After the communication ended, Jiang Yi stood in place, the words special means echoing in his mind. Could the Grand Elder mean taking over those two countries directly? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. Though Long Kingdom was powerful, the cost of conquering two equally strong nations would be too high. Captain, what did the Grand Elder say? Qin Bing asked curiously, leaning in. Jiang Yi snapped back to reality and smiled as he explained that the Grand Elder would negotiate with the Northern Bear Kingdom, while they would need to figure out how to deal with the other two countries themselves. Seeing Qin Bing's puzzled expression, Jiang Yi added, this is our task. It's best if we can complete it independently. We shouldn't rely on the Grand Elder for everything. Otherwise, wouldn't it make the Sword Demon Special Squad look incompetent? After settling his team, Jiang Yi turned to Song Feng. The Grand Elder will need about 3 days. You can rest and bond with the young dragon in the meantime. If you want to train it, just call us, but don't act alone. After everyone left, Song Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the Dragon God Pearl bestowed by Long Yuan in his palm. Inside the pearl, 2 blue figures could be seen, one large and one small, representing the Ice Dragon Lord and the newly born young dragon, respectively. With a thought, a golden light flashed, and the young dragon fell to the ground with a thud. It struggled to get up, whimpering in a babyish voice. Song Feng then remembered it couldn't fly yet, and quickly grabbed its tail to lift it. Its round, innocent eyes were so pure they seemed almost foolish, making him want to tease it. Song Feng carefully examined the young dragon, about the size of a teddy dog. Golden dragon horns, blue dragon scales, and short claws, both noble and adorable. After confirming the young dragon's gender a male, Song Feng began the challenging task of naming it. After much contemplation, he finally said, you're gold and blue all over. How about calling you Song Jinlan? We'll call you Xiao Lan now, Delan when you grow up, and Lao Lan when you're old. How does that sound? The young dragon just blinked its big, watery eyes cluelessly in response. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as a yes. Song Feng chuckled, then suddenly asked, by the way, Xiao Lan, can you do a backflip? Xiao Lan tilted his head, looking puzzled. Omega Nanny? For the next 3 days, Song Feng stayed in his room at the Hongqian Inn, fully focused on refining elixirs. During his breaks, he amused himself by playing with Xiao Lan, making the little spirit beast chirp excitedly, almost as if it were about to start speaking human language. When it came to leveling up Xiao Lan, Song Feng adopted a practical approach combining the search for breakthrough materials with helping Xiao Lan fight monsters. This way, he could complete tasks and level up simultaneously, achieving two goals at once. On the morning of the third day, a rapid knock on the door shattered the room's tranquility. Zhang Yi brought exciting news. Xiao Feng, the Northern Bear Kingdom, has agreed to the Grand Elder's request. Not only are they allowing us entry, but they will also host the Sword Ghost Squad with the highest honors. The Northern Bear Kingdom, one of the top 5 powerful nations on Blue Star, was known for its pride. Receiving such treatment was indeed tempting. However, the cautious Song Feng frowned. Uncle Jiang, isn't this a bit too high-profile? If our whereabouts are exposed, it could attract a lot of trouble. Don't worry, Jiang Yi replied with a smile. The Grand Elder has already reached an agreement with the relevant departments of the Northern Bear Kingdom. This reception will be strictly confidential, known only to specific personnel. Hearing this assurance, Song Feng's expression quickly shifted from serious to excited. That's good. Honestly, I've always wanted to see what the Northern Bear Kingdom is like. Will Grandpa Lung be joining us this time? Song Feng asked expectantly. But Jiang Yi shook his head, explaining that Long Mubai needed to stay in the Dragon Kingdom to recuperate and investigate the truth behind the suspicious beast-tide incident from a century ago. After a simple breakfast, the group set off for the Northern Bear Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the streets of the Dragon Kingdom's capital, a peculiar scene was unfolding at what seemed to be an ordinary fortune-telling stall. An old man, dressed in shabby clothes with disheveled hair, was reading the fortune of a passerby. Young man, I see a dark aura around you, indicating a potential blood disaster, he predicted, earning an angry curse from the young man as he walked away. The old man leisurely puffed on his pipe, and the white smoke inadvertently wrapped around the young man's body. Not long after, a runaway truck came roaring down the street, on a collision course with the young man. In the nick of time, a mysterious white light suddenly burst from the young man's body, forcefully stopping the truck in its tracks. As the young man, still shaken, turned to look for the fortune teller, the stall was already deserted, leaving behind a cloud of mystery. In the most renowned inn in the capital city, Heaping Inn, in a luxuriously decorated room, Long Mubai, dressed in a white robe, sat with his eyes closed, meditating at a tea table. Suddenly, the door swung open, and an old man, carrying a white flag and dressed in tattered clothes, swaggered in while humming a tune. The old man's tune abruptly stopped when he saw the figure at the tea table. His eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost, and he swallowed hard. Lungu, is that you? Long Mubai slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at the newcomer, a meaningful smile curling his lips. Xiaoliuzi, it's been so long that you don't recognize your brother Long? It's really you. Xiaoliuzi tossed the white flag aside and quickly walked over to Long Mubai. His slightly shifty eyes scrutinized Long, and his left hand's fingers began calculating rapidly. After a moment, he squinted and said, Long Gu, from my calculations, it seems you've been imprisoned for a long time but managed to escape with someone's help. Strange, I can't figure out who helped you though. Lung Mubai's expression turned peculiar. Indeed, if Song Feng hadn't rescued him from the Demon Clan's soul suppression hall, he wouldn't be here today. But for some reason, a strange feeling of rebellion against fate welled up inside him. Xiaoliuzi, how have you been all these years? Lung Mubai changed the subject. Xiaoliuzi tugged at his patched-up clothes and sighed theatrically. How else? Just like 100 years ago. Making a living by telling fortunes every day. Lung Mubai inwardly mocked. Living in the most luxurious inn in the capital and still pretending to be poor. What an actor. Xiaoliuzi, I'm here to ask for your help with something. Long Gu, no need for formalities between brothers. We haven't seen each other in so long. Let's go have a drink first. Xiaoliuzi cheerfully put his arm around Long Mubai's shoulder. Long Mubai shook his head with a wry smile. This matter concerns the demon realm. The national authorities have issued an order, and it can't be delayed. I came to the capital specifically to find you, knowing that Lu Bonqian's reputation for divination is unparalleled in Long Country. Only you can handle this. Xiaoliuzi's face lit up with pride, like a child basking in praise. Long Gu, just say the word. I'd go through fire and water for you. Do you mean it? I, Lu, always keep my word. It's not a big deal, really. I just need you to help me to do something. How long ago did this event happen? 100 years. What? Xiaoliuzi recoiled in shock, stepping back several paces. Long Gu, you must be joking. Deducing something from 100 years ago could kill me. Oh, is the mighty master of Tianji Pavilion admitting defeat? Lung Mubai raised an eyebrow. Even my master couldn't accomplish that. Xiaoliuzi pointed at himself, visibly agitated. Is there any chance of success? This concerns the survival of the human race. Xiaoliuzi fell into deep thought, his face contorted with indecision. There is a way, but the conditions are harsh, and the success rate is less than 20%. What conditions? Lung Mubai's eyes lit up, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope in the darkness. The first condition is that we need a powerful support class practitioner to assist. That's not a problem. I can get old Deng. He's the strongest support class practitioner in Long Country. Hold on, Lung Go. Xiao Liuzi interrupted with a bitter smile. This support class practitioner must be proficient in alchemy, healing, and control skills simultaneously. Although Old Deng is the strongest support in Longhua, he's a holy priest with top-tier healing skills. Unfortunately, he doesn't have alchemy or control skills, so he's not the best fit, Xiao Liuzi pointed out sharply. Hearing this, Long Mubai fell into deep thought, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiao Liuzi, noticing his reaction, continued to explain, Brother Long, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the requirements are just too demanding. Not just in Longhua, but even across the entire Blue Planet, such support types are incredibly rare. And even if we find one, it would be a money pit, costing an astronomical amount to train. Lung Mubai nodded with a bitter smile, his eyes dimming. Just as hope seemed to be slipping away, a sudden idea lit up his face, and a smile crept onto his lips. Brother Long, did someone come to mind? Xiao Liuzi keenly noticed the change in his expression. As an experienced wanderer across Longhua, he considered himself well-informed, yet he had never heard of anyone who perfectly met the criteria. Even if there were, they would be too underdeveloped to be worth training. Song Feng, Lung Mubai said with a faint smile. He had momentarily forgotten about this young man who possessed god-level skills. Although Song Feng's level wasn't high, he met all the criteria. Wait a minute. Xiao Liuzi pondered for a moment, then his eyes widened in realization. Is he the support who got MVP in that legendary dungeon recently? That's right. Lung Mubai confirmed with a nod. But Brother Long, he's only at the 3rd tier. How can he support you? He's already at the 5th tier now. What? Xiao Liuzi was so shocked he nearly jumped. He was at the 3rd tier just a few days ago, and now he's at the 5th? Is he riding a rocket or something? After Xiao Liuzi calmed down a bit, Lung Mubai asked, how many tiers does he need to reach to be qualified? At least the 7th tier. Xiao Liuzi hesitated before replying. That's manageable. Let's go. Lung Mubai stood up decisively. Brother Long, where are we going? He's only at the 5th tier. To protect him on his path. Lung Mubai declared firmly, waving his hand. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and both their figures and presence vanished from the room. Black Dragon City is very close to the Northern Bear Nation, just a few hundred kilometers away, and can be reached within a few hours. Standing beneath the towering walls of the Northern Bear Nation's fortress, Song Feng gazed up at the sky-piercing structure, feeling deeply impressed. The grandeur of these walls was on par with the North Dragon Gate, showcasing the strength of the 5 great nations. As they stood there, a burly man approached with large strides. He was shirtless, his muscles rippling, followed by a dozen fully armed soldiers. He scrutinized the group warily and asked in a deep voice, who are you? Jiang Yi stepped forward and produced the Longhua emblem from his chest as special token, signifying their status as members of the Dragon Nation's elite squad. Upon seeing the emblem, the shirtless man immediately broke into a warm smile. So, you're the esteemed guests our commander mentioned from the Dragon Nation. I'm Jofsky, the garrison leader of the Northern Bear Nation. Just call me Joff. He pounded his chest and flashed a set of white teeth. After exchanging greetings with Jiang Yi, Joff's eyes lit up as they fell upon Song Feng. I recognize you. You're the MVP from the legendary dungeon run a while back. Song Feng smiled and nodded. As a support class with virtually no combat ability, earning the MVP title in a legendary dungeon was unprecedented in Blue Star's history. This honor had made his name known across nations. That's incredible. Joff laughed heartily. At your age, I was still playing with toy cars in bed. This remark created an awkward moment, especially with the innocent Nangong Mu standing nearby. Jiang Yi quickly cleared his throat to break the tension. Song Feng cleverly shifted the conversation to Joff's impressive muscles. Under Joff's guidance, the group was led to a lavishly decorated room where they met Drew Balding, middle-aged man who would be in charge of their reception. When Jiang Yi explained their mission to reach the Valley of 10,000 Dragons in search of the dragon scale flower, Drew cautioned them about the dangers but assured them that he would expedite the approval process. As Drew was about to lead them to the state banquet, a group of imposing figures in black appeared in the hallway. Although Drew explained that they were bodyguards sent by the commander to protect them, the tense atmosphere was shattered by a hostile voice. Drew, you must have some nerve. Bringing the Dragon Nation's elite squad into our territory, aren't you afraid I might just lose my temper? Gazing in the direction of the sound, a burly man with a full beard and slicked back hair came into view. His eyes were filled with unmistakable hostility as he stared intently at Jiang Yi and his group. Pa, weren't you sent to the northern frontier to quell the beast tide? Drew's face turned pale. Oomph. Pa sneered. I sensed something fishy about this sudden assignment, so I didn't go myself. I've been waiting here to catch you in the act. His hawk-like eyes scanned Jiang Yi and his companions' faces. Subconsciously clenching his fists, his eyes flashed with cold light. How dare you people from Longwa set foot in my Beixiong kingdom? Are you tired of living? Pa, what are you planning to do? Drew quickly spread his arms to shield Jiang Yi and the others. They are honored guests invited by our superior. Do you plan to attack them here? Are you out of your mind? Honored guests. Pa's lips curled into a mocking smile. A mere special team from Longwa. Honored guests of Beixiong kingdom? Saying that would make us a laughingstock to other nations. He turned to Jiang Yi, squinting slightly. You're the leader of this special team, aren't you?
Yes.
Jiang Yi stepped forward calmly, nodding in acknowledgement. Mr. Pa, we seem to have no enmity. Why are you so hostile towards us? This was also the question in the minds of Song Feng and the others. They had never crossed paths with this man. Yet his animosity was palpable. You're asking me why? Pa's eyes burned with rage. Fine, I'll tell you. He began recounting the past. 100 years ago, as one of the top 10 Kasha of Beixiong Kingdom, he led an elite team into a high-level secret realm. There, they clashed with Longwa's Longyan special team over rare treasures. The battle ended in a crushing defeat for Pa's team. They were left gravely injured, their foundations shattered, causing Pa to lose his Kasha status and fall from grace. Since then, the special teams of Longwa have been my lifelong enemies, a grudge that will only end with their death or mine, Pa said through gritted teeth. After hearing this story, Jiang Ye's eyes showed a complex mix of emotions, secretly astonished by the strength of the Longyan special team. Known as the most mysterious and powerful among Longwa's top 10 special teams, the Longyan team's whereabouts were always a mystery, even to Jiang Ye's Jiangui special team, who had never seen them in person. Pa, if not for the Longyan team sparing your lives out of respect for Beixiong Kingdom, would you even be alive now? Drew tried to reason. That conflict was instigated by you, and a century has passed. Why cling to this resentment? Humph. Pa snorted. All I know is that they cost me my Kasha status. After 100 years of recovery, my strength is nearly restored, but the hidden injuries from that battle prevent me from advancing further. Pa, this is your grudge with the Longyan team. Why take it out on the Jiangui team? Drew sighed. Enough talk. Pa interrupted, his eyes locking onto Jiang Yi. I challenge you to a team battle. If you win, I'll serve you loyally. If you lose, get out of Beixiong Kingdom and never return. Refusing is the same as forfeiting. Do you dare accept? Mr. Pa, may I ask what the point of this is? Jiang Yi asked calmly. Our Sword Demon team is nowhere near as strong as the Dragonflame team. Beating us doesn't mean you can beat them. With his hands in his pockets and a lazy demeanor, he continued, we're in a foreign country. It's better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. This is their territory, after all. Win or lose, it could escalate tensions. Pa smirked, a hint of disdain in his eyes. I'm well aware that your team isn't as strong as the Dragonflame special team, but I need to defeat you first to earn the right to challenge them. You're just a stepping stone, a ticket to my real goal. Arrogant. Bai Jing roared, veins bulging on his forehead. His body swelled, muscles bulging, resembling a humanoid titan. He planted his fists on the ground like a beast ready to pounce, eyes blazing with ferocity. Uncle Bai, don't get angry, Song Feng said, stepping forward with his palm emitting a white glow as he placed it on Bai Jing's shoulder. Anger is a sign of weakness. Only calmness can solve problems. Bai Jing took a deep breath, his body gradually returning to normal. I understand, Brother Feng. Song Feng patted Bai Jing's shoulder and turned his gaze to Pa. As his insightful eyes activated, a flood of information filled his mind. An 8th-tier Red Flame Fist King, a hidden tank class with balanced offense and defense, once one of the top 10 Kasha of the Northern Bear Kingdom. Kid, who are you? Pa asked, surprised by the young man who could easily calm the furious giant. Song Feng, member of the Dragon Kingdom's Sword Demon Special Team. Pa thought for a moment before shaking his head. Never heard of you, never heard of me. Yet you took so long to think? Song Feng chuckled. Don't worry, you'll remember my name soon enough. Arrogant fool. Pa sneered. Mr. Pa, it's not impossible for us to accept your challenge, Song Feng said calmly. But it comes with a condition. What condition? A death contract. The 4 words hit like a hammer, plunging the scene into silence. Pa's pupils contracted, and his brow furrowed. He had only intended to make a point and vent some long-held grievances, not to draw blood. Forming a life-and-death enmity with the Sword Demon team could strain relations between the 2 countries, and even his own government might not be able to protect him. While Jiang Yi and the others were surprised by Song Feng's proposal, they merely exchanged glances silently. Mr. Pa, why aren't you speaking? Song Feng asked with an innocent smile. Did your vocal cords run out of power? Kid, signing a death contract benefits no one and could affect international relations. There's no way I would agree to that, Pa said sternly. Oh, so you're not entirely foolish, Song Feng smirked. But challenging us in the first place Doesn't that also risk affecting international relations? Pa was left speechless, while Drew quietly gave Song Feng a thumbs up. Wow. He silenced Pa without breaking a sweat. This guy is something else. Song Feng's eyes were sharp as he looked directly at Pa. His tone was calm but firm. Mr. Pa, I understand your resentment towards the Long Yen squad, but they are merely part of the same official organization as us from Longhua. Channeling your anger towards us is inappropriate. Moreover, we are here on a mission assigned by the Grand Elder and have received permission from the top officials of Beixiongua to enter. If anything happens to us here, it could affect relations between our countries. I urge you to reconsider the consequences, Mr. Pa. These words struck Pa like a hammer, hitting him right in the core. He frowned deeply, rubbing his temples as he pondered. This indeed had escalated to a matter of national interest, where a single misstep could lead to disaster. After a fierce internal struggle, Pa's expression shifted several times before he finally forced a reluctant smile. I can promise not to trouble you anymore, but on one condition: I hope your Jiangue squad can have a friendly match with my team, just a sparring session. We can arrange it after you complete your mission. This sudden change in attitude left Jiang Yi and the others stunned, especially Qiao Fu and De Lu, who could hardly believe their ears. It was astonishing that a few words had made Pa back down so easily. Of course, Song Feng agreed with a smile, but then his tone shifted. However, Mr. Pa, we are heading to Wanlong Valley, a place where survival is uncertain. What? Wanlong Valley? Pa's face turned pale at the mention. Having entered Wanlong Valley multiple times and barely escaping, he knew all too well the dangers that lurked there. Yes, so we might not make it back alive, Song Feng sighed. His brows knitted in worry. No way. Pa suddenly became agitated. You must come back alive. I've been to Wanlong Valley several times and have extensive experience. Please, let me accompany you. This unexpected request left everyone present in shock, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Upon hearing Pa's words, everyone present was stunned. In just a few minutes, the situation took a dramatic turn. An opponent had suddenly requested to join the team. This unexpected shift left everyone at a loss for words. Song Feng quickly regained his composure, stepped forward, and shook hands with Pa. Mr. Pa, it is an honor for the Sword Demon Squad to have you join us. On behalf of the entire team, I extend our warm welcome. With a professional smile but a tone laced with clear warning, Pa replied, I'm doing this solely for a friendly match with you. If you break the agreement, don't blame me for tearing up the deal. A gentleman's word is his bond. Song Feng responded unwaveringly. I swear on the honor of the Sword Demon Squad that as long as we complete the mission alive, we will fulfill our promise. They released their firm grip, and Pa gave Song Feng one last look before turning away. I'll be waiting for you in Saya City. Don't keep me waiting too long, he said, disappearing down the corridor. Song Feng turned to Drew. Uncle Drew, why is Pa waiting for us in Saya City? Because the entrance to the secret realm of 10,000 Dragons Valley is there, Drew explained, glancing at the time. We need to hurry. The banquet has already started. The banquet hall was opulent, with crystal chandeliers casting brilliant light and priceless artworks adorning every corner. As Song Feng took in the lavish decorations, he couldn't help but think that selling them could make him a millionaire, although it was just a fleeting thought. As night fell, the banquet hall buzzed with activity. High society members from the Northern Bear Kingdom gathered to converse with the Sword Demon Squad. Jiang Yi noticed the subtle tension in the air and instructed Chan Bing to escort Song Feng out early to avoid any complications. Sure enough, shortly after Song Feng left, a group of scantily clad dancers appeared in the center of the banquet, casting flirtatious glances at the Sword Demon Squad members. Jiang Yi and Long Emo remained uninterested, but Vander was more than eager to engage. When one of the dancers invited Vander for a dance, Drew suddenly realized that this performance wasn't on the program. As he connected the dots and suspected they might be night dancers, a gunshot shattered the banquet's lively atmosphere. Vander held a gun to the dancer's temple, blood splattering onto his white shirt. The dancer fell to the ground, her expression a mix of unwillingness and confusion. Vander elegantly blew the smoke from his gun barrel and smiled gentlemanly at the remaining dancers. Is there any other lady who wishes to dance with me? The hall fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of labored breathing. All eyes were fixed on Vanderwall, filled with terror and confusion. Vanderwall, however, wore a smile as he scanned the remaining dancers. Is there any lady here who would like to dance with me? He asked. The dancers exchanged uncertain glances. Just then, a mature yet still graceful woman stepped forward with a look of anger. How dare you kill someone on North Bear territory? Your Dragon Kingdom special team must have a lot of nerve, blatantly disregarding our country. Her words instantly ignited the fury of the North Bear elites present. They rolled up their sleeves, ready for a confrontation. Jiang Yi and his team quickly moved to Vanderwall's side. Hua, what happened? Captain, that dancer tried to attack me. Luckily, I reacted in time, Vanderwall explained. Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes. Was it an assassination attempt by the Shadow Stingers? The aura was somewhat similar, but not quite the same, Vanderwall said, frowning as he looked at the body on the floor. It might be related to those dead rats. The graceful woman spoke coldly. Dragon Kingdom people, don't think you can shirk responsibility. This is North Bear territory. No one leaves without an explanation. The atmosphere became even more tense, though some still held back, watching. Jiang Yi stepped forward. Madam, may I ask what your relationship is with these dancers? I am their teacher, she replied icily. You killed my student. This won't end well. And how do you propose we resolve this? Blood for blood. She pointed at Vanderwall, her intent to kill clear. The North Bear people around them echoed her sentiments, and the situation spiraled out of control. Jiang Yi turned to Vanderwall. How strong was that dancer? About fifth year, nothing significant, Vanderwall said dismissively. Jiang Yi pondered. It seems we've walked into a trap. They've been targeting us for a while. Instead of fear, Vanderwall seemed thrilled. He drew a pair of energy pistols, one red and one blue, both emanating a powerful aura. If you want an explanation, you'll have to ask my guns first. The graceful woman drew a black whip from her chest, cracking it menacingly. The North Bear people brandished their weapons, forming a circle around them. Despite Jiang Ye's team all being 8th-tier powerhouses, the odds were grim against a crowd of 6th-tier elites. As Nan Gongmu grew anxious, Jiang Yi smiled confidently. Feng Wu, just watch the show unfold. Suddenly, chaos erupted. The North Bear people who had initially supported the graceful woman turned their weapons on her and the dancers. Screams filled the air, and the scene descended into bedlam. Uncle Drew walked over slowly, sharing a knowing smile with Jiang Yi. These night dancers had the audacity to cause trouble at a North Bear banquet. Truly, they overstepped their bounds. Boss, did you notice something was wrong earlier? Yes, Jiang Yi nodded with a smile. Mr. Drew informed me as soon as he discovered the anomaly. After a brief discussion, we decided to collaborate with the strong fighters present to control them without alerting them. Vanderwall's face fell instantly, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. He realized he was the only one kept in the dark, which explained why Jiang Yi had been so confident all along. Suddenly, the banquet hall erupted in fierce combat. Bang! Boom! Crash! A middle-aged woman was surrounded by over a dozen powerful fighters from the North Bear Nation. Although she initially managed to fend them off, she quickly became overwhelmed, her body covered in gruesome wounds. The other dancers were similarly struggling, retreating under the relentless assault. Seeing the situation turn dire, the woman tried to break through the encirclement. Just as she was about to escape, a blue and a red bullet silently sliced through the air, hitting her knees with pinpoint accuracy. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, her whip landing at Vanderwall's feet. Vanderwall elegantly blew the smoke from his gun and bent down to pick up the whip. This whip is nice. Thanks to Mother Earth, I'll gladly accept it. He approached the kneeling woman with a mocking smile. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? Oomph. You Dragon Nation people are celebrating too soon. The woman glared at Vanderwall with a sinister smile. She glanced at the clock on the wall. Our mission target is Songfeng. This whole charade was just to keep you occupied. Look at the time. You can go back and collect Songfeng's body now. Bai Jing, enraged, rushed forward and grabbed the woman by the throat, lifting her up. What have you done to my brother Feng? Despite her weakened state, the woman remained defiant. Of course, we killed him. This statement ignited Bai Jing's fury. He swung his iron fist, mercilessly pounding her face. Soon, her face was unrecognizable, with a broken nose, sunken brow, and covered in blood, looking like a ghastly specter. Boss, we need to go back and save Songfeng, Vanderwall said urgently. There's no time. Boss, what do you mean? Is Songfeng already? Bang! Jiang Yi flicked Vanderwall's forehead. What are you thinking? Little Feng is fine, not a scratch on him. Jiang Yi gave a mysterious smile. Vanderwall, you underestimate Little Feng and Old Chin's abilities. Besides, we're esteemed guests of the North Bear Nation. Do you think they'd let anything happen to us within their borders? But what if the hidden guards can't handle those rats? Jiang Yi responded with a question of his own. What if the guard is the lone sword immortal? What? Old Long is here in Beixiong too? Vander Walls exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. Jiang Yi was equally shocked when he received the news. Lung Mubai, the most powerful person in Longhua, far surpassed the special sword demon squad in both strength and status. Although Songfeng had once saved Long Mubai's life, that favor had been repaid after the Arctic Secret Realm incident. What could have driven Long Mubai to travel such a great distance to Beixiong? Jiang Yi couldn't fathom the reason, but he knew one thing for sure. With Long Mubai protecting them, this breakthrough mission was bound to succeed without a hitch. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away from the banquet hall, in front of a luxurious villa, Dozens of men in black were bent over, panting, their clothes drenched in sweat. They had been attacking the villa's defensive barrier for an hour, but hadn't made a single crack. Master Dark Envoy, at this rate, we'll soon run out of magic power, one of the men in black said urgently. The man addressed as the Dark Envoy narrowed his eyes. How much longer can those women hold them off? No one responded. The message sent 3 minutes ago had gone unanswered. Those people had likely been wiped out. Useless, the Dark Envoy roared, kicking one of his subordinates away. TSK. Even the Shadow Assassin doesn't spare his own men? Huh? A teasing voice came from inside the villa. Song Feng strolled out, hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Just as the Dark Envoy was about to speak, he suddenly felt a deadly sense of danger. Before he could react, a sharp sword light descended upon him. In an instant, the Dark Envoy and the other men in black were reduced to a mist of blood, leaving no survivors. A white-robed elder descended from the sky. It was Long Mubai. Song Feng quickly deactivated the defensive barrier and stepped forward to greet him. Hello, old Long. Only a few days apart and you're already so formal? Long Mubai pretended to be displeased. Song Feng quickly corrected himself. Grandpa Long, I was just afraid of being disrespectful. Long Mubai's stern expression softened into a kind smile. He explained that he had specifically requested permission from the Grand Elder to come and protect them, fearing the dangers of the 10,000 Dragons Valley. At that moment, a hunched old man in patched clothes spoke slowly. What concern? Clearly, he came to ask for help. Grandpa Long. Who is this? Song Feng asked in confusion. Long Mubai awkwardly stroked his beard. I don't know him. Kill him. The old man was immediately displeased. Goodness, you want to kill me just for speaking the truth? He then turned to Song Feng, sizing him up before exclaiming, Song Feng, right? I see extraordinary potential in you. Rare genius seen once in a millennium. What's this old man up to? Wondered Song Feng, eyeing the unkempt elder before him with a sense of unease. Such a prominent forehead. The old man suddenly exclaimed, staring intently at Song Feng's head. Xiaolu, you really need to curb this habit of reading faces the moment you meet someone. You'll scare the poor guy, Long Mubai said, pulling the old man aside and turning to Song Feng with a smile. Song Feng, let me introduce you. This is Lu Daotia. He may seem a bit eccentric, but he's actually the current head of Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion's head? Song Feng's eyes widened in shock. Though he had never interacted with Tianji Pavilion and couldn't find any information about it online, he had read about this mysterious organization in an ancient book. It was said to be an all-knowing entity. The idea that this seemingly unreliable old man was the current head of Tianji Pavilion was hard for Song Feng to believe. Hello, Mr. Lu. Recognizing the importance of the introduction, Song Feng respectfully bowed. However, Lu Daotian seemed to be lost in his own world, muttering to himself with a dazed expression. Xiao Lu, what's wrong? Long Mubai asked with concern, frowning. Huh. Lu Daotian snapped back to reality, rubbing his temples as his eyes cleared. What's up, Brother Long? I should be asking you that. What were you just talking about? Haha, it's nothing, just my old habits acting up, Lu Daotian said with a laugh, clearly unwilling to elaborate. He turned to Song Feng and said, just call me Lu Yi like Brother Long does. No need to be so formal. Sure, Lu Yi. Song Feng replied with a smile, thinking he had found another powerful ally. Come on, Song Feng, let's go inside and talk, Lu Daotian said, motioning for him to follow. As Lu Daotian was about to follow, Long Mubai grabbed his arm, his eyes scrutinizing. Lu Daotian sighed, knowing his unusual behavior hadn't escaped Long Mubai's notice. He pointed at Song Feng ahead and whispered a single word, person. Long Mubai's pupils contracted. He silently released his grip and made a gesture for silence, his expression turning serious. Lu Daotian nodded in acknowledgement, and the two of them nonchalantly followed Song Feng into the villa. Before long, Zhang Yi and his companions returned to the villa from the banquet hall. As the host, Drew apologized deeply for the unexpected incident. However, Zhang Yi and the others didn't mind much. These shadow assassins, like a group of pesky rats, always seemed to pop up from time to time, and they were used to it. But one question lingered in everyone's mind. How did these shadow assassins manage to infiltrate Beixiong Nation so silently? Or were there already members of their group lurking within Beixiong Nation's borders? Mr. Drew, Zhang Yi recalled the scene in the banquet hall. You called those dancers the night dancers. What exactly is their relationship with the shadow assassins? They belong to the same organization, the Dark Alliance, Drew said gravely. Have you ever heard of it? The name. Zhang Yi frowned in thought. It felt oddly familiar, yet he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Seeing the same puzzled expressions on Chen Bing and the others, it was clear he wasn't the only one with this feeling. At Zhang Ye's request, Drew gave a detailed introduction to the Dark Alliance. It is a global assassin organization with members from various countries, specializing in assassination, theft, and intelligence work. As long as the price is right, they will do anything, even assassinate national leaders. They're all suicidal maniacs, Drew continued. The organization has a rule. Once captured, members must commit suicide to avoid leaking any information. Otherwise, they face relentless pursuit and unimaginable torture. As an official in Beixiong Nation's intelligence department, Drew knew many things that outsiders didn't. The Dark Alliance has multiple branches, such as the Night Dancers who disguise themselves as dancers, the Shadow Assassins active in Long Nation, the Dark Star Killers in Inghua Nation, and the Dark Underworld agents in Asangguo. Their identities and movements are always a mystery. Even the person next to you could be a member of the Dark Alliance. They are everywhere. Logically, Jiang Yi, as the captain of Long Nation's special squad, should be well versed in this information. But he only had vague impressions and couldn't even remember his sources. As night fell, Jiang Yi rubbed his temples, signaling it was time to rest. Drew understood and promised to notify them immediately once the request for the 10,000 Dragon Valley secret realm was approved. After Drew left, Jiang Yi turned to Song Feng. Xiaofeng, what do you think? Song Feng gazed at the starry night sky for a long time before softly saying, the world is simple. It's the people who are complicated. The high-ranking officials of Beixiong Nation indeed valued the Jiangui Special Squad. What was supposed to be a 3-day approval process for the secret realm was granted overnight. Early the next morning, Drew brought the good news. Let's set off immediately. When it came to matters involving Song Feng, Jiang Yi never delayed, knowing that delays could lead to complications. With the help of a high-tech hovercraft, they reached the bustling city of Sias in just 2 hours. Without stopping to admire the vibrant and peaceful city, they headed straight to the entrance of the ancient 10,000 Dragon Valley secret realm in the northern forest. There, they met Pass, who had been waiting for them. Jiang Yi greeted him warmly, only to receive a cold glance in return. We're just temporary allies. Don't forget your promise after this is over, or don't blame me for disregarding Long Nation's face. As Jiang Yi was politely trying to placate him, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Huh? Just a lousy guide. What's with the attitude? The scene fell into a brief silence. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. He didn't need to look to know who had spoken. Great. The hard-earned rapport was likely shattered. Oh. The woes of leadership being a captain is no easy task. This comment might not be very hurtful, but it's extremely insulting. Pa glared at van der Waals, his eyes wide with anger. Just a mere guide? You're completely disregarding me. You scoundrel. I advise you to change your tone quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Pa lowered his voice, each word dripping with fury. Van der Waals nonchalantly turned his head, a lollipop in his mouth, and glanced at Pa with a look that seemed to say, I'm not going to argue with an idiot. Boom. Pa could no longer contain his rage. He lunged at Van der Waals like an arrow, the wind howling around him, his momentum as overwhelming as a mountain. However, just as he was about to reach Van der Waals, a sharp sword energy suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Pa's body arched like a shrimp and was sent flying backward in a blur of black shadow. He crashed through a dozen trees before coming to a stop, lying on the ground in a state of shock. This sword energy, could it be a 9-turn expert? Pa struggled to stand despite the pain, scanning the crowd until his eyes settled on an elderly man in a white robe. Him? Lung Mubai? Pa muttered in disbelief. As a renowned expert on Blue Star, he certainly knew of Lung Mubai. But it was said that this man had disappeared for a century. Why had he suddenly shown up in the myriad Dragon Valley secret realm? What puzzled him even more was the familiar yet indescribable aura emanating from Long Mubai. Mr. Pa, are you all right? Jiang Yi feigned concern as he stepped forward to help. I'm really sorry, my teammate didn't know his own strength. I apologize on his behalf. I'm fine, Pa snorted, shaking off Jiang Ye's hand. It was just a moment of carelessness, a sneak attack. Although seething with anger, he dared not act rashly. Mr. Pa, would you like to rest a bit before entering the secret realm? Jiang Yi asked, barely able to suppress his laughter. No need. Let's go. Pa brushed off the dust from his clothes and took a step forward, but after just 2 steps, his legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yi couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Well, you said you were fine, and in less than 3 seconds, you're down. Seems like the only thing hard about you is your mouth. At Jiang Ye's signal, Song Feng quickly stepped forward and, without giving Pa a chance to react, forced several milky white pills into his mouth. Pa choked and coughed, his face turning red. What did you make me eat, kid? Rejuvenation pills, Song Feng replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Pa's brow furrowed. He wanted to spit the pills out, but it was too late. A warm flow began circulating within him, and his injuries started healing at a visible rate. To his surprise, these were indeed top-grade rejuvenation pills, far exceeding his expectations. Yet, Pa maintained his haughty demeanor, dismissing Song Feng's aid. In his mind, this was just a trick by the people of Longhua. Hit him first and then offer a sweet, hoping to earn his gratitude. Oomph. I won't fall for that. Pa thought smugly, unaware that he was already sinking deeper into an even larger trap. The atmosphere was rather tense. Vanderwall and Pa glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Seeing this, Drew quickly stepped in, using his seasoned mediation skills to defuse the situation. Although Vanderwall was merely displeased with Pa's arrogant demeanor, he chose to tolerate it for the sake of the mission. Under Drew's persuasion, Pa reluctantly agreed to set aside their differences until after they completed the secret realm. Now that we've reached a consensus, let's prepare to enter the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, Drew said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and offering a professional smile, secretly lamenting the difficulty of his job. With a flick of his wrist, a dark purple token appeared in his palm. The token shot forward like a bolt of lightning, stopping precisely between two towering trees. The space between the trees twisted and distorted, rippling until it formed a pitch-black vortex. Drew's expression turned serious as he warned, "The Valley of 10,000 Dragons is fraught with danger. Proceed with utmost caution. Rest assured, we will all return safely," Song Feng replied, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. He then turned to Pa, inviting him with a gesture. "Mr. Pa, please lead the way. Our earlier disagreements won't affect our friendship, right?" Pa snorted, cursing the smooth-talking Song Feng internally but still stepped into the vortex first. Watching Pa's figure disappear, Song Feng smirked and murmured, "The show is about to begin." Upon entering the secret realm, a system notification introduced the perilous land where evil dragons roamed and the law of the jungle prevailed. Song Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting the dark sky shrouded in blood clouds and the ground littered with bones, the air thick with the stench of blood. Pa noticed that Long Mubai hadn't followed them and speculated that the formidable 9-turn expert might have been bluffing, intending to intimidate him. Just as he was lost in thought, Song Feng's call brought him back to reality. "Mr. Pa, where exactly is the dragon scale grass you mentioned earlier?" Song Feng asked with a smile. Pa coldly replied, "I must remind you that it's guarded by a powerful dragon. I'll only guide you there. If we encounter danger, I'll retreat. Your safety is your responsibility." Before Song Feng could respond, a sudden warning interrupted him. "Brother Feng, watch out." In an instant, Song Feng vanished from his spot in a flash of white light. The ground then shook violently and collapsed, as a massive brown dragon, nearly 100 meters long, burst forth, creating a whirlwind that soared into the sky. Pa, unable to dodge in time, was swept away by the wind, disappearing from sight. Even a typically composed Song Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease at the sight from 100 meters away. 1 second slower, and it would have been over. Song Feng thought with lingering fear. The sudden appearance of the dragon nearly cost them their lives. A massive brown dragon had erupted from a gaping chasm in the ground, its razor-sharp claws narrowly missing Song Feng's clothing. Thanks to Chen Bing's quick reflexes and immediate activation of the spatial teleportation, they narrowly escaped the deadly strike. "The Valley of 10,000 Dragons is indeed fraught with danger," Jiang Yi remarked, his eyes fixed on the terrifying dragon before them, his brow furrowed. This dragon clearly possessed the combat power of an early-stage 8-turn beast. Any other team would have been annihilated by now. The dragon roared towards the sky, and its deafening breath transformed into a howling wind, causing the space around them to ripple. Yet, Vander wasn't intimidated. Instead, he looked excited. "It's been a while since I've faced an 8-turn monster. Let's see what you've got, you overgrown lizard." He flipped his wrists, and dual pistols appeared in his hands. With 2 loud bangs, a red and a blue bullet shot through the air, merging into a dazzling red and blue streak that collided heat with the dragon's breath. "Now's the time," Song Feng commanded decisively. "Fengwu, Zhan Shun, engage in close combat. Junlin, assist them. Ginsmoke, Wu Ying, provide range support. Death Sword, find its weak points." Before his words had fully echoed, Song Feng activated his god-level skill, Heaven and Earth Shift, instantly teleporting Nangong Mu and Bai Jing to the dragon's vicinity. This skill, with its 400-meter radius control, allowed Song Feng to position his teammates precisely. Nangong Mu's spear danced like a dragon, leaving countless wounds on the beast, while Bai Jing's giant fists forced the dragon to retreat. Meanwhile, Long Emo hovered in the air, a dark umbrella in hand, releasing an intricate web of threads that ensnared the dragon tightly. Vander's pistols roared continuously, every shot hitting its mark. Chen Bing's spinning chakrams sliced through the air, each strike landing with deadly precision. Their coordinated efforts quickly drained a significant portion of the dragon's health. However, this early-stage 8-turn dragon was not easily subdued. Its eyes glowed red, and a tidal wave of energy erupted from its body, shaking the entire space. Sensing the impending danger, Song Feng immediately used Heaven and Earth Shift to evacuate his team. As he assessed the dragon's status panel, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Name: Wind Fury Dragon. Level: LV.153, early stage 8 turn. Current status: Berserk. If I had known, we should have just run away instead of courting disaster. Song Feng thought regretfully. Snap, snap, snap. The resilient threads snapped one after another under the ferocious breath of the Wind Fury Dragon. Even more astonishing was that the wounds on the dragon's body were healing at a visible rate, flesh squirming and regenerating rapidly. What kind of insane passive skill is this? The regeneration speed is off the charts. Chan Bing exclaimed, his face mirroring the disbelief of the others, their spirits plummeting as if plunged into an icy abyss. However, Song Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is nothing more than a last-ditch effort. Once this phase passes, it will collapse on its own without us having to lift a finger. These words acted like a stabilizing force, and everyone nodded in agreement, their grim expressions easing somewhat. Huh. Easy for you to say. Pa's voice suddenly broke the silence. He staggered forward, still bearing the disheveled look from being blown away by the dragon's gale. The question is, how do you survive this period safely? As expected, nothing good comes out of your mouth, Vander snorted coldly. Chun Bing quickly chimed in. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean we can't. He then turned to Song Feng with a grin. Brother Feng, show him what a god-ear support looks like. Pa squinted at Song Feng, sizing him up. Are you telling me that the prestigious Dragon Kingdom Special Squad is relying on this kid to buy time? He secretly pondered the true identity of this young man. Suddenly, the Wind Fury Dragon descended like a dark cloud, its speed as swift as lightning, its aura now several times stronger than before. Pa instantly leaped 100 meters away, arms crossed, ready to watch the spectacle. He was convinced these Dragon Kingdom members were doomed to fail and was already imagining the scene of them begging for help. However, reality often defies expectations. The dragon launched 3 wind balls composed of countless wind blades, causing the very air to tremble. Song Feng immediately deployed his divine skill Heavenly Rock Shield. A massive barrier formed, capable of reflecting 210 of the damage taken by the 7 within its range back to the enemy. The 3 wind balls, arranged in a triangular formation, collided with the barrier but seemed to hit an incredibly elastic surface. After sinking deeply, they were instantly rebounded. The wind balls, now carrying even more violent gales, roared back toward the Wind Fury Dragon. Faced with the incoming wind balls, a flicker of confusion crossed the dragon's eyes, but it was soon replaced by a deep crimson. It violently swung its claws, preparing to take the lethal blow Hedon. But this wind vortex is not like the others. It has a 210 additional boost. With a thunderous roar, the dragon's claw collided fiercely with the wind vortex. In an instant, a suffocating wave of energy erupted from the point of impact. The massive wind fiend dragon was flung hundreds of meters away like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. It crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving a giant, bottomless crater. This can't be happening. Pass, who stood 100 meters away, stared in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Wind Fiend Dragon's unstoppable attack was not only effortlessly neutralized but countered with even greater force. The boy's identity and his astonishing skills stirred endless questions and curiosity in Pass's mind. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and uncover the truth. Seeing the situation, Chun Bing was delighted and was about to take action. Let me finish off this beast. Uncle Chun, don't move. Song Feng quickly intervened. This level of attack won't deal a fatal blow to the Wind Fiend Dragon. Acting rashly would be walking into a trap. Hearing this, Chen Bing pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Sure enough, the Wind Fiend Dragon soon rose into the air again, its intelligent eyes fixed on Song Feng and his group. As an 8-turn monster with awakened intelligence, its IQ was comparable to that of an adult human. It was now carefully observing its opponent's every move. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar pierced the sky. With the roar, invisible energy surged from all directions, forming a ghostly dragon soul that closely resembled the Wind Fiend Dragon. It dove straight at Song Feng and his team. Wow, it's changing its attack strategy, Chen Bing exclaimed. This time, the mental attack made everyone's hearts tighten. Tinian Rock had no defense against such attacks, meaning they would have to face it Hedon. However, despite the seemingly dire situation, Song Feng merely smiled calmly and slowly raised his hand. Dragon Roar. With a thunderous shout from Song Feng, a spectral 5-clawed golden dragon materialized, radiating a blinding golden light, exuding an aura of majesty and divinity. As the dragon's roar echoed through the sky, the diving dragon spirit suddenly halted. The dragon spirit began to twist violently, flickering like static on a television, morphing, splitting, and struggling until it ultimately disintegrated into countless stars. The Fengsha dragon spat out a mouthful of blood, its massive body trembling slightly, its dragon eyes filled with fear of the golden dragon's apparition. When the second roar resounded, the golden dragon avatar charged straight at the Fengsha dragon. Strangely, the Fengsha dragon stood frozen, its pupils contracting to pinpoints, allowing the golden dragon to collide with its body. In an instant, searing pain surged through the Fengsha dragon. This was no ordinary physical attack, but a terrifying mental assault, accompanied by a powerful stun effect. Seizing the opportunity, Song Feng swung his arms, and two gleaming chains shot out like serpents. This was the divine skill Earth's chains, capable of judging all evil and controlling them for 10 seconds. The chains tightly bound the stunned Fengsha dragon. With a mighty pull, Song Feng slammed it into the ground, creating a massive crater. Everyone attack! Apart from Chan Bing, who was guarding Song Feng, the other 5 members immediately surrounded the Fengsha dragon. Sword energy, cannon fire, spear glows, fist winds, and eerie threads simultaneously erupted, converging at a single point. With a deafening explosion, a mushroom cloud soared into the sky, dust filled the air, and fierce winds howled. Pazzi stood in stunned silence. Such powerful spatial teleportation, dragon spirit apparition, and void chains all in one person completely overturned his century-old understanding. At that moment, his attitude shifted from seeing them as enemies to potential allies. This special squad of sword demons might bring unexpected benefits in the future. Song Feng felt a surge of pride. This was his first time killing an 8-turn monster, and although he didn't inflict substantial damage, his control was crucial to the kill. With his assistance, Zhang Yi and the others easily completed the kill, barely using 50% of their strength. No wonder the Dragon Nation's special squad could so easily take down the 8-turn wind plague dragon. Pa hurried over, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, his tone dripping with deliberate flattery. Song Feng frowned as he scrutinized Pa's unusual behavior, growing wary. This typically unruly guy, why was he suddenly so attentive? Just as he was pondering this, a sense of foreboding sent a shiver down his spine. As a seasoned veteran, Jiang Yi had already seen through past intentions. This guy had clearly noticed Xiao Feng's potential and was trying to ingratiate himself. However, Jiang Yi maintained a warm smile and said, "Mr. Pa, you're too kind. For someone of your caliber, this level of battle is probably just a warm-up." Pa was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure whether it was a compliment or a jab. But he quickly regained his composure and turned his attention to Song Feng. "Your name is Song Feng, right? I must have misjudged you before. I didn't realize you were such a powerful support-type professional." Just as Song Feng was about to respond to the unexpected praise, something strange happened. A brilliant light suddenly burst from his forehead, and a glowing orb emerged, hovering in front of him. Why did the dragon pearl come out on its own? Song Feng stared in bewilderment at the orb that had always quietly resided in his sea of consciousness. Although Long Yuan had bestowed this treasure upon him, he had never explained its purpose, leaving Song Feng to figure it out on his own. The dragon pearl emitted a series of buzzing sounds, its surface flickering with a soft light. It circled around Song Feng before shooting towards the wind-plagued dragon's corpse like a bolt of lightning. Song Feng hurriedly followed, with Jiang Yi and the others close behind. What happened next left everyone dumbfounded. The dragon pearl hovered above the dragon's corpse, radiating a dazzling light that enveloped the entire body. In a matter of moments, a spectral dragon soul slowly rose from the corpse, condensing in midair before fully merging into the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl actually absorbed the wind-plagued dragon soul? The group was too stunned to speak. Buzz. As the dragon pearl absorbed the soul of the wind fiend dragon, its surface immediately radiated a dazzling glow. Song Feng keenly sensed changes within the dragon pearl, as a surge of pure energy, in the form of mental power, flowed into his mind. Instantly, he felt a sharp clarity in his brain, and the immense mental power he had previously expended was fully restored. The dragon pearl not only serves as a beast-controlling space, but also absorbs dragon souls and returns mental power. Long Yuan truly didn't deceive me, Song Feng thought with relief. Jiang Yi noticed Song Feng's transformation, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. With such a treasure, Xiao Feng is destined for great things. If he doesn't meet an untimely end, he could at least become an 8th-rank professional, with limitless potential. As an elder over 100 years old, he had never encountered such a prodigious talent. At that moment, a streak of blue-gold light shot out from the dragon pearl and landed on Song Feng's shoulder. Xiao Lan, gazing at the wind fiend dragon's corpse not far away, had a peculiar glint in its watery dragon eyes. It leaped off Song Feng's shoulder, placed its tiny claws on the dragon's corpse, and closed its eyes. Suddenly, An astonishing scene unfolded. The dragon's corpse withered rapidly before their very eyes, as if its life force had been instantly drained. The massive body shriveled, dragon scales fell off, and the flesh contracted, exposing the jagged dragon bones. Simultaneously, a radiant glow enveloped Xiaolan, and its body expanded swiftly. Its golden dragon scales gleamed like armor, and its dragon horns became sharp and pointed. An ancient dragon aura spread out, suffocating everyone present. When the glow subsided, Xiaolan let out a satisfied burp and returned to its usual adorable appearance. A system notification then sounded, indicating that Xiaolan had leveled up twice, reaching level 50 in the third rank. Everyone was astounded. Pass was so overwhelmed by the earlier aura that his legs turned to jelly, while Nangongmu joyfully picked up Xiaolan as if it were a new toy. Wait, Pass asked in confusion. Why are you all so excited about just the third rank? Chun Bing smiled calmly. What if I told you this little dragon was only level 1 10 minutes ago? What the heck? Pass was utterly flabbergasted, completely stunned. What? Just 10 minutes ago, it was only level 1? Pass' eyes widened in shock, mirroring the expressions of Chen Bing and the others from before. His gaze at Song Feng was filled with deep apprehension. On the field, Chen Bing moved like a ghost, swiftly picking up the scattered scales of the 8-turn giant dragon. Uncle Chen, hurry up. These are scales from an 8-turn giant dragon. The armor made from them would have incredible defense. He shouted while deftly stuffing the dragon scales into his storage space. After observing for a moment, Bai Jing also joined the collection, prompting Chen Bing to shout urgently, Old Chen, you sly fox, didn't even call me for such a good thing. Don't you dare hog them all. Jiang Yi watched the scene and explained to Pa with a helpless smile. They're really thrifty, Mr. Pa. I hope you don't mind. No, no. Pa's eyes glistened with a hint of tears. I envy the lively atmosphere within your team. Memories of his past teammates flooded back. Once full of vigor, now their hearts were clouded by a desire for revenge, making it hard to recall the last time they smiled sincerely. Watching the joyous scene before him, Pa couldn't help but smile genuinely. After scavenging the dragon's corpse, Jiang Yi said with a smile, Mr. Pa, please continue to lead the way. It's no trouble at all, it's my honor, Pa replied, waving his hand warmly, a demeanor that felt somewhat unfamiliar to Vander. Pa then solemnly introduced their destination. Dragon Scale Grass is located deep within Dragon Scale Valley, in a forest shrouded in poisonous mist, guarded by numerous fierce dragons. The death risk is nearly 90%. We might face total annihilation. This is not an exaggeration but a fact. Do you still want to go? Facing such high mortality risk, Song Feng hesitated. Although he had his own means of survival, he was concerned for the safety of others. Just as he was about to speak, Vander interrupted. What the hell are you afraid of? When has our Sword Go squad ever shied away from danger? At worst, we die. 18 years later, we'll be back stronger. Encouraged by his teammates, Song Feng regained his confidence. Dragon Scale Grass, we must get it. Heading east, the team encountered numerous dragon-type monsters around the 5th turn. Song Feng's Dragon God Pearl absorbed dragon souls, while Xiao Lan devoured dragon corpses, quickly reaching level 60. Entering the poisonous mist forest, they were engulfed in a green, putrid mist. Just as Song Feng was about to test it, Pa hurriedly stopped him, only to see Song Feng unleash the divine skill, Holy Lotus Surge. Hundreds of pure blue lotuses surrounded him, dispelling the poisonous gas within a 200-meter radius in an instant. Seeing this, Pa silently turned away and put on a red nose, smiling bitterly to himself. Rising from the brink of death, the real fool here is me. Pa had hoped to make a good impression and redeem himself in Song Feng's eyes, but he was left questioning his own abilities when he saw Song Feng's powerful purification skills. This level of toxic gas would be challenging for even mid-level professionals to handle, let alone purify. Yet, Song Feng just smiled faintly. Mr. Pa, don't worry about the toxic gas. As long as I'm here, it won't get close. So confident? Pa raised an eyebrow. Though he secretly thought the young man was a bit arrogant, he managed a polite smile. Well then, everyone, follow me into the darkness. With that, he led the way into the poisonous mist forest. Song Feng and Jiang Yi exchanged a smile and followed closely behind. The eerie and silent environment made everyone tense. Song Feng could even feel his hair standing on end. His main concern was those tiny poisonous insects suddenly dropping from the trees. But with the purification effect of the Holy Lotus, even if bitten, it would only be a minor injury. Suddenly, a flash of green light zipped past Song Feng's face. Ordinary people wouldn't have noticed it, but with his insightful spirit eyes, he clearly saw it was a tiny poisonous insect, about the size of a fingernail. Following its trajectory, Song Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Uncle Chen, watch out! The insect was flying straight toward Chen Bing's head. Chen Bing reacted quickly and dodged. However, The green light changed direction suddenly and darted towards Vanderwall. Watch out, brother Hua! Qin Bing shouted, but Vanderwall had no time to react. In a split second, a flaming hand caught the green light precisely. Vanderwall, regaining his composure, saw that his rescuer was none other than Pa, with whom he didn't get along. Thank you, Vanderwall said quietly. It's the host's duty, Pa replied with a polite smile. Pa went on to explain that the creature was a common but deadly insect called a goo worm. Despite its small size, its venom was lethal, with a destructive power comparable to that of a 7th-tier monster. He opened his hand to reveal the slightly charred but still wriggling insect. At everyone's prompting, Pa detailed the characteristics of the goo worm. If you crush it carelessly, its venom would turn into toxic gas, which not only is poisonous but also attracts swarms of goo worms. A single goo worm is not a threat, but a swarm is terrifying. Even a 9th-tier expert would have to sacrifice a limb to escape. Pa's words sent chills down everyone's spine. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter a goo worm swarm, they could only resign themselves to fate and hope for better luck in their next life. A swarm of goo worms? Song Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. While he had heard of beast tides, this was the first time he encountered a tide of goo worms. The deeper we go into the forest, the more goo worms we'll encounter, and they'll become increasingly powerful, Pa warned with a serious expression. Everyone, be on your guard. The group nodded solemnly and adjusted their formation, with Pa leading the way and Song Feng protected in the center by Jiang Yi and the others to prevent any surprise attacks from the goo worms. The eerie poison miasma forest was filled with a ghostly green mist that permeated every corner. However, when the mist approached within 200 meters of Song Feng, it was blocked by an invisible barrier, a manifestation of the sacred White Lotus's power. After trekking through the pitch-black forest for a long time, Pa suddenly stopped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and a frown deepening on his face. Something's wrong, very wrong. Mr. Pa, what's the matter? Zhang Yi asked, stepping forward quickly. Pa surveyed the surroundings, seeing only towering, decayed trees and various strange plants, but none of the expected landmarks. I remember the dragon scale flower should be here, next to a black river. But now, his voice was filled with confusion. I can't be mistaken. I've been here multiple times. That black river left a deep impression on me. With Jiang Ye's encouragement, the group started to analyze the situation carefully. After a thorough discussion, Song Feng asked thoughtfully, Mr. Pa, did you ever get close to that black river? No, I sensed a great terror in the river. Pa shook his head. I only observed it from a distance. Could the dragon scale grass be above the black river? Song Feng continued to probe. Pa recalled, though his memories were somewhat hazy, it was indeed a possibility. After further reasoning, Song Feng proposed a startling hypothesis. That might not be a real river at all, but rather thousands of goo worms swarming in a pit, creating the illusion of flowing water from afar. This theory plunged everyone into deep thought. After a moment, Jiang Yi was the first to agree with the idea. This hypothesis seems highly plausible. Xiaofeng, what do you plan to do next? A knowing smile played on Song Feng's lips. I suspect the dragon scale grass grows on one of the goo worms, not on the ground. So, my plan is to lure the wolf into the house. Information about the dragon scale grass is very limited, with only a simple description of its appearance. Song Feng can only rely on speculation to find the growth environment and conditions of this mysterious plant, like groping in the dark. Are you suggesting we lure the swarm of goo insects and find the one carrying the dragon scale grass? Jiang Ye's eyes lit up as he followed Song Feng's line of thought. Exactly. Song Feng nodded in confirmation, then turned to Pa. Mr. Pa, whenever you saw the dragon scale grass before, was it always in the same location? Pa frowned and thought for a moment. The location of the dragon scale grass varied each time. In the later encounters, I didn't see it at all. The last time I entered the Valley of 10,000 Dragons was 10 years ago, so my memory is a bit hazy. As the only person who had seen the dragon scale grass by chance, Pa's memory, though not clear, confirmed one thing. The location of the dragon scale grass kept changing. Do you remember the direction where you last saw it? Song Feng asked. Pa pointed to the northeast. It should be over there. The Black River flows in that direction too. Song Feng looked seriously towards the northeast. I'm 99% sure that the swarm of goo insects is in that direction. If it really is the swarm, we are in for a tough battle. Everyone must prioritize their lives. Don't worry, Brother Feng. We are the Sword Demon Special Squad, Chen Bing said, patting Song Feng's shoulder. I'm not afraid of death. Let me go first, Bai Jing declared, thumping his chest. I actually look forward to facing the swarm of goo insects. Nan Gongmu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Heh, those little bugs? I'll take them down one by one with my guns, Vander chuckled, playing with his dual pistols. Lung Emo just curled his lips slightly. Interesting. Seeing everyone's reactions, Jiang Yi smiled with satisfaction. He turned to Pa. Thank you for your help. If we make it out alive, we will fulfill our promise. Mr. Jiangyi, are you trying to send me away? Pa raised an eyebrow. Jiangyi wanted to say something, but Pa raised his hand to interrupt. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Besides, he gazed into the distance. I have my own mission. Jiangyi understood he was referring to finding his missing comrades, which might be related to the swarm of goo insects. In that case, let's uncover the truth of the poisonous mist forest together. Everyone, let's move out immediately. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, Drew looked at the solitary sword Immortal Mubai and the head of Tianji Pavilion, Lu Daotian, who were sitting cross-legged on the ground. His face showed a helpless smile. These two elders remained silent, ignoring his hospitality suggestions. A hint of coldness flashed in Drew's eyes, but he maintained a warm demeanor. If you need anything, please let me know. With that, he turned and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a raspy voice sounded from behind. Where is the Dark Alliance's base in Dragon Country? Drew's body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. Standing before him was a man dressed in a white Taoist robe Mubai. The coldness in his sharp eyes and defined brows sent a shiver down Drew's spine. Senior, what do you mean by that? Drew forced a smile. I'm merely an envoy from North Bear Country. How could I possibly know the location of the Dark Alliance's base? Long Mubai slowly stood up, exuding a chilling aura. I'll ask one last time. Where is the Dark Alliance's base in Dragon Country? His voice was even colder than before, like the biting wind of a harsh winter. The pressure felt like a mountain crushing down on him, and Drew's legs gave way, causing him to kneel with a thud. His face turned pale, and the mask of amiability he had worn shattered instantly, his tone now laced with threats. Dragon Country citizen, this is North Bear Country, not your Dragon Country. Do you realize the consequences of laying a hand on me here? Not talking. Long Mubai's brows arched, and in a flash, he was in front of Drew. He grasped Drew's neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground. Their eyes met, and Drew could see the threat of death in Long Mubai's aged yet piercing gaze. I'm giving you one last chance. Long Mubai tightened his grip slightly. Will you speak or not? Drew's face turned crimson as he futilely clawed at Long Mubai's wrist. Just as he was about to pass out from lack of air, he finally broke down. I. Long Mubai loosened his grip slightly, and Drew coughed violently, almost hacking up a lung. Ignoring the drool at the corner of his mouth, he hurriedly shouted, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know. In the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, the group pressed northeast. After an uncertain amount of time, Jiangyi, at the front, suddenly halted and raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. Do you hear that? What is that sound? A faint rustling noise came from beneath the ground. Song Feng immediately crouched down and activated his insightful spirit eyes, his vision penetrating through the soil. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically, and he leaped back in a swift motion. The ground where he had just stood cracked open, revealing a small hole. A shadow, no bigger than a fingernail, shot out at an almost imperceptible speed. In the same instant, dozens of gleaming threads sliced through the air, weaving the shadow into an impenetrable cocoon. The threads were cast by Long Amo, who had been ready the moment Song Feng crouched down. Brother Feng, are you okay? Chen Bing quickly stepped forward to help Song Feng, who still looked shaken. That shadow was incredibly fast. Song Feng took a deep breath to calm himself. It covered 100 meters in less than a second. I almost couldn't dodge it. Uncle Long, what was that thing? A goo worm, Long Amo replied, controlling the threads to slowly unwind, revealing a small brownish-yellow insect. Its head had sharp spikes, and its skin was tough, but it was now barely alive and no longer a threat. Song Feng examined the intact goo worm closely. Despite its tiny size, its attributes were exceptionally formidable, surpassing even large magical beasts of the same level. What puzzled him most was that the goo worm had no eyes, yet could accurately target its prey. Mr. Poss, Song Feng turned to Poss. Have the goo worms you encountered always acted alone? Poss recalled, not always. The worst encounter involved an attack by 9 goo worms. They coordinated perfectly and nearly killed me. That was about 400 meters from the Black River. The goo worms appeared from the ground, the trees, and the air. I made an important discovery, Poss continued. The goo worms seem unable to leave the forest. When I escaped the forest, they only lingered at the edge, as if they were afraid of something or guarding something. The group fell into deep thought. Song Feng analyzed. These clues might be key to unraveling the secrets of the poisonous mist forest. Let's continue with our plan to find the Black River. As we get closer, the number of goo worms may increase, so everyone must stay vigilant. Wait, Poss suddenly spoke. Mr. Song Feng, your Sacred Lotus Resurgence skill has been active all this time. Don't you need to rest to recover your mental energy? Song Feng was about to explain, but Chen Bing quickly interjected, huh? That's just one of Brother Feng's thousands of skills, and it's the weakest. It doesn't consume any mental energy, so don't worry. Song Feng looked at Chen Bing speechlessly, thinking, the weakest of thousands of skills? Don't drag me into your boasting. Zhang Yi and a few others exchanged a knowing smile, choosing not to comment on Chen Bing's bragging. But Pa believed every word after all. The evidence was right there, and the proud expressions on everyone's faces seemed to back up Chen Bing's claims. Pa looked at Song Feng with eyes full of admiration. Mr. Pa, actually, Song Feng began to explain but was gently interrupted by Pa. Mr. Song, don't worry, I understand. You understand? You don't understand a damn thing. Song Feng sighed inwardly. However, seeing the respectful look in Pa's eyes, he decided against explaining further. Given Pa's current state of mind, any explanation would likely fall on deaf ears. In reality, Song Feng's spiritual power was only a few times higher than that of others at his level, not infinite. He needed to regularly take top-quality rejuvenation pills to ensure his recovery rate exceeded his consumption rate, allowing him to avoid the need for rest. The journey ahead may be perilous, so to be safe, I'll distribute some pills to everyone, Song Feng said, producing 7 silk pouches, each the size of a palm. With a thought, nearly 100 pills flew into the pouches, filling them to the brim. The 7 bulging pouches then floated toward the group. The 6 Sword Ghost members were accustomed to this and accepted the pouches with thanks. But Pa, staring at the floating pouch before him, exclaimed in surprise, is this for me? Of course, Song Feng replied with a gentle smile. Without your help, Mr. Pa, we might not have found the dragon scale grass. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Pa took the pouch and, upon scanning it with his senses, his eyes widened in shock. Whoa, this pouch contains top-grade pills. The lowest quality here is still high-grade. As one of the top 10 kasha in the northern bear country, he had only ever seen top-grade pills from a distance, and now he had 4 of them in his possession. He quickly tried to return the pouch. Mr. Song, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Oh, come on. Chun Bing clapped Pa on the shoulder, grinning. If Brother Feng says you should take it, then take it. These pills, which are so valuable to others, are just like candy made in Brother Feng's spare time. You're making a big deal out of nothing. The other 5 were speechless. All right, Chun Bing, you've stolen all of Song Feng's thunder. Pa was once again stunned. Upgrade pills being referred to as candy? It made him feel like his century of life experiences were worthless compared to this young man's. Please accept them, Mr. Pa. Pills are the least of my worries, Song Feng said, and he wasn't exaggerating. Pa, though smiling wryly, was inwardly shaken. After a brief rest, the group continued their journey northeast. As expected, the deeper they went, the more insects they encountered, from a few at first to now being surrounded by dozens. However, for these 8th-rank experts, dealing with up to 7th-rank insects was not difficult, especially with Song Feng's guidance keeping the area within 200 meters clear of any threats. Chen Bing stood beside Song Feng, his 8th-rank flying blades cutting down the attacking insects. Brother Feng, the number of insects seems to be increasing. That's a good sign, Song Feng smiled. The surge in insect numbers meant they were getting closer to the Black River. By now, nearly 100 insects had gathered around them, but the group handled them with ease. Jiang Ye's sword danced, cutting down insects left and right. Vanderwall, with dual pistols in hand, moved with the agility of a swallow, each shot taking down an insect. Nangong Mu's red-tasseled spear swept through the swarm with dragon-like ferocity. Bai Jing's thunder hammer shattered insects with bursts of lightning, and Long Mo's black umbrella spun, slicing insects into pieces with dense white threads. Pa, however, was not fighting. He was crouched on the ground, intently examining something. Song Feng approached and asked, Mr. Pa, what are you doing? Oh, Mr. Song. Pa excitedly pointed to the ground. Look at this. Following Pa's direction, Song Feng's eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. This? A blue goo worm lay quietly on the ground, barely alive and inching forward. Miraculously, wherever it crawled, the barren land began to spring to life, quickly covered with a faint green hue. Cracks and pits gradually vanished, replaced by smooth, vibrant earth, as if the land itself was being reborn. Song Feng and Pa were astonished by this phenomenon, having never seen such a goo worm before. This isn't some monster. It's clearly a worm of life. Song Feng felt the immense vitality within the worm, starkly different from the usual decay associated with other goo worms. After some inquiry, Pa sheepishly admitted that he had attacked first, mistakenly thinking the worm was about to ambush them. In reality, the worm had shown no signs of aggression. Song Feng pondered, speculating that this worm might hold a special status among its kind. While Pa continued fighting, Chen Bing stood guard beside Song Feng. Song Feng was lost in thought. Was it the element of wood? The force of life? Or perhaps time reversal? Such profound questions, he decided, would be best left for future discussions with Grandpa Lung. Acting decisively, Song Feng summoned the dragon pearl. The pearl, now shining 3 times brighter than before, obeyed his command and absorbed the blue goo worm. Looking around, the number of goo worms was increasing rapidly, with corpses strewn everywhere and various colors of blood staining the ground a dark hue. The speed at which they killed the worms couldn't keep up with their growing numbers. If this continued, even with the help of the revival pills, they would eventually be exhausted. Song Feng decisively used Dozhuan Xing Yi to teleport his fighting comrades to his side. The sudden shift was something Jiang Yi and the others were used to, but Pa, experiencing it for the first time, was momentarily bewildered. Facing the gathering swarm of goo worms, Song Feng smiled and unleashed Min Rua Gu Ying. 8 streams of light entered everyone's bodies, filling them with powerful energy. Under Bai Jing's guidance, Pa began to experience this extraordinary speed. However, as he ran with excitement, a loud boom shattered the rhythm of their escape. Bai Jing looked back and couldn't help but twitch. His mouth. A timeter-wide human-shaped hole had appeared in the trunk of an ancient tree, the result of Pa crashing headfirst into it. Parth used the speed boost from his god-level skill for the first time, but he couldn't control his speed and direction well. The high velocity far exceeded his reaction capacity, making it impossible to dodge obstacles in time. Stars. So many little stars. Parth staggered, clutching his head, his body swaying uncontrollably. Bai Jing stood nearby, his face filled with helplessness. Seeing the tide of goo insects rapidly approaching, he immediately grabbed Parth's arm and sped towards Song Feng and the others. Parth was almost skimming the ground, dust constantly filling his mouth. Even with this burden, Bai Jing maintained his high speed and quickly caught up with the waiting team. Uncle Bai, what's wrong with Mr. Parth? Song Feng asked, puzzled as he looked at the dazed Parth. He was fine just a moment ago. Bai Jing, slightly embarrassed, explained that Parth had hit a tree. This former top 10 Kasha of Baixiong Kingdom had become disoriented from crashing into a tree. If word got out, it would surely be a laughingstock. Chen Bing initially speculated that they had encountered a powerful goo insect or an ambush. Upon learning the truth, the scene fell into a brief silence. Nangong Mu was the first to stifle a laugh, followed by others, and even Lung Emo cracked a smile. However, the laughter abruptly stopped. Song Feng suddenly turned his head towards the northeast, his keen insight piercing through the towering ancient trees to spot the Black River 100 meters away. Xiao Feng, what's the situation up ahead? Jiang Yi asked. As we suspected, that's not a real Black River. It's a swarm of tens of thousands of goo insects, Song Feng whispered, and they're heading our way. Before he finished speaking, a rumbling sound echoed from afar. A black wave surged towards them, exuding a chilling aura. Parth, just recovering from his dizziness, widened his eyes at the familiar sight. It was indeed the Black River from his memory, but in reality, it was a horrifying tide made up of countless goo insects. Facing the overwhelming pressure, Parth stammered, Mr. Song Feng, can we fight this? I never said we were going to confront it head-on, Song Feng replied, his gaze scanning the insect tide. Our goal is the dragon scale grass. We only need to get that. As the insect tide approached, the ground trembled violently, cracks spreading everywhere. As the group struggled to keep their balance, Song Feng activated Heavenly Rock, enveloping them in an indestructible transparent energy shield. The goo insect tide rippled against the surface of the rock, but couldn't breach the defense. Soon, the black wave dispersed, tightly surrounding the rock without leaving a gap. Just as Parth worried about how to escape, Song Feng's face suddenly lit up with joy. Dragon scale grass. Finally found you. Dragon scale grass, I finally found you. Through the protective barrier surrounded by a swarm of venomous insects, Song Feng's insightful spirit eyes pierced through the obstacles, clearly spotting a small plant emitting a brilliant icy blue light, standing proudly amidst the insect tide, several dozen meters away. Brother Feng, did you find the dragon scale grass? Chen Bing asked urgently. Song Feng pointed ahead, a smile of joy appearing on his face. It's right there. To ensure absolute safety, he had already spent 25 skill points to upgrade the celestial rock to 5 stars. The most significant improvement in this upgrade was the removal of the stationary restriction, allowing teammates within the skill's range to not only be immune to all physical damage, but also to reflect 40 of the damage back to the enemies, stacking up to 15 layers. Following his direction, Qian Bing saw nothing but a chaotic mass of colorful insects and couldn't spot the dragon scale grass. However, he knew well that Song Feng had a unique ocular skill, so he didn't question further. Brother Feng, let's charge out and take them down. Bai Jing clenched his fists excitedly, brimming with battle spirit. You think everyone is as reckless as you? Chen Bing shot him a glance. Rushing out would be suicide. Just as Bai Jing was about to retort, Jiang Yi intervened to stop their argument. Now is not the time for infighting. He turned to Song Feng, his tone serious. Xiaofeng, do you have any good ideas? Unexpectedly, Song Feng remained calm and smiled. I've already got a plan. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, and a surge of mental energy flowed out like a tide. But I've never tried this skill before. It might be dangerous. Everyone, be prepared. Star plucking hand. With a soft chant from Song Feng, the dragon scale grass vanished from its spot. In the next moment, a deep green sphere, about the size of a basketball, appeared in his hand, with the dragon scale grass, glowing icy blue, protruding from the top. Suddenly, the insect swarm went berserk, attacking ferociously and even turning on each other. After observing the situation, Jiang Yi and Song Feng quickly realized that this might be related to the mysterious green sphere. While everyone was still puzzled, Pa spoke up. That's a vital essence. He then recounted a past conflict with the Longyan Special Squad over a vital essence, revealing that this one should be a life essence, different from the white vital essence the Longyan Special Squad had obtained back then. Mr. Song Feng, you'd better put it away quickly, Pa said with a wry smile, or I might not be able to resist taking it. Song Feng swiftly stored the vital essence in his storage space, then looked around and sighed in relief. Mission accomplished. Now, let's figure out how to get out of here. Xiaofeng, do you have any good ideas? This phrase had practically become Jiang Ye's catchphrase. Faced with the question, Song Feng didn't answer immediately. He crouched down, scooped up a handful of dirt, and molded it into a ball before hurling it with force. The dirt ball traced a perfect arc through the air and, upon striking the rock, it barely caused a ripple but easily penetrated, knocking several goo bugs to the ground. It actually works. Song Feng's eyes lit up. Previously constrained by a stationary state, he hadn't been able to test whether he could attack from within the rock to the outside. Now, he had the confirmation not only was it possible, but it was also effortless. Everyone, Song Feng's lips curled into a smile as he glanced around. I think you all know what to do next, right? Ha ha ha. Let me smash them with my thunder hammer. Bai Jing roared, his eyes gleaming with battle spirit. My dual guns are itching for action, Vanderwall said, his twin guns glowing faintly as they twirled deftly in his hands. Damn bugs, enjoy the flames. Pass shouted, brimming with fighting spirit. The three of them immediately charged at the swarm of goo bugs, cautiously staying within the rock's skill range and attacking from a distance. The bugs fell like a waterfall. As Nangong Mu, Lungamo, and Jiang Yi prepared to join the fray, Song Feng stopped them in time. Uncle Jiang, you three should observe the situation first. Xiaofeng, do you have something in mind? Jiang Yi asked, sheathing his sword and raising an eyebrow. Song Feng nodded, voicing his concerns. This has all been too easy. While the goo bug swarm is troublesome, there's been no lethal danger. If the essence is as valuable as Pass says, there should be more than just these bugs guarding it. North Bear Country's elites should be able to handle this level of threat. I suspect these goo bugs are either a distraction, like the floating islands of the demon cave that constantly move, or bait to lure us to a specific location. These bugs might just be sacrificial pawns to wear us down, while the real threat watches from the shadows or is on its way. The battle continued for several hours. Vanderwall, Bai Jing, and Pass used their formidable skills to kill the endless swarm of goo bugs, but eventually grew exhausted. Jiang Yi, Nangong Mu, and Lungamo then took over, while Song Feng provided restorative elixirs to the tired trio. At that moment, Pass made a crucial observation. These goo bugs are acting strangely, like they're being controlled. You mean, this might be orchestrated by someone? Song Feng's eyes narrowed. Exactly, Pass said, his expression serious. And I suspect the mastermind's target is your special sword demon squad. Could it be the Dark Alliance? Song Feng asked tentatively. Oh my gosh. How did you know? You're asking how I knew? Shadow Stalker is an old acquaintance of ours. Song Feng couldn't have imagined, even in the hidden realm, that the shadow of the Dark Alliance would still loom. When he questioned Pa, the seasoned adventurer's expression turned grave. I once fought an 8th rank goo master from the Dark Alliance. The feeling those goo insects gave me is identical to what we're seeing now. Pa's gaze fell on the swarm of goo insects writhing on the boulder, his brow furrowing as if to confirm his suspicion. Song Feng nodded. So, there's at least a 50% chance. He then asked, Mr. Pa, is a goo master a special profession? Pa patiently explained, yes, a goo master can refine and control goo insects to fight, similar to puppet masters and beast tamers, but they specialize in goo insects. Seeing Song Feng's puzzled look, he continued, the reason you rarely hear about this profession is twofold. First, the awakening probability is extremely low, and second, goo insects are difficult to capture and tame, requiring tremendous resources. Pa's expression suddenly turned serious. There's also a rumor that a type of goo insect called Kamingna can sense potential goo masters. Some organizations use it to find these talents early and secretly train them. I've heard the Dark Alliance has an organization called the Goo King Hall. The battle raged on, with the goo insects relentlessly attacking despite being continuously struck down. As time passed, Song Feng's sense of unease grew stronger, and his face turned grim. Xiaofeng, are you okay? Jiang Yi, who had just rotated out, sheathed his long sword and asked with concern. Song Feng wanted to deny it, but under Jiang Ye's serious gaze, he confessed. I feel like things have spiraled out of my control. Maybe there's no mastermind behind all this. I've been fighting myself all along. I hate this feeling of being out of control, like a pawn being moved towards an abyss, knowing it but unable to stop it. After saying this, the young man with god-level skills collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of defeat. Whether in his previous life as a top professional player or in his current smooth journey, he had never experienced such intense helplessness. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as failure. This sentence perfectly encapsulates Song Feng's experiences across 2 lifetimes. Whenever adversity struck, Song Feng always wore a composed expression, as if he had everything under control. But only he knew the immense pressure and torment that lay beneath that calm facade. Each seemingly flawless plan was actually a high-stakes gamble, and he just happened to win. However, at this moment, the man who was accustomed to strategizing began to waver. According to his calculations, the mastermind should have already shown up. These swarms of insects were nowhere near a real threat. But the longer he waited, the deeper his doubts grew. Why hadn't the enemy revealed themselves yet? This feeling of losing control tormented Song Feng. It was like Schrodinger's cat, victory or defeat, life or death, all uncertain. This time, the stakes were the lives of everyone present. If they won, it would be a joyous victory. If they lost, it would mean total annihilation. Song Feng didn't fear death, but he couldn't bear the thought of dragging Jiang Yi and the others down with him. Under this immense pressure, his mental defenses finally began to crack. Jiang Ye's words acted like a switch, releasing the pent-up anxiety that had been building inside him. Jiang Yi slowly knelt down, pulling Song Feng into an embrace, and softly said, Xiaofeng, believe in yourself. Everything will turn out for the better. It will, I promise. Jiang Yi, as the captain of the special squad for decades, deeply understood the art of maintaining his team members' morale. Standing calmly yet firmly before Song Feng, he said, You're not a god. You don't have to be perfect. Even if there's an abyss ahead, it's a choice we all made together. Besides, the outcome is uncertain. How do you know your judgment is wrong? Perhaps the enemy's delay in appearing is a tactic to shake your resolve and disturb your thoughts. In times like these, it's crucial to stay calm. These words had the desired effect, and Song Feng's tense expression gradually softened. Just then, an abrupt, piercing laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha ha. With the laugh, the parasitic insects retreated from the rock like a receding tide. Only then did the group see the outside scene clearly. Dozens of figures in green robes emerged from behind the trees, encircling the rock. One man, dressed in a purple-gold robe with a lewd smile, stepped forward and made an exaggerated bow. I am Fang Tianming, the 10th Lord of the Gu King's Hall. I've long heard of the famous Sword Demon Special Squad. Today, I see that your reputation is well-deserved. Jiang Yi stood up, frowning in thought for a moment. Gu King's Hall? Never heard of it. That's understandable, Fang Tianming replied with a smile. We've never crossed paths before. But you should be familiar with the Shadow Assassins, right? You all belong to the Dark Alliance? Jiang Ye's hand instinctively moved to his sword hilt. Fang Tianming nodded and then sneered. You've always been under the jurisdiction of the Shadow Assassins, but they're useless. They failed to capture you for so long. Now that you've strayed into the territory of the Gu King's Hall, capturing you will surely elevate my position as the 10th Lord. He turned his gaze to Song Feng. Kid, there's a bounty on your head within the Dark Alliance. Capturing you will promote me to the 9th Lord. A contemptuous smile spread across his face. If it weren't for you, the Sword Demon Squad would have been finished long ago. Jiang Yi immediately stepped in front of Song Feng, but Song Feng gently patted his shoulder. Uncle Jiang, let me handle this. He stepped forward, his worried expression replaced by a calm smile. Seeing this, an inexplicable unease rose within Fang Tianming. You guys really know how to hide, Song Feng chuckled. Forcing me to put on a show? Huh? How long were you planning to hide like rats? What? Fang Tianming's pupils constricted. You were pretending earlier? Chen Bing and the others were equally shocked, except for Jiang Yi, who had a slight smile on his lips. Song Feng shrugged. If I didn't act convincingly, how would you have shown yourself so quickly? Veins bulged on Fang Tianming's forehead. How did you discover us? That's something you don't need to know, Song Feng replied. He had devised a plan after listening to Pozi's account. The enemy's delay in appearing clearly indicated they were waiting for the right moment to strike when the team was exhausted and demoralized. So, he secretly informed Jiang Yi and staged this act. It was a risky gamble, but it paid off. Fang Tianming sneered. Even if you lured us out, so what? You can't escape this trap. Is that so? Song Feng raised an eyebrow, making Fang Tianming's unease deepen. Stop pretending. Fang Tianming snapped. Surrender now, or I'll let you experience the agony of being devoured by parasitic insects. Please, I wasn't raised to be scared. Song Feng rolled his eyes. Threats don't work on me. In that case, enough talk. Fang Tianming, now enraged, ordered. Finish them quickly. Dozens of green-robed figures leapt into the air, positioning themselves among the ancient trees. They formed seals with their hands, and green light emanated from their palms. Heavenly Nether Goo Dragon, materialize. Countless parasitic insects ascended and coalesced, gradually forming a massive dragon. Its entire body was a dazzling black, as if illuminated by a rainbow. Seeing this, Song Feng merely smiled calmly. Impressive, but what's the use? Heh, I can't tell if you're just fearless like a newborn calf or desperately trying to hide your panic. Fang Tianming sneered, confidence gleaming in his eyes. The Tianming Goo Dragon is formed from hundreds of thousands of goo insects, its power rivaling that of a 9-turn master. What makes you think you can stand against it? He was practically betting the entire foundation of the 10th Hall on this move, aiming to swiftly take down the entire Sword Ghost squad. After multiple failed attempts by the Shadow Assassins, Fang Tianming appeared arrogant but was actually very cautious. He played his strongest card, intending to end things quickly. Oh, so confident. Song Feng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling on his lips. Let's see if your little bug is stronger, or if my resolve is tougher. It's called the Tianming Goo Dragon. Oh, a little bug. Goo Dragon. Oh, a little bug. Fang Tianming knew continuing the argument would only humiliate him further, so he swallowed his anger and fell silent. But inwardly he thought, this glib-tongued brat, this might be the last time you speak to me in such a manner. What's wrong? Are you scared? Song Feng's face still wore an innocent smile. You. Fang Tianming could no longer hold back, shouting, Tianming Goo Dragon, attack! A deafening roar reverberated, more like a fierce beast's howl than a dragon's cry. The Tianming Goo Dragon opened its massive jaws, forming a multicolored sphere of light. The surrounding space began to distort, creating swirling currents. In that critical moment, several chains glinted with cold light, shooting through the air like serpents. One chain struck the light sphere with precision. Fang Tianming and the other green-robed Goo masters were stunned, clearly not expecting this outcome. Following the chains back, they saw Song Feng with his hands raised, chains continuously shooting from his palms, none other than the legendary eel's chains. He actually made a move. Isn't he supposed to be support? Fang Tianming was shaken to his core, about to order a counterattack, when a loud boom erupted. The Tianming Goo Dragon's spell was forcibly interrupted, the light sphere exploding in its mouth. The blinding light illuminated the dark sky, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Fang Tianming quickly turned away, using his hand to block the light. When the intense light faded, the sight before Fang Tianming made his pupils contract. Everyone had vanished, including the Goo masters in the ancient tree. Only countless dying Goo insects remained on the ground, clearly suffering severe backlash. Just as he was trying to regain his composure, a cold, hard object pressed against the back of his head. Don't move, or you die, came a cold warning from behind. Fang Tianming dared not move, his body trembling slightly. Who are you? We were just chatting, and now you don't recognize us? Song Feng's figure appeared before him, still with that faint smile. Song Feng, you despicable wretch. Hey, why the insults? Song Feng chuckled lightly. Who said you can't interrupt someone while they're casting? Just standing by and watching your opponent play their trump card, wouldn't that be pure idiocy? Don't you agree, Mr. Fang Tianming? Fang Tianming was at a loss for words. But, aren't you supposed to be support? And who said support can't take the initiative? Fang Tianming gritted his teeth. Song Feng, I thought using the Tianming Goo Dragon would be enough to capture you, but I underestimated you. This time, I admit defeat, but next time. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Song Feng's smile remained gentle, but his actions were merciless. Chains shot from his palms, binding the escaping Fang Tianming tightly. What? My Mingyuan escape technique has failed. Fang Tianming's face was etched with disbelief and shock. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The Mingyuan escape technique, his ultimate lifesaver, had previously allowed him to escape from the grasp of top-tier warriors, even when heavily restrained. But now, this once reliable skill had completely failed him. To make matters worse, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him, causing his vision to blur and his stance to waver. Trying to escape from the chains of eels? You must be dreaming, Song Feng sneered. This is a god-level skill. Do you even understand the value of a god-level skill? Before he finished speaking, Song Feng closed in at lightning speed, delivering a precise chop to the back of Fang Tianming's neck. The latter collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness completely. Uncle Chen, he's all yours, Song Feng instructed, turning his head. Chan Bing rubbed his hands together, a grin of excitement spreading across his face. Brother Feng, don't worry. I guarantee there won't be any slip-ups. Song Feng nodded in approval and then turned to the others. Uncle Fan, Sister Mu, Uncle Long, Uncle Bai, you four are responsible for tracking down those goo masters. After the light sphere explosion, the Tianming goo dragon was heavily injured, and those 36 goo masters were blasted away by the backlash. Their fates are unknown. Remember, we need them dead or alive. The four nodded in unison and vanished into the night. Only 4 people and the unconscious Feng Tianming remained at the scene. Song Feng crouched among the scattered goo insects, meticulously searching for something. Xiao Feng, what are you looking for? Zhang Yi approached and asked, we already have the dragon scale grass. Is there something else among these goo insects worth searching for? Suddenly, Song Feng sprang to his feet, a look of ecstatic joy spreading across his face. He quickly turned around, holding up an object. Uncle Jiang, look at this. It was a blue goo worm, weakly wriggling on the ground, its breath faint. Zhang Yi squinted his eyes to observe closely and found that this worm's aura was very similar to the one they encountered before. That's right. Song Feng nodded in confirmation. It's because of this familiar aura that we found this place. Although I'm not sure of its origin, I believe it's extraordinary and could be very useful. His gaze swept over the scattered goo worm swarm, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. There should be plenty more here. Uncle Jiang, please stand guard. With Jiang Ye's agreement, Song Feng squatted down and carefully searched through the goo worms on the ground. He occasionally picked one up for a closer look and, once confirmed, would store it in the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl could store living creatures, ensuring the survival of these goo worms. Just as Song Feng finished his selection, Fandahua and his group of 4 returned, dragging several burlap sacks, but Fandahua's face looked grim. Uncle Fan, what happened? Song Feng asked. Fandahua hesitated for a moment before speaking in a low voice. We only brought back 35 people. Seeing Song Feng's confusion, he took out a blood-stained yellow leaf from his pocket. Scrawled on it were the words, "The Goo King Palace will make you wish you were dead. The blood is still fresh. So whoever wrote this must have just left." Fandahua lowered his head in guilt. Sorry, we couldn't complete the mission. Bai Jing angrily punched a tree, and Nangong Mu raised his spear, ready to give chase, but was stopped by Song Feng. To err is human. It's just one person escaping. There's no need to be overly concerned, Song Feng said calmly. But he might inform the Goo King Palace, Nangong Mu said worriedly. That is, if he can escape alive, Song Feng smiled. Do you know who is guarding the secret realm's exit? Everyone looked at each other in realization the lone sword immortal. At that moment, a man in a green robe was limping towards the exit of the secret realm. He was panting heavily, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. I am the sole survivor of the 10th palace. If I can get this information out, I will surely be handsomely rewarded and become the new king of the 10th palace. As he passed through the spatial vortex, he saw 2 white-robed elders waiting there. Just as the man was about to ask if they were his escorts, he suddenly felt a large hand tightly gripping his throat. Brother Long, it seems the Sword Demon Squad still needs improvement to make such a rookie mistake. Lu Daotian shook his head. Mistakes help us grow. Cleaning up the mess is the job of us old folks, Long Mubai said, slightly relaxing his grip. Only then did the man in the green robe see that the supposed escort, Delu, was hanging upside down from a tree, a sock stuffed in his mouth, eyes bloodshot. Heaven is dooming the Goo King Palace. The man in the green robe thought in despair. This mission is now concluded. Everyone, take a brief rest and prepare to head back home. The joy of a successful mission was evident on everyone's faces, except for Pa, who looked somber and kept glancing around as if searching for something. Song Feng noticed this unusual behavior and walked over, gently patting him on the shoulder. Mr. Pa, could you share the story of your comrade with me? Pa hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly. You're the first person to ask me that. Leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, he began to speak slowly. The missing comrade was Mitty, one of the first professionals to follow Pa. They had faced countless dangers together, forging a deep bond of life and death. With Mitty's unwavering support, Pa successfully ascended to the position of Kasha. However, their good fortune did not last long. In a fierce battle with the Dragon Flame Special Squad over a vital essence, Pa's elite team was decimated, and everyone was severely injured. Mitty's injuries were the most critical, requiring a rare poisonous herb for treatment. Through certain channels, Mitty learned that this herb grew in the poisonous forest of the Valley of Dragons. Pa sent people to the poisonous forest multiple times to find it, but none returned. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. At that time, Pa was also suffering from internal injuries and could not go himself. Just as he was about to offer a substantial reward to recruit strong fighters, news came that Mitty had gone to the poisonous forest alone. When Pa arrived, he found Midi's jade pendant 100 meters from the Black River. Since then, Midi had seemingly disappeared from the world, and despite countless searches over the decades, Pa had found no trace of him. After hearing the story, Song Feng fell into deep thought. A living person disappearing without a trace, not even leaving behind any remains, was highly unusual. Even stranger was that those previously sent to find the herb had also vanished without a trace. Mr. Pa, can you take me to the place where you found the jade pendant? This forest might be hiding some secrets, Song Feng said with a serious expression. Pa nodded in agreement and led the group forward. Chen Bing followed closely, carrying a sack containing the unconscious Feng Tianming, with the others trailing behind. Upon reaching the destination, Song Feng carefully observed the surroundings. The trees here were noticeably denser than in other areas. After some contemplation, he turned to Pa. May I ask what Midi's profession was? Pa looked troubled, took a deep breath and replied. Actually, Midi was a toxicologist, a rare profession skilled in poison making, handling, and control. Noticing Song Feng's puzzled look, he added, the reason I hesitated is that toxicologists, like witch doctors, are not recognized by society and are seen as symbols of evil. But Midi was a kind person who never did anything wrong, yet he was still treated with disdain and regarded as an evil figure. Upon hearing this, Song Feng's brows furrowed deeply, his expression turning serious. There is no inherent good or evil in any profession. It is the people who define them, Pa said with a bitter smile and a look of deep helplessness in his eyes. But in reality, how many people truly think this way? Prejudices are like insurmountable mountains in people's hearts. Seeing the dim look in Pa's eyes, Song Feng felt a heavy weight in his heart. Throughout his past and present lives, prejudice had always been a constant shadow. Even when people loudly proclaim the need to discard biases, it often remains just empty rhetoric. As someone labeled as part of a worthless profession, Song Feng deeply understood this. Fortunately, he had encountered classmates and a school free of such prejudices. Song Feng reached out and patted Pa's shoulder, speaking firmly, Mr. Pa, you know better than I do that this world is one where the strong prevail and power dictates voice. To change the world, we must first change ourselves. This kind of prejudice can be shattered with strength. Pa stood stunned, unable to react for a long time. He knew Song Feng was only 18, but the depth and weariness in the young man's eyes suggested a life experience far beyond his years. Song Feng seemed to drift into a memory, murmuring to himself, this world is far more complex than I imagined. Growing up in a sheltered environment means never gaining true experience. Without personally understanding the warmth and coldness of humanity, the deceit and kindness, it's all just empty talk. My wings are ready. It's time to soar. He quietly resolved that once he left Wanlong Valley, he would share his plans with Jiang Yi. This wasn't about going solo, but about seeking a new path for growth. Just then, a startled shout interrupted Song Feng's thoughts. What the heck? This tree is hollow. Song Feng quickly walked over to investigate. When he saw the scene before him, he was taken aback. There's a spatial vortex here? A fist-sized hole suddenly appeared in the pitch-black tree trunk, revealing a dark void with a faintly glowing vortex inside. Bai Jing stood to the side, scratching his head sheepishly. I got a bit impatient and punched the tree. Didn't expect it to be hollow. The other trees I hit before were pretty solid. Old Bai, you really are one lucky fool. Chun Bing exclaimed, patting Bai Jing on the shoulder excitedly. Song Feng examined the vortex closely and nodded slightly. Looks like a blind cat found a dead rat. We're one step closer to the truth. As Par saw the vortex, his eyes filled with hope. He instinctively stepped forward, reaching out to touch it. Midi might be in there. This could be the key to solving everything. Mr. Pars, it's not wise to rush in now, Song Feng said, pulling him back with a serious expression. I promise to help you uncover the truth about Midi's disappearance, but not right now. Pars paused, turning to Song Feng. You said you'll help me? Of course, Song Feng nodded solemnly. After all, you've helped me too. Their eyes met, and Pars felt an inexplicable sense of trust. All right, I believe you. Song Feng smiled warmly. Don't worry, I won't let you down. They then began to secure the area. Nangongmu used his red-tasseled spear to carve wooden pieces to fill the hole, while Long Emo stitched them tightly with silk threads. Song Feng marked the nearby trees with special symbols and arranged intricate signs on the ground with branches. They chose not to explore the vortex immediately due to several considerations. The prisoners from the Gu King's palace were still in the sacks, Jiang Yi and others were physically and mentally exhausted, and Long Mubai was waiting outside the secret realm. Delaying too long would certainly cause concern. Upon their return, they saw Long Mubai and Lu Daotian meditating in midair, with two figures hanging upside down from a tree. After a brief conversation, Song Feng reported the discovery of the green essence, which surprisingly elicited a rare expression of astonishment from the powerful Long Mubai. Meanwhile, Qin Bing and Bai Jing amused themselves by poking at the suspended Dulu and the green-robed Gu Master with branches, giving these once arrogant members of the Dark Alliance a taste of true suffering. Song Feng stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Drew with a hint of pity. Mr. Drew, why are you doing this? You have such a good position, yet you still think of joining the Dark Alliance. What kind of offer did they make you? Drew, with a sock stuffed in his mouth, could only produce muffled whimpers. Song Feng signaled to the side. Uncle Chun, take the sock out of his mouth. Chen Bing, holding a branch, skillfully removed the sock from Drew's mouth. Drew coughed violently a few times, glaring fiercely at Chen Bing and Bai Jing before his expression softened when he turned to Song Feng. Do you know how much the Dark Alliance values you? Drew rasped. Your abilities far exceed their expectations. If they don't eliminate you soon, you'll become a major threat to them. Multiple departments are already after you. Song Feng frowned slightly. Why are you telling me this? I need your help, Drew said solemnly. I'm willing to die, but my family is innocent. They know nothing about my true identity. I'm offering this information in exchange for their safety. Why did you join the Dark Alliance if you knew the consequences? A trace of bitterness flashed in Drew's eyes. Kid, the world isn't fair. Some people are born in Rome, while others can never reach it in their lifetime. You're a rare genius, so you can't understand the plight of ordinary people. You've never had to beg, never been looked down upon, never fought for a few scraps of silver. I only have this job because of the Dark Alliance. In this cruel world, how can ordinary people without talent survive? Listening to Drew's choked words, Song Feng fell into deep thought. His world had always been beautiful. Kind classmates, a healthy father, and powerful protectors. He never had to worry about food or shelter, only needing to live peacefully. Through his conversations with Paz and Drew, his understanding of the world grew clearer. Though he couldn't change things now, he silently vowed to alter the status quo once he became powerful and influential. Mr. Drew, thank you for the information. In return, I promise your family will be safe. Song Feng pledged earnestly. Drew looked into Song Feng's determined eyes and slowly closed his own, as if making a final decision. Moments later, he turned to Long Mubai. I've made up my mind. I'm willing to offer my complete Yuan Shan. A flash of sword light severed the ropes binding Drew. Song Feng quickly supported him, puzzled. What is Yuan Shan? What kind of deal are you making? Drew explained that Yuan Shan is the essence of one's consciousness, containing all memories. To prevent leaks, the Dark Alliance plants a malevolent curse in each member's mind. If someone tries to forcefully extract information, both the subject and the extractor would die. Only by willingly offering one's Yuan Shan can the curse be avoided, at the cost of one's life. Gripping Song Feng's hand tightly, Drew said, I'm betting my life. Don't let me down. Song Feng nodded solemnly. As long as I'm alive, I'll protect your family. Drew began a hand incantation, and a golden light flew from his forehead, forming a vague little figure. As the Yuan Shan left his body, Drew lost all strength and collapsed. Song Feng caught him gently, laying him down and closing his eyes softly. Mr. Drew, I will fulfill your wish. The golden figure floated towards Long Mubai, who saw the dark energy entwined around its forehead, confirming the curse's presence. After securing the Yuan Shan, Long Mubai turned to the green-robed Gu Master, his voice icy. What about you? Will you offer your Yuan Shan willingly for your wish, or choose a fate worse than death? Under Long Mubai's overwhelming pressure, the green-robed Gu Master fainted, and the group had no choice but to put him in a sack and carry him away. Back at the villa, Pass put away his communication jade and introduced himself to everyone, saying, I will be fully responsible for your living arrangements. A kind smile lit up his face. Great, now we don't have to worry about the Dark Alliance, Chen Bing remarked, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Song Feng looked seriously at Pass. Mr. Pass, please inform your superiors that Drew's family is innocent. Pass nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I've already informed them. They won't trouble Drew's family. Could you take us to visit Drew's family? Song Feng asked. Pass readily agreed to look into the matter. Meanwhile, Fang Tianming and the other Gu masters from the Gu King Hall were imprisoned in a special cage set up by Long Mubai, which was impossible to break out of without 9-turn strength. Song Feng took out a green block he had obtained from Wanlong Valley. Grandpa Long, this is the essence I mentioned, and there's a dragon scale herb attached to it. Long Mubai carefully examined the essence in his hand, astonished by its massive size and unique energy properties, so different from what he had seen before. He curiously asked Song Feng how he knew its name. Song Feng explained that he had learned about it from Pass, mentioning that Pass had once competed with the Long Yin Special Squad for a similar treasure. This information caused a subtle but noticeable reaction in Long Mubai and Lu Daotian, though they tried to hide it. Zhang Yi and Song Feng both picked up on the significance. Long Mubai elaborated on the importance of the essence site could help dozens of practitioners break through to 8-turn and, more importantly, enhanced the national defense array and the defenses of the demon cavern. He recounted how a previous white essence had helped establish a network of spatial tunnels between the demon caverns, improving their efficiency in combating beast tides. In the end, Song Feng decided to turn over the life force-laden essence to the nation, pledging his service to the country. Lung Mubai promised to report their achievements accurately and secure the best resource rewards for the Sword Ghost squad. Xiao Feng, when do you plan to set off for the next target? Grandpa Lung's question broke the silence in the room. We're not planning to leave just yet, Song Feng replied seriously. In the poison mist forest, we discovered a hidden spatial vortex within a tree trunk. Considering this might be related to Pa's disappearance, I want to investigate it with him. Lung Mubai nodded slightly. Repaying kindness is a good thing. This spatial vortex might be a hidden quest. But remember, if you encounter something you can't handle, retreat immediately and don't force a fight. As he spoke, he took out a jade pendant and performed a hand gesture, sending 3 streams of light into it. This jade pendant can store 3 sword energies, which is its limit. Any more, and it will shatter. In critical moments, it can save your life. Song Feng respectfully accepted the life-saving artifact crafted by a 9-turn master. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Grandpa Long, what was it you wanted my help with earlier? Oh, I almost forgot, Lu Daotian exclaimed, slapping his forehead, but was quickly interrupted by Long Mubai. It's too early to discuss that now. At the very least, wait until he reaches the 7-turn stage. As the 2 elders were leaving, Lung Mubai specifically reminded, this is within the borders of the Northern Bear Kingdom, so act with caution. We'll interrogate the people from the Gu King Hall and clear out the Dark Alliance camps in Dragon Kingdom's territory before coming to meet you. During their rest period, Song Feng decided to visit Drew's family. With Pa's help, they quickly learned that Drew's family consisted of 3 members, a blind mother, a wife who was a 2-turn mage teaching at a high school, and an 18-year-old daughter who recently awakened a hidden profession. When they arrived at the outskirts of Saya City, the sight of the dilapidated wooden house and muddy surroundings made it hard to believe this was part of the Northern Bear Kingdom's capital. They rang the doorbell of a blue house. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, answered the door and fumbled her way down the steps. Just as she was about to fall, Song Feng used his ethereal technique to catch her in time. When he met her cloudy, vacant eyes, his pupils contracted sharply. How could one describe those eyes? Hollow yet profound, as if they held an entire galaxy within. Young man, come in and have a seat, the elderly woman said, her hands trembling as she held onto the gate. Song Feng quickly stepped forward to help her, fully opening the door and leading his companions inside. A faint fragrance greeted them, inexplicably calming their hearts. The elderly woman fumbled around, trying to find some fruits to offer her guests, but nearly stumbled several times due to her poor vision. Grandma, there's no need to trouble yourself. We're here to discuss important matters today. Song Feng gently guided her to a seat, his tone warm. Ah, then let's get straight to it, the elderly woman replied, her face still adorned with a kind smile. Mr. Drew needs to go abroad for work for a period of time. It's urgent, and he entrusted us to bring you some things, Song Feng said, taking out a small bag and handing it to her. This is Drew's salary, though we don't know the exact amount. While no amount of money can replace a life, this should be enough to support a family for decades. All right, the elderly woman nodded. Do you know when my son will return? Song Feng was momentarily speechless, torn between not wanting to reveal the harsh truth and not wanting to deceive her. As he hesitated, Zhang Yi spoke up. Ma'am, Mr. Drew mentioned it could take about 3 years, but it's uncertain. 3 years, that's quite a long time. The elderly woman sighed. Clara will probably cry a lot. Missing her father, Song Feng felt a pang in his heart. The words actually forever stuck in his throat, unable to come out. He turned to Pa, only to find him staring intently at the elderly woman, his brows furrowed as if he had discovered something unbelievable. At that moment, the door was suddenly flung open. A blonde girl appeared at the entrance, her features delicate but her gaze cold and wary as she assessed the strangers in the room. Clara, these are your father's friends, the elderly woman quickly explained. Just leave after delivering the stuff, Clara said coldly. Despite the elderly woman's efforts to keep them for a meal, the 3 were escorted out by Clara. Who exactly are you? Clara kept her distance from them. My father never had friends. You must be lying. Song Feng admitted they weren't actually Drew's friends, merely delivering items on command. But when Pa explained that Drew was on a mission, Clara let out a cold laugh. Heh, such lies might fool my grandma, she said, turning her head slightly, her voice icy. I bet he's dead, isn't he? As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of Song Feng and his companions immediately changed. Ha, judging by your reactions, I must be right, Clara sneered. I suppose it has something to do with that organization he joined? Song Feng's face darkened. You knew about this? Why didn't you stop him? Stop him? Clara looked up at the sky, her tone filled with helplessness. He was so determined that he even attacked my mother to join that organization. How was I supposed to stop him? With my life? She turned to Song Feng, her eyes as calm as still water. Besides, if it weren't for the resources he kept sending back, how would our family survive? The three of them fell silent. Clara turned away, her head lowered, her body trembling slightly as suppressed sobs could be faintly heard. Song Feng took a step forward and said directly, Miss Clara, I am sorry. It was our fault that he died. Clara spun around, tears blurring her blue eyes, her previously calm gaze now trembling slightly. Why did you have to kill him? He deceived us. Song Feng briefly explained the situation. Drew had first conspired with the night dancers to assassinate the Sword Ghost squad at a banquet. When that plan failed, he led people from the Gu King Hall to ambush them in the poison mist forest. Clara remained silent for a moment, her voice hoarse. I apologize on behalf of my father. If that's the truth, then he deserved to die. You did nothing wrong. Song Feng was surprised by her rational attitude. Even in the face of the death of a loved one, she could still maintain objective judgment. You can leave. I won't tell my grandmother or mother, Clara said, turning to the side. There is no grudge between us, and I will not seek revenge. Song Feng took out a silk pouch and a communication jade. This is from Mr. Drew for you. Before Clara could refuse, he placed the items in her hand. The pills in the pouch are enough to help you advance to the 5th stage. If the Dark Alliance or the Northern Bear Kingdom officials cause trouble, use the communication jade to seek help. Clara thanked him softly, then asked, You said the organization is called the Dark Alliance? Song Feng nodded in confirmation and reminded her to reach out if she encountered any trouble. Clara's attitude noticeably softened, and she even apologized for her earlier coldness. When Song Feng asked if the Dark Alliance had visited, Clara mentioned only remembering some visitors whose presence was unsettling. As they left, Song Feng noticed Pa was still lost in thought. After some discussion, Pa finally recalled the identity of the old lady they had met, the former steried Empress Kardashian, one of the previous top 10 Kasha. Despite Song Feng's skepticism, Pa insisted on his judgment, given that the Kasha badge had been passed down to him by her. However, he was puzzled as to why the once greatest eye technique master of Blue Star was now blind. Ultimately, with Song Feng's reminder, Pa realized that Kardashian might have her own plans. If she wanted to reveal her identity, she would have done so upon hearing Pa's name. Haha. Song Feng could only describe the situation as classic. Song Feng and his two companions returned to the villa. At the entrance, Pa bid farewell to Song Feng and Jiang Yi before turning and disappearing into the night. Uncle Jiang, what do you think? Song Feng asked, clearly inquiring about the true identity of the elderly woman who claimed to be Kardashian. Jiang Yi thought for a moment, his expression serious. I believe the old woman's identity is genuine. I felt a special kind of pressure from her. It's not the kind of pressure that comes from a higher realm, but rather the kind of aura that only someone who has held a high position for many years would have. Song Feng nodded. Perhaps because of his lower cultivation level, he hadn't been able to sense the vague pressure Jiang Yi mentioned. Uncle Jiang, you can go ahead with your tasks. I'll head back to my room to refine some pills. Once in his room, Song Feng suddenly remembered something important. Darn it! He slapped his forehead in frustration and took out dozens of goo insects. These insects were of various colors, predominantly blue, each containing extraordinary power. He had intended to ask Long Mubai about their origins, but had forgotten. Well, I'll ask next time. Song Feng examined the insects carefully but couldn't figure anything out, so he put them away. He then took out the Yuan heavenly furnace and neatly arranged the medicinal herbs. He decided to spend the next 3 days improving his proficiency in the Flame Emperor's soul descent technique. Ideally, he would elevate it to 5 stars, but that seemed unlikely. After all, the skill had just reached 4 stars and would require the refinement of at least 1,000 pills to advance further. For the next 3 days, Song Feng immersed himself in pill refinement. As his proficiency increased, the quality of his pills became more stable. Even on a bad day, he could produce high-quality pills. On a good day, creating top-grade pills was a breeze. Besides refining pills, he also took time to enchant weapons. These finished products were handed over to Jiang Yi, who delivered them to the Dragon Nation's treasury to be distributed to various talented individuals. This was Song Feng's unique way of nurturing talent for his country. 3 days flew by quickly, and the day of the appointment with Pa arrived. Fortunately, everything went smoothly during this period, with no unexpected incidents. At the entrance to the Wanlong Valley's secret realm, Pa had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Song Feng, let's go in directly, he said urgently, clearly concerned about the safety of his comrades. Song Feng stopped him and handed out 7 pouches to the group. Pa opened one and couldn't help but swallow hard another batch of precious pill packages. Among them were high-quality pills and even a few top-grade ones, which were highly sought after in the outside world. Yet, Song Feng distributed them as if they were candy, showing no sign of reluctance. This made Pa even more curious about Song Feng's true identity. Not only did he have the top team of the Dragon Nation protecting him, but he could also freely enter the Northern Bear Nation, and even the Dark Alliance showed interest in him. Whether it was resources, money, or connections, Song Feng seemed to lack nothing. Mr. Song Feng, I haven't even finished the pills you gave me last time. I can't accept these. Pa hesitated before finally speaking up. Song Feng waved it off nonchalantly. I have too many pills. If you don't want them, just toss them in the bushes. I can't be bothered to take them back. With that, he put his hands behind his head and leisurely walked toward the portal. Toss them? Pa couldn't bear the thought and quickly stowed the pouches, hurrying to catch up with Song Feng. Lowering his voice, he asked, Mr. Song Feng, I've always wanted to ask, who is your backer? How can you be so generous? My backer? Song Feng chuckled as he stepped into the portal, followed closely by Jiang Yi and the others. Just when Pa thought he wouldn't get an answer, a voice drifted back to him. The entire Dragon Nation is my backer. Pa was stunned, finding it hard to believe. The entire Dragon Nation? Hey, foreigner, let's go. If you don't move, we'll leave you here. Bai Jing's shout snapped him back to reality. Pa looked at the simple-minded Bai Jing and thought he might know something. Mr. Bai Jing, do you know Mr. Song Feng's hidden identity? Huh, Brother Feng's identity? Bai Jing scratched his head. He's the newest member of our Sword Ghost team. I'm asking about his backer. Pa thought this guy wasn't very bright. Bai Jing thought for a moment and then grinned. Our Dragon Nation is his backer. So I didn't mishear. Pa nodded to himself. No wonder Song Feng was so confident, with the entire Dragon Nation backing him. This made Pa admire Song Feng even more. To receive such support from the nation's top brass, his talent must be extraordinary. Steadying himself, Pa stepped into the spatial vortex. Knowing Song Feng's true backer gave him more confidence in this secret realm exploration. This journey would surely unveil the mysteries of Wanlong Valley. This time, they didn't encounter any monsters on the level of the Wind Fury Dragon. Following the marker Song Feng had left earlier, the group smoothly reached the location of the spatial vortex deep within the poison mist forest. Bai Jing punched a thick tree trunk, instantly creating a hole big enough for a person to pass through. To everyone's delight, they found the spatial vortex still floating there, intact. Mr. Song Feng, let me go in first, Pa volunteered, since finding Midi was his personal mission. Song Feng, however, shook his head and refused. I'll go in first. This statement left everyone stunned. Brother Feng, don't joke around. Chen Bing quickly raised his hand. How about I go? Even if there's danger, I can use spatial teleportation to escape. Bai Jing pushed aside the smaller Chen Bing, showing off his robust frame. With your small build, don't try to be a hero. Brother Feng, let me go. I'm not afraid of death. Zhang Yi asked solemnly, Xiao Feng, why do you want to go first? I can use the ethereal immortal technique to enter a phase state, Song Feng explained. Even if I encounter a strong enemy, I won't get hurt. Besides, I have Grandpa Lung's sword aura for protection. Even against a 9-turn monster, I can hold my own for a while. The situation inside the spatial vortex is unknown, and I can move more flexibly on my own. Seeing that everyone was convinced, Song Feng softly chanted, Ethereal Immortal Technique. His form gradually became translucent, almost transparent. After passing through the vortex, Song Feng found himself in an area shrouded in dense toxic gas. The system prompt indicated that this place was Heavenly Poison Mountain. The green toxic mist obscured vision, reducing visibility to just 10 meters. Holy Lotus Bloom! As the spell was cast, a pure white lotus flower blossomed, purifying all the toxic gas within a radius of 200 meters. The view cleared up, and the outline of a mountain range could be vaguely seen in the distance. As Song Feng was contemplating whether to signal his companions to come in, he heard a faint rustling from his right. He turned alertly and shouted, Show yourself! The shadow flitted around, always maintaining a distance from Song Feng, like a mischievous child playing a game. Finally, the shadow stopped 3 meters away from him. When Song Feng saw the true form of the shadow, his pupils contracted, and his voice trembled. Are you a human or a ghost? Are you human or ghost? Song Feng's voice trembled slightly. The sight before him made him involuntarily step back. The face looked as though it had been gnawed by countless ants, covered with tiny holes, swollen blisters rising and falling, some already festering. The most horrifying were the bulging eyes and the exposed teeth, with hardly any intact skin to be found. The shadowy figure, though human-shaped, had been corroded beyond recognition. Song Feng felt his scalp tingle, and every hair on his body stood on end. What are you? Song Feng asked warily. The shadow only stared at him with those bulging eyes, its teeth continuously moving as if chewing something or trying to speak. Seeing no response, Song Feng tentatively took a step forward. The shadow immediately reacted, shaking its head wildly. moving so fast it left after images. This sudden movement startled Song Feng, making him retreat a few steps. Is it trying to stop me from going deeper? Song Feng thought to himself. Though he didn't know the figure's identity or intentions, he was determined to find out. Hey, look over there. Song Feng exaggeratedly pointed behind the shadow. When it turned to look, he quietly slipped away. Realizing it had been tricked, the shadow went berserk, clawing at its head, breathing heavily, and crashing through the forest without regard for the trees in its path. Song Feng hid nearby, observing the bizarre scene. Could there be some secret hidden deep within the Tiandu mountain? Or perhaps some terrifying presence? Either way, I need to investigate. I might find clues about Midi's disappearance. Meanwhile, outside the spatial vortex. Should we go in now? I feel like Feng might be in danger, Qinbing said worriedly. No. Jiang Yi decisively rejected the idea. Rushing in could disrupt Song Feng's plan. As they debated, a sudden gust of wind approached from behind. Jiang Yi quickly turned and swung his sword. The clash of the blade and the unidentified object rang out, sending a cloud of yellow dust into the air. When the dust settled, a handsome man with a lazy smile stood revealed. Lucas. Pa recognized the newcomer. After a brief conversation, it became clear that this man was Lucas, the venomous king, one of the 10 Kasha, and Pa's successor to the Kasha title. Just as Lucas was about to leave, he noticed something. Why is there a spatial vortex here? Upon hearing this, Paz and Jiang Yi exchanged a wary glance. Paz immediately stepped forward, leaned close to Lucas's ear, and spoke in a low, serious tone. Lucas, this isn't something you should be concerned about. Knowing too much might bring you deadly trouble. Lucas raised an eyebrow, a playful smile appearing on his face. Oh, deadly trouble? Senior Paz, are you threatening me? Glad you understand. Paz's voice was as cold as ice. He had never liked Lucas, and this mission to find Midi could not afford any mistakes. And what if I don't heed your warning? Lucas's smile widened, his expression calm and fearless. Are you going to make a move against me? In your current state, how much of a chance do you stand against me? Paz's anger surged, but he had to swallow his words. Indeed, in his not fully recovered state, he was no match for Lucas. Moreover, Lucas was one of the top 10 Kasha of the North Bear Nation, and rash action would only bring more trouble. Hey kid. Vanderwall stepped forward, unwilling to back down. He might not dare to touch you, but we won't be so polite. Oh. Lucas's smile didn't falter. Knowing my identity and still wanting to make a move, it seems you really are from the Dragon Nation Special Squad. Too bad. This is the North Bear Nation, not your Dragon Nation. As he spoke, he clapped his hands twice. In an instant, more than a dozen men in black trench coats leapt down from the ancient trees, surrounding Jiang Yi and his team. These men exuded powerful auras, the weakest being at the 7th rank, with even a few 8th rank professionals among them. Now, senior, still thinking of making a move? Lucas taunted Vanderwall. Paz glanced around, his brow furrowed. Lucas, you actually brought an elite squad here. What exactly are you planning? Didn't I say before? We're here for training, Lucas replied nonchalantly. Paz didn't believe him for a second. In the North Bear Nation, every Kasha had a 12-member elite squad, including 6 8th rank main forces and 6 7th rank support members. The number of people present, along with Lucas, made exactly 13, perfectly matching the standard configuration of a Kasha team. This made Paz suspicious. If the North Bear Nation's higher-ups knew that the Sword Demon Squad was entering the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, why did they agree to let Lucas's team accompany them? Was someone secretly plotting to bury the Sword Demon Squad in the secret realm? Lucas, what are you really up to? Paz demanded coldly. What could I possibly be up to? Why such hostility? Lucas shrugged, then bypassed Paz and headed towards the spatial vortex. Tisk, TSK. I never realized there was something so intriguing here. Where does this vortex lead? It's quite curious. He turned to Jiang Yi. Sir, are you planning to enter the vortex? How about we go together? Jiang Yi shook his head slightly. We don't intend to go in. We just happened to find it and wanted to observe. If you want to enter, we won't stop you. He stepped aside, making way for Lucas. Really? Lucas looked a bit surprised. Of course. Jiang Yi nodded calmly. All right then, men, let's go. Lucas turned and led his 12 black-clad men away. Just as Paz breathed a sigh of relief, Lucas suddenly stopped and waved back. Oh, by the way, see you around. After Lucas and his group had gone far enough, Paz finally relaxed completely. Mr. Paz, will he affect our plan? Jiang Yi asked. Paz thought for a moment, then nodded, his expression serious. Lucas is meticulous and cautious. He might come back to check or send someone to monitor us, which will restrict our actions. Moreover, his voice lowered. I don't think he's here for training. Then what do you think he's here for? Jiang Yi asked, puzzled. Paz hesitated for a moment. I feel like he's looking for something, maybe a person, or perhaps an artifact, Hearing this, Jiang Yi fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his eyes trembled slightly. Could he be looking for the essence core? This hypothesis is certainly bold. Pa carefully pondered the possible connection between Lucas and the essence, as well as Kasha's true purpose for venturing into the poison mist forest. They knew nothing about the origin of the essence, nor whether the Gu King Palace understood its value. They didn't even know if Lucas was aware of the essence's existence. Who cares what he wants? If he dares to mess with our plans, we'll take him down. Chen Bing waved dismissively. Exactly. This time, I'm with old Shan. Bai Jing immediately chimed in. Pa looked at the two meaningfully, raising an eyebrow slightly. Are you sure you can handle Kasha's elite squad? Not to mention Lucas might get involved. Even counting me, 13 against 7, what are our chances? This left Chen Bing and Bai Jing speechless. They had just witnessed the strength of Kasha's team. While they might not fear individual combat, facing a numerical advantage, even experts would struggle. Humph. Chen Bing snorted coldly. If Feng were here, I wouldn't be worried about 13 people, even 130 wouldn't faze me. Pa couldn't argue. He had seen Song Feng's prowess firsthand. He turned to look at the spatial vortex, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes, wondering why Song Feng hadn't sent a signal yet. Meanwhile, Song Feng was halfway up the heavenly poison mountain. The journey had been unusually quiet. Apart from the half-human, half-ghost figure abstract brother, he hadn't encountered a single monster. Although his 6-star ethereal technique could last another 3 hours, he decided to turn back for safety. As he turned, a twisted face suddenly appeared before him, startling him into taking several steps back. Upon closer inspection, it was abstract brother again, his mouth still silently moving. As Song Feng bypassed him, he inadvertently noticed a black diamond-shaped mark on his neck. This time, abstract brother simply watched Song Feng leave, neither pursuing nor hindering him. Even his restless mouth had ceased moving. Upon returning to the rendezvous point, everyone immediately gathered around. Feng, Xiao Feng, Mr. Song Feng. It's really Feng, alive and well. Chen Bing circled Song Feng, clicking his tongue in amazement. In response to Jiang Ye's inquiry, Song Feng detailed the situation on Heavenly Poison Mountain and his encounter with the mysterious abstract brother. When he mentioned the black diamond-shaped mark on the man's neck, Pa's reaction stunned everyone. Pa's eyes filled with tears, turning bloodshot as he stared intently at Song Feng, as if he had 1,000 words to say. He must be MIDI. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell into stunned silence, as if a thunderclap had just exploded within. Song Feng furrowed his brows, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked, Mr. Pa, are you deducing this based on that diamond-shaped pattern? That's right. Tears welled up in Pa's eyes, his voice choked with emotion. That was the mark I left on the 6 main team members when I was Kasha. He is MIDI, there's no doubt about it. The expressions of those present grew peculiar, especially Song Feng, whose face looked even more complicated. Having seen MIDI's current state firsthand, he knew that MIDI was no longer a normal human but more like a monster driven by some kind of obsession. MIDI's condition is very unstable. He may have already lost his past memories, Song Feng said with concern in his voice. Mr. Pa, are you sure you still want to meet him? Yes, Pa replied firmly, his eyes resolute. Whether MIDI is human or ghost now, I will bring him back safely to the North Bear Kingdom. Song Feng nodded, feeling a newfound respect for Pa's determination. Just as he was about to re-enter the spatial vortex, Jiang Yi reached out to stop him. Uncle Jiang. Jiang Yi quickly explained the situation. While you were in Tiandu Mountain, one of the top 10 Kasha, the venomous King Lucas, appeared here with 12 elite team members. He claimed to be here for training, but it's clear he has another motive. He has also discovered the existence of the spatial vortex. What? Why is he here? An ominous feeling surged in Song Feng's heart. After some discussion, it was decided that Chen Bing and Bai Jing would stay behind. Song Feng gave them 2 light meteor shields reinforced with star absorption enchantment as protection. As the 6 of them entered the spatial vortex one by one, they were immediately hit by a nauseating stench of rot. Song Feng quickly used the Holy Lotus Surge to disperse the poison gas within a 200-meter radius. At the foot of the mountain, they didn't find any trace of MIDI. Song Feng activated his insightful spirit eyes and discovered a trail of footprints leading up the mountain. Following the footprints, they eventually reached the summit. It was there that the footprints abruptly disappeared. Song Feng looked around, his pupils suddenly constricting. What is this? Not far away, a strange green toxic gas rose like steam, forming a cloud-like mass in midair. What is that? Following Song Feng's pointed finger, Jiang Yi and the others also noticed the unusual sight. On the ground, a vaguely moon crater-like outline was visible. Stay here and don't move, Song Feng said as he performed a mystical technique, his body becoming ethereal as he floated towards the target. Since the distance was less than 100 meters, he had no concern about Jiang Yi and the others leaving the protective range of the sacred lotus. As he approached the target, the scene before him left him speechless with shock. It was a massive circular pit filled with a bizarre green suspension. On this murky surface, a black figure stood out. It was the erratic abstract brother, also known as Midi. He was floating with his eyes closed, looking extraordinarily serene. Sensing Song Feng's gaze, abstract brother suddenly opened his bulging eyes. He was startled at first, then leaped from the water, appearing instantly before Song Feng. His black clothes, drenched and dripping green liquid, clung to him as he tried to speak, but only managed to produce incoherent sounds, gesturing wildly with his hands. Song Feng, accustomed to this behavior, sidestepped and pointed towards Pa in the distance. Hey, do you recognize that person? Abstract brother followed his finger, and a glimmer of light appeared in his previously dull eyes, a subtle change that did not escape Song Feng's notice. Is that you, Midi? Pa approached slowly, his voice tinged with uncertainty as he faced the unrecognizable abstract brother. Abstract brother snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with panic as he frantically waved his hands, signaling, "Stay away from me." Pa noticed the mark on abstract brother's neck and immediately confirmed his identity. He gently extended his hand. "Midi, come home with me." However, abstract brother continued to shake his head and retreat. Pa cautiously asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying? Nod if you can. Shake your head if you can't." Abstract brother shook his head, unknowingly falling into Pa's trap. Whether nodding or shaking, it proved he could understand. "Midi, is there something you can't talk about?" Pa asked carefully. Abstract brother's eyes became vacant, and he suddenly turned and jumped into the green pool, disappearing into the murky liquid. "Midi!" Pa cried out, rushing to the edge of the pool, utterly perplexed. "Mr. Song Feng, what should we do?" Song Feng frowned and thought, "You can't force someone to do something they don't want. Unless what? Unless you find the person responsible for turning Midi into this. Think carefully. Back when you were Kasha, who was the biggest threat?" Song Feng began to guide with pointed questions. "Who wants you out of power the most? Who wants to replace you? Who wants to see the Casa squad disbanded? Or, have you accidentally offended someone?" This barrage of sharp questions left Pa in silence. He slowly sat down, his brow furrowed as he pondered the implications of each question. Suddenly, he looked up with a flash of realization in his eyes. "I know who it is." Meanwhile, outside the spatial vortex, Qian Bing was lazily lying on a tree branch. With his hands behind his head, he occasionally peeked down and muttered while picking at his ear. "It's been almost half an hour. I wonder if Feng and the others have found Midi yet. It's strange that those pesky rats haven't shown up to cause trouble." Just as he finished speaking, he jolted in surprise. "Speak of the devil." A shadowy figure in black silently appeared beneath the tree, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. They've all gone in?" The person turned towards a nearby bush and raised their voice. "Lady Casa, there's no sign of them here. They must have all gone inside." 12 figures instantly emerged from the bushes. Leading them, Lucas cautiously scanned the area, frowning slightly. There's no way old Fox Pa wouldn't leave someone to guard the entrance. This must be a trap. But the area was indeed devoid of any unusual presence, which only added to his confusion. Could it be that Pa has let his emotions cloud his judgment? Quickly regaining his composure, Lucas commanded, "Everyone, get ready to enter the spatial vortex. We're to eliminate the Sword Ghost squad. Leave no one alive." "Yes," they responded in unison, preparing to move towards the vortex. At that critical moment, an overwhelming force suddenly descended from above. Lucas and his team instinctively scattered, but the powerful shockwave still sent them reeling, with some even being flung away. Before they could regain their footing, a cold gleam flashed, and a flying disc tore through the air, instantly piercing one person's skull. The flying disc moved with such speed and unpredictability that it was nearly impossible to track, appearing and disappearing erratically and striking when least expected. Before the group could comprehend what was happening, several members were already severely injured. Realizing the dire situation, Lucas immediately leapt into the air, his figure vanishing in an instant. "It's an ambush. Retreat immediately." The lead sheep had fled, and the workers' morale instantly crumbled. The dozen members of the Kasha squad scattered like startled birds, but Bai Jing was not about to let them off easily. With a powerful punch, he sent one of the fleeing members flying, crashing heavily into a tree with a bone-cracking sound that was sharp and piercing. In an unknown fight, the core members of the Kasha squad could have held their own against Bai Jing. But now, they had lost their fighting spirit and were only focused on escaping. The 8-bladed flying wheel zipped through the air, slicing deep wounds into several of them, even severing one person's arm, their agonized screams echoing through the forest. Seeing the enemies gradually disappear from view, The battle-ready Bai Jing wanted to give chase but was stopped by Chen Bing. Old Bai, don't pursue them. What? Just when I was getting into it? Bai Jing replied, clearly unwilling. Chen Bing frowned. Do you think the Kasha squad of North Bear Country, who can rival the elite squads of Dragon Country, are just ordinary fighters? They were just caught off guard. If it were a heathen fight, even with our combined strength, we might not be able to defeat Lucas. Just as they were about to retreat, a cold laugh suddenly rang out. Ha, cunning Dragon Country people. Do you think you can leave safely after killing my team members? Startled, Chen Bing and Bai Jing turned around to see Lucas standing atop a tree, looking down at them. The truth dawned on them instantly: this was a trap. Lucas had already discovered their location and had intentionally lured them into attacking first, so that the Sword Go squad would bear the blame for initiating the conflict. Soon, the remaining members of the Kasha squad emerged, surrounding Chen Bing and Bai Jing with murderous intent. With Lucas holding back, the Tunlevin fight was extremely difficult. Chen Bing and Bai Jing quickly accumulated several wounds. At the critical moment, Chen Bing activated the teleportation, bringing the severely injured Bai Jing out of the spatial vortex and immediately triggered the light shield. The protective barrier firmly safeguarded them and the vortex entrance. The concentrated attacks of the Kasha squad could not make a dent in it. Brother Feng's stuff is really reliable? The two slumped to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Lucas approached the protective barrier, sneering, this defense won't last long, will it? Dragging his wounded body towards the vortex, Chen Bing turned back and said, you'd better break through this barrier before I return, or you won't leave here alive. Lucas then turned to Bai Jing, attempting to persuade him, Muscle Man, why not join our Kasha squad? Bai Jing was taken aback at first, then erupted into a string of expletives. Lucas' face instantly darkened, his killing intent evident. Everyone, don't hold back. Attack with all you've got. Lucas hovered in midair, hands clasped behind his back, his face as stern as iron. His sudden change in demeanor left Kasha squad members looking at each other in confusion. Had just said to wait until the shield's effect wore off. So why the sudden change of heart? Despite their doubts, they dared not defy orders. The squad unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks on the shield, but it was like throwing pebbles into the ocean, completely ineffective. After several rounds of relentless assault, the shield remained unscathed. Stop, Lucas commanded, and the squad ceased their attacks. Lucas raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by the shield's resilience. Green light burst from his palm, coalescing into a toxic orb. With a swift motion, he hurled it at the shield. Boom! The orb exploded, releasing a swarm of ghastly spirits that crashed into the shield. To Lucas's astonishment, the shield remained completely intact. Not even a single crack appeared. Whose masterpiece is this enchantment? Lucas muttered to himself. Though he had other means to break the shield, the cost was too high. He decided to bide his time, waiting for the shield to dissipate on its own. In his mind, even if Jiang Yi and his team arrived in time, they wouldn't be able to turn the tide, and victory would ultimately be his. Meanwhile, Pa was by the toxic pool, calling out to Mitty. If there's something you're hiding, just tell me. I promise you'll be safe. The water's surface remained as still as a mirror. Undeterred, he continued, Mitty, trust me, I've never lied to you. I've brought the special squad from Longhua. No one here can harm you. Just as Pa was about to give up, a faint ripple disturbed the water. A head slowly emerged, its bulging eyes locking onto Pa. Mitty, come out. Pa cried out in joy. Mitty stepped onto the surface of the water, her vacant eyes gradually regaining clarity. Pa. Yes, it's me. Pa exclaimed, hugging Mitty tightly, completely unbothered by the rancid smell emanating from her. Song Feng stood nearby, smiling with relief at the long-awaited reunion. Suddenly, urgent shouts echoed from a distance. Feng, Captain, Lucas is trying to force his way into the spatial vortex. Song Feng instantly teleported to the side of the bloodied Chen Bing, healing him with a holy light as he inquired about the situation outside. Though Chen Bing's severed arm couldn't be restored immediately, his other wounds were healing rapidly. Between gasps, Chen Bing recounted how they had ambushed and killed a member of Kasha's squad, and how Lucas had subsequently framed them. More crucially, he mentioned Lucas's comment about Pa being blinded by his search for family. That statement made Song Feng alert. How did he know Pa was here to find family? A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Mitty's condition must be linked to Lucas. Mr. Pa, Song Feng interrupted the reunion. We have a bigger problem on our hands. Lucas is about to set his plan in motion, Song Feng said meaningfully, and it might be just as you suspected. Pa's eyes turned cold. Then let's expose his true colors. You there. I'll ask you one more time. Will you submit to me, or face death? Lucas's voice was as cold as ice. Bai Jing appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was in turmoil. The precise switch of the defense shield, which he thought was flawless, had been caught by Lucas's sharp eyes. Yet, Lucas could only continue to bluff, using words to apply pressure. A knowing smile played on Bai Jing's lips, but before he could speak, Lucas cut him off with a wave of his hand. Enough. No need to say anything more. Inviting you to join the Kasha squad was the biggest mistake I've ever made. As he turned away, Lucas discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, clearly still shaken by Bai Jing's crude insults. He silently counted the seconds, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Each defense shield lasts only 5 minutes. Such a precious item, wonder how many more you have. Time ticked by, and Bai Jing's anxiety grew more apparent as he frequently glanced toward the spatial vortex. Why is old Shan taking so long? He cursed inwardly. 5 minutes felt like an eternity to him, and if reinforcements didn't arrive soon, he feared this might be his final stand. As the defense shield was about to fail, the bloodied Bai Jing slowly stood up, his gaze resolute as he stared at Lucas. Even without help, I won't surrender easily. As a member of the Sword Ghost squad, I will never bow to you. Foreigners, prepare to fight. No sooner had he spoken than the shield shattered. Bai Jing seized the moment, wielding Thor's hammer to strike at Lucas's back. But the vast difference in their strength couldn't be bridged by a sneak attack. Lucas merely took a few steps forward with a cold smile. Suddenly, 11 figures surrounded Bai Jing from all directions, launching deadly attacks. The pressure from their presence made it hard for Bai Jing to breathe, but he gripped Thor's hammer tightly, attacking like a starving wolf, disregarding his injuries. His desperate fighting style intimidated the Kasha squad members. None dared to confront him head-on, hoping someone else would take the lead. Despite this, Bai Jing was soon covered in blood, most of it his own, with some from his injured opponents. Are you all useless? Lucas finally roared in anger. 11 of you can't take down one man? What good are you to me? Fall back. The squad members immediately retreated. Lucas stepped forward himself. I knew you were strong, but it's a shame you're not very smart and chose the wrong master. Screw you, foreigner. Bai Jing weakly cursed. Do you know you look like a toad? Ugly and flashy. Even mosquitoes would scream landing on your face. The scene fell silent instantly. All the Kasha squad members held their breath. Lucas, vain about his appearance, especially hated any mention of his acne-scarred face. Bai Jing was the first to insult him to his face. You want to die. Lucas first froze, then his face darkened with rage, his killing intent almost tangible. He appeared behind Bai Jing in an instant, his palm glowing green, aiming a vicious strike at Bai Jing's blood-streaked back. Though Bai Jing, his consciousness fading, managed to react and swing his hammer, he was a moment too slow. The blow landed squarely on his back, sending him flying like a broken kite. He crashed through several towering ancient trees before coming to a stop, unconscious. As Lucas moved to confirm Bai Jing's death, 7 figures suddenly emerged from the spatial vortex. The leading youth glanced at the lifeless Bai Jing, then locked his cold gaze on Lucas. You dare harm my comrade? Prepare to die. Touch my people? You can go to hell. Song Feng's voice was as cold as ice. Before the words even settled, Jiang Yi and his team moved like phantoms, their silhouettes blurring as they swiftly incapacitated Kasha's squad. Silver chains wrapped around their bodies, sealing their energy completely. Lucas's face turned pale. The situation was spiraling out of his control. These people acted so quickly, skipping the usual standoffs and threats. He glared at Song Feng, trying to place him. Who are you? You look familiar. Who I am doesn't matter. Song Feng replied coldly. Just tell me why you're here in the poisonous mist forest. Stop pretending. With a mortal enemy now, there was no need for courtesy. He wanted a swift resolution, but first, he needed to uncover the secrets of the 10,000 Poison Mountain. Lucas chuckled. Purpose? Just training. Training? Song Feng pointed to the spatial vortex behind him. Then why enter here? Seeing a group of people guarding this place naturally piqued my curiosity. Lucas's eyes darted between the vortex and Song Feng. But what about you all? Sneaking in and ambushing my team. What are you up to? Song Feng didn't answer directly but instead asked, do you know Midi? Of course, he's my predecessor in toxicology. Lucas was momentarily taken aback, but then grew wary. Why bring him up? Trying to change the subject? Because we just found Midi's corpse inside, Song Feng said, his eyes darkening. The revelation hit Lucas like a sledgehammer. He instinctively looked at Pa, who was wiping away tears, his body trembling. Impossible. How could he die in there? Lucas staggered back. They promised me that in the 10,000 Poison Mountain, there would be... He stopped abruptly, hoping Song Feng hadn't heard. But Song Feng's keen hearing caught every word. He smirked. I thought you'd deny it to the end. Who knew you'd crack so quickly? How dull. Lucas's anger flared. You little punk. You tricked me. Song Feng shrugged with a smile. You spoke on your own. Now, you have 2 choices. Cooperate and avoid unnecessary pain, or we beat the truth out of you, though I can't guarantee where we'll strike. The menacing smile made Lucas's scalp tingle. He tried to keep his composure. I'm the Poison King of the North Bear Kingdom. If you mess with me, the higher-ups won't let you off. Huh. Song Feng scanned the surroundings. This is the poisonous mist forest in 10,000 Dragon Valley. If we don't say anything, who will know what happened? Lucas's heart sank. With Kasha's squad captured and himself alone against a team of Dragon Nation's elite, his bravado wouldn't guarantee survival. What do you want to know? He finally relented. Song Feng didn't waste time. Who are they? What happened to Midi? What's your real purpose here? Lucas hesitated briefly before negotiating. If I talk, will you let us leave alive? You're not in a position to bargain, Song Feng replied with a faint smile. Lucas gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The disdain was infuriating, but he had no other options. Fine, I'll talk. He took a deep breath. But you must promise this won't get out, or I'll self-destruct. After securing Song Feng's promise, Lucas began. They are the 10th hall of the Gu King Palace. As for Midi, he glanced at Pa, lost in thought. Pa was one of the top 10 in Kasha. I coveted his position as his successor. When Dragonflame's squad severely injured his team, I saw an opportunity but feared he'd rise again. So, I devised a plan. As the direct heir of Pa, Lucas meticulously laid out his plan. Using his deep knowledge of Pa, he seized the opportunity when Pa's life-and-death companion, Midi, needed herbs from the poison mist forest in the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. With his familiarity with the poison mist forest, he contacted the 10th Lord of the Gu King's palace to arrange a carefully planned transaction. My identity is too sensitive. I can't make a move myself. I also need to ensure I have an alibi, Lucas sighed. I originally intended to lure Pa, but Midi accidentally triggered the trap and was sucked into a spatial vortex. The people from Gu King's palace mistook him for Pa, and have already taken him to the Poison Mountain. He pointed to the swirling spatial vortex behind Song Feng. Midi's current predicament was meant for Pa. Lucas, I'll kill you. Pa roared with fury, his body radiating intense heat as he clenched his fists and prepared to charge forward. Song Feng quickly held him back, whispering in his ear, Mr. Pa, don't act impulsively. Extract his secrets first, then take action. These words were like a soothing spring, quelling the fire in Pa's heart, though his eyes remained fixed on Lucas. You don't need to look at me like that, Lucas said, spreading his hands. Who told you to cling to your position in Kasha despite your declining strength? Under Song Feng's persuasion, Pa reluctantly suppressed his murderous intent. So Midi's current state is all because of the Gu King's palace? Song Feng continued to question. Lucas nodded in acknowledgement, describing in detail the numerous parasites the Gu King's palace had implanted in Midi, causing memory loss, inability to speak, skin ulcers, and restricted movement. He also revealed a rumor. A parasite containing the power of life could expel other parasites and restore the human body. Song Feng recalled a parasite that could revitalize the land and silently noted this clue. When asked what he was searching for, Lucas mentioned dragonscale grass. He had once discovered immature dragonscale grass in the poison mist forest and set up a barrier around it. Later, he lent it to the Gu King's palace but heard nothing since. He speculated that they might be at the Poison Mountain, which is why he led the Kasha squad to search for it. Fine, I promise not to spread these secrets, but don't think you'll leave here alive, Song Feng said. Lucas, however, sneered. Do you think I confessed for no reason? This is my territory. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Children, come out. As his words fell, the ground shook violently, and deep dragon roars echoed continuously. Ancient trees snapped in half, dust filled the air, and 9 deep green giant dragons burst from the earth, soaring into the sky. The faces of everyone present changed instantly. No one could have expected this. Lucas had such a powerful hidden card up his sleeve. 9 enormous venomous dragons coiled in the sky, each exuding an overwhelming aura of the 8th tier. Their presence instantly explained why Lucas was ranked among the top 10 Kasha of the Northern Bear Kingdom. Song Feng frowned deeply and quickly retreated behind the group. Jiang Yi and the others also wore grave expressions. The situation had completely spiraled out of control. Lucas, how dare you summon the 9 Springs venomous dragons without authorization? Pa roared in fury. Mr. Pa, what exactly are these 9 dragons? Song Feng asked in a low voice. Pa's face was stern. The 9 Springs venomous dragons are a national treasure entrusted to Lucas by the Northern Bear Kingdom, only to be used in times of national crisis. Heh. Lucas interrupted with a cold laugh. A national treasure? I'm on the brink of death. Why should I care about that? This is my last resort to save myself. Pa clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking. It's a disgrace to the Northern Bear Kingdom that someone like you could become a Kasha. Song Feng couldn't help but chuckle, and Jiang Yi and the others also showed strange expressions. An unexpected drama was unfolding before them. Lucas slowly raised his hands, the 9 dragons circling behind him, exuding an aura of dominance. At most, the higher-ups of the Northern Bear Kingdom will scold me, but you all, today, will go to hell. At his command, the 9 venomous dragons roared in unison, causing the space to warp violently. The dragon roars, like divine thunder, struck fear into everyone's hearts, distorting the space wherever they went. Heavenly Rock. Song Feng quickly activated a divine skill, and the overwhelming pressure dissipated instantly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this was a national treasure that could make anyone below the 8th tier bow in submission. The giant claws of the 9 dragons struck the rock, sparks flying everywhere. However, instead of shaking the rock, their attack was met with a forceful rebound, sending them flying. What? Lucas' eyes widened. How could you withstand the combined attack of the 9 Springs venomous dragons? I've always kept a low profile. It's normal that you didn't know, Song Feng replied calmly. And I'm not foolish enough to reveal my true identity. Oomph. Stop pretending. Lucas sneered. The 9 Springs venomous dragons haven't even used a tenth of their power. The 9 dragons exchanged glances. Although they hadn't used their full strength, that previous attack was at least 30% of their power, yet it didn't even leave a crack on the rock. 9 Springs venomous dragons increased the attack intensity. Lucas commanded. The 9 dragons attacked again with even greater force. However, to those inside the rock, it was merely a visual spectacle. Boom. The claws of the 9 dragons struck the rock simultaneously, this time causing a dent on its surface, like a balloon being compressed. Just as Lucas was about to smirk in triumph, the next scene made his pupils contract and his expression freeze. The anticipated scene of the shattered phantom rock and the terrified faces of Song Feng and his companions did not materialize. Instead, the 9-headed venomous dragon was sent flying backward like an arrow shot from a bow, while the phantom rock remained intact without so much as a single crack. Lucas's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. Terror and confusion churned within him. What kind of monstrous defensive shield was this? It could withstand a combined attack from the 9-headed Tianquan venomous dragon. Even he couldn't guarantee surviving such an onslaught unscathed at best. He might save his life. But Song Feng not only defended perfectly, he also dealt a severe blow to the venomous dragon. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lucas muttered, taking a few steps back. He forced himself to believe it was some sort of illusion, or that Song Feng must have paid a heavy price. Just as he was about to spit out some harsh words, the phantom rock suddenly dissipated. Lucas's face lit up with joy, but then he saw a flash of blue light. Jiang Yi and the others appeared around the still recovering 9-headed Tianquan venomous dragon. Without wasting a second, they unleashed their most powerful attacks, striking the dragon's vulnerable body. Blood splattered everywhere, filling the battlefield with a nauseating stench. Taking advantage of the others' focus on the battle, Lucas stealthily approached the solitary Song Feng. With a poisoned dagger in hand, he launched a ghost-like assault only to be stunned as his blade passed right through Song Feng. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Song Feng hadn't moved an inch, but his form was almost translucent, as if existing in another dimension. Anger and confusion filled Lucas's heart. The surrounding toxic fumes rapidly converged, forming a vortex that poured into his body, enveloping him in a green glow. Seeing this, Song Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. He quickly used his Star Shift technique to gather everyone back to his side and activated the Heavenly Rock Shield to protect the entire team. Facing Chen Bing's puzzled expression, Song Feng gazed at the light-enshrouded Lucas and revealed a confident smile. Because the real show is about to begin. Buzz. The toxic gas in the poisonous mist forest surged into Lucas's body as if it had found its home. The once thick miasma in the air quickly thinned and became transparent, leaving Chen Bing and the others staring in astonishment. This skill is even better than an air purifier. They should study its principles. Chen Bing couldn't help but exclaim. As the wind howled, the toxic gas condensed around Lucas, forming a tangible presence. The faint silhouette of a giant toad appeared behind him, the legendary phantom nether toad. With a grim expression, Pa explained, Lucas became Cass's heir thanks to this move. It defeated me at my peak and made him famous. However, this skill requires a massive amount of toxic gas. He sacrificed dozens of 6-turn or higher poison pets to succeed. It also severely backlashes on him, making intense combat impossible for a long time, and it might even cause him to lose levels. So it's a last resort trump card. Song Feng nodded thoughtfully. Pa continued with concern, Mr. Song Feng, while your rock phantom has incredible defense, it may not withstand this attack. Is it really that powerful? Song Feng's lips curled into a smile. That suits me just fine. As the toxic gas gathered more rapidly, a beam of light shot up from Lucas. The phantom nether toad's throat swelled, emitting a deafening roar that forced everyone to cover their ears. In response to Song Feng's inquiry, Pa explained that this was a mental illusion attack that draws people into a phantom world for a mental duel. He had once fallen victim to this, and if not for the timely intervention of the North Bear Kingdom's high officials, he might never have awakened. He couldn't remember the specifics, only that it was extremely dangerous. Hearing this, Chen Bing began to feel disheartened, but Bai Jing snapped him out of it with a flick on the forehead. With Brother Feng here, what are you afraid of? The phantom nether toad grew more solid after absorbing all the light points. It opened its massive maw and sprayed dark green venom, leaving charred marks in space wherever it passed. When the venom hit the rock phantom, it sizzled, but after 3 minutes, the shield remained intact. Lucas was incredulous. What is this thing? Seeing the venom about to dissipate, he looked towards the distant, heavenly spring poison dragon with a resolute expression. Then I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Huh. I thought you were something special. Chen Bing scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Hey, foreigner. Weren't you being all arrogant? Didn't you say you'd cut me into pieces? Bai Jing stood his ground, a mocking smile on his face. Come on. I'm right here. If you've got the guts, come and kill me. Song Feng silently gave them a thumbs up. This was exactly what he wanted to provoke Lucas into revealing his ultimate move. A prolonged battle wasn't the best strategy. Only by forcing the opponent to show a weakness could they find a chance to win. Sure enough, Lucas, who had been hesitant, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes, as if he had made a firm decision. You made me do this. Lucas slowly raised his hands. In an instant, a pillar of light enveloped him, reaching from the ground to the sky like a colossal pillar. Sky Spring Toxic Dragon, come forth. Become the fuel for my success. As he finished speaking, toxic fumes began to emanate from the Sky Spring Toxic Dragon and flowed into the pillar of light. This scene left not only the dragon but everyone present in a state of shock. What is he doing? Chen Bing muttered, stunned. Sacrifice? Song Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Pa, whose face had turned extremely grim. Lucas, you really have gone mad. Pa roared, his eyes bloodshot. The scene was all too familiar to him. Lucas had once sacrificed dozens of high-level toxic pets to unleash the ultimate move of the phantom nether toad. Now, he was sacrificing 9 8-turn Sky Spring Toxic Dragons. This was sheer madness. Pa collapsed to the ground, whispering in despair. We're doomed. Song Feng crouched down and gently patted his shoulder. Don't worry, we will win. His words, spoken with a warm smile, dispelled the shadow of death in Pa's heart like a ray of sunlight. Yes, we don't have to lose. Pa stood up again, exchanging a hopeful glance with Song Feng. The Sky Spring Toxic Dragons could feel the toxic energy draining from their bodies, and the threat of death made them roar in unison. But at Lucas's command, they could only endure the pain, for in their eyes, Lucas was the absolute master. The light pillar shattered into countless stars, all of which were absorbed by the phantom nether toad. Its aura surged, causing the very space around it to tremble. Purple gold light flowed over its body, forming mysterious patterns. It roared to the sky, and the sound waves created ripples that made everyone within the rock phantom's shield wince in pain. Ha ha, it's done. I've really summoned the legendary phantom nether toad. Lucas laughed maniacally, his expression nearly crazed. He glared at Song Feng. Kid, seeing the phantom nether toad before you die is a worthy end. Before his words even faded, he had already flashed onto the back of the phantom nether toad like a god on high. Phantom nether toad, attack! The enormous golden toad let out a monstrous croak and leapt forward, its purple gold patterns shining as it slammed into the rock phantom's shield. Though it was repelled, it showed no signs of giving up, repeatedly charging at the barrier, searching for a weak point. Hey, foreigner, stop wasting your energy. Bai Jing taunted. You can't break through this shield. Chen Bing chimed in. Lucas merely sneered. Don't get too cocky, people of the Dragon Kingdom. The real fight is just beginning. With that, he crouched down, placing his hands on the phantom nether toad's head, and whispered, Phantom Netherfield, activate. Phantom Realm, activate. With a low shout from Lucas, the world suddenly froze. The swaying leaves were suspended in midair, the drifting toxic gas halted, and even the air seemed to have solidified. Everyone present felt as if they were trapped by an invisible force, unable to move. A streak of purple light tore through the sky, instantly dyeing the entire firmament. The purple glow cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the entire area. In the blink of an eye, everything was bathed in purple, as if they were transported to an otherworldly dimension. Lucas slowly opened his eyes, his purple golden pupils glowing eerily in the dim light. He looked down at Song Feng and the others with a meaningful smirk on his lips. A domain? Pa exclaimed in shock. He had initially thought they were merely drawn into a small world, but realizing it was a domain skill made his heart sink. A domain was a power only a 9-turn expert could wield. How could Lucas, an 8-turn, perform it? Could it be that he had already broken through to the 9-turn level? Jiang Yi and the others wore similarly grim expressions. As 8-turn experts, they understood the terrifying power of a 9-turn expert's domain. If Lucas had indeed reached 9-turn, their chances of survival were slim. Only Song Feng remained calm. He had witnessed Long Mubai's 10,000 sword domain in the Demon Cave, and now this purple realm, filled with toxic swamps, venomous insects, and ancient trees turned purple, all conjured from the poisonous gas. Don't be too surprised. The real show is just beginning, Lucas sneered, waving his hand. Strands of toxic gas quickly coalesced into a giant toad. Then 3, 5, 10. In no time, the entire domain was teeming with countless giant toads. These toads relentlessly crashed into the protective stone phantom, shielding everyone. Each collision caused an explosion of toxic gas, which then reformed into toads. The deafening impact sounds were mentally exhausting. This was no mere physical assault. It was psychological torture. Xiaofeng, he's trying to break our mental defenses, Zhang Yi said, his face pale. After a moment of thought, Song Feng proposed a risky plan, but everyone agreed to give it a try. As they plotted, Lucas sneered disdainfully, though he felt irritated at being ignored. Suddenly, Song Feng began stuffing handfuls of pills into his mouth. The sight left Lucas dumbfounded, while Qin Bing and Bai Jing hurried to give Song Feng water and more pills. Once prepared, Song Feng's body started to emit a white glow, and energy surged within him. He fixed his gaze on Lucas, a confident smile playing on his lips. Get ready for my ultimate skill package in your phantom realm. The dragon's roar shakes the heavens. With a fierce shout, Song Feng unleashed a burst of golden light. A colossal dragon's shadow formed behind him, soaring into the sky with an earth-shaking roar. The dragon's cry created tangible ripples in the air, spreading outwards and sending all the giant toads within a 100-meter radius flying. Dust and sand swirled in the fierce wind, while the struck toads turned into purple toxic gas, their agonized screams echoing through the air. Simultaneously, a golden dragon shadow invaded Lucas's mind, exploding in his consciousness like divine thunder. Lucas fell to his knees, clutching his head in agony, his face contorted with pain. His vision blurred, and he felt as though he were floating in a cloud. This was just the beginning. Song Feng dismissed the rock-like shadow and softly intoned, "Dark surge of the overwhelming sky." Black light erupted from his palm, transforming into a dark current hundreds of meters long, sweeping towards the myriad toads. Every target within its range, including Lucas, was afflicted with a 40 reduction in all attributes. The once menacing toad army instantly wilted. Next, Song Feng cast Holy Lotus Bloom. Hundreds of pure white lotus flowers blossomed out of thin air, dispelling the purple toxic gas and turning the purple marshland into stardust. The area within 100 meters was bathed in a sacred white light, replacing the previous corrupted domain. Lucas, just recovering from his dizziness, was rendered speechless by the scene before him. To make matters worse, Song Feng calmly declared, "The warm-up is over. Now the real battle begins." Swift as a shadow, celestial shift. 2 more divine skills were unleashed. Under the blue light, Jiang Yi and his team moved with incredible speed, encircling the phantom toad in an instant. Chains glinting with cold light shot through the air. As Lucas was about to order a dodge, another dragon's roar exploded in his mind, causing him unbearable pain. Seizing the opportunity, Song Feng's chains tightly bound the struggling phantom toad. By the time Lucas regained his senses, Jiang Ye's sword was already at his throat, and Vander's dual guns were aimed at the back of his head. "Move an inch, and your head will explode," Vander warned coldly. Not an exaggeration at all. Lucas froze in place, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He knew all too well that even the slightest movement would cause his brains to splatter instantly. Looking around, the impenetrable circle of enemies filled him with despair. Lucas's head hung low, and his voice carried a deep sense of defeat. "I've lost. Completely and utterly lost." As his words fell, the purple glow in the sky faded like a receding tide. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. The thousands of giant toads dissolved into tiny specks of starlight, drifting away with the wind. Even the mighty phantom golden toad wasn't spared. Its massive body gradually turned transparent and eventually vanished into the starlit sky. Thud! Lucas collapsed heavily to the ground, spewing a mouthful of dark purple blood. The moment the blood hit the ground, it sizzled like hot oil in a frying pan, making a piercing crackling sound. "Watch out!" Zhang Yi reacted quickly, instinctively leaping back several steps. His quick reflexes saved his life the next second. The purple blood on the ground transformed into fist-sized mini toads that lunged at the spot where he had just been standing. The toads exploded, spraying venom that corroded the hard ground, leaving several small pits. "Ha ha ha ha!" Lucas laughed maniacally. "Chinese scum. Even in death, I won't surrender to you. I'll drag you all to hell with me. Before he finished speaking, his body began to swell rapidly like an inflating balloon. Dark purple veins bulged on his skin, his bloodshot eyes glaring with a crazed smile on his face. In that critical moment, Song Feng made his move. Whoosh! The ears chain shot out like lightning, binding Lucas tightly. Under the chain's restraint, Lucas's bloated body quickly deflated, returning to its original state. The maniacal grin on his face froze instantly, his eyes filled with hatred as he stared at the young boy not far away. The boy simply responded with a faint smile. Thinking of self-destruction? Not happening. Lucas was utterly devastated. His eyes were lifeless, his heart cold, and he knew he had lost completely and was about to face a fate worse than death. Song Feng swiftly knocked him out with a karate chop and stuffed him into a burlap sack. Clear the battlefield and capture all members of the Kasha squad, he ordered. Bai Jing and Qin Bing exchanged a knowing smile, rubbing their hands together as they approached the remaining Kasha members with menacing grins. The Kasha members, feeling a chill down their spines, quickly raised their hands in surrender. We give up, they shouted. Without their leader, they had no will to resist. How boring, they don't even dare to fight back, Qin Bing complained, with Bai Jing nodding in agreement. One of the Kasha members said helplessly, even our boss couldn't beat you. How could we possibly resist? After knocking everyone out and stuffing them into sacks, Qin Bing dusted off his hands and turned to Song Feng. Brother Feng, what's next? Let's check on the condition of the Tianquan poison dragons, Song Feng said, heading towards the dragons. The 9 Tianquan poison dragons were barely alive, their eyes filled with despair after losing a significant amount of their toxic energy. Pazi anxiously asked if the dragons could be saved. Song Feng examined them and shook his head. I'm afraid not. Their essential toxic energy has been drained, and this damage is irreparable. Unexpectedly, Pazi suddenly struck, delivering a fiery punch that pierced through the forehead of one of the dragons. He then swiftly killed the remaining 8 with ghost-like precision, his fists drenched in blood. The 9 Tianquan poison dragons were no more. In response to Song Feng's questioning look, Pazi explained that the dragons could never return to their peak state, and it was better to end their suffering. He solemnly promised to report this to the higher authorities of the Northern Bear Nation. At that moment, the Dragon God Pearl emerged from Song Feng's forehead, absorbing the souls of the 9 poison dragons, growing increasingly radiant. Then, Xiao Lan appeared from the pearl, excitedly starting to absorb the energy from the dragon corpses with Song Feng's permission. Song Feng assigned the follow-up tasks. Phantom and War God were to clear the battlefield, while Junlin and others were to keep watch in secret. He and the team leader, along with Pazi, would go to rescue Midi. Before leaving, he specifically instructed Chan Bing to look after Xiao Lan. After passing through a spatial vortex, the 3 returned to Wandu Mountain, only to be stunned by what they saw. How did it become like this? The once poison-filled mount of 1,000 toxins had transformed into a desolate, lifeless forest, littered with white bones. Midi sat quietly in front of a withered tree, staring blankly ahead. Midi, what exactly happened here? Why has it become like this? Pa walked up and asked. I don't know. Midi slowly lifted his head, meeting Pa's eyes, his gaze regaining a hint of clarity. Could it be related to Lucas? Song Feng mused, stroking his chin. This might have been Lucas's storage site for poison gas. When he used the Phantom Nether Realm, he forcibly absorbed all the poison gas here, leading to this desolation. That sounds very plausible. Pa nodded in agreement, then turned to Midi, speaking gently. Midi, Lucas has been brought to justice. You are safe now. Let me take you home. No. Midi suddenly shook off Pa's hand, stumbling backward, his eyes bulging with bloodshot veins. I can't leave here. I'll die. Song Feng instantly flashed in front of Midi, staring into his eyes. Why do you think leaving will kill you? Midi lowered his head, his voice trembling. If I'm away from the toxic water for too long, my body starts to decay, like being gnawed by countless ants. I tried to escape, but the agony forced me to return. Mr. Midi, don't be afraid. We are here to help you solve this problem. Song Feng smiled kindly, his palm emitting a white light that flowed into Midi's body. Several phantom white lotuses appeared, circling Midi and shedding holy light. The pustules on Midi's skin began to burst, spraying foul-smelling poison. He screamed and struggled in pain, but Song Feng held him firmly. This is to help expel the toxins, Song Feng explained. Midi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. As the toxins continued to be expelled, his body rapidly thinned. Song Feng increased the intensity of his skill, purifying the poison into starlight that dissipated. Midi's body was left covered in black holes, exposing the white bones inside. My body. Midi looked at his perforated arm, his face pale. The largest hole could even fit a finger through. Don't worry, I can restore you to normal, Song Feng said. revealing a small blue insect in his palm. A goo insect. Midi recoiled in fear, but seeing Song Feng's confident smile, he gritted his teeth and stood still. Not all goo insects are evil. Song Feng placed the blue goo insect in Midi's hand. Close your eyes and just feel it. The blue goo insect emitted a soft glow, healing the holes as it moved, restoring smooth skin. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Midi's body was completely healed. Suddenly, Midi felt a wave of nausea and vomited 3 times, expelling a dark green goo insect, the true culprit behind his suffering. Seeing this, Midi immediately stomped on the green venomous insect, trying to escape, grinding it under his foot like a cigarette butt. When he lifted his foot, the insect had burst into a pulp, dead beyond doubt. After tormenting me for so long, I finally killed you. Midi cursed angrily. No sooner had he spoken than a flood of missing memories surged into his mind. His aura surged dramatically, like a demon unsealed. After processing the memories, Midi fell to his knees in front of Song Feng, tears in his eyes. I don't know who you are, but you saved my life. You're my savior for life. If you ever need my life, it's yours to take. Midi, you're being too dramatic. Song Feng quickly helped him up and turned to Pa. Everything we've done was under Mr. Pa's instructions. Brother. Second brother. Midi rushed forward to tightly embrace Pa. It's so good to see you again. Brother. You've suffered all these years, Pa said, patting Midi's back with relief. The journey was tough, but the outcome is worth it. After a brief reunion, the group left the mountain of 10,000 poisons and returned to the poison mist forest. Xiao Lan was already waiting outside the spatial vortex and ran joyfully towards Song Feng upon seeing him. Xiao Lan, you're already at level 100? Song Feng looked at the little creature in his arms in surprise. Xiao Lan nodded excitedly, prompting Song Feng to sigh. I worked hard to reach level 110, and you got to level 100 just by tagging along. Is this the gap between humans and beasts? It's so unfair. Everyone around showed envious expressions. At that moment, Chen Bing and Bai Jing had finished cleaning up the corpse of the Tianquan poison dragon, and the 3 members of the Vander group had also returned. All right, let's prepare to head back, Song Feng said. This matter is settled. It's time to move on to the next battlefield. The return trip was smooth, and they soon left the secret realm. Pa sincerely invited them to meet with the higher-ups of the North Bear Nation, but Song Feng politely declined. After all, he had not only taken Lucas, one of the top 10 Kasha of the North Bear Nation, but also indirectly caused the downfall of the Tianquan poison dragon, a national treasure. He didn't dare risk staying longer. Before parting, Song Feng confirmed the arrangements for taking Lucas with Pa. Pa readily agreed, stating that Lucas had committed a grave offense and couldn't stay. After exchanging contact information, Song Feng and his group set off back to the Dragon Nation. Brother, how do you plan to report this to the higher-ups? Midi asked, watching Song Feng leave. I'll report it truthfully, Pa said confidently. They helped us eliminate a threat. The higher-ups won't blame us. Wow, Midi exclaimed, looking Pa up and down. Brother, you've really changed. You've become so strategic. Hey, hold on, Pa said, half laughing, half crying. You're complimenting me, but why do I feel like punching you? The two laughed as they walked back, with Midi suggesting they have a welcoming banquet, and Pa jokingly said he'd wash Midi's feet. Midi excitedly agreed, only to get a flick on the forehead from Pa. Does it hurt? Yeah, it does. Good. Then stop daydreaming, Midi muttered, rubbing his head. Is it too late to run back to the mountain of 10,000 poisons? Xiaofeng, did you forget something? Jiang Yi suddenly turned to look at Song Feng during their return journey, a knowing smile on his face. Song Feng frowned and thought for a moment. His eyes suddenly brightened, and he showed a hint of helplessness. Uncle Jiang, are you referring to the agreement with Mr. Pa? That's right, Jiang Yi confirmed with a nod. This brought back memories for everyone of their first encounter. Pa had originally intended to challenge the Sword Demon squad, but at that time, the squad was heading to 10,000 Dragon Valley to search for dragon scale grass and had no time to spare. Learning of this, Pa volunteered to be their guide, with one Konditiona fair team battle after leaving 10,000 Dragon Valley. The Tendi experience felt like a century, filled with so many dangers that both sides had forgotten the agreement. Song Feng solemnly took out his communication jade and dialed Pa's contact code. Hello, Mr. Pa? Mr. Song Feng? Are you in trouble? Pa's voice came through the communication jade. Mr. Pa, I just remembered our previous agreement about the team battle. Before he could finish, there was a sudden silence on the other end, followed by a clearly flustered voice. What? What did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you. Bad signal. Let's talk another day. The communication jade emitted a crisp disconnect sound, leaving everyone looking at each other, holding back their laughter. Pa, who had once demanded a duel so arrogantly, was now as slippery as an eel. Just as Song Feng was about to continue on his way, he suddenly stared alertly at the void ahead. Who's there? His shout alarmed everyone. Vanderwall immediately raised his gun and fired 2 bullets into the void, forcing out a masked figure in a black robe. Who are you? Zhang Yi stepped forward with his sword, demanding coldly. The black-robed figure removed his mask, revealing a resolute square face. Captain Jiang, nice to meet you. Captain Kai? Jiang Yi was taken aback. Old Kai, Vanderwall exclaimed. Jiang Yi introduced him to everyone. This is Kai Mingzhi, the captain of the Berserk squad from the Dragon Nation Special Forces. After some brief greetings, Kai Mingzhi set up a soundproof barrier and revealed his purpose. The Berserk squad was on a secret mission to find the Ice and Fire Nine Fruits in a hidden realm deep within Tianlian Mountain. They discovered a dangerous hidden space and had to seek assistance. Vanderwall immediately offered to help, but Kai Mingzhi insisted on getting approval from the Dragon Nation's higher-ups first. Old Kai, you're still as cautious as ever, Vanderwall laughed. Kai Mingzhi responded with a meaningful look. And you're still as good at testing the waters. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they set off together back to the Dragon Kingdom. Along the way, Kai Mingzhi vividly recounted his experiences in the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain, rampaging monsters and bizarre phenomena that left everyone astonished. The group traveled swiftly and soon reached Beilong Gate. Using the special squad's exclusive badge, they smoothly entered Black Dragon City. Jiang Yi initially intended to take Song Feng to meet the Grand Elder, but received a terse 5-word reply. It's not the right time. With no other options, Jiang Yi had to settle Song Feng in the Beilong Gate camp. As the northern gateway of the Dragon Kingdom, its defenses were formidable and filled with powerful individuals, where even a mosquito would be scrutinized. Song Feng didn't question the arrangement, understanding that Jiang Yi must have his reasons. During his 3 days at the camp, Song Feng enjoyed a leisurely life. By day, he refined pills and enchanted items, and when tired, he would fish and admire flowers in the entertainment area, as if he had already retired. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a stone bench in the courtyard, fishing. Despite Jiang Yi and the others having been gone for 3 days to meet the Grand Elder, he was not worried at all. Silently wiping out a special squad within the Dragon Kingdom would be harder than becoming a god. Young man, why are you fishing without bait? An elderly voice called out. Song Feng opened his eyes to see a stooped, white-bearded old man standing beside him with a cane. Hello, sir. Song Feng stood up and greeted him, wondering if this could be the legendary sweeping monk. Good, good. The old man smiled, stroking his beard. But you haven't answered my question, sir. Just as Zhang Taigong fished with the willing taking the bait, I, Song Taigong, fish as I please. Fishing is not about the catch, but about cultivating the mind. The old man sat down beside him, intrigued, and asked, why do you know so much at such a young age? In books, there are treasures of wisdom. If you truly feel it, the words come to life, Song Feng replied. He had indeed benefited greatly from 3 years of intense study to unlock his system. Then, the old man suddenly inquired about Song Feng's views on the Dragon Kingdom. Song Feng glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. Sir, this topic might not be appropriate here. The old man chuckled and set up a soundproof barrier. Now you can speak freely. Do you want the truth or a lie? Let's start with the lie. The lie, then. The country is prosperous and peaceful, harmonious and stable, and I have no regrets about entering the Dragon Kingdom. And the truth? Song Feng pondered for a moment, then earnestly replied, it's actually quite good. The old man couldn't help but smile. This young man was indeed playing Tai Chi. Song Feng's words left the old man in silence. Having lived most of his life, and with one foot almost in the grave, the elder was hearing such a refreshingly unconventional opinion for the first time and didn't know how to respond. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Song Feng cleared his throat and took the initiative to ask, Sir, why did you ask me that question? The old man gave a bitter smile. I want to change Longhua, but I can't objectively see its current state. So, I'm curious about how young people like you view Longhua. Song Feng blinked, thinking to himself, change Longhua? That's quite a bold statement. It seems this elder is not an ordinary person. Since he's being so candid, I should be honest too. First, one glaring problem I see is the severe occupational discrimination, Song Feng said seriously. Although this issue exists globally on Blue Star and is not unique to Longhua, it's still a foolish behavior in my view. At this point, Song Feng couldn't help but recall his 3 years after awakening to a support role. Despite the care from his classmates and teachers, the strange looks from students in other classes made him feel somewhat inferior when he first arrived. Is there anything wrong with being a support role? Absolutely not. They can't choose what profession they awaken to, yet they have to endure the world's scorn, Song Feng continued. Take Midi, for instance. She awakened as a poison master and did nothing wrong, yet she was branded as a villain. Professions are neither noble nor evil. It's the person practicing them that determines their value. This kind of prejudice can ruin a potentially great professional, The old man nodded in agreement. Young man, I agree with you. It's true that those in high positions often can't genuinely feel the warmth or coldness of grassroots society. The vast information cocoon separates us into different worlds. But how can we eliminate such prejudice? Do you have any good ideas? The old man's eyes showed a hint of admiration as he focused on Song Feng. Actually, it's both hard and easy, Song Feng pondered. If we can let a professional who suffers from prejudice rise to prominence, the bias will naturally collapse. For example, if a poison master becomes a saint who saves countless lives, or if someone with a seemingly useless profession becomes a renowned expert, or if a support role becomes highly sought after by the strong. Achieving any one of these could shatter societal prejudices and long-standing stereotypes. Young man, I didn't expect you to have such foresight at your age. The old man stroked his white beard in admiration. The examples you gave could indeed help eliminate societal prejudice. By the way, have you heard about the genius support role, Song Feng, who recently became famous on the Blue Star forum? Song Feng's mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected to become so well known that even an elder like this knew of him. Of course, I've heard of him, he replied with a smile. I heard he led a team to clear a legendary dungeon and won MVP as a support role, making quite a splash. Yes, he's a perfect example, the old man said slowly. It's the first time a support role has become MVP in a legendary dungeon on Blue Star. This event opened new prospects for support roles, prompting many academies to expand their enrollment and focus on nurturing support professionals, discovering many talents. Nowadays, most people's views on support roles have changed. This news surprised Song Feng. He hadn't been following forum updates and was unaware of the expanded enrollment plans of the academies. Hearing this now filled him with a sense of pride. This was the result he had hoped for and one of his goals for becoming stronger. This perfectly validates my theory. Song Feng looked earnestly at the old man. But my influence alone can't sustain this trend for long. It requires national support. Sir, I don't know who you are, but I believe you're not an ordinary person. So I implore you to help me. Why should I help you? The old man asked with a smile. Your wish is to change Longhua, and I am an essential piece in your plan. We share the same goal and can achieve mutual benefit, Song Feng replied earnestly. Quite convincing. The old man nodded and then asked, I aim to secure my high position. But why are you doing this? Because Longhua is my greatest backing. Its prosperity is mine, and its downfall is mine. We are inextricably linked, Song Feng said with firm eyes. You might think my words are arrogant, but I can assure you, my strength will make the nation stronger. Under our new generation's leadership, Longhua will reach new heights. The old man stared into Song Feng's resolute eyes, paused for a moment, then smiled with satisfaction. Good, good, good. I believe in you. He slowly stood up. I can help you, but I have one condition. What condition? Song Feng asked curiously. The old man turned, leaning on his cane, and walked into the distance. His voice came with the sound of flowing water. Live to see that day come. Song Feng was stunned. Was that day referring to a Longhua without prejudice, or something else? By the time he snapped out of it and wanted to ask further, the old man had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there. Scratching his head, Song Feng felt a bit puzzled. What exactly did he mean by that day? Song Feng didn't think much of it. He slowly closed his eyes, continuing his solitary fishing, his desolate and lonely silhouette inexplicably reminding people of an old acquaintance. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Song Feng experienced a series of laughable and absurd incidents. On the first day, he went to the pond to fish alone as usual. Drowsiness overcame him, and he accidentally fell asleep, only to stumble into the pond. To his surprise, the fish swarmed around him and stripped him of his clothes in no time. Song Feng had to run back to his room in embarrassment, shivering all day. In the middle of the night, he suddenly burst out in anger. What's wrong with them? Why did they strip me? The more he thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. On the second day, determined to get his revenge, Song Feng bought a giant fishing net, planning to catch all those mischievous fish at once. Just as the fish were about to fall into his trap, the military inspection team suddenly appeared and caught him on the spot. The charge? Using a fishing net to catch fish. All the fish were released back into the pond, and he was punished by having to stand guard outside the courtyard all day. On the third night, taking advantage of the dark and windy night and the inspection team's off-duty hours, Song Feng, wearing nothing but a pair of briefs, sneaked to the pond, ready to give the fish a surprise. Just then, alarms blared throughout the camp, and the entire place lit up. There's an intruder. He saw a shadow dart out of his room and disappear in an instant. Soon, a large number of soldiers poured into the courtyard. Seeing Song Feng barely dressed, their expressions turned odd. They all knew him, the usually gentle young man who often gave out elixirs. His current appearance was indeed shocking. Song Feng wished he could jump into the pond and become a fish, using the fish's 7-second memory to forget this embarrassing moment. Pointing in the direction the intruder had fled, he cursed inwardly, "Don't you guys have any decency? Stop staring." Only then did the soldiers remember their duty and, after giving him a meaningful smile, left. Back in his room, Song Feng felt even more depressed. The intruder had not only failed to assassinate him, but also left his bed full of holes. He could only lie on the sofa in a daze, while Xiao Lan slept soundly nearby. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Too lazy to move, Song Feng nudged Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan opened her big, watery eyes. "Get up and open the door," Song Feng said. Xiao Lan cursed inwardly. "I might not be human, but you're a real dog." The door opened, and Jiang Yi walked in briskly. Seeing the state of the bed, he immediately looked for Song Feng, finally finding the haggard young man on the sofa. "Xiao Feng, I heard you were attacked." Jiang Yi started to speak, but then froze. "What on earth have you been through these past few days?" Facing Jiang Yi, who seemed like a savior, Song Feng finally found someone to confide in. When he mentioned, "The fish in the pond bullied me," Jiang Yi's expression shifted from worry to disbelief, and even his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. "Uncle Jiang, I'm telling the truth. Those little wicked fish are my natural enemies. I've never felt so powerless before." Song Feng recounted his 3-day ordeal with a face full of grievance. "This place has bad feng shui. Let's get out of here." Song Feng looked at Jiang Yi with a hopeful expression, his eyes full of pleading. It was almost laughable to see Song Feng, who once commanded respect and authority in the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, now so disheveled and driven to desperation by a bunch of ordinary fish. Jiang Yi smiled helplessly and glanced around the room at the tattered bed. "Your whereabouts have been exposed. There's a mole within the camp, so it's not safe to stay here. I came back as soon as I got the notification to get you out." Before leaving, Song Feng shot a fierce glare at the fish swimming merrily in the pond, his anger simmering with no outlet. "You little bastards, just wait until the day I come back for revenge. You better not disappear before I return," he growled through gritted teeth. Upon reaching their destination, Jiang Yi pointed to a building ahead and said, "Xiaofeng, this is the Sword Ghost Squad's headquarters." "A delivery station?" Song Feng looked up at the prominent blue sign that read, "Swift Wind Courier," in bold characters. He thought Jiang Yi was joking until he saw 3 delivery men lounging at the entrance, chatting and smoking mosquito coils. To his shock, they were none other than Chen Bing, Fandahua, and Bai Jing. Glancing further inside, he saw Nangong Mu at the counter and Lung Amo sorting packages by the shelves. Turning stiffly, Song Feng asked in disbelief, "Uncle Jiang, I can't believe you guys have a side business?" Jiang Yi laughed and explained, "The Sword Ghost Squad doesn't have many missions, so there's a lot of downtime. Running a delivery station gives everyone something to do and keeps them from getting too bored." This revelation completely upended Song Feng's understanding. The elite members of the Dragon Nation Special Squad were working as delivery men. Those seemingly ordinary delivery guys were actually top-tier warriors. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The world had truly turned upside down, and he felt like the only normal person left. As they entered the parcel station, Jiang Yi led Song Feng to a wall in the corner. With a wave of his arm, the wall vanished, revealing a staircase leading downwards. The two descended one after the other, and the space opened up before them. They found themselves in a 100-square-meter underground meeting room, simply decorated yet dignified. At the center was a round conference table surrounded by 11 chairs, neatly arranged. Jiang Yi pulled out a chair and sat down, signaling for Song Feng to do the same. As Song Feng was about to sit, he noticed his name and the codename Qiufeng engraved on the back of the chair. Curiously, he glanced at the other chairs and saw that each one had a designated name. Fandahua codename Gunshot, Chen Bing codename Phantom, and so on. However, 4 of the chairs had their names covered with black cloth. "Xiao Feng, I have something to tell you," Jiang Yi said solemnly, breaking Song Feng's train of thought. "Uncle Jiang, is it good news or bad news?" "Both. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Let's start with the good news," Jiang Yi explained. "We found a way for you to enter the deep sea abyss in the Republic of Kimchi. The Grand Elder has negotiated with their high-ranking officials to hold a friendship competition, where each side will send their new generation of elites to compete. The competition will take place in the deep sea abyss. That's why we've been away for a few days, to negotiate in person." "And the bad news?" Song Feng asked. Jiang Yi patted his shoulder. "Xiao Feng, it's time for you to step out of your comfort zone. The Berserk Squad has run into trouble and needs our support at Tilian Mountain. All other special squads are occupied with their own missions and can't spare any members. Why does it have to be a special squad? Because we are directly under the Dragon Nation's high command. Rigorously selected elites with no risk of betrayal or leaking information." When Song Feng expressed his desire to join them, Jiang Yi firmly refused. The danger at Tilian Mountain far exceeds that of Wanlong Valley. It's an untamed Arctic wilderness, potentially home to unknown apocalyptic creatures. But for the Icefire 9-leaf fruit, crucial to the Dragon Nation's fate, we must go. Jiang Yi pointed to the chairs covered with black cloth, his voice choked with emotion. The owners of these 4 chairs, some have died in battle, some have retired due to injuries. This includes your father, Song Shan, and Uncle Medicine Pot. Song Feng lifted the black cloths one by one. Song Shan codename Ghost Sword, Yao Changsheng codename Medicine Pot, Chang Jio codename Nether Soul, Li Tai codename Iron Block. Seeing these names, he somberly covered them back up. Uncle Jiang, you all better come back alive. I don't want to cover more chairs with black cloth. It's too much trouble. If none of you return, I'll dismantle all these chairs. Jiang Yi laughed. Do you think you're a husky? Don't worry, we'll come back alive, or else these chairs will be in trouble. They both laughed, their laughter echoing in the meeting room. But they both knew that this laughter was just a way to lighten the heavy mood of parting. No one knew if this farewell would be their last. People often force a smile when saying goodbye. Song Feng stood still, watching the group of friends who were about to part ways. Though everyone wore smiles, the reluctance to leave was evident. Chunbing smirked and said, Goodbye, Feng. Hope you can fix my hand when we meet again, or else some things will be quite inconvenient. Bai Jing pounded his solid chest. Feng, remember to train hard. Next time we meet, I want to see your muscles bigger than mine. Nan Gongmu playfully blinked. Little Feng, take care of yourself. You're so handsome. Don't let some female demoness steal you away. Vanderhua's lips curled up slightly. Kid, don't kick the bucket before me. I don't want to attend another funeral. Lung Mo's expression remained indifferent, but there was a gentle light in his eyes. Chiu Feng, take care. Finally, Jiang Yi patted Song Feng on the shoulder, his tone filled with concern. Little Feng, remember to stay safe. Don't be reckless. Your life is the most important. I understand, Uncle Jiang. Song Feng nodded seriously. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction and turned to the others. All right, everyone. It's time to embark on a new journey. As soon as he finished speaking, he climbed into a white car, with the others following suit. The moment the car doors closed, the white car vanished into thin air, leaving only a breeze that ruffled Song Feng's bangs. He stared blankly at the empty spot until a familiar raspy voice came from behind him. Xiao Song, farewells are a part of life. You'll experience many more. Grandpa Long? Song Feng turned around, surprised to see Long Mubai had appeared behind him without him noticing. After a brief conversation, Song Feng learned that Long Mubai would be their team mentor, accompanying them to South Korea for the Tianjiao tournament. This news brought him some relief. Having Long Mubai with them meant that even if South Korea tried any tricks, they would have to think twice. To Song Feng's further surprise, the other 5 team members were all old acquaintances. Before he could dwell on it, Long Mubai had already waved his hand, casting a spell. In a flash of white light, both of them vanished from the spot. In an instant, the scene shifted to a courtyard in the capital city. In this capital of the Dragon Nation, powerful individuals were as common as clouds, with 5th-turn professionals everywhere and even 6th and 7th-turn experts not being rare. At this moment, 5 young people were chatting in the courtyard, and their conversation had just turned to their mysterious 6th teammate. Hey, why don't we guess who the mysterious teammate might be? Suggested a boy playing with a dagger. Could it be Feng? Asked a burly boy, scratching his head. Feng? You mean the madman? The boy with the dagger frowned in thought, then waved his finger dismissively. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The young man waved his hands excitedly. There's no way that lunatic would join such a boring competition. If it's really him, I'll eat something right here. Mark my words, whoever backs out is a coward. Before he could finish his sentence, a teasing voice came from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the creaking sound of the gate slowly opening. Oh, trying to scam your way into free food and drinks again, Wildcat? Song Feng's figure appeared at the entrance, and all eyes instantly turned to him. Feng bro. Luo Jinqing, the burly man, lit up and charged forward, giving Song Feng a bear hug. Ever since Song Feng led the team to complete the legendary dungeon Forgotten Ruins, Luo Jinqing's admiration for him had reached the level of a diehard fan. Mule, you're going to suffocate me. Song Feng struggled to push Luo Jinqing away, gasping for air. The nickname Mule had been a casual remark, but it turned out to be surprisingly fitting. Luo Jinqing scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. Feng bro, I got too excited. Any more excited and you'll be hosting a feast, Song Feng thought to himself, but managed to force a smile. Xianana, Yang Feng, and Gu Jun also gathered around, greeting him warmly. Having been through life and death situations together, their reunion was inevitably emotional. After exchanging pleasantries and catching up on their recent activities, level-ups, and amusing stories, they suddenly remembered something. Wildcat, didn't you just say you'd eat something? Lu Ming, who had been trying to slip away quietly, froze in place. He turned and dashed to Song Feng's side, wrapping an arm around his shoulder ingratiatingly. Madman. You look even more handsome after just a few days. Don't change the subject, Song Feng replied with a faint smile. Lu Ming's face twisted into a look more pain than crying. All right, if we have to play this game, fine. Forget eating something. I admit I'm Lu Tian's grandson. Hearing this clever twist, Song Feng couldn't help but laugh. Well, look at you, playing word games now? Just then, Long Mubai walked into the room at a leisurely pace. It seems you all know each other, so there's no need for introductions, Long Mubai said. Old man, you probably don't know about our glorious past. Lu Ming chuckled, his eyes gleaming with pride. Oh, do tell, Long Mubai said with interest. Our team was once the most formidable new generation squad. Ever heard of the legendary dungeon, the Forgotten Ruins? We were the first to conquer it. Lu Ming puffed out his chest. Little did he know that the seemingly ordinary old man before him was actually the legendary sword Immortal Long Mubai, who once dominated the world. Back in Long Mubai's prime, Lu Ming's parents might not have even met yet. Although the name Sword Immortal was legendary among the younger generation, none had ever seen him in person. That's indeed impressive. Long Mubai nodded slightly, a look of approval on his face. Song Feng shook his head subtly from the side. This guy had no idea he was boasting in front of the Sword Immortal, who had cleared at least 8 legendary dungeons. Even though you have experience fighting together, you're still far from being able to take on the elite team from Pao Kai Nation, Long Mubai said. With a wave of his arm, everyone was instantly transported to a towering structure. This 9-nethered demon suppression tower, covered in purple gold patterns, pierced the sky and emitted a faint glow. Long Mubai introduced. This tower imprisons tens of thousands of exceptionally powerful beasts. They've been confined for a century, their resentment making them far stronger than beasts of the same level. The tower has 9 levels, each with different combat environments. The 9-nether demon suppression tower will assign opponents based on your overall strength. Each level has 3 waves of beasts, with increasing difficulty. Long Mubai paused. Your task is to survive and reach the 5th level. The 5th level? You're underestimating us, old man, Lu Ming said boldly. We'll go straight to the 9th level. Long Mubai smiled meaningfully. It's good for young people to have ambition, but let's see you get past the 1st level first. Song Feng sensed a hint of schadenfreude in that smile. With a wave of Long Mubai's sleeve, the massive doors of the tower opened with a thunderous sound. Once the 6 entered, the doors closed tightly. Lu Ming pushed against the door, but it didn't budge. Damn, now we can't even escape. Weren't you aiming for all 9 levels? Song Feng teased. Ahem, just trying to lighten the mood. Lu Ming laughed awkwardly. Song Feng surveyed their surroundings and found themselves in a cyberpunk-style mechanical space, like an abandoned factory. He walked to the central control panel and clicked Start without hesitation. Instantly, a deafening roar echoed from afar. The ground shook violently, and a blinding light spread from the display screen. They steadied themselves and closed their eyes against the glare. When they reopened them, they found themselves in a dense forest. The distant roars sent waves of air pressure towards them. Everyone, up the trees. Song Feng grabbed Lu Ming, who was about to charge forward, and in a flash of blue light, they appeared on a tree branch. Huh. When did you learn spatial teleportation? Lu Ming was stunned. Back when they cleared the Forgotten Ruins, Song Feng was only at the 3rd transition and hadn't mastered such a divine skill. I'm at the peak of the 5th transition now. Learning a few more skills is only natural. Song Feng glanced at him. What? Lu Ming was once again left in a daze. Isn't your support class hidden profession a money sink? How are you leveling up so fast? Lu Ming stared at Song Feng in disbelief, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Indeed, Lu Ming had put in immense effort grinding dungeons day and night, investing heaps of precious resources and relentlessly hunting monsters, barely managing to reach the 5th turn stage. This speed was already top-notch among his peers. Yet, Song Feng seemed to soar like a rocket, already at the peak of the 5th turn, leaving Lu Ming far behind. Ignoring Lu Ming's admiring gaze, Song Feng focused intently in the direction of the roaring noise. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the vibrations grew stronger. As a cautious strategist, he needed to assess the enemy's numbers and various details before formulating the optimal strategy to achieve maximum results with minimal cost. The 6 of them spread out among a few nearby trees, maintaining a few meters of vigilance distance between each other. This way, they could cover one another without being caught all at once. Rumble. The ground's tremors intensified. Suddenly, a tide of black beasts surged forward like a breached dam, destroying everything in their path. The overwhelming momentum was suffocating, like facing a moving mountain. Approximately 300 beasts, all at the 4th turn level, limited threat. Song Feng quickly assessed and ordered, everyone, attack, quick and decisive. Let me lead the charge. Yang Feng shouted, hoisting a massive cannon as thick as a barrel, aiming it at the incoming beast tide. Boom. White smoke instantly enveloped the battlefield. The enormous recoil threw Yang Fong back, and he barely managed to steady himself upon landing. The cannonball hit the center of the beast horde precisely, sending hundreds of beasts flying, many disintegrating on the spot. The battle wasn't over yet. Suddenly, dozens of fiery jets erupted from the ground. Following that, a massive sword beam sliced through the sky, annihilating the remaining beasts in one blow. The battlefield was instantly shrouded in a bloody mist, corpses strewn everywhere, with not a single beast surviving out of the 300. Seeing the astonishing results, Song Feng smirked in satisfaction. Not bad. I like this efficiency. The first wave of monsters was relatively weak, all around the 4th tier. Although Lu Ming and his team were slightly inferior to Song Feng, their 5th tier strength allowed them to handle this wave of monsters with ease. The second wave of monsters arrived quickly, with their overall strength noticeably increased to the 5th tier and their numbers swelling to 400. Faced with a horde of equally strong and numerically superior monsters, the situation became tense. However, Song Feng was prepared. Dark Surge. With a low shout from Song Feng, a black river appeared out of thin air, enveloping all the monsters. As tendrils of black energy wrapped around them, the monsters' attributes instantly dropped by 40. Holy crap! You're insane! Lu Ming exclaimed in surprise. With the monster's strength drastically reduced, the battle became significantly easier. Lu Ming moved like a phantom through the monster horde, his dagger flashing as monsters fell wherever he passed. Yang Fong carried a cannonball on each shoulder, and with thunderous explosions, sent monsters scattering. Luo Jinqing wielded his holy greatsword, spinning like a top and slicing monsters in half. Xia Nana swung her staff embedded with red crystals, launching fireballs that erupted into towering flames. Gu Jun's swordsmanship was agile and graceful, each strike claiming the life of a monster. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the battlefield was littered with corpses, and everyone's levels were rapidly increasing. Song Feng realized cold Mubai's intention. This wasn't just training. It was preparation for the upcoming competition. At this rate, by the time they reached the 5th level, everyone should reach the peak of the 5th tier. At the moment Lu Ming severed the last monster's head, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the forest. The sheer sound wave exerted a powerful pressure on everyone. A 6th tier monster? Song Feng frowned. Although he had once cooperated with the Sword Demon Squad to kill an 8th tier creature, his current teammates were not as strong as his former companions. Everyone, be cautious. We might be facing a 6th tier monster next, Song Feng warned. What? Lu Ming nearly collapsed. We're only at the 5th tier. With Commander Song leading us, we won't lose. Xia Nana and Luo Jinsheng voiced their support. As the roars continued, the first batch of monsters came into view 5th tier peak, numbering over 500. Faced with the team's shock, Song Feng once again unleashed Dark Surge, reducing the monster's attributes by 40. To ensure safety, he added a dragon roar, conjuring a golden dragon's phantom to temporarily hold back the monster's advance. Now's the time. Song Feng immediately commanded. Xia Nana, Flame Cage. Yang Fong, Tenfold Cannon Fire. Luo Jinqing, Holy Sword Strike. Gu Jun, Sky-Piercing Sword. What about me? Lu Ming asked eagerly. Song Feng patted his shoulder. Hold on, you're my trump card. We'll need you for the big play. Lu Ming's expression immediately brightened as he heard the words, and a sly smile spread across his face. Madman, I knew you were the best to me. Wow, so you were just pretending? With acting skills like that, you deserve an Oscar. Boom, bang, pow, whoosh. 4 attacks landed simultaneously, scattering the beast horde with immense force. The magical beasts were thrown into the air, their agonized screams echoing as they fell. Although these peak-level beasts couldn't be defeated in one strike, the interference from the dark, surging aura significantly weakened their combat abilities. Many of the beasts were injured, with severed limbs strewn across the ground. Yang Fong and the other 3 each faced nearly 100 beasts, and the battle seemed evenly matched. However, as time passed, their stamina waned, and they began to show signs of exhaustion. Just then, blue light flickered around them, and they were instantly teleported to Song Feng's side. Brother Feng, I can barely hold on, Luo Jinqing gasped, bending over with his hands on his knees, his body drenched in sweat. Commander Song, we're almost out of fighting strength. What should we do next? Yang Fong asked, sitting on the ground with a grim expression, having put away his cannon. Xia Nana frowned. We can handle a few dozen beasts, but facing hundreds individually is too much. Agreed. I second that. Lu Ming chimed in, earning strange looks from everyone. Wait, did you even participate to have an opinion? Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly and looked down. If we don't have the strength to continue fighting, then we won't fight for now, Song Feng said calmly. Heavenly Rock. As he spoke, a giant phantom rock materialized, enveloping the 6 of them. Lu Ming curiously examined the new skill but couldn't discern its secrets. The moment the first beast collided with the phantom rock, it was flung away by an invisible force, crashing into several trees before coming to a stop. Another rhino-like beast charged in disbelief, only to be similarly repelled. Seeing this, the other beasts retreated, not daring to make a move. Song Feng handed out 5 pouches to the group. It's safe here for now. Restore your strength. They all thanked him and began refining the pills. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the forest. As the ground shook violently, a massive beast slowly emerged. It had 2 horns on its head, a bull's face, and an ape's body, a species of magical beast never seen before. Song Feng looked at this peculiar combination and couldn't help but think, is this some new hybrid between an ape and a bull? This is really something. Name, Nyo Shoemo Yuan. Level, LV.111, 6th transformation. Description, a hybrid of a wild ox and a demonic ape. It possesses the ferocity of the ox and the savagery of the ape. Its defense is formidable, and its attack power is equally impressive. After scanning the introduction, Song Feng murmured, just as I thought, this demonic ape has just reached the 6th transformation. The threat level isn't too high. Before he finished speaking, Nyo Shoemo Yuan let out an earth-shaking roar, pounding its chest madly. The shockwave from the soundwave instantly swept towards Song Feng and his team. Lu Ming and the others were jolted awake by the sudden noise, immediately opening their eyes. Damn! How dare you? You big ape! Interrupt my pill refining. Lu Ming rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge out in anger. Rookie, a reminder it's at the 6th transformation. Song Feng's timely voice came through. Lu Ming's steps halted abruptly, and he quickly changed his tone. Ahem, well, sometimes it's good to keep a calm mind. He took a few steps back, clasping his hands behind his back and shaking his head as if in thought. I'll let you off this time, but be careful next time. Nyo Shoemo Yuan looked bewildered, while everyone else internally chuckled. Just admit you can't beat it. No need to act like a wise elder. Commander Song, what do we do next? Xianana stepped forward and asked, with the other 3 gathering around. By now, they had mostly recovered their strength and fully absorbed their medicinal pills, ready to fight again. Stay still until the enemy makes a move. Let's see who loses patience first. Just as Song Feng finished speaking, Nyo Shoemo Yuan attacked, swinging its massive fists at the phantom rock barrier. Everyone held their breath, but Song Feng smiled confidently. If it can withstand a full force strike from an 8th transformation beast, what's a 6th transformation beast attack? Sure enough, when the ape's fists collided with the phantom rock barrier, it was like hitting a solid wall, not even leaving a dent. Moreover, the barrier rebounded with tremendous force, sending the ape flying several hundred meters, crashing through more than a dozen trees along the way. This scene intimidated the surrounding beasts, causing them to retreat. To them, the potential benefits weren't worth risking their lives. The time is now, Song Feng commanded, removing the phantom rock barrier. Yang Feng, fire. Yang Feng shouldered his cannons and fired 2 shots at the beast horde. The shells streaked like lightning, blasting the beasts into pieces. Xianana, unleash the blazing inferno. Xianana raised her staff, chanting incantations. Countless flames converged into a sea of fire, instantly engulfing the fleeing beasts. Horrific screams echoed as chaos erupted in the inferno. Luo Jinqing, Gu Jun, start the cleanup. 2 sword lights whizzed through the fire, cutting through the beasts. Blood and flesh flew, and within moments, hundreds of beasts lay dead or dying. Finally, Song Feng looked at the battered and exhausted Nyo Shoemo Yuan in the distance and calmly said, Rookie, it's your turn. Are you crazy? You want me to handle this? Lu Ming pointed to himself, his neck craning forward, disbelief written all over his face. Bro, are you serious? That's a 6th-tier demon beast, and you want a 5-tier novice like me to take it on alone? His voice was filled with obvious doubt. A faint smile appeared on Song Feng's lips. No, I mean steal it. What? Steal it? Lu Ming's eyes widened. You must be joking. As the master thief, he was indeed skilled at stealing weapons and equipment, but stealing a demon beast? The idea was so outrageous that he couldn't wrap his head around it. You want me to steal that gigantic thing? Lu Ming stared at the hulking beast in the distance, shock filling his heart. He had never attempted such a thing and hadn't even dared to imagine it. Song Feng continued to persuade him gently, don't give up before you've even tried. What if you get lucky? Besides, all the skills we have today were developed by our predecessors through repeated trials and failures. He paused. Don't you want to be a pioneer? If you succeed, you'll be a legend among thieves, remembered throughout history as a trailblazer. These words planted a seed in Lu Ming's heart. He looked down at his hands, then back at the minotaur ape in the distance, his Adam's apple bobbing. Can this really work? He wondered silently. Well, There's only one way to find out. The worst that could happen is death, and at least it would be a death worthy of future generations. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming decisively raised his right hand, aiming at the minotaur ape lying on the ground not far away. His gaze became resolute as his mental energy surged into his palm, creating a powerful storm of energy. Swish! In the next moment, a massive arm appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was the arm of the minotaur ape. As he continued to focus, the rest of the beast's body gradually materialized, and he successfully stole the entire massive creature. Crazy! I did it! I actually did it! Lu Ming shouted in excitement, jumping for joy at his unprecedented success. I really did it! Lu Ming's face lit up with joy, unable to contain his excitement. He had just accomplished an unprecedented feat, stealing a demon ape. This idea, bold to the point of absurdity, had actually been realized. Traditionally, thieves only stole weapons and equipment. No one had ever succeeded in stealing a magical beast before. Way to go. Well done. Song Feng genuinely praised him. He hadn't expected such a Spiro-Themin idea to work. He thought, if Lu Ming could perfect this technique, he could snatch opponents from 100 meters away, completely upending conventional combat strategies. At this moment, the demon ape with a bull's head was already on its last legs, its large, bell-like eyes glaring at Song Feng with venomous hatred. It understood that this man was the cause of its current misery, but it was too weak to retaliate and could only let out impotent roars. All the experience from this demon ape is yours. As a reward for your daring attempt, Song Feng patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, smiling approvingly. Lu Ming was overjoyed at this. In that case, I won't hold back. He rubbed his hands together, a sly smile spreading across his face as he approached the dying demon ape. But suddenly, a drastic change occurred. A blood-red mark appeared in the center of the demon ape's forehead. Dark energy began to seep out of its body, its skin rapidly darkened, and its aura surged wildly. Madman, what do we do now? Lu Ming quickly retreated, looking to Song Feng for help. Ah, I knew we couldn't avoid this. Song Feng sighed with a wry smile, then said seriously, attack its forehead directly and interrupt its spell casting. Urged by Song Feng, Lu Ming finally cast aside his hesitation, gripping his dagger and aiming for the demon ape's forehead. The demon ape, unable to move due to its spellcasting, could only watch helplessly as the dagger pierced in. Roar! With an unwilling roar, the dark energy around the demon ape dissipated into tiny sparks. A system notification sounded, indicating that Lu Ming had gained 300,000 experience points, jumping 5 levels instantly. However, as Lu Ming reveled in his level-up joy, a wisp of dark energy suddenly burst from his own forehead, quickly spreading throughout his body. The intense headache made him clutch his head in agony, his consciousness fading. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely saw Song Feng approaching with a holy lotus, his entire body glowing with a soft white light. Madman, just sleep it off. Those were the last words Lu Ming heard. Slowly opening his eyes, Lu Ming's vision gradually cleared. He rubbed his throbbing temples and looked around in confusion, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Instead of the dense forest he expected, an endless expanse of yellow sand stretched out before him. Awake? A familiar voice called out. Lu Ming turned to see Song Feng smiling at him. Crazy, where are we? He asked. The second level of the 9 Nether Demon Tower, the Desert Forbidden Zone, Song Feng replied. We've already cleared the first level? Lu Ming asked, scratching his head in bewilderment. Nodding, Song Feng explained, you were infected by the black aura of the demon ape earlier. I used the holy lotus to expel it, and you fell into a deep sleep. In the distance, Yang Feng and 3 others were fiercely battling hundreds of demonic beasts, their corpses strewn across the blood-soaked sand. Learning that this was already the second wave of beasts, Lu Ming fell silent. Watching the battle nearing victory, a bitter feeling rose in his heart. Without him, the team could still push forward. Noticing Lu Ming's dejection, Song Feng patted his shoulder. Maverick, you're the saint thief. Large-scale battles aren't your forte. Everyone has their own strengths. Don't belittle yourself. These words shone like a guiding light, illuminating Lu Ming's path. Just then, the ground's yellow sand began to flow violently, converging in one direction. In the distance, a massive humanoid figure formed from the flowing sand, towering 10 stories high and blotting out half the sky. The system panel displayed. Name: Sand Emperor. Level: 6 Stern. Description: the Emperor of the Sand Demon Clan, composed entirely of flowing sand, with unpredictable and difficult-to-counter moves. The sand on the ground started to flow wildly, making it feel like everyone was standing on sticky glue, unable to move. Whether Lu Ming stabbed the ground with his dagger, Luo Jinqing planted his giant sword, or Yang Feng piled up explosives to block it, nothing could stop the pull of the sand toward the Sand Emperor. Hovering in midair, Song Feng observed for a moment before suddenly speaking. Gu Jun, test it with the Lingxiao sword light. A dazzling sword light slashed at the Sand Emperor but passed through its body as if cutting through water, causing no harm. Just as I thought, Song Feng chuckled. Everyone, stop resisting. Let the sand take us inside the Sand Emperor. Faced with this bold suggestion, the group was shocked but chose to trust Song Feng. As Xian'an trembled with fear, Song Feng stood atop the sand, hands behind his back, and softly revealed the plan's name. Drawing the firewood from under the pot, attacking the roots to solve the problem, since we can't break through the Tsar's defenses from the outside, we'll dismantle it from within. Song Feng and the other 5, yielding to the suction of the quicksand, willingly entered the Tsar's massive maw. Passing through the writhing esophagus, they arrived at a stomach cavity as vast as half a football field. The walls were made entirely of flowing sand, and the ground was covered with a pool of foul-smelling black liquid. Each time the sand fell into the pool, it emitted a harsh, sizzling sound and black fumes rose. Song Feng took out a pill and dropped it into the black pool. Observing the intense corrosive reaction, he immediately turned to Xian'an. Release the scorching flames. Let's see if we can evaporate this stomach acid. Xian'an waved her staff, and dozens of fireballs swirled in the air before crashing into the black pool. Amidst the sizzling sounds, the pool water quickly evaporated, filling the space with black fumes. The group found it hard to breathe, prompting Song Feng to cast Holy Lotus Eruption. White lotuses bloomed, purifying the surrounding toxic air. So this is the skill you use to remove the dark ape's black fumes from me? Lu Ming marveled. At that moment, the entire stomach cavity trembled violently, indicating that the Tsar had sensed the disturbance. The world suddenly turned upside down as the black liquid poured down like a waterfall. Song Feng quickly summoned the heavenly rock shield, enveloping the group and blocking the highly corrosive stomach acid. It's time to end this, Song Feng commanded decisively. Yang Feng, heavy artillery. Xian'an, add flame support. Yang Feng shouldered a giant cannon, firing a basketball-sized shell. Xian'an's flames wrapped around it. Amidst the dazzling explosion, the Tsar let out a piercing scream, and its entire body disintegrated into a cloud of yellow sand. Seizing the opportunity, Xian'an unleashed a sea of fire to burn away the remaining sand particles, while Lu Ming swiftly reached out and grabbed the black crystal core marked with a circular insignia. Despite its violent tremors attempting to escape, Lu Ming's powerful mental force crushed it into powder. As the system notification congratulations on passing the second trial of the Nine Nether appeared, a flash of light transported the group to a new environment, the third trial of the Nine Nether, the Ghostly Valley. Welcome to the third trial of the Nine Nether realm, the Phantom Valley. The sky suddenly darkened, and the scenery before them shifted in an instant. The endless desert was replaced by a shadowy valley, where a chilling wind howled. The ground was littered with white bones, and the surrounding mountains loomed ominously under the dim sky. Suddenly, a dark figure flashed across their vision. Song Feng's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion of his arm, a chain gleaming with cold light shot out, wrapping around the shadow like a snake. A piercing scream shattered the silence. With a flick of his wrist, Song Feng retrieved the chain, revealing a faceless, semi-transparent humanoid spirit bound at the end. The system displayed. Name: Phantom Walker. Level: Peak of the 5th turn. Description: a ghost formed in the darkness, condensed by a special magnetic field. Its attacks are unpredictable, and it is immune to ordinary attacks. Lu Ming approached curiously to observe the translucent skeletal figure. So this is the legendary ghost, he exclaimed. If it weren't for Song Feng's insightful eyes, we might never have spotted it. The Phantom Walker let out an eerie howl, its voice seeming to come from the void. Let's see if we can harm it, Song Feng said, gripping the chain tightly and signaling Lu Ming to test with his dagger. Lu Ming reversed his grip on the dagger and swiftly thrust it toward the ghost. The blade caused only a few ripples on the ghost's surface before passing through without resistance. What about fire? Song Feng turned to Xian'an. She immediately waved her staff, summoning a sea of flames. But the fire also passed through the ghost, leaving only scorch marks on the ground. It looks like we'll need a mental attack, Song Feng said, scanning the group, only to realize there were no mental-type professionals among them. I can give it a try, Gu Jun suddenly spoke up. I have mastered soul-severing sword, though I'm not yet proficient. With Song Feng's approval, Gu Jun closed his eyes and concentrated, forming a seal with his hands. A sword formed of mental energy materialized before him, becoming more solid as sweat beaded on his forehead. Xian'an wiped his sweat with concern. Suddenly, Gu Jun's eyes flashed with determination. The mental sword hummed and shot forward like an arrow, piercing the ghost's forehead. The Phantom Walker exploded into countless points of light and vanished. We did it. Gu Jun smiled with joy. It was his first perfect execution of the skill. Despite the significant mental exhaustion that left him pale and unsteady, He reassured them softly with Xian Nana's support. Just a bit dizzy, nothing serious. Song Feng carefully selected a few top-quality restoration pills from his storage bag and handed them to Gu Jun. Take these first. Restore your mental strength before we proceed. This decision was made with great consideration. In the entire team, only Gu Jun possessed mental attack skills, and their primary opponents in this stage were likely ghostly entities like phantom walkers. Against such enemies, regular attacks were useless, making Gu Jun the key damage dealer for this phase. Though Song Feng also knew a mental skill called Dragon Roar, it was merely a stunning ability without substantial damage. As a seasoned support, he was quite content with this. A true support should have no damaging skills, prioritize safety in battles, and stay in the backline observing the fight. After all, leveling up through commanding with words was far more comfortable than risking one's life on the front lines. While Gu Jun was recovering his mental strength, Lu Ming went to scout the depths of the valley. Upon returning, he wore a mysterious smile. I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first? Cut the suspense, Lu Ming, Song Feng said bluntly. Just tell us what's ahead. Lu Ming shrugged. All right, the good news first, there aren't many phantom walkers up ahead, at most 20. Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. And the bad news? Luo Jincheng asked eagerly. Lu Ming's expression suddenly turned grave. The bad news is, I sensed a much stronger ghostly creature than the phantom walkers, and there are a lot of them. At these words, the smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze. Song Feng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. This was indeed bad news. Just as they got rid of a minor trouble, a major one arrived. Compared to this, he even felt dealing with the ghost walkers was easier. This is Grandpa Long's trial for us. Even if we have to grit our teeth, we must push through. We can't give up halfway, Song Feng said. Crazy. Who is this Grandpa Long you're talking about? Lu Ming asked, puzzled. Song Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at the others, noticing the same confusion on their faces. Our team leader for this competition is named Long. Oh, you mean that old guy, Lu Ming said, curling his lip. He looks kind enough, but he's tight-lipped. He doesn't say anything no matter what you ask. Song Feng silently gave Lu Ming a thumbs up in his heart. This kid might be the first person on Blue Star daring enough to call the solitary sword Immortal Long Mubai an old guy. He didn't reveal Long Mubai's true identity, perhaps because that was Long's intention. After all, the sudden appearance of Blue Star's strongest being, who had vanished for a century, would be like a divine thunderbolt striking the ocean, causing a colossal uproar. Commander Song, I'm fully recovered. Gu Jun stood up, his complexion restored, lips regaining their color, and eyes sparkling with vitality. Song Feng analyzed, this stage should still involve 3 waves of monsters, but unlike the previous stages, we need to take the initiative. Everyone nodded in agreement. As the team advanced, the intelligence Lu Ming brought back proved accurate. There were indeed no more than 20 ghost walkers. Since only Gu Jun could harm these spirit entities, they had to proceed in stops and starts, allowing Gu Jun time to recover. The first wave of ghost walkers alone took as much time as the previous 2 stages combined. More troubling was the emergence of a stronger type of spirit monster ahead, in overwhelming numbers. Lu Ming estimated there were at least 500, plunging the group into silence. I get the hidden meaning in Grandpa Long's smile now, Song Feng said, spreading his hands. This 3rd stage exposes our team's fatal flaw, lack a mental class professional. Besides Gu Jun, no one has any mental attack skills. He suddenly realized the true purpose of Long Mubai's trial. It wasn't so much about building rapport and familiarizing themselves with their skills, but about recognizing and addressing their team's deficiencies. After a discussion, they found that the 9 Nether trial had no time limit, allowing them to use this opportunity to improve their team setup. Song Feng asked everyone about their remaining skill points. Lu Ming had 150, Luo Jincheng had 100, and both Yang Feng and Xian Nana had enough to learn new skills. Only Gu Jun had insufficient points due to recently learning a new skill. While reviewing Lu Ming's skill catalog, Song Feng was drawn to a skill called Soul Devour. This skill, which required 130 skill points, could attack and defend by stealing and consuming mental energy, and it could also form a mental shield to protect the mind. Although Lu Ming initially hesitated, wanting to save his skill points as a bride price, he ultimately gave in under Song Feng's persuasion. When the system notification chimed, Lu Ming's heart ached. There goes my dowry. Despite the heartache, the value this skill brings is undeniable, Song Feng said as he looked around at everyone, ready to allocate the skills. Lu Jincheng, the Holy Light Shield can block mental attacks, which is perfect for you. Yang Feng, as a gunner, the Soul Shattering Wave can cause explosive damage to the target soul, aligning perfectly with your combat style. Xian Nana, the Soul Scorching Flame is the ideal long-range attack skill for you. As for Gu Jun, your remaining skill points are limited, and you already have mental skills, so there's no need to learn another one for now. Everyone took their positions and began to focus on learning their skills. With a wave of his arm, Song Feng conjured a phantom image of a boulder in midair. He then sat cross-legged, took out the Yuan Tian furnace, arranged the prepared herbs neatly, and began to concentrate on refining the elixirs. Meanwhile, outside the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Tower, a phantom screen displayed the images of Song Feng and the others. Xiao Liuzi, watching the screen, couldn't help but exclaim, "That kid is smart. He figured out the essence of the 9 Nether trials so quickly." Lung Mubai's face showed a pleased smile. Young Song has exceptional talent and intelligence. He will undoubtedly surpass us, the older generation. The other 5 probably won't be able to measure up, right? Xiao Liuzi shook his head. No, Lung Mubai immediately countered. Their potential is just as great. Take the Master Thief, for instance. Although his performance in the first 2 rounds wasn't outstanding, that's because of his specific skill set. Under Song Feng's guidance, he has already developed new techniques. A professional who can create new skills has limitless potential. After a detailed analysis, Lu Daotian had to admit he had underestimated them. The conversation then shifted to the affairs of the Gu King Hall. Through the Shadow Jade, Lung Mubai learned about the Gu King Hall's layout within the Dragon Nation and decided to assign the newly formed Red Spirit Special Squad to handle the matter. Once Lu Daotian left with his orders, Lung Mubai gazed at the screen showing Song Feng focused on refining elixirs, his eyes welling up with tears. He softly remarked, "Our Long Yen Special Squad has a worthy successor. Time flows like water, silently slipping through our fingers." 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, with everyone intensely focused on honing their new skills. Song Feng sat cross-legged nearby, deeply engrossed in alchemy and enchanting. Before the radiant Yuan heavenly furnace, high-grade elixirs were born in his hands one after another. He even took the time to enchant the weapons of Lu Ming and the others with powerful magic. "How's everyone doing with their new skills?" Song Feng asked as he put away the Yuan heavenly furnace and the scattered herbs on the ground, standing up. "Crazy. I'm unbelievably strong now." Lu Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Luo Jincheng clenched his fists, causing his knuckles to crack. "Even against mental-type professionals, I'm fully confident. Wait till you see the power of my shock cannon. It'll blow your minds," Yang Fong said with a mysterious smile. Xian'an softly added, "I've been trying out mental attack skills these past few days. They're really extraordinary." Gu Jun, as always, remained calm and composed. "My proficiency has improved significantly." Seeing everyone's confidence, Song Feng smiled with satisfaction. These skills were carefully selected by him, and seeing such impressive results filled him with a sense of accomplishment. "To truly see how well you've mastered them, we need actual combat," Song Feng said as he dismissed the illusionary rock formation and led the way deeper into the valley. The others followed closely, their faces brimming with anticipation for the upcoming battle. The fight began swiftly. Although the Phantom was also at the pinnacle of the 5th transformation, Gu Jun found it far more formidable than the Wraithwalker. Forming seals with his hands, several mental swords darted through the air, accurately piercing the Phantom. "Using borrowed power is really something," Lu Ming exclaimed as he dodged a shadow emerging from behind him. He grabbed with his hand, pulling a black energy thread from the Phantom, continuously absorbing mental energy into his body. When the Phantom counterattacked, Lu Ming immediately retaliated, channeling the vast mental energy back, causing it to explode into a mist. Xian'an unleashed her soul-burning flames, instantly engulfing a vast area in scorching spiritual fire. The Phantom screamed in agony within the inferno, dissipating into mist one after another. As Xian'an basked in the power of her skill, a Phantom suddenly appeared behind her. In the nick of time, Gu Jun's mental sword pierced the Phantom. The moment left both of them blushing, much to Luo Jincheng's astonishment. Yang Feng's shock cannon was immensely powerful, sweeping large areas with each blast. Despite its long cooldown and high mental energy consumption, Luo Jincheng's holy light shield provided perfect synergy, making their teamwork flawless. As the battle neared its end, everyone had reached new heights in mastering and utilizing their new skills. Watching it all, Song Feng slowly raised his hands and softly said, "Praise to the 9 Nether Demon Suppressing Tower." The battle concluded swiftly, with the scales of victory tipping in Song Feng's favor. "Awesome." Lu Ming was the first to voice everyone's sentiments. The others exchanged smiles, clearly feeling the same. "Glad to hear it," Song Feng chuckled, casting his gaze toward the depths of the valley. "Let's keep the momentum going and conquer the 3rd stage." Onward. The group advanced unimpeded, and soon reached the heart of the valley. There, the final boss of the 3rd stage, the Spectral King, awaited them. It hovered in midair, cloaked and holding a long spear, exuding a perilous aura. Sensing the intruders, the Spectral King slowly opened its eyes, its pale blue pupils gleaming like sapphires. "Wretched invaders, your end is nigh." "Well, it can talk?" Song Feng raised an eyebrow. "Looks like this boss isn't lacking in brains." Before anyone could react further, the Spectral King launched an attack. Luozi, activate the Holy Light Shield. Song Feng commanded immediately. Luo Jinqing swiftly summoned a massive shield radiating a soft glow. The spear clashed against the shield, producing a piercing metallic screech. Seeing its attack thwarted, the Spectral King vanished in a flash. Feeling the impending danger from behind, Song Feng quickly alerted, Luozi, behind you. The Holy Light Shield teleported to block the strike, but Luo Jinqing was under immense pressure. The Spectral King relentlessly shifted its attack angles, while Song Feng, using his insightful eyes, tracked its movements and provided timely warnings. The continuous high-intensity combat quickly drained Luo Jinqing's stamina and mental strength, causing cracks to appear in the Holy Light Shield. Just as the Spectral King prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Song Feng seized the moment. Dragon Roar. A golden dragon phantom roared forth, striking the overconfident Spectral King directly. The boss let out a pained scream, staggering back while clutching its head, and dropped its spear. Yang Feng. Shockwave. Got it. With Luo Jinqing's support, Yang Feng lifted a hefty launcher, sending a powerful shockwave through the Spectral King's body. Xianana. Gu Jun. Wild strikes. Follow up with your attacks. The three responded in unison, launching their assaults simultaneously. A tidal wave of blazing fire, several psychic swords whistling through the air, and black ribbons pulsating with immense psychic energy. Under the triple assault, the Spectral King had no chance to resist and was killed on the spot. A system notification announced the completion of the third stage. The scene shifted instantly, and the group found themselves submerged in an ocean. Entering the fourth stage, Deep Sea Treasure Hunt. Each person was enveloped in a transparent film that both isolated the seawater and supplied oxygen. Song Feng tested his movements, finding them heavily impeded by the water's resistance. Even the sacred lotus surge couldn't negate this effect. Silent Shadow. Song Feng activated a skill, making everyone's bodies lighter and offsetting the speed reduction caused by the water. Taking advantage of the moment, Song Feng instructed everyone to rest and recover their mental strength, summoning a rock guardian to shield them. As the group began to meditate, Song Feng noticed something unusual in the distance. Turning to look, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck is that?" A small fish, glowing with a golden light, slowly swam up to Song Feng. The sight of it instantly brought back some unpleasant memories, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly, "You little rascal." The golden fish stopped just outside the illusionary rock and gently wagged its tail, as if trying to convey a message. Suddenly, Song Feng remembered the name of this level, Deep Sea Treasure Hunt. This vast ocean offered no clear hints on where to start. Staring at the little goldfish, a thought struck him. Could this tiny creature be the guide? After a brief rest, Song Feng waved his hand to dispel the illusionary rock. The goldfish immediately swam to his side, circled around him once, then stopped in front of him and blew out a few tiny, sparkling bubbles. Such a peculiar little thing, Song Feng remarked as he reached out to touch the goldfish, only to find his hand passing right through it. It was an illusion. This confirmed his suspicion. The goldfish was indeed the guide for this level, a manifestation of some kind of consciousness. Let's go. Follow it. Seeing the goldfish wag its tail and swim off into the distance, Song Feng quickly led the group in pursuit. Thanks to the skill swift as a shadow, the enormous resistance of the deep sea vanished, and they moved even faster than they would on land. After swimming for a long time, the goldfish suddenly stopped in a special area. Here, giant corals, several times larger than usual, in various vibrant colors and shapes, filled the space. While the group was puzzled, the goldfish glanced at Song Feng, wagged its tail, and disappeared into the coral. "Is this goldfish messing with us?" Lu Ming grumbled. "No, something's off," Song Feng said, staring at a particular coral. Before he could finish his sentence, a dark shadow shot toward him. "Feng, watch out." The shadow pierced through Song Feng, but he remained unharmed, had entered a phasing state just in time. Turning around, he saw a fish monster with meter-long sharp spines floating in the water. Swordfish Demon. Level: 5th Transition Peak. Immediately, hundreds of various fish monsters surged from the coral, surrounding the group. Song Feng remained calm. "Everyone, get ready for the first wave of monsters." The battle erupted. Despite the limitations of Xianana's flames and Yang Feng's cannonballs underwater, they were more than enough to handle these small fry. After the fight, the goldfish reappeared and led them to an astonishing sight. An exquisite palace stood in the depths of the ocean, seemingly carved from crystal, adorned with vibrant corals and inlaid with shimmering gems, surpassing even the legendary dragon palace of the East Sea in opulence. The goldfish darted into the palace. Before they proceeded, Lu Ming grabbed Song Feng's hand and said in his signature bubbly voice, "Feng, make sure you come back alive." Song Feng shook off his hand in disdain. "I'm just scouting, not going to my death." Don't get your hopes up for a feast. Lu Ming felt guilty and thought, oh no, my little scheme has been discovered. Song Feng transformed into a ghostly figure, following the residual image left by the little goldfish into the palace. The vast hall was eerily silent. Not a trace of magical beasts could be sensed. This unusual situation made him wary. How could such an important palace be left unguarded? Following the winding corridors, the little goldfish led him to a smaller palace. This palace was entirely made of blue crystal, adorned with dazzling gemstones that refracted a dreamlike light. The crystal double doors were ajar, and the little goldfish slipped inside without hesitation. Song Feng followed closely, squeezing through the gap in the doors into the grand hall. The sight before him took his breath away. Shelves lined with a myriad of gemstones surrounded the room, and piles of gold and silver treasures filled the center, casting a golden glow that illuminated his face. However, Song Feng had no interest in the treasures. He turned to look for the little goldfish, only to find it had vanished. As he approached the spot where the goldfish disappeared, an object emitting a strange glow caught his attention. It was a necklace with a golden gemstone at its center. The system identified it as the legendary Heart of the Deep Sea, a rare item second only to mythical artifacts. It granted the wearer control over water elements, communication with marine creatures, and even the ability to breathe underwater. What puzzled Song Feng even more was the faint presence of the little goldfish's aura on the necklace. Just as he was pondering, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the palace. Who dares trespass in the sea god's treasure hall? With the sound of doors being violently pushed open, a squad of golden-armored, weapon-wielding sea beasts stormed into the hall, surrounding Song Feng. A beast dressed in a golden dragon robe, with a dragon head and human body, strode forward. The entrance was crowded with countless deep-sea beasts. Human. So it was you who stole the heart of the deep sea, the dragon-robed beast roared. You mean this? Song Feng raised the golden necklace, his confusion deepening. The palace had been empty moments ago, so why were there suddenly so many beasts? And how could he be accused of stealing when the necklace was already here? Before he could explain, the dragon-robed beast commanded, kill him, take back the heart of the deep sea. Immediately, a dozen fully armed soldiers advanced towards Song Feng. Song Feng quickly understood the situation. Since a battle was inevitable, there was no need for further words. When the shrimp and crab soldiers swung their weapons, the spears passed right through his body, causing no harm. Watching their futile attacks, Song Feng smirked and floated towards the palace entrance. Unless faced with a high-level psychic, these attacks were useless against him in his ghostly state. What a bunch of useless fools! The dragon-robed beast roared in frustration as his subordinates failed repeatedly to harm Song Feng. Snap! With a crisp sound, the beastman's robe tore apart, revealing his impressive, chiseled muscles. Human, prepare to die, he roared, grabbing a spear handed to him by a minion. With bulging muscles, he hurled the spear with immense force, sending it hurtling towards Song Feng with lightning speed. Facing this deadly strike, Song Feng merely chuckled, continuing to walk calmly towards the palace gate as if nothing had happened. The spear shot through his body as if they existed in different dimensions. Thud! The spear, unstoppable in its momentum, missed Song Feng but impaled two minions standing behind him. The power of the strike was evident. Well, I didn't expect to get such a grand send-off, Song Feng remarked leisurely. A skewer of seafood as a parting gift. But I don't eat raw meat. Next time, make sure it's cooked. You! The beastman was furious but helpless. Realizing that conventional attacks were ineffective, he suppressed his anger and said in a more controlled tone, Human, why don't we sit down and talk? Song Feng stopped and looked at him with interest. Oh, what do you want to talk about? The beastman gestured towards the piles of gold and silver treasures around them, a fawning smile on his face. Leave the heart of the deep sea, and you can take anything you want from this treasure trove. Song Feng glanced at the treasures with a cold eye and sneered. Others might covet these, but to me, they're no different from scrap metal. He wasn't lying. His needs were fully provided for by the state, making these riches useless to him. Oh, the beastman chuckled. What if I offered the entire treasure trove in exchange for the heart of the deep sea? Would you trade then? He was confident that no one could resist such temptation, assuming the young man was bluffing. So this necklace is that valuable, Song Feng said with a calm smile, a realization dawning on him. I didn't know its worth before, but now that you've told me, I can't help but reevaluate it. Now, even if you offered the entire palace, I wouldn't trade it. You, human, I warn you not to overstep your bounds. The orc in the dragon robe glared, his voice a deep growl. I've already compromised this much. What more do you want? Song Feng's lips curled into a faint smile. I'm taking this necklace. If you want it back, you'll have to fight me for it. With that, he tucked the heart of the deep sea into his storage space. Unless the orc could kill him, There was no way to retrieve the treasure. Reflecting on the earlier clues, the vast palace devoid of any beasts, the slightly ajar door to the treasure vault, it was clearly a meticulously laid trap. These sea monsters were lying in wait, but their true target wasn't Song Feng. It was the little golden fish, the spirit of the heart of the deep sea. Song Feng had already sensed the fish's presence within the necklace, making everything fall into place. Human, are you really going to push this far? The orc gritted his teeth. I'll give you one last chance, return the heart of the deep sea, and I'll give you all the gold and silver in the vault. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Return it? It's not even yours to begin with. Why should I return it? Song Feng retorted with a cold laugh. The orc's dragon eyes flickered with panic, but he quickly masked his emotions, his expression darkening. What makes you say that? The heart of the deep sea is the sacred treasure of the Phantom Sea Dragon Palace. If you take it, the palace will be doomed. Just as Song Feng hesitated over the term sacred treasure, a phantom panel appeared before him. Deep Sea Treasure Hunt Objective. Successfully retrieve the heart of the deep sea and completely destroy the Phantom Sea Dragon Palace. The word retrieve made Song Feng's eyes light up. It seemed this so-called sacred treasure was stolen. Without further hesitation, he continued toward the palace gates. Human, you're courting death. The orc roared in fury. If ordinary attacks can't harm you, then feel the wrath of the dragon soul of the deep sea. Before he finished speaking, he took a deep breath, and his body rapidly expanded. A massive blue dragon materialized behind him, its presence as imposing as a mountain. Seeing this, Song Feng immediately turned to flee, but a dragon's roar had already pierced his mind. As the blue dragon was about to shred his consciousness, the dragon god pearl in the center of his mind trembled, and a majestic golden holy dragon soared into the sky. Under the holy dragon's pressure, the blue dragon instantly trembled like a frightened beast. The orc in the dragon robe outside also spat a mouthful of blood. The golden holy dragon sneered and chased the blue dragon, toying with it through the sky and earth, eventually driving it to the brink of dissolution. Outside, the orc in the dragon robe collapsed to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. Master Human, I was wrong. Please spare me. I don't want the heart of the deep sea anymore. Consider it a gift. I only beg for my life. Blood trickled down from his forehead, staining the ground crimson. Master, I feel like it's a pity to kill it. A childlike voice echoed from within the dragon god pearl, contrasting sharply with the solemn tone of the golden holy dragon earlier. I'm bored in here. Why not let me keep it as a little minion to play with? It could be fun to bully it now and then. Song Feng was puzzled. Who are you? He had always wanted to ask why the dragon god pearl could speak, but had never found the right moment. Master, it's me, Xiaolon. The voice sounded aggrieved. You don't recognize me already? Have you found someone new? Tell me who it is. Let me, get to know them. Xiaolon. Song Feng was taken aback. When did you start talking? Actually, after absorbing those poison dragons, my level and intelligence have been improving. Xiaolon chuckled. I've been able to talk for a while, but I wanted to surprise you at the right moment. Almost scared me to death. I thought some supreme dragon god had invaded my mind. Song Feng muttered to himself. Then he asked, is this golden dragon projection your true form? Xiaolon explained. Sort of. This dragon soul projection is indeed my true form, but with my current level, I can't manifest it independently. I succeeded by borrowing the power of the dragon god pearl. Song Feng nodded, thinking that with such a powerful ally in his mind, he didn't need to worry too much about mental attacks. At this moment, the blue giant dragon, the dragon-head beastman trembling beside them, couldn't hold back anymore. Human lord, can you spare me? Since Xiaolon asked, I'll let you live. Long live the human lord. But, Song Feng stepped back. Don't celebrate just yet. Huh. What do you want, human lord? I've been ordered to destroy the Illusion Sea Dragon Palace. If I don't complete my mission, I can't answer for it, Song Feng said with a faint smile. The dragon-head beastman suddenly understood. I get it. I get it. Human lord, you go ahead. I'll follow shortly. Seeing Song Feng's hesitation, Xiaolon quickly reassured him. Master, don't worry. The dragon soul it summoned is still with me. If it tries anything funny, it'll be dust in seconds. With that assurance, Song Feng turned and floated out of the palace. Outside the palace, Xian Nana and the others were anxiously waiting. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar echoed through the sky, hitting everyone with a powerful psychic shock, causing immense pain. Fengzi is in danger. Lu Ming gritted his teeth against the dizziness and struggled towards the palace. The others followed closely, determined to rescue their companion. Just as they entered the palace, they saw Song Feng floating out unharmed. His appearance seemed to carry a certain magic, instantly dispelling everyone's dizziness. I knew you'd come. Don't worry, I'm fine, Song Feng said with a light laugh. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Ming urgently asked, Fengzi, What's going on inside? Let's talk outside. As the six of them stepped out of the palace, the building behind them collapsed with a thunderous crash. They turned to Song Feng in shock, only to see him standing with his hands behind his back, a slight smile on his lips. Quite a show, wasn't it? Crazy, lunatic. What's going on here? Lu Ming's voice trembled as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Nothing special. Just turn the palace leader against them. Song Feng replied nonchalantly, deactivating his phasing state. He explained that the dragon-head beastman had helped him complete the task. In return, he had preserved the beastman's dragon soul and consciousness, though its body was likely reduced to a pulp. You're insane. We came here to find treasure, and you destroyed the palace. How are we supposed to find anything now? Lu Ming exclaimed, panic etched on his face. Song Feng chuckled and pulled out the heart of the deep sea from his storage space. Do you think I would act without a plan? Look, this is the treasure we were after. Wow, you madman. I knew you could do it. Lu Ming shouted excitedly, jumping up and twirling around with a thumbs up. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed everyone. When the light faded, their surroundings had completely changed. The ocean was gone, replaced by an ancient altar teeming with thunder serpents and crackling with electricity. The sky was dark and roiling with storm clouds. Welcome to the 5th stage, the Thunder Ancient Domain. Your task: eliminate all the thunder serpents. As soon as the voice finished, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, lighting up half the sky. The lightning exploded like fireworks upon hitting the ground, transforming into hundreds of thunder serpents made of electric arcs, all heading straight for Song Feng. Just as Song Feng was about to use his Tianyin stone skill, Lung Mubai's voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Song, this stage is meant to temper your bodies. There's no need for defense. Just fight them hidden. This level of lightning can't harm you. Song Feng lowered his hands, drawing puzzled looks from the group. He quickly explained that his skill was on cooldown. Under Song Feng's command, the group swiftly formed a battle formation. Gu Jun and Luo Jinqing held the front line. Yang Feng and Xia Nana provided long-range support. Song Feng directed from the center, and Lu Ming kept watch on the perimeter. The battle erupted instantly. Gu Jun swung his sword, sending out a blade light, but the thunder serpents agilely dodged and aimed for his back. By the time he reacted, he was already entangled by a serpent. Electric sparks flew as Gu Jun convulsed, appearing to be in great pain. Seeing this, Xia Nana quickly cast a spell, summoning a fire dragon to incinerate the thunder serpent. She rushed to support Gu Jun, only to find that, despite his apparent agony, he was unharmed and even felt an inexplicable comfort. It's just like getting a massagiri gritting your teeth and yelling while it's happening. But once it's over, you can't get enough of it. This phrase turned out to be surprisingly fitting for the situation. A swarm of thunder serpents surged forward like a tidal wave, their electric sparks illuminating the scene. Luo Jinqing swung his heavy greatsword, trying to fend off these frenzied creatures. However, the sword's weight made his movements sluggish, and it wasn't long before he exposed a vulnerability. One serpent seized the opportunity, biting his calf with lightning speed, and another quickly latched onto his arm. Clang! The greatsword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Luo Jinqing's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back as if he were having a seizure. Old Luo! Yang Feng shouted anxiously, ready to rush forward and help. Stay back. Despite his convulsions, Luo Jinqing firmly stopped his companion from approaching. Don't push yourself too hard, old Luo. Yang Feng misunderstood, thinking Luo Jinqing was just being stubborn. No. Stay away. Luo Jinqing's skin began to crack, his veins bulging grotesquely, presenting a terrifying sight. Yet, strangely, his expression shifted from pain to pleasure, as though he were genuinely enjoying a deep tissue massage. Ah, yes. Luo Jinqing suddenly let out a shout of intense satisfaction. This unexpected reaction left everyone around him stunned, wearing expressions of bewilderment. Worried that his friend had lost his mind from the electric shocks, Yang Feng raised his Barrett sniper rifle to target the serpents, but Song Feng stopped him. Yang, relax. The thunder serpents won't kill him, Song Feng explained. Grandpa Lung just told me that this challenge is meant to temper our bodies and enhance our defenses. I was going to let old Gu and Mule test it out first, but it looks like we'll all have to go through this thunderous baptism. Song Feng spread his arms wide, laughing heartily, but froze in the next second. A thunder serpent had silently sunk its fangs into his buttocks, its tail playfully wiggling. Its beady eyes blinked, as if mischievously saying, "You asked for it." The corners of Song Feng's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his eyes rolled back, and his body jerked before collapsing stiffly to the ground. Madman, are you okay? Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. I'm fine. Song Feng stammered in a robotic tone. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched wildly, and just as he was about to ask further, he heard a rustling sound in the air. With the keen intuition of a thief, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the surprise attack of an electric snake. Although Song Feng had mentioned accepting the Thunder's baptism with composure, witnessing the dire states of Song Feng, Luo Jinqing, and Gu Jun left Lu Ming deeply unsettled. At that moment, more rustling sounds echoed. He immediately turned, his dagger slicing through the air with a cold gleam. With a puff, an electric snake was cut into pieces. But when he looked up, his pupils contracted at the sight. Nearly 100 electric snakes surged towards him like a thunderous wave, hissing as they moved. The dagger clattered to the ground, and Lu Ming swallowed hard, his eyes filled with despair. He completely gave up resisting. Within moments, he was engulfed by a dozen electric snakes, and his piercing screams filled the air. Xianana and Yang Fong were also not spared, collapsing and convulsing violently. Outside the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Tower, Lu Daotian watched the holographic screen and couldn't help but remark, "Long, you're really ruthless. Can they handle it? Don't break my electronic critters." "Relax, I know what I'm doing," Lung Mubai said with a calm smile, then asked, "Why are you back so soon? Mission accomplished?" Lu Daotian shook his head with a wry smile and recounted the Red Spirit Squad's operation against the 9th Hall of the Gu King Palace and the early withdrawal of personnel from the 6th and 4th Halls. After listening, Lung Mubai pondered, the 9th Hall might not be truly eradicated. They probably knew about the capture of the 10th Hall Master, Fang Tianming, and just set up some decoys. This completely reverses the situation, putting us at a disadvantage. "Hey, it's a minor issue." Lu Daotian waved his hand dismissively. "It's a good chance for those youngsters to gain some experience. Even without this incident, their affiliation with the Dragon Nation's special squad would attract plenty of enemies." "Don't worry, Lu." Lung Mubai's eyes turned cold. "I'm already a dying man. My mindset has changed. I'll personally handle the Gu King Palace." Finally, Lu Daotian remembered something and asked curiously, "Oh, by the way, I ran into Long earlier. He wanted me to ask if you have suitable candidates for the Long Yin Special Squad?" Lung Mubai stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the massive screen displaying Song Feng and his 5 companions. A rare smile played on his lips. His eyes were deep and contemplative as he murmured, "They still need time to grow, but it won't be long before they soar." Lu Daotian, standing nearby, was surprised. "Brother Long, have you taken a liking to them? I admit they have talent, but there are stronger candidates on the Grand Elders list, except for Song Feng, of course." Lowering his voice, he added, "Honestly, I've never seen anyone with talent as monstrous as Song Feng's. It's almost supernatural. Xiao Liuzi, what do you think is the most important quality for a team?" Lung Mubai turned to ask. Coordination? Mutual trust?" Lu Daotian scratched his head, pondering for a moment before giving up. "Brother Long, just tell me." "Unity," Lung Mubai said solemnly. "An excellent leader, teammates who trust each other, and a core cohesion. These determine whether a team is united." His eyes grew distant with memories. "Think back to our Dragonflame squad. We weren't the most talented, yet we struck fear into nations. Other teams either disbanded, perished, or faded into obscurity because they lacked this cohesion." Lu Daotian suddenly understood but still had concerns. "But Brother Long, if we choose them based on just this, the other teams might not accept it." "Not accept?" Lung Mubai chuckled. "Then let's hold a competition and let strength speak for itself. If they lose, I'll admit I was wrong." At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the training ground. Song Feng and his companions lay on the ground, convulsing, their bodies wrapped in lightning. As time passed, their injuries gradually healed, and their skin began to glow with renewed vitality. "Both power and defense have improved," Song Feng remarked, stretching his body. Just as he was about to relax, the sky rumbled, and several bolts of lightning struck the ground, leaving charred craters. The arcs of electricity coalesced into a thunder lizard, which quickly crawled toward them. Seeing this grotesque scene, everyone's scalp tingled. They had just endured the tempering of lightning snakes and were still weak. How could they muster the strength to face this new threat? "Grandpa Lung, should we intervene?" Song Feng shouted, knowing Lung Mubai was surely watching from the shadows. A raspy voice immediately responded, "Face it, Hedon. Face it, Hedon." They all smiled bitterly. "We can barely stand right now." Lu Ming's legs were trembling as he looked at Song Feng with a pleading gaze. He was utterly drained. The burst of energy not yet fully subsided, leaving him incapable of normal combat. The other 4 were in similarly dire straits. Song Feng sighed softly and then activated Heavenly Rock Shield. A phantom rock appeared instantly, enveloping everyone and making them feel as if they were in a place of comfort, easing their tense nerves. 10 minutes. "This skill can only last 10 minutes, Song Feng said, telling a kind lie. He didn't want the group to overly rely on his protection, fearing it would weaken their resolve. "Don't worry, we won't need that long." Lu Ming immediately sat cross-legged and began to regulate his breathing. 5 minutes will do. The other four rolled their eyes at him, had been the loudest complainer just moments ago. They also found their spots and sat down to restore their energy. Suddenly, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck down. It only caused ripples on the phantom rock before bouncing back with even greater force. Scree. The thunder lizard screeched but remained unharmed. Instead of attacking again, it climbed onto the rock shield like a gecko, staring intently at Song Feng, creating an eerie scene. What are you looking at? Song Feng glared back, showing no fear. The thunder lizard stuck out its long tongue, hissing as it locked eyes with Song Feng. You're really ugly, Song Feng suddenly blurted out. The thunder lizard looked bewildered. This ridiculous standoff continued until Lu Ming and the others recovered and stood up, finally ending the bizarre confrontation. You're insane, really playing with a lizard, Lu Ming said, exasperated. Song Feng coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Now that we're all recovered, let's finish this quickly. We've been here for days, and the friendship tournament is imminent. We don't have much time. Everyone understood why Long Mubai had only set their goal to the 5th level. They had the strength to go higher, but time and stamina were running out. Understood. The rock shield dissipated, and the 5 attacked simultaneously. Despite its formidable offense and defense, the thunder lizard couldn't withstand their combined efforts. During the fight, they were pleasantly surprised to find they had developed some resistance to lightning attacks, a bonus from their previous encounter with the thunder serpent. Finally, a massive sword slash cut the thunder lizard in half, causing it to dissipate into hundreds of arcs of electricity, and a portal appeared out of thin air. It's time to go, Long Mubai's voice echoed. Though reluctant, they knew it was time. As they left, Song Feng glanced back and saw hundreds of electric arcs forming a phantom dragon. This level wasn't truly over yet. Back in the real world, Long Mubai clapped and smiled. Well done, you've made progress. They thanked Long Mubai for the opportunity and followed him to a courtyard in the capital. 3 days until the friendship tournament, Long Mubai said, glancing at the calendar on the table. Rest well during this time. I'll come to get you. See you in 3 days. With that, he vanished. Lu Ming collapsed into a rocking chair, savoring the moment. This relaxation after exhausting all my energy feels amazing. 3 days may not seem long, but they're neither short. During this brief holiday, Long Mubai arrived as expected, reuniting with everyone. How have the past 3 days been for you? Long Mubai asked, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. It was awesome, Lu Ming exclaimed, looking utterly content. Since joining Qinglong Academy, we've been grinding non-stop. These 3 days of doing nothing were a rare treat. Luo Jinqing clenched his fists and chuckled. I spent the whole time honing my skills, getting ready to give those kimchi boys a good thrashing. I learned how to use several types of firearms and stocked up on military supplies, Yang Feng said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If I unleashed them all at once, I could blow up half of Kimchi Island. Practiced mental skills, Gu Jun said succinctly. I practiced mental skills with Gu Jun, Xian Nana murmured softly, her face flushing, which drew teasing looks from the others. Long Mubai watched the young people banter, a kind smile spreading across his face. Madman, you were gone for 3 days. Don't tell me you were out flirting? Lu Ming teased with a mischievous grin. Song Feng rolled his eyes. Just took a walk by the lake. What for? Fishing alone. Lu Ming looked at Song Feng's empty hands and gave a knowing look. Came back empty-handed again. Huh? In reality, Song Feng went to the lake mainly to test the effects of the heart of the deep sea. Accompanied by Long Mubai, the results were astonishing. The legendary equipment allowed him to swim effortlessly, despite only knowing basic strokes. After catching up, Long Mubai waved his hand, summoning a portal out of thin air. The Kimchi Nation has granted access. We can teleport directly there. After a dizzying whirl, they arrived at their destination. Lu Daotian was already waiting, saying he had come to scout ahead to prevent any tricks from the Kimchi Nation. As they spoke, a middle-aged man approached with 6 young men. One robust youth, hearing Lu Daotian's derogatory remarks about the Kimchi Nation, flew into a rage. Old man, watch out, or I'll punch you back to Long Nation. Lu Daotian laughed instead of getting angry. Kid, you're the first to talk to me like that. Let's see how many lives you've got. The middle-aged man quickly scolded the youth. Jean Shirtai, how dare you speak to our esteemed guests from Long Nation like that? He then turned to Lu Daotian with an apologetic smile and introduced himself. I am Park Yuanhua, the reception officer and team leader. Park Yuanhua extended his hand to everyone, but Long Mubai only nodded in acknowledgement. Song Feng keenly noticed the trace of disdain in Park Yuanhua's eyes, which likely explained Long Mubai's cold demeanor. Indeed, one should never judge a book by its cover. Everyone, do you plan to take a short break first? Or before Piao Yuanhua could finish, Long Mubai interrupted decisively. Let's get started right away. Piao Yuanhua nodded and smiled. Let me briefly explain the competition rules. First, When encountering each other in the secret realm, you may spar for practice, but no lethal force is allowed. Second, ambushes, underhanded tactics, and collusion with magical beasts are prohibited. Third, 9 pieces of obsidian have been placed in the secret realm. The side that collects the most obsidian within 3 days wins. Do we have to find the obsidian on our own? Is there no map? Lu Ming asked with a frown. He knew that searching for fist-sized obsidian in a vast secret realm would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Oh, right. Piao Yuanhua suddenly remembered and pulled out a rolled-up parchment map from his sleeve. This is the map of the secret realm. It marks 99 locations, 9 of which contain obsidian. You'll have to explore on your own. Song Feng cursed inwardly, thinking this old fox was too cunning. If it weren't for Lu Ming's reminder, the other team wouldn't have revealed the map. More suspiciously, the map had probably already been distributed to the Korean team. This so-called friendly match reeked of unfairness. Leader Piao, you must be quite old, right? It's understandable to have a poor memory. You look rather young, though. Truly, appearances can be deceiving, Song Feng said, hinting at something deeper. Piao Yuanhua caught the sarcasm and was about to retort but held back. Young friend, how should I address you? I'm Song Feng, just an unknown nobody. Upon hearing the name Song Feng, Piao Yuanhua's expression changed dramatically. Are you the MVP of the legendary dungeon raid? Realizing that the entire renowned legendary team was standing before him, Piao Yuanhua's smile became noticeably strained. At that moment, a handsome young man with squinted eyes approached and extended his hand in greeting. Hello, I'm Handong, the team captain. I'm looking forward to meeting you. As Song Feng shook his hand, he noticed that Handong's palm was unusually cold, far below normal body temperature. He mentally marked this smiling face as dangerous. Soon, Handong led his team through the portal. Before leaving, Lung Mubai reminded, Shaosong, safety first. After the dragon team also departed, Piao Yuanhua tentatively inquired about Lung Mubai's identity. Upon learning his surname was Lung, Piao Yuanhua's attitude shifted dramatically. Though he couldn't be sure if this was the legendary lone sword immortal, he decided to put away his tricks and wait honestly for the competition results. Wow! After a dizzying whirl, Song Feng's vision gradually came into focus. Before him stretched an endless ocean, with the blue sky mirrored on the shimmering surface. He looked down to find soft, fine sand beneath his feet and turned inland to see dense forests extending into the distance. Is this an island? Song Feng muttered to himself as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the air. Welcome to the abyssal depths. This is a mysterious sea region, hiding countless treasures and opportunities. Explorers, come and unveil its secrets. Song Feng pulled out a map and unfolded it, raising an eyebrow. The map clearly marked dozens of islands in various shapes, round, rectangular, and even chicken-shaped, separated by the ocean. Most striking were the 99 red dots on the map, matching exactly with the number of obsidian stones Piao Yuanhua had mentioned. That old man must be crazy, right? Giving us a map like this, making us search for obsidian like headless chickens, Lu Ming complained. He didn't even tell us which island we're on. It is quite troublesome, Song Feng said, rubbing his chin with a smile. But things will work out. Since it's hard to determine our location at sea, let's start with the shapes of the islands. Each island has a unique shape, so if we circle the island, we can figure out where we are. Everyone agreed with this plan. When Lu Ming suggested splitting up, Song Feng sternly opposed it. We don't understand the terrain or the strength of the monsters here. Splitting up would be too dangerous. Song Feng used his shadow step technique to lead the group quickly along the coastline, occasionally planting flags in the sand and comparing routes on the map. Suddenly, they encountered an obstacle: nearly 100 5th-level monsters called GGC jellies. These blue, blob-like creatures bounced around like slimes, surrounding them. The battle began swiftly. Song Feng's sword strikes were slowed by the blue sticky substance the jellies sprayed, and Xian Nana's blazing inferno barely held back the massive blue waves the jellies created when they expanded. With Yang Feng's Gatling gun providing support, the jellies deflated like punctured balloons. Pfft, this was boring. Didn't even need me to step in, Lu Ming said, pretending to be deep in thought. These were just practice-level monsters, Song Feng reminded them. In such a vast secret realm, who knows what other monsters are lurking? We must stay vigilant and keep moving forward. In the following encounters, the group came across several clusters of Gigi Haijiao, but they were small groups of just a dozen or so, and the battles were quickly resolved. Hey, there's a marker flag ahead. We've circled the entire island, Lu Ming exclaimed, pointing ahead with a look of joy on his face. Everyone turned to look and saw a bright red flag standing tall in the distance. Closing his eyes, Song Feng visualized the island's outline based on their path. Moments later, he opened his eyes abruptly, glanced at the map, and was immediately drawn to an irregularly shaped island. I think I've figured out our location, Song Feng said, holding up the map for everyone to see. If I remember the path correctly, it should be this island. Yeah, it matches the shape I had in mind. Guju nodded in agreement after a moment of thought. The other four compared the path in their minds and exchanged smiles, clearly agreeing with Songfeng's assessment. There are 3 marked points within this island. We're currently at the top, and the nearest marked point is just ahead, Songfeng explained. Following the map, the group quickly reached their target location. It was a typical tropical rainforest setting, lush with vegetation and flowing streams, serene and deep. The marker should be around here, Songfeng said, looking around as the sound of flowing water filled the air. There's nothing here. Could this be a fake marker? Luo Jin wondered, scratching his head. That's possible. Songfeng nodded, then added. But the quieter the place, the more likely it is to hide something valuable. After all, who would leave treasures out in the open? He walked to a tree and gently stroked the trunk. Obsidian is only the size of a stone. It wouldn't be in the stream. That would be like finding a needle in a haystack. It's likely within sight, and if not on the ground, then it must be. Before he could finish, a sudden hiss echoed. A long tongue shot towards Songfeng's face like lightning. In just 0.000009 seconds, he used his ethereal technique to enter a phase state, allowing the tongue to pass through him harmlessly. Damn! Lao Lu! Lu Ming shouted in alarm, then sprang forward, leaping off the tree trunk. In midair, he executed a perfect 360-degree spin and threw 2 daggers. A piercing screech followed as a chameleon revealed itself from the treetop, its bulging eyes closing as its massive body crashed to the ground. Not bad, you've got some skills in a pinch, Songfeng genuinely praised. Just as Lu Ming was about to bask in the compliment, several more tongues lashed out from all directions. Damn, it's not just one, it's a whole group. He could only dodge awkwardly as the tongues pursued him relentlessly like guided missiles. At the critical moment, several sword beams sliced through the air, severing the tongues. The area echoed with continuous screeches as chameleons fell one after another. System notification. Shapeshifting lizard, level 5. Capable of switching between hundreds of colors, blending seamlessly into the environment. Tongues are highly venomous, lethal upon contact. End of part 1. Yang Fong, get the shells ready. At the call, Yang Fong sprang into action, hoisting the barrel-sized launcher onto his shoulder. Luo Jinqing quickly positioned himself in a horse stance behind him, hands firmly bracing Yang Fong's back. Old Luo, are you ready? Fire! With a thunderous shout, Luo Jinqing's muscles bulged, veins popping on his forehead. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shells roared out in succession. The massive recoil pushed Yang Fong backward, but Luo Jinqing's support kept him from being thrown off balance. The shells hit their mark inside the fiery cage, exploding with deafening force. The chameleons, trapped like fish in a barrel, had nowhere to hide from the relentless barrage. Amidst the carnage, glowing orbs of experience surged out from the fiery prison, most flowing into Yang Fong, with the rest dispersing into Songfeng and the other 4. This was the experience distribution mechanism of the universal game system, more for the main attacker, less for the assistants. Of course, they could choose to activate the experience sharing mode and split the experience equally, like when they had previously helped level up Songfeng. But now that all 6 of them were at a similar level, there was no need. Dismiss. Xia Nana waved her staff, and the fiery cage dissipated. The battlefield was thick with the smell of smoke and blood. Nearly 100 chameleon corpses strewn across the ground. Where's the obsidian? Lu Ming rummaged through the pile of bodies, but found nothing. Songfeng used his insightful eyes to search carefully and finally sighed. This was just a decoy spot. We need to find the next marked location. Traveling through the rainforest was no easy task. The dense trees greatly hindered their progress, and a moment's inattention could result in collisions. Just like now, Lu Ming was rolling on the ground, clutching his forehead and groaning. Songfeng, exasperated, cast a healing spell on him while reminding, "Watch where you're going next time." Lu Ming immediately changed his expression, puckering his lips for a kiss, only to be blocked by Songfeng's hand. As they continued, Songfeng calculated from the map that each centimeter represented 10 kilometers in reality. This made finding the marked spots much more systematic. Soon, they discovered a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves near the second marked spot. These 5th-tier wolves fed on blood and could drain it from a distance, making them formidable foes. Using his insightful eyes, Songfeng noticed one wolf with an obsidian pendant around its neck. Crazy, it's your time to shine. Songfeng held back the eager Lu Ming. Don't rush in, Hedon. Just steal that wolf. Just steal that demon wolf? Lu Ming's gaze swept towards the direction of the wolf pack, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed nervously. Exactly. Songfeng nodded slightly, his tone steady. If you can successfully steal that demon wolf, we can quickly snatch the obsidian and make our escape. Even if the wolf pack notices, they won't be able to stop us. A glimmer of interest flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Why not give it a try? Although I can't guarantee success, Lu Ming, the brave hero, always followed by his loyal friend, Yang Fong suddenly blurted out, causing a momentary silence. Don't get your hopes up too high. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, taking a deep breath as his expression grew serious. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, just do your best, Song Feng reassured him. Lu Ming nodded heavily and took a few steps back. He raised his hand, focusing intently on the demon wolf with the pendant. His mental energy gathered furiously in his palm. Just as he was about to make his move, another demon wolf walked in front of the target, blocking his line of sight. Lu Ming couldn't retract his hand in time and made a grab in the air. Whoosh! A demon wolf appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Move! Song Feng's words were cut off abruptly. The wolf didn't have the pendant on its neck. They exchanged bewildered glances, and the most confused of all was the stolen demon wolf. It looked around in a daze, its blood-red eyes gradually clearing before turning violent. Howl! Its roar alerted the entire wolf pack. The wolves that had witnessed their companion's disappearance were momentarily stunned, then began charging towards the sound. Damn it! Lu Ming cursed in frustration. Why did this wolf have to mess things up now? Stay calm. Song Feng quickly assessed the situation and commanded, Luo Jinqing, subdue this wolf first. Don't let go until I say so. Got it, bro. Luo Jinqing darted forward, executing a perfect body slam to pin the demon wolf down, holding it firmly. Can you try again? Song Feng asked. After a moment's thought, Lu Ming nodded. I think I can manage. Good. Song Feng pointed at the leading demon wolf. This time, no mistakes. Lu Ming concentrated, reaching out into the void once more. Whoosh! A demon wolf with a black crystal pendant suddenly appeared before them. Nicely done. Song Feng gave a thumbs up in approval, summoning a phantom barrier to keep the charging wolf pack at bay. The wolves roared furiously, crashing against the barrier. Like ants trying to shake a tree. How laughable. Song Feng sneered, then turned his gaze warmly towards the pendant-wearing demon wolf. The bloodthirsty demon wolf instinctively backed away, only to bump into Luo Jinqing, who was still restraining the other wolf. Luo Jinqing grinned at it, further enraging the wolf. It lunged at Luo Jinqing in a fit of rage, but just as its claws were about to strike, its strength vanished, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. Lu Ming pulled a dagger from the wolf's neck, flicking off the blood before taking the black crystal pendant. The first piece of obsidian is ours. The group gathered around, exchanging smiles. They had hit that 10% chance. Song Feng carefully examined the pendant, a genuine smile spreading across his face. But suddenly, his expression changed, as if he had sensed something. He snapped his head around, his pupils constricting to pinpoints in an instant. The demon wolf that had been crouching on the ground was now standing, its blood-red eyes filled with rage, locking onto them with deadly intent. Its aura surged several times over, a suffocating pressure crashing down on them. Song Feng instinctively turned to look at Luo Jinqing, his heart skipping a beat. Just moments ago, everyone had been drawn to the obsidian stone. Even Luo Jinqing, the big guy with more brawn than brains, had forgotten about the other demon wolf and joined in the curiosity. But what was even more alarming was the demon wolf's back covered in a large patch of crimson blood. That was clearly the blood splattered by the demon wolf Lu Ming had killed. The wolf's aura was skyrocketing, pushing towards the peak of the 5th transformation, and even beginning to touch the threshold of the 6th. Everyone, spread out. Song Feng warned in a deep voice while retreating several meters. Ordinary demon wolves weren't terrifying, but one in a berserk state was a different story. They lost all sense of pain and danger, driven solely by bloodlust and the instinct to kill. Worse still, the rock phantom had significantly shrunk their fighting space. Yang Feng's large shells, Xian Anna's flames, Luo Jinqing's holy light greatsword, and even Gu Jun's sword techniques all were difficult to execute in such a confined area. Yet, they couldn't dispel the rock phantom. Nearly 100 demon wolves were still lurking outside, ready to pounce. Caught in this dilemma, Song Feng's gaze fell on Lu Ming. As a rogue, he was the only one who could still perform at full capacity in this environment. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Wildcat, got confidence? Lu Ming glanced at the dagger in his hand, his eyes growing resolute. I'll do my best. The overwhelming pressure felt like a towering mountain, making Lu Ming struggle to breathe. Facing the six-sterned demonic wolf, now in a berserk state, he tightened his grip on the dagger and stepped forward. The wolf's blood-red eyes gleamed with a murderous light as it let out a deafening roar. Its muscles bulged, and its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, aiming to strike Lu Ming with lethal force. A six-sterned beast? Huh? Let me handle you. Lu Ming muttered under his breath before vanishing in an instant. The wolf's claws missed their mark, and it quickly adjusted its stance, sweeping its claws horizontally. Clang! The dagger collided with the claws, sending sparks flying as metal clashed against metal. Both sides were locked in midair, neither willing to yield an inch. As they both exerted more force, the intensity of the battle continued to escalate. Not far away, Yang Fong was about to raise his barret to aim at the wolf when he heard a calm voice. Yang Fong, trust Luzi. He can take down that wolf on his own. After a brief hesitation, Yang Fong lowered his weapon. Commander Song, I'm just a bit worried. Don't be, Song Fong replied with an air of confidence. As long as Luzi is alive, I can ensure he recovers quickly. Luo Jinsheng couldn't help but ask, Brother Fong, why are you so sure Lu Ming can solo the wolf? Song Fong turned to Luo Jinsheng, his gaze steady. In a life-or-death moment, would you trust me unconditionally? Of course. Luo Jinsheng nodded without hesitation. Then that's it. Song Fong smiled and explained, unconditional trust in your teammates is the best demonstration of team cohesion. You trust me, so I trust Luzi. He's not just fighting for himself. He's protecting all of us. As a former captain of an esports professional team, Song Fong knew that trust was the core of a team. Only through mutual trust could miracles be achieved. On the battlefield, Lu Ming and the demonic wolf clashed fiercely once more. But in this contest of strength, Lu Ming was clearly at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Song Feng's previous words echoed in his mind. A rogue's profession has a natural advantage in confined spaces. Agility. That was the rogue's strength. Lu Ming realized he shouldn't compete in brute strength where his opponent excelled. He immediately changed tactics, retreating to use the wolf's momentum against it. The wolf lunged again, only to miss as Lu Ming's form vanished without a trace. The demonic wolf warily scanned its surroundings, searching for any sign of its opponent, when suddenly, a sudden sense of danger surged through the air. The demonic wolf raised its head, only to see a figure descending from the sky, dagger aimed right at its skull. The wolf instantly opened its blood-red maw, and its fangs clashed with the dagger, producing a piercing metallic screech. Just as the wolf prepared to exert its strength, the figure in front of it vanished without a trace. Without a point of support, the wolf lost its balance and stumbled forward. Ha ha ha, take this. Lu Ming's triumphant laughter echoed from behind. The wolf tried to turn and face him, but it was too late. A sharp pain erupted from its rear, and warm blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground instantly. The excruciating pain triggered the wolf's ferocity. Ignoring its injury, it powered its hind legs and delivered a vicious kick towards Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming crossed his arms to block, the force still sent him staggering backward. Roar! The wolf bellowed, swinging its sharp claws to unleash a massive claw strike at Lu Ming. Oh boy, it's really mad now. Lu Ming chuckled lightly. You think I can't dodge, huh? Before he finished speaking, his silhouette had already vanished. The claw strike landed on the Tianyan rock, creating ripples upon impact. The wolf instinctively swung its claw backward, perfectly blocking Lu Ming's incoming dagger. Seeing this, Lu Ming leaped into the air, using the wolf's body as a springboard to flip backward and land steadily. However, the wolf was already closing in. Lu Ming barely had time to sidestep its claws, countering with a backhand stab into the wolf's back. The wolf ignored the pain, thrashing its body and sending Lu Ming flying. Lu Ming crashed into the phantom of the rock and slowly slid down. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked gravely at Song Fong. This demonic wolf is tough. It's gone berserk and doesn't care about my attacks, fighting me with a reckless abandon. Song Fong nodded slightly. Yes, we trust you. Luo Jinsheng and the other three chimed in as well. Lu Ming, we believe in you. Faced with everyone's trust, Lu Ming felt a mix of emotions. The immense pressure, in the end, was his burden to bear alone. Confidence is extremely important for anyone, especially for a genius. Lu Ming is the perfect example. Since awakening his thief saint profession, he has been a prominent figure at Songlan High School, always carrying the aura of a prodigy wherever he goes. His early admission to Qinglong Academy further propelled his life to new heights. However, Song Fong keenly noticed that during their most recent meeting, Lu Ming seemed to lack some of his former resolve in his eyes. This was not without reason. At Qinglong Academy, a place teeming with the nation's elite, Lu Ming was no longer the brightest star. Many of his peers far outshined him in terms of talent. The once glorious halo was fading, and he had become just another member of the genius crowd. What worried Song Fong even more was that ever since Lu Ming's meteoric rise, he seemed to have found a safe harbor in Song Fong and was no longer willing to face challenges alone. This dependence could erode his will and confidence, potentially reducing him to a mere executor. As the de facto leader and core of their team, Song Fong couldn't just stand by. Moreover, Lu Ming was his best friend despite becoming a prodigy. He never forgot their friendship and always made a point to visit whenever he was in Jiangqing on a mission. This invaluable bond made Song Fong even more determined not to let Lu Ming lose himself. In the narrow space, Yang Fong and the others were not truly unable to act. Song Fong deliberately said, so to create pressure for Lu Ming. Pressure breeds motivation. This principle is simple yet effective. Sigh. Lu Ming exhaled softly. If that's the case, I'll have to rely on myself. He stared at the demonic wolf in front of him, a fierce smile curling his lips. If you're going to fight to the death, then I'll accompany you to the end. The demonic wolf roared and lunged again. This time, Lu Ming didn't retreat but advanced, clashing his dagger directly with the wolf's claws. Though at a disadvantage in strength, he deftly sidestepped and delivered a knee strike to the wolf's abdomen, sending it flying. Congratulations, you're my first test subject, Lu Ming said, not pursuing but instead making a grabbing motion in the air. Instantly, the airborne demonic wolf was pulled back in front of him, confusion filling its blood-red eyes. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Lu Ming leapt up and landed precisely on the wolf's neck. Clamping his legs around it tightly, he reversed his grip and stabbed straight at its right eye. The wolf howled in pain, thrashing wildly to shake Lu Ming off. But Lu Ming clung to its head like a stubborn leech. The wolf, learning quickly, rammed forward into the phantom rock, willing to harm itself to injure its opponent. The violent impact left Lu Ming dizzy, but he gritted his teeth and, after pulling out his dagger, immediately aimed for the left eye. The eye burst, blood splattering everywhere, and the wolf lost its vision entirely, its life force rapidly draining away. A final stab to the forehead ended the beast's life. Exhausted, Lu Ming collapsed to the ground, lying on his back. When a gentle face appeared in his view, he finally closed his eyes in relief. Rest easy, we'll handle the rest, Song Feng said softly before turning to face the wolf pack outside the Phantom Rock. Witnessing their comrade's solo defeat, the remaining wolves began to retreat, fear flashing in their eyes. As the first wolf turned to flee, the others followed suit. Trying to escape now? It's too late. Song Feng chuckled as he issued orders. Xianana, restrain them. Yang Feng, disrupt them. Gu Jun, Luo Jinqing, finish them off. With a casual wave of his hand, the hunt commenced. Before he even opened his eyes, a pungent smell of blood hit him, making his head throb. Lu Ming frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. As his vision cleared, he saw the thin back of a young boy. Madman? Hearing the movement, Song Feng turned around, a gentle smile on his face. Did you sleep well? Lu Ming stood up, leaning against a tree and stretching his muscles. It was all right, though it can't compare to my bed at home. He rubbed his eyes and looked into the distance. The sight before him was shocking. Corpses of demonic wolves lay everywhere, blood flowing on the ground like a scene from hell. How long was I out? About 10 minutes, Song Feng estimated. Lu Ming was taken aback, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. That was fast. He couldn't hide his thoughts. All his emotions were written on his face. Song Feng saw through him immediately and smiled wryly. Lu Ming had taken about the same time to fight a single demonic wolf, so the current scene was indeed a stark contrast. It's different in your case. Song Feng patted his shoulder, pointing to Luo Jinqing and the others. The power of teamwork isn't just additive, it's multiplicative. Plus, these wolves were taken down before they went berserk, so they were only at 5-turn strength. Much easier to deal with. You've done great. These words had an immediate effect. A smile reappeared on Lu Ming's face. I knew it. I'm still the best. As long as you're happy, Song Feng chuckled. As Gu Jun delivered the final blow, slicing through a demonic wolf, the slaughter finally ended. With their leader gone, the remaining wolves scattered and were quickly picked off. Streams of experience points flowed into everyone, bringing a warm, comforting sensation. All right, clean up the battlefield. Song Feng began collecting valuable items from the wolves. The fangs and pelts of 5-turn beasts were precious materials that could fetch a high price back in Dragon Country. Altogether, these items were worth over 1 million blue star coins and could be worth several times more if refined. In 5 minutes, the battlefield was spotless. Song Feng checked the map. There's one last marked location on this island. He looked southeast. Although it's unlikely for an island to have 2 marked points, we might get lucky. Everyone agreed. On their way to the next point, they noticed a pattern. The jungle beasts had fixed territories. When they were chased by a few bird-like beasts, these creatures stopped and watched from afar once they reached a swamp, then retreated. Something's off, Song Feng said, his expression serious. These birds are clearly wary of something. He checked the map. We're near the 3rd marked point. Each point has beasts guarding it, and their fear suggests there's a greater threat here. But there's no sign of anything, Lu Ming said, looking around. Remember what I said? Song Feng's voice was low. The real danger is never out in the open. He activated his insightful eyes, his pupils contracting as he stared at the swamp ahead. It's coming out. As soon as the words were spoken, the ground suddenly trembled violently. Amidst the thunderous rumble, the soft marshland began to undulate irregularly, making it difficult for everyone to keep their balance. Not far ahead, the marshland abruptly sank, forming a massive whirlpool. The dark brown sludge swirled downward at an alarming speed, and the powerful suction instantly trapped the legs of Song Feng and his 5 companions. Not good. Song Feng's pupils contracted. This scene was eerily similar to the quicksand traps in the 9 Nether Demon Suppression Tower, but the swamp's power was even more formidable. They struggled desperately, but couldn't free their legs from the sinking mud. Everyone, grab the chain. Song Feng quickly threw out the Earl's chain, which the other 5 swiftly caught. Xiaolan, come out. A streak of light shot out from Song Feng's forehead, instantly transforming into a giant dragon glowing with golden light. Master, grab my claw. Xiaolan's voice echoed in Song Feng's mind. Song Feng grabbed the dragon's claw with his right hand and held onto the chain with his left. Xiaolan soared into the air, pulling all 6 of them out of the swamp. My pants! Lu Ming screamed. His habit of not wearing a belt proved fatal at this moment. His pants were swallowed by the swamp. The only comfort was his long shirt. Otherwise, he might have wanted to drown himself for his lost pants. As long as you're alive, you can always get new pants. Song Feng consoled him. Just then, a massive fissure opened at the center of the whirlpool, and a colossal turtle's head slowly emerged, followed by its enormous body, a giant turtle as large as a mountain. Song Feng activated his insight spirit eyes, and an attribute panel appeared. Name: Devourer Heavenly Turtle. Level: LV.120 mid-6th transformation. Description: the slumbering beast will eventually awaken. It can devour the heavens and consume the earth, with an insatiable appetite like a gluttonous beast. This turtle's power far surpassed that of the near 6th transformation demon wolf they had faced earlier. Crazy. This turtle's aura seems terrifying. Is it a 6th transformation beast? Lu Ming asked with a frown. You guessed half right. It's mid-6th transformation. Song Feng's response left everyone stunned. As Song Feng contemplated whether to retreat, Luo Jincheng's words caught his attention. I wonder if it has obsidian? Song Feng immediately scanned the turtle's body and indeed found obsidian embedded in its shell. This discovery put him in a dilemma. Defeating a mid-6th transformation devourer heavenly turtle with their current strength seemed nearly impossible, but giving up the obsidian they had finally found was equally disheartening. At that moment, Xiaolan's voice interrupted his thoughts. Master, did you forget about me? Song Feng then checked Xiaolan's attribute panel. Name: Golden Holy Dragon Song Jinlan. Level: LV.113 early 6th transformation. Xiaolan, although you're both 6th transformation, it's mid-level, and you're 7 levels apart. How confident are you in winning? 100%. Xiaolan replied confidently. Master, even if there were 10 of these turtles at this level, they wouldn't be enough to challenge me. Although Song Feng couldn't be sure if Xiaolan was exaggerating, he decided to trust it. Since you're so confident, I'll leave it to you. Only time would tell if it was true. Hey, where did you get this dragon from? Can you get me one to play with sometime? Lu Ming squatted on Xiaolan's massive dragon back, his fingers gently stroking the smooth, jade-like scales, his eyes gleaming with envy. The aura of this dragon. Could it be that it's already at the 6th transformation? Gu Jun asked thoughtfully. Song Feng nodded slightly. You're right. It just stepped into the 6th transformation stage. Can it take on the black tortoise? Xianana's voice held a note of concern. Before Song Feng could respond, Luo Jincheng burst into hearty laughter. A dragon is the king of all beasts. Beating that turtle should be a piece of cake. Yang Feng immediately chimed in. A dragon versus a tortoise? No contest. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. Xiaolan elegantly spiraled in the air, its golden eyes fixed on the emerging black tortoise below. Its bearing was majestic and commanding, like an emperor surveying his realm. The black tortoise responded with a deep growl. When it fully revealed itself, its massive body stood as tall as a dozen-story building, with a head comparable to a small mountain, a veritable giant. Xiaolan, test its strength with a dragon claw. Song Feng commanded through his mind link with Xiaolan. Master, watch closely. Xiaolan's response was heard only by Song Feng. Xiaolan suddenly dived, its sharp claws aiming straight at the tortoise. However, the cunning creature immediately employed its turtle retract technique. Its head and limbs vanished into its shell in an instant. Bang! The dragon claw struck the tortoise shell with a deafening crash, but the shell remained unscathed, not even a scratch. This old turtle is too sly. Lu Ming couldn't help but curse. What a coward, doesn't even dare to fight. Seeing the claw attack fail, Xiaolan swiftly ascended and followed up with a divine dragon tail whip. The immense force caused the space to distort, ripples spreading outwards and snapping trees along the way. Yet the black tortoise stood firm, only causing the swamp beneath it to sink nearly a meter. Just as Xiaolan prepared for another assault, the seemingly defensive tortoise revealed its true nature. As Xiaolan ascended, it stealthily extended its head, its lantern-sized eyes swiveling before it suddenly opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of mud and rocks. Xiaolon didn't dodge. Instead, it opened its jaws, revealing gleaming fangs, and spewed a stream of scorching flames. The two forces collided, creating a towering wave and forming a giant tornado around them. Under Song Feng's command, the power of Xiaolan's flames surged, the fire dragon's shadow becoming more solid and breaking through the mudflow, enveloping the black tortoise completely. Yet, this ancient tortoise seemed inherently resistant to fire, emerging unscathed. As Song Feng pondered their next move, the black tortoise began to stir once more. It swiftly thrust out its head, opened its massive jaws, and with a powerful inhale, swallowed the fire dragon along with the flames engulfing it. This astonishing scene left Song Feng and the others utterly speechless, their mouths agape. No one had anticipated that the Shen turtle could even devour fire, truly living up to its name, Devourer of the Heavens. However, an even more shocking spectacle followed. After swallowing the fire dragon, the Shen turtle merely chewed a couple of times before lifting its head. Its lantern-sized eyes swiveled, and it suddenly opened its enormous mouth. Boom! A fire dragon shot out from its mouth, heading straight for Xiaolon, who was hovering high in the sky. This move, using the enemy's strength against them, made Song Feng exclaim, "Isn't this the same principle as the Phantom Rock?" Yet Xiaolon appeared confident, glancing nonchalantly at the incoming fire dragon before effortlessly swiping it into scattered stardust with a flick of her claws. The stardust then merged into Xiaolan's body. "Master, rest assured," Xiaolan explained. The skill it released not only lacked enhancement, but was weakened by at least 70. Song Feng suddenly understood. Indeed, how could a mere six-turn magical beast possess an effect comparable to a divine-level skill? Seeing the battle at a stalemate, Song Feng began to consider retreating. "Xiaolon, it's pointless to drag this out. We should think about withdrawing. Even if the Kimchi squad finds this place, they probably won't be able to defeat this Shen turtle." However, Xiaolon suddenly spoke up, "Master, I've already figured out a way to deal with this stubborn turtle. Give me 10 more minutes. If I can't end the battle by then, I'll immediately take you all away." "Master, trust me." Song Feng nodded slightly, his expression serious as he said to Xiaolon, "I know you have good judgment, but I must remind you, never use forbidden techniques. It's not worth it. Don't worry, this cowardly turtle doesn't require me to go that far," Xiaolon replied confidently. "My earlier move was just a test." The next moment, Xiaolon let out a thunderous dragon roar, causing ripples to form in the air like invisible blades slicing toward the devouring sky mystic turtle. The turtle quickly retracted its head, neck, and limbs into its shell, leaving only the massive, indestructible shell exposed. Indeed, the shell was impenetrable. The dragon's sonic waves struck it without leaving even a scratch. But the battle had only just begun. Xiaolon roared again, and a dazzling golden glow burst from his body. Golden streams of energy swirled around him, and a colossal dragon spirit, nearly identical to Xiaolon but several times larger, materialized. Its size dwarfed even the mystic turtle. With a roar, the dragon spirit dove downward. Sensing the imminent danger, the mystic turtle cautiously peeked out. When its eyes caught sight of the approaching dragon spirit, its pupils contracted to needle points, as if witnessing something incredibly terrifying. Its gaze locked onto the ever-nearing dragon spirit, and it fell into a trance-like state. This was the intimidation effect. As long as the attacker's level far exceeded the opponent's, or there was a bloodline suppression, the effect would succeed. The mystic turtle was now completely engulfed in fear. Though the intimidation effect typically lasted only 35 seconds, in a battle between experts, those few seconds could be lethal. The dragon spirit plunged into the turtle's body. Within its mind, the turtle soul faced the awe-inspiring golden sacred dragon, eyes filled with despair and terror. This was absolute suppression from the bloodline, a primal fear ingrained in its very bones. The turtle's soul retreated frantically, but the golden sacred dragon effortlessly reappeared before it with a mere flicker. Under the dragon's all-encompassing gaze, the turtle immediately retracted into its shell, playing dead. At this moment, Lu Ming seized the opportunity. He crouched on the giant shell, prying out the embedded obsidian with a dagger. Moments later, he triumphantly raised his right hand. "Got it!" he exclaimed, handing the black crystal to Song Feng. After carefully inspecting the crystal, Song Feng secured it and, seeing the turtle regaining some awareness, smiled. The competition never said we had to kill the guardian beast. "Everyone, let's go." They all jumped onto Xiaolan's back. Still puzzled, Lu Ming asked, "We're just leaving this turtle here? Even though Xiaolan can defeat it, it's too time-consuming. We've all reached the peak of our 5th transformation, so we don't need more experience points. Let's focus on finding the obsidian," Song Feng explained. Xiaolan soared into the sky with everyone on his back. Before long, the mystic turtle fully regained consciousness and cautiously peeked out to survey the surroundings. Realizing that the obsidian was gone, it began to panic and spin in circles. This is bad. This is bad. Damn humans, don't let me catch you again, or you'll regret it. Master, where to next? High above the ground, Lan soared gracefully, carrying the 6 youngsters securely on its broad back. Sitting cross-legged, Song Feng meticulously studied the map in his hands. After a moment, he pointed ahead but then hesitated. What's up, Fengzi? Lu Ming asked, leaning in curiously. Song Feng pointed to a marked spot on the map, his brows furrowed. This mark is in the waters between 2 islands. The problem is, we haven't pinpointed its exact location. It could be underwater or in the air. Deep-sea combat is much tougher than on land. The water pressure and breathing constraints can reduce our combat effectiveness by 20. Where else could it be if not in the sea? Lu Ming scratched his head. In the air, Song Feng replied calmly. Lu Ming suddenly understood. Indeed, for them, who were more accustomed to land, aerial combat was even more challenging. A single misstep could result in a deadly fall. Without innate flying abilities, they would be at a significant disadvantage in an air battle. Fengzi, should we still go? Lu Ming asked hesitantly. Of course. Song Feng chuckled. This is a rare training opportunity. While winning the competition is important, what's more crucial is what we learn and gain from the experience. If we just stand still, even a victory wouldn't mean much. Those who don't reflect and learn won't go far, no matter how talented they are. Before he finished speaking, Lan had already sped off in the designated direction, leaving a blue and gold streak in the sky. Meanwhile, at the edge of the island they had just left, 6 figures leaped from a spirit-powered ship. Landing on the beach, they were members of the Kimchi Nation's team. Captain, the 2 pieces of obsidian marked by Minter Park are on this island, Li Inyo said softly, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. Captain Han Dong nodded and instantly flashed 10 meters away, pulling up a flag planted in the sand. What's with this flag? The burly Jean Shirtai approached. Could it be that the Long Nation team has already been here? Han Dong didn't respond, instead staring at the footprints in the distance, his brow furrowed. Li Inyo also walked over, her face full of disbelief. The Long Nation's luck is incredible. This must be their starting point. Otherwise, with that map Minter Park gave them marked with 99 red dots, there's no way they could have found this place so quickly. What? Han Dong's brow arched. Our maps are different? Li Inyo immediately realized her slip but, under Han Dong's questioning, had to admit. To ensure victory in this competition crucial to their nation's honor, Minter Park had secretly altered the Long Nation team's map. Han Dong's face darkened as he looked around at the other 4. You all knew? They nodded silently. Huh. Han Dong sneered. Park Yuanhua's calculations are impressive. Li Inyo hurried to explain. Captain, don't be mad. Minter Park was afraid you'd disagree, so he kept it from you. Han Dong smirked disdainfully. This kind of victory is indeed nothing to be proud of. The others lowered their heads in shame. But then he added, however, as long as we keep our mouths shut, who would know? Upon hearing this, the team members looked up, showing no surprise. Jean Shirtai laughed heartily. I knew the captain was on our side. Li Inyo adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses with a slight lift of her finger, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. The Dragon Nation team's map marks 99 locations. To explore them all within just 3 days is nothing short of a pipe dream. We can definitely use this information gap to our advantage and find more obsidian first. Han Dong nodded in agreement, then cast his gaze toward the depths of the rainforest, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Dragon Nation team, let's hope you don't die at the claws of the beasts. The game has only just begun. Without waiting for a response, he ordered, Li Inyo, lead the way. Yes, Li Inyo replied. After carefully checking the map to confirm the direction, she set off, with the other 5 following closely behind. However, the team had not yet reached their designated location when Han Dong suddenly halted. The others instinctively stopped as well. A strong scent of blood filled the air, making their scalps tingle. Han Dong let out a puzzled sound, his eyes piercing through the dense foliage to an open area ahead. What met their eyes was a gruesome scene. Nearly 100 beast corpses lay scattered in pools of blood, the ground almost entirely stained red. Let's go, check it out, Han Dong commanded, and the team swiftly moved toward the scene. The smell of blood grew even stronger, and disbelief was evident on everyone's faces. Han Dong stepped forward and crouched beside a dead magic wolf, carefully examining its body strength and claw durability. After inspecting over a dozen corpses, he concluded, these magic wolves are generally at the midstage of the 5th transformation. What? All at midstage of the 5th transformation? Jean Shirtai's face showed exaggerated surprise. Li Inyo frowned as she analyzed. No wonder they're a legendary team. Their overall strength is indeed above ours. Even with her confidence, She found it hard to imagine their group of 6 handling such a large pack of wolves simultaneously. A team member speculated, could they have used some sort of forbidden technique, paying a huge price? Han Dong crouched down, his fingers gliding over the bare body of a magic wolf, his brows slightly raised. I'm not too concerned about how they killed the wolf pack, but something is strange. Why would they strip the magic wolves of their skins? And where are the wolves' fangs and claws? Huh. They say the Dragon Kingdom is vast and resource-rich, but it seems that's just a myth, a pockmarked teenager sneered. Picking up wolf hides and teeth? The Dragon Kingdom must be dirt poor. Even their legendary teams survive on scraps, let alone other adventurers. Jean Shirtai nodded eagerly in agreement. I think the Dragon Kingdom is all show. Big land, many adventurers, but their real power probably can't match that of Korea. As the old saying goes, a fox borrowing. What power? It's the fox borrowing the tiger's power, Li Inyo corrected him with a calm glance. Yes, that's it. Jean Shirtai exclaimed excitedly. Looks powerful but is actually weak. You're overthinking it, Han Dong said, casting a cold glance at Jean Shirtai. You've been brainwashed by Korean media? Huh, isn't that true? Jean Shirtai scratched his head in confusion. Han Dong explained sternly. I once went to the Dragon Kingdom as an outstanding student. It's nothing like the slums the media portrays. It's technologically advanced and full of powerful individuals. The media's distorted reports only fool the gullible. Jean Shirtai laughed on the outside but was secretly furious. He didn't dare to show it and had to swallow his anger. Han Dong surveyed the field of corpses and turned to Li Inyo. The obsidian here must have been taken by the Dragon Kingdom team. Where's the next marked spot? Li Inyo looked down at the map, frowning slightly. Han Dong noticed her expression change. What did you remember? Captain, I recalled Professor Park's warning. Li Inyo pointed to a darker mark on the map. What did Park Yuanhua say? There's a 6-stern Xian turtle there, with incredible defense. Even if the Dragon Kingdom finds it, they can't defeat it. Snap. A faint cracking sound suddenly echoed through the air. Not loud but unmistakable to everyone present. More cracks followed, as the ice in the center of the swamp began to split rapidly like a spider web, spreading quickly until the entire area was covered in menacing fissures. Fall back. Han Dong ordered decisively, retreating several meters. The other 5 quickly followed his lead. Just then, a thunderous boom erupted from beneath the ice, as if a bomb had detonated underwater. Shards of ice exploded outward, whistling through the air like deadly shrapnel. Although these high-speed ice fragments were as powerful as bullets, they posed little threat to Han Dong and his team. Especially Jean Shirtai, who, with his formidable physique, seemed to shrug off the impact entirely. Suddenly, a deep growl came from a distance. Han Dong squinted, staring intently at the center of the swamp. Jean Shirtai, puzzled, said, Hey, why do I feel like the ground is moving? Idiot. It's not just a feeling. It is moving. Chui Hao, his face covered in acne scars, scolded him harshly. Han Dong turned to Li Inyo, smiling. It's up to you soon. Let us know if you need any help. Got it, Captain. I'm 99 sure I can handle it, Li Inyo replied, habitually pushing up her glasses. The muddy water in the swamp began to converge at the center, forming a massive whirlpool. Soon, a colossal creature emerged slowly from the abyss, first the head, then the forelimbs, hind limbs, and finally the entire body. The sky-devouring black tortoise looked furious, its eyes fixed on Han Dong and his team with both resentment and confusion. It wasn't entirely sure if these were the same people who had stolen the obsidian, but the number of intruders matched, making it more certain of its suspicion. Just as Li Inyo was about to take action, she suddenly stopped, her brow furrowed. This is bad. The obsidian is missing. Han Dong's face darkened instantly. Li Inyo, didn't you say the dragon team couldn't take the obsidian? Then how do you explain that dent on the tortoise shell? Indeed, there was a fist-sized depression in the center of the sky-devouring black tortoise's shell, its color noticeably different from the surrounding area. As the group discussed their next move, the sky-devouring black tortoise began its assault. It opened its massive jaws and inhaled sharply, as if sucking all the air from the area. Even more terrifying, the ground started to crack apart, with enormous chunks of mud rising and swirling around the tortoise. When the team realized their legs were trapped in the swamp, unable to move, the mud chunks rained down like meteors. The relentless crashing quickly formed a mountain of debris, several stories high. Satisfied, the sky-devouring black tortoise turned to leave. But it hadn't gone far when the mud mountain behind it suddenly frosted over and then shattered explosively. By the time it rushed back, Han Dong and his team had vanished. Damn it, they escaped again. The sky-devouring black tortoise roared, slamming the ground in fury. Don't let me catch you next time. Meanwhile, high in the sky, a dragon soared and swiftly arrived at its destination. Song Feng slowly stood up from the dragon's back, his gaze fixed ahead at the clouds. There, A massive beast lay quietly biming Mukun. Its size dwarfed the Tianshan turtle beside Xiaolan, resembling a whale but much larger, making even Xiaolan appear small in comparison. The system immediately displayed the beast's information. Biming Mukun. Level. LV.111. 6 Transformation Initial Stage. Description. In the depths of biming, there is a fish called Kuan. Its size is beyond measure. This is just too big. Lu Ming stammered, his jaw nearly dropping in shock. I feel like it could squash me with just one sit. Luo Jinsheng gulped hard. Yang Fong glanced at the shell in his hand and chuckled bitterly. Even if I emptied my entire arsenal, it might not be enough to kill it. Gu Jun and Xianana were equally speechless from the shock. Song Feng quickly regained his composure and used his insight spirit eyes to scan the Mukun, searching for traces of obsidian. However, to his surprise, this powerful beast had no signs of obsidian on it. As the group hesitated about whether to retreat, Xiaolan suddenly spoke up, Master, I want to fight it. Why? Song Feng asked, puzzled. Xiaolan explained that the Dragon Clan and the Kuanpeng clan were natural enemies. They had devoured many of her dragon kin, causing great harm to the Dragon Clan. Although the Mukun before them had impure blood, it still filled her with deep disgust. More importantly, consuming this Mukun's blood could elevate her directly from level 113 to 120, reaching the midstage of the 6 transformations. After hearing the explanation, Song Feng turned to the others. What do you think? Should we give it a shot? Why even ask? We're all in this together. Let's just do it. Lu Ming immediately responded. The others nodded in agreement, warming Song Feng's heart. He turned to face the biming Mukun and chuckled. Sorry, but you picked the wrong place to rest. The Mukun still lay quietly in the clouds, either unaware of their presence or simply indifferent. Xiaolan, it's all up to you now. Xiaolan, be careful. If you can't win, don't push yourself too hard, Song Feng cautioned. Don't worry, Master, I've got this, Xiaolan replied, blinking his dragon eyes. He swiftly positioned Song Feng and his 5 companions on a cloud a kilometer away from the demon Kuan. Then, he spread his wings and soared towards the biming demon Kuan. A deafening dragon roar suddenly echoed through the skies. The massive body of the biming demon Kuan trembled, its eyes snapping open to confront a giant dragon with blue and gold patterns. Without hesitation, the Kuan opened its enormous mouth and let out a piercing shriek. The 2 sound waves collided fiercely in midair, creating a violent sonic boom. Even from a kilometer away, Song Feng and his companions had to cover their ears tightly, their expressions grim. If you're going to fight, just fight. What's with all the noise? Lu Ming couldn't help but curse. Seeing Song Feng glance at him, he quickly added, I meant that big guy. Song Feng nodded in understanding and turned his focus back to the battle. By now, Xiaolan and the biming demon Kuan were facing off high in the sky, their auras clashing, creating massive whirlwinds around them. The battle erupted in an instant. Xiaolan struck first, his dragon claws gleaming coldly as he charged at the Kuan with the force of a mountain. The Kuan immediately gathered 3 blue light orbs, shooting out 3 water jets to counter the attack. Despite being slightly hindered by the water jets, Xiaolan continued his advance. Seeing this, the Kuan increased the number of water jets to 9, barely holding off Xiaolan's onslaught. As they reached a stalemate, Xiaolan suddenly summoned a dragon soul phantom to dive down. The Kuan retaliated with its own phantom, but in the collision, the Kuan's phantom shattered instantly, while the dragon soul only grew slightly dimmer. This strike momentarily stunned the Kuan, and Xiaolan seized the opportunity to press forward. The Kuan, regaining its senses, hastily retaliated with a tail swipe to block the dragon claws. Although Xiaolan was forced back, the Kuan was also pushed back several meters. Uho, it looks like Xiaolan is at a disadvantage, Luo Jinqing remarked with concern. No worries, Song Feng said with a slight smile. That Kuan may be stronger, but in all other aspects, it's no match for Xiaolan. After steadying himself, Xiaolan's eyes gleamed with mischief. As the Kuan tried to regain its footing, the Dragon Soul Phantom launched a surprise attack, diving straight into its mind. Although the Kuan quickly expelled the Dragon Soul thanks to its home turf advantage, when it opened its eyes again, a golden dragon claw was already upon it. Splat! The dragon claw struck the Kuan's head forcefully, blood splattering and dyeing the sky red. Before the Kuan could regain its balance, a relentless barrage of attacks rained down like a storm. Under the intense assault, the Kuan's consciousness began to blur until it went completely numb. The golden light flashed repeatedly, each strike draining a bit of its life force. Finally, its health was utterly depleted. Congratulations! Your battle pet has successfully slain the biming demon Kuan. Staring at the suddenly pop-it-up prompt panel, Song Feng's lips curved slightly. Xiaolan, nicely done. Upon hearing Song Feng's praise in its mind, Xiaolan immediately stopped its clawing motion. a surge of joy welling up inside. It quickly transformed into its juvenile form, riding a cloud to the corpse of the northern demon Kuan. Gently placing its dragon claw on the body, it slowly closed its eyes. A buzzing sound arose as pure blood gushed from the northern demon Kuan, continuously flowing into Xiaolan through its dragon claw. The massive body of the demon shrank visibly, soon turning into a shriveled husk. Meanwhile, Xiaolan's aura surged wildly from level 114 to level 121 in one go, an impressive leap of 8 levels. With a thunderous dragon roar, Xiaolan transformed back into its giant dragon form. Now, its body was even more enormous, blue and gold patterns radiating a dazzling light, making it appear like a divine dragon descending to the mortal realm against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. Its aura was as formidable as a mountain. If it were to face the sky-devouring mystic turtle again, it was confident it could break through its defenses. Holy crap! Xiaolan looks even cooler now, Lu Ming exclaimed as he moved closer, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Song Feng chuckled. Not bad, leveling up by 8 stages. This advancement speed is truly extraordinary. As he spoke, everyone gasped in unison. Since there was no obsidian here, Song Feng pulled out a map, selecting an island with 3 marked points. The surrounding sea had 2 additional marked points, and with Xiaolan's speed, they could reach them in 10 minutes. However, things did not go as planned. None of the 3 marked points on the island, nor the 4th in the sea yielded any obsidian. Along the way, they had to clear out some persistent magical beasts, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Looks like we've used up all our luck, Lu Ming said dejectedly, slumping to the ground. Maybe the next spot will have it, Song Feng comforted. The 5th marked point was in the shallow sea, where a few large eagles were circling. A quick scan with his insightful spirit eyes revealed no trace of obsidian. Just as they were about to leave, the eagles foolishly attacked. Song Feng had no choice but to use Dragon Roar to stun them, then swiftly bound them with the chains of Ursus. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several sword lights pierced through the void, instantly striking the flock of large birds. None were spared. They all plummeted to the ground. Song Feng stared at the map in his hand, densely dotted with markers, and couldn't help but mutter, so many markers, it's really messing with my head. He couldn't help but compare it to the experience of opening blind boxes. Initial excitement when you get something good, followed by disappointment when you keep getting ordinary items. He thought of an even more fitting analogy and let out a bitter smile. It's like a lovesick puppy chasing after a goddess. At first, you're dazzled by her beauty and grovel to please her. But when she starts to ignore you, your enthusiasm wanes. Unless she occasionally gives you some attention, which rekindles your hope and makes you continue groveling. It's the classic playbook of a player. Anyway, let's not talk about it. Someone might get triggered. Collecting his thoughts, Song Feng refocused on the map, carefully planning his next target point. Meanwhile, the other 5 were chatting when Lu Ming suddenly posed a question. Hey, do you think the Kimchi Nation might cheat? What do you mean? Are you saying they might have done something underhanded? Luo Jinsheng tilted his head, looking puzzled. Lu Ming nodded gravely, pressing his index finger to his forehead like a detective. Exactly. I suspect they might have tampered with the map. Just suppose the Kimchi Nation team's map only marks the 9 exact locations of the obsidian. They'd be way faster than us. While we're still fumbling around, they might have already collected all the obsidian. That would be so unfair to us. At this point, Lu Ming revealed a mysterious smile. So, I have a plan. Want to hear it? His words immediately caught everyone's attention. Even Song Feng leaned in with interest. Unorthodox? Let's hear it. Lu Ming gathered everyone around, lowering his voice as he detailed his plan. A few minutes later, everyone was beaming with excitement. Great idea. Even Song Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The other 4 also expressed their agreement. Lu Ming scratched his head sheepishly. I call this move waiting for the rabbit. Meanwhile, on the right side of the island where Song Feng and his team were located, another island shaped like a rooster's head saw the Pickle Squad's 6 members scrambling ashore in a state of disarray. Captain, are you all right? Jean Sherdai hurriedly approached to support the pale and trembling Han Dong. The forbidden technique took too much out of me. I need some time to recover, Han Dong replied hoarsely, looking utterly drained. The forbidden spell that had just frozen an entire hill had clearly exhausted his energy and spirit. Jean Sherdai helped Han Dong find a flat area to sit down. Sitting cross-legged, Han Dong said weakly, I need about a day to recover. You all guard me during this time. Captain, Li Inyo adjusted her glasses, hesitating to speak. But when she met Han Dong's icy gaze, she swallowed her words. What do you want to do? Han Dong sneered at Li Inyo. Leave me behind and lead the team to find the obsidian on your own? Li Inyo remained composed. That actually seems like the best option right now. We only have 3 days for this competition, and half a day has already passed with just 1 piece of obsidian. If we delay another day, Han Dong scoffed. With just the 5 of you, you wouldn't stand a chance against the Dragon Kingdom team, let alone a 6-turn demon beast. But we don't necessarily have to confront them heat-in. Li Inyo's glasses glinted. Why fight when we can outsmart them to get the obsidian? As tension escalated between the two, Jean Shirtai suddenly erupted in anger and swung his fist at Li Inyo. Before the punch landed, Cui Hao had already stepped in front of her, a dagger piercing into Jean Shirtai's shoulder. Jean Shirtai, have you lost your mind? Cui Hao shouted sternly. Jean Shirtai became even more furious, his fist glowing with golden light as he struck at Cui Hao. Cui Hao hastily blocked the attack but was pushed back several meters, leaving deep footprints in the sand. Calling me a lapdog? You're dead. Cui Hao's eyes flashed coldly as he gripped his dagger and charged at Jean Shirtai like a specter. As fists and blades clashed, waves of energy surged. Just as the two were about to clash again, a thunderous shout echoed across the beach. Enough! Enough! Han Dong finally snapped, his voice as cold as ice. It boomed like thunder, freezing the two opponents in place. Though their eyes remained locked in a fierce stare, neither dared to make another move. Han Dong suddenly began to cough violently, covering his mouth with his hand. He looked down to find his palm stained with bright red blood. His already pale face turned even more ashen. This farce needs to end, Han Dong said coldly. Continuing this fight benefits no one. The only winners will be the Longwood team. Do you really want to tear each other apart, weaken our team from within, and hand the championship to them on a silver platter? His words were clearly directed at Jean Shirtai and Cui Hao. Hearing this, they finally recognized their foolishness and lowered their heads in silence. Li Inyo, let's both take a step back. Han Dong turned to Li Inyo, speaking in a steady tone. Give me half a day to recover, and then we can follow your plan to find the obsidian. Agreed? Agreed. Li Inyo nodded, then found a spot to sit cross-legged and meditate. Cui Hao and Jean Shirtai chose different spots to sit, still simmering with anger but no longer on the verge of violence. The remaining 2 team members had a brief discussion before finding places to sit as well. Thus, the edge of the chicken-shaped island presented a curious sight. 3 pairs of people sitting in a tense but balanced formation. Meanwhile, on another island separated by 2 seas, Song Feng and his team of 6 were stealthily perched among the lush tree canopies. Below them, a titan ape lay sleeping, a necklace of obsidian around its neck. Their target. Lu Ming suggested a small betting game on when the kimchi team would arrive. Everyone placed their bets. Lu Ming bet on 1 day, Luo Jinqing on 3 hours, Yang Feng on 5 hours, Gu Jun on 9 hours, Xian Nana on 9 hours and 1 minute, and Song Feng predicted 14 hours. Lying on a sturdy branch, Song Feng reflected on Lu Ming's waiting for the hair plan, staking out the obsidian location to increase their chances of encountering the kimchi team. As night fell, it provided the perfect cover for their covert operation. At that moment, Han Dong slowly opened his eyes after meditating. Though he had only regained 70% of his strength, it was enough for the upcoming mission. The other 5 members, as if on cue, opened their eyes simultaneously. Captain, how are you feeling? Jean Shirtai asked. Good enough, Han Dong replied calmly. He quickly turned his gaze to Li Inyo and asked in a deep voice, which marked point do you plan to head to? Li Inyo swiftly pulled out a map, her palm glowing softly to illuminate the parchment. After carefully examining it, she pointed to a prominent red dot. This island is across 2 sea regions from our current position. It's the closest of all the marked points. Han Dong gave it a brief glance and said curtly, lead the way. Li Inyo put away the map and immediately started walking in the designated direction. The other 5 followed closely behind. With a clear goal, their pace quickened noticeably. Initially, they sped across the sea on a spirit-powered ship, its hull slicing through the waves with a thunderous roar. However, the noise attracted a swarm of sea monsters. A massive beast rammed into the ship, tearing a large hole in its side. As seawater rushed in, the ship began to sink. Fortunately, they reached the next island just in time. After abandoning the ship, Han Dong used his ice powers to create a solid, smooth surface beneath their feet. They slid across the ice at a speed even faster than the spirit-powered ship. This reminded Li Inyo of their earlier, more desperate escape from the devouring sky turtle. Back then, a weakened Han Dong could only freeze half the sea surface before he was exhausted, forcing them to swim the remaining distance in a sorry state. Though not at his peak now, Han Dong could easily perform such minor feats. In the darkness, 6 figures shot across the ice like arrows, each movement swift and precise. They quickly covered hundreds of meters. Soon, the outline of their target island became visible, and they pressed on towards the marked location without stopping. The dragon team probably hasn't found this place yet, Li Inyo observed keenly, her eyes scanning the surroundings. There were no signs of battle or human footprints. Everything appeared untouched and serene. Before long, a massive titan ape came into view, sprawled on the ground in deep slumber. Li Inyo's eyes narrowed. The necklace around that ape's neck is the obsidian we're looking for. Meanwhile, high atop an ancient tree, Song Feng suddenly opened his eyes and stared intently at the area below, a knowing smile curling his lips. The rabbit has finally taken the bait. At this moment, Lu Ming and his four companions noticed the commotion and simultaneously turned their attention downward before looking at Song Feng. Song Feng immediately motioned for silence and swiftly took out a grayish-white concealment pill, swallowing it. This was a top-grade pill that could shield one from being detected by those up to 20 levels higher for 12 hours. To ensure absolute safety, Song Feng, who had taken the pill nearly 10 hours earlier, decided to take another. Seeing this, the other 5 followed suit, and each took a pill. The 6 of them now resembled hunters lying in wait, their eyes fixed on the target below. Jean Shirtai eagerly glanced at the Titan ape, excitedly bumping his fists together. Han Dong, meanwhile, calmly surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, Lian Yu adjusted her glasses and reported calmly, "Captain, the area has been scanned. No anomalies detected. We can proceed." Han Dong nodded in confirmation and moved towards the Titan ape. The giant beast, sensing the threat, stood up, its lantern-sized eyes locking onto the approaching Han Dong, and let out a thunderous roar. The sound waves swept forward like a tide, but did not halt Han Dong's advance. Ice spike! Han Dong's palm glowed blue, and dozens of fist-sized ice spikes formed in the air, shooting towards the Titan ape like a machine gun. The beast hastily raised its arms to block, shattering the ice spikes but leaving numerous wounds on its skin. Attack! With Han Dong's command, Jean Shirtai, Cui Hao, and the others launched their assaults simultaneously. Jean Shirtai gathered a golden fist aura matching the ape's size and struck its face, while Cui Hao circled to the back, stabbing over 10 times with his dagger, each twist of the hilt creating deep wounds down to the bone. The Titan ape, enraged, struggled to fend off the frontal assault while trying to shake off Cui Hao, who clung to its back like a leech. Its punch was less than half its full power, forcing it back several steps under Jean Shirtai's blow. The ape then leaped up, attempting to crush Cui Hao by landing on its back, but the agile assassin easily evaded. At this moment, the combined control efforts of Han Dong and Li Inyo took effect. Han Dong's frost power immobilized the ape, while Li Inyo's glowing purple eyes further restricted its reactions. Seizing the opportunity, Jean Shirtai landed a heavy punch on the ape's right eye, causing it to burst. He then unleashed a flurry of punches, turning the ape's face into a bloody mess. Finally, with a heavy thud, the massive Titan ape collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Seeing this, Li Inyo thought the Titan ape had lost its ability to resist and immediately lifted her mental control. This decision instantly revealed a fatal flaw the moment the Titan ape regained consciousness. Its massive hand lightning-fast grabbed Jean Shirtai, who was still attacking its face. Jean Shirtai realized his oversight too late. He struggled desperately, but it only made the Titan ape tighten its grip, the immense pressure nearly crushing him to pieces. Fool! Han Dong's face darkened. It was unclear whether he was chastising Jean Shirtai's recklessness or Li Inyo's rashness. Li Inyo merely glanced at Han Dong indifferently. "Captain, my mental energy is depleted. It's up to you now." "Huh?" Han Dong sneered, clasping his hands together before slowly parting them to reveal a small, crystalline ice snake forming between his palms. "Go." With a push, the ice snake shot forward like an arrow. The Titan ape tried to catch the unwelcome guest with its other hand but failed repeatedly. It was like a mouse toying with an elephant. Despite its immense strength, the Titan ape was helpless against the nimble creature. Suddenly, the ice snake seized an opportunity and bit into the Titan ape's shoulder. Though the wound was small, it caused excruciating pain, like a nail driven into a temple. The Titan ape roared to the sky, but soon its expression froze. Frost rapidly spread from the wound, threatening to encase its entire body. Sensing the danger, the Titan ape roared and hurled Jean Shirtai towards Han Dong and Li Inyo like a weapon. It then pounded the ground with both fists, sending shockwaves rippling towards the two. "Sujunda, Sujunair, disturb the formation," Han Dong commanded the twin brothers while dodging the incoming Jean Shirtai. The two similar-looking youths sprang into action, drawing their swords and charging at the Titan ape. They leaped into the air in unison, forming hand seals with their left hands while wielding their swords with their right, conjuring hundreds of sword shadows around them. A rain of swords descended, turning the Titan ape into a giant porcupine. Yet it continued to pound the ground furiously, causing Han Dong to cough up blood and leaving Li Inyo pale-faced. Finally, under the dual assault of frost and sword rain, the Titan ape's knees buckled, and it collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Cui Hao seized the opportunity and decapitated the creature with a swift strike. However, the crisis was not over. As Cui Hao prepared to remove the obsidian necklace, a flash of white light appeared. When he came to his senses, the necklace had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, The unconscious Jean Shirtai was quietly taken away by a seemingly harmless smiling youth song. None of this was noticed by the others, who were focused on the necklace. The necklace is missing. Chui Hao's vision blurred as the obsidian necklace vanished into thin air in an instant. A chill ran from his feet to the top of his head, and his hair stood on end as he shivered involuntarily. In a flash, he moved in front of Li Inyo and warned her in a low voice, "Inyo, be careful. We have an enemy." Li Inyo also sensed something was wrong. She looked up at the towering ancient tree above them, her eyebrows furrowed. Just then, a mocking voice came from the tree. "The Dragon Squad? That's right. It's us." Whoosh! A young man suddenly appeared in front of them, playing with the obsidian necklace in his hand, a roguish smile on his face. The distinctive aura around him revealed his identity looming, the master thief. "You thief." Li Inyo's face darkened, her voice unusually filled with anger. "Thanks for the compliment," Looming laughed, looking Li Inyo up and down before turning to Chui Hao with a sneer. "I have to say, you look like a toad dreaming of eating a swan. Good luck, little simp." This comment completely ignited Chui Hao's fury. As an assassin, he knew anger was a taboo, but he could no longer suppress his rage. Veins bulged, and his fists clenched tightly. What infuriated him the most was being called a simp, especially with that disdainful look. "Damn it, I'll kill you." Chui Hao roared, charging at Looming with a dagger in hand. "Just what I was waiting for." Looming put away the necklace and drew his own dagger. "Let's see who's better with a blade." Clang! The blades clashed, and their eyes locked in midair, neither willing to back down. They separated and immediately launched into another round of attacks. Meanwhile, Li Inyo cursed inwardly, thinking, "Men are truly unreliable." She realized it was a trap, but after the mental battle with the six-turn Titan ape, she had expended a lot of her mental energy. Now, she could at best handle a five-turn beast, but she was up against the entire dragon squad. As she turned to seek help from Han Dong and the others, the sight before her made her mind go blank. Han Dong, Su Junda, and Su Jun Air were on their knees, their wrists bound with ropes. Behind them stood four figures who were both unfamiliar and familiar. "Hello, pretty lady from Korea?" Luo Jincheng grinned. "No, no, no. Lao Luo." Yang Fong corrected. "To greet someone from Korea, you should say Annyeonghaseyo." He turned to Li Inyo and asked with a smile, "Did I get that right, pretty lady?" "Yes, that's right." Li Inyo replied mechanically, then snapped out of her daze, despair washing over her. She backed away, her voice trembling. "Don't come any closer. Two don't want to die. Please, let me go. Two'll repay you." "Pretty lady, what are you afraid of?" "We're not bad guys," Luo Jincheng said with a sincere smile. Yang Fong chimed in, "Yeah, we're all good guys." "Good guys." Li Inyo's voice was filled with disbelief as her lips twitched. She instinctively glanced at the disheveled state of Han Dong and the other two, swallowing hard. The scene before her made her silently question, how could good people do such things? Not only did they ambush from the shadows, but they also kidnapped others. This was clearly the work of outright villains. Amidst the tense standoff, a clear voice suddenly called out from behind. "Hey, what are you guys talking about?" A handsome young man strolled over, dragging a burlap sack behind him, a harmless smile on his face. "Feng, you're finally here." Luo Jincheng greeted him excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Song Feng raised an eyebrow and casually tossed the sack next to Han Dong, smiling as he asked, "What's the problem? Ran into some trouble?" Luo Jincheng responded with a wry smile. "We've subdued 4 out of the 6 members of the kimchi squad. Only this young lady and the short guy fighting Lu Ming are left. But you know, Feng, we rough guys are always reluctant to lay hands on women. And Xian Anna's attacks are so fierce, it's easy to hurt this young lady. We're really in a bind." "Indeed, it's a tough situation." Yang Fong nodded emphatically in agreement. Song Feng's gaze shifted to Li Inyo. He had to admit, she was quite remarkable. Not only was she elegantly pretty, but her figure was also striking, exuding a goddess-like charm that made it clear why Luo Jincheng and Yang Fong were hesitant to act. Seems like they've been captivated by her beauty, Song Feng thought to himself. He then put on a gentle smile, looking Li Inyo up and down before focusing on her striking eyes. "Miss, I can see you have extraordinary potential. Have you considered joining Longhua?" "What?" Everyone present was stunned. Luo Jincheng and Yang Fong's jaws dropped in exaggerated surprise, each thinking, could Feng really be smitten by her beauty? That can't be. Feng's known for being a steadfast straight shooter. According to Lu Ming, he even turned down numerous advances from attractive men and women back in school. How could he suddenly take a special interest in this kimchi beauty? No way, right? Ha! Li Inyo sneered inwardly, mocking herself, as expected. Men are all the same. This so-called legendary team captain is no exception. He even thinks he can recruit me to Longhua? Ridiculous. Outwardly, She put on a hesitant expression, her large, watery eyes looking at Song Feng as she asked softly, "Can you give me some time to think about it?" She was calculating, knowing that with just a bit more time to recover her mental strength, she could easily escape. Of course, Song Feng agreed readily, though he was secretly laughing. This woman was too naive, unaware that hunters often appear as prey. Having been betrayed by his wife in a past life, he had vowed never to trust any woman again, especially one like her. As Li Inyo pretended to ponder but was actually gathering her mental strength, Song Feng clasped his hands behind his back, silently sending a gleaming chain towards her. "Watch out!" Han Dong, sensing something amiss, was about to warn her when Yang Feng interrupted with a sharp slap. "Shut up. Keep quiet, or I'll cut out your tongue." Yang Feng threatened viciously, embodying the perfect villain. Han Dong could only glare at him, eyes burning with murderous intent. Hearing the commotion, Li Inyo glanced back, but before she could react, the chain wrapped around her ankle with a whistling sound. Just as she was about to unleash her mental powers in retaliation, she was horrified to find her abilities completely nullified. "Song Feng, what is this? Didn't you say you'd give me time to consider?" Li Inyo demanded, her face darkening. "I was just saying that. Did you actually believe me?" Song Feng replied with a mocking grin, making Li Inyo want to punch him. Despicable scoundrel. She struggled furiously but couldn't move an inch. In the end, Li Inyo was bound with special ropes, just like Han Dong, and forced to kneel on the ground. She sneered as she asked Han Dong, "Captain, you're so strong. How did you get caught?" Han Dong snorted, "That guy can hide his presence. By the time I noticed, it was too late. He's extremely dangerous. Captain, do you think the Longwood team will kill us?" Li Inyo asked softly. Han Dong shook his head, analyzing, "No. We're geniuses from Pao Kai country. If we die, it would cause an international incident and global condemnation. Besides, this is just a friendly match. Killing us would do them no good." He turned to Li Inyo. "So, do you still think they'll kill us?" Clap, clap, clap. A sudden burst of applause interrupted Li Inyo's thoughts. "Well said, well said," Song Feng exclaimed, clapping as he approached, a look of approval on his face. You heard our conversation?" Li Inyo's eyes widened in disbelief. Their voices had been barely above a whisper, and while it wasn't surprising that Luo Jincheng and the others within 5 meters could hear, Song Feng had been observing Cui Hao's battle from more than 10 meters away. Even a 6th-tier professional would struggle to catch such distant whispers. "Sorry, I have a natural gift for hearing," Song Feng responded with an innocent smile, then glanced meaningfully at Han Dong. "You said I wouldn't dare to kill you?" "Yes, you wouldn't," Han Dong replied, meeting his gaze fearlessly. "So confident?" Song Feng raised an eyebrow. "What if I killed you quietly and blamed it on the magical beasts? Who would know?" "Huh." Han Dong scoffed, looking up at the night sky. "It seems you don't know there's a giant screen monitoring every move inside the secret realm." "Oh, really?" Song Feng also glanced at the pitch-black sky. "Believe it or not?" "Then I'll believe it," Song Feng nodded with a smile. In truth, he had no intention of killing the Kimchi Squad. Firstly, he wanted to avoid causing an international incident, and secondly, he saw no necessity in it. "I won't kill you," Song Feng said, eyeing the 5 people in front of him in the recently released Jin Shirtai. "But I never said I wouldn't teach you a lesson. Everyone, get ready to use your staffs." "Xia Nana, that woman is yours." "Yes," the group responded in unison. Luo Jincheng walked towards Jin Shirtai, grinning. "Big guy, I've been waiting for this. Release me and fight me unknown if you have the guts." Jin Shirtai glared angrily. "Who said anything about fairness?" Luo Jincheng retorted, landing a heavy punch on Jin Shirtai's face, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. Meanwhile, Yang Feng approached the Su brothers with a smile. "I'll be quick, just bear with it." "Ah! Stay away." Su Jun screamed in terror. "I haven't even started yet," Yang Feng said, exasperated. "Oh, we'll scream when you start then." Yang Feng nodded and raised his hand, and another round of agonized screams ensued. Yang Feng watched the absurd scene before him with a peculiar expression on his face. Su Jun and De were repeatedly shouting, "Raise your hand," and "Ah," as if they were performing some sort of act. "Guys, are you glitching or something? What's the point of making all this noise?" Yang Feng muttered with a mischievous smile. The farce went on for what seemed like an eternity until Su Jun and Da's voices became hoarse. "Bro, have you had enough?" they finally asked, their voices tinged with exhaustion. "We won't shout anymore." "Really, we won't." "Well, then it's my turn," Yang Feng said, and immediately took action. This time, Su Jun and Da didn't even have the strength to scream. All they could do was silently weep. Meanwhile, a completely different scene was unfolding elsewhere. Gu Jun was entertaining Han Dong, while Xia Nana was hosting Li Inyo. They exhibited the unique hospitality of the people from Longhua. After making sure everything was in order, Song Feng, like a carefree manager, went off to watch the duel between Lu Ming and Cui Hao. Compared to the cries of pain from the other side, this battle was far more captivating. The clash of blades rang out with a crisp sound, sparks flying. Both were prodigies from their respective nations, and it was rare for them to find such an evenly matched opponent, making the fight increasingly intense. As the battle reached its climax, Song Feng turned to check on Han Dong, who had just been through an ordeal. Behaving yourself now? Song Feng asked with a sly grin. Han Dong, who had been beaten beyond recognition by Gu Jun, glared at Song Feng with bloodshot eyes, as if he wanted to tear him apart. Don't look at me like that. You'll give me nightmares, Song Feng said, forcibly closing Han Dong's eyes. But Han Dong stubbornly opened them again, and the two repeated this a few times. All right, enough playing around. Song Feng waved his hand dismissively. Actually, there's just one thing I want. What do you want? Han Dong's voice was dangerously low. Your map, and all the obsidian you've collected. What do you need the map for? Don't you already have one? Li Inyo suddenly became as agitated as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her disheveled hair and crooked glasses revealed a hint of panic. Although Xianana had held back and only hit her symbolically a few times, Li Inyo deliberately acted as if she were in a terrible state. She had planned to use this to avoid Song Feng's attention, but when she heard the topic of the map, alarm bells went off in her head. She knew all too well the map Song Feng and his team had was tampered with. If the truth of this friendly match were exposed, they would not only lose the competition but also all credibility. Once the tampering with the map was discovered, it would undoubtedly trigger a media storm, putting immense pressure on their country. At that point, the fate of the six of them would be sealed. They would either be sidelined, abandoned, or scapegoated to appease the public. After all, for the sake of national honor, the higher-ups would never bear such a stain for them. Oh, I was just asking casually. Why are you so worked up? Song Feng turned his head, looking at Li Inyo with interest. Han Dong cursed inwardly, idiot, while Li Inyo forced herself to stay calm. I was just curious. Song Feng slowly walked over and squatted in front of Li Inyo, staring directly into her eyes. Oh, really? I'm naturally suspicious, and my gut tells me you're hiding something. Under Song Feng's piercing gaze, Li Inyo's eyes began to dart around, as if afraid her thoughts would be seen through. She snorted and turned her head away. The map is lost anyway. Even if we wanted to give it to you, we couldn't. Lost? Then how did you find your way here? Song Feng sneered. You seem like a smart woman. How could you suddenly become so foolish? Li Inyo hurriedly explained. I memorized the marked points on the map in advance. Whether we have the map or not doesn't matter to us. Song Feng gave a meaningful smile and slowly leaned closer to Li Inyo. What if I find it? Li Inyo shrank back in terror. What are you going to do? What bad intentions could I have? I just want the map. Song Feng kept a gentle smile, slowly reaching his hand toward Li Inyo's shoulder. Don't touch me. Li Inyo screamed. Song Feng rolled his eyes, ignoring her screams, and placed his hand on her shoulder, closing his eyes. After a moment, he whispered, Found you. With a flash of white light, a map appeared in Song Feng's hand out of thin air. This scene left Han Dong and the other four in shock, especially Li Inyosh had clearly hidden the map in a storage space, yet it appeared in Song Feng's hand without warning. Han Dong quickly regained his composure and sneered, Song Feng, do you really think this little trick will scare us? That could very well be your own map. You think I'm playing tricks? Song Feng began to slowly unfold the map, deliberately slowing his movements, carefully observing everyone's reactions. Aside from Han Dong, who remained expressionless, the other four clearly showed signs of panic. Finally, Song Feng abruptly opened the map. After glancing at it, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Luo Jinsheng and the other three leaned in for a closer look and were equally astonished. Noticing their change in expression, Han Dong felt a sudden pang of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Li Inyo and her three companions were plunged into utter despair. Li Inyo's hands trembled slightly as she finally grasped Instructor Park's intention why he had shared the map's details with the five of them while deliberately keeping Han Dong in the dark. It was clearly a strategy to give Han Dong an escape route. As the only one unaware in the group, even if things went south, the upper echelons of Pao Kai country could easily exonerate Han Dong. Cunning, treacherous, despicable. Li Inyo gritted her teeth, her heart burning with rage. Why should they be the scapegoats while Han Dong gets off scot-free? At this moment, the ugly faces of Pao Kai country's leaders were fully revealed before her eyes. Hey, didn't you lose your map? Song Feng's lips curled into a meaningful smile. So, how do you think I got this map in my hand? He slowly unfolded the map, revealing 9 conspicuous red markers that immediately caught everyone's eyes. Han Dong's pupils contracted sharply as he turned to look at Li Inyo in disbelief. However, Li Inyo was already losing control, shaking her head repeatedly and muttering, It's not fair. Han Dong's mind raced. How could Song Feng possibly retrieve the map from Li Inyo's storage space? Isn't he in a support role? How does he have a skill like that? Suddenly, Han Dong raised his head, his eyes fierce as he stared directly at Song Feng. Song Feng, you people from Long Country sure have some nerve. Stealing a map from our storage space and then accusing us? Huh. I will report your crimes to the Pao Kai country authorities. Prepare to face severe punishment for cheating and the condemnation of the world. Song Feng looked utterly baffled. What? Reversal of heaven and earth? As soon as Han Dong finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. His method of framing was indeed clever. Jin Shirtai, who usually wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, suddenly had a moment of clarity. He yelled furiously, all right. You people from Longwa will do anything to win. Cheating in a friendly match. How low can you go? No wonder there are 99 marked points on our map. It was all you're doing. Before he could finish his rant, Luo Jincheng was already in his face, raining punches on him. For distorting the truth. A punch. For framing us. Another punch. For spewing nonsense. Yet another punch. For insulting us Longwa people. Dozens of punches later, Jin Shirtai collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth and his eyes unfocused. Only then did Luo Jincheng stop. Song Feng looked at Han Dong with a mocking smile. You really live up to being the captain of the Pao Kai nation. Quick thinking in a crisis, huh? You thought you could play the victim and frame us without any evidence? He waved the map in his hand. I retrieved this from Li Inyo's storage space with my star-plucking hand. This is no frame-up. Han Dong sneered and retorted. This was your own doing in the first place. How is it a frame-up? Actually, Song Feng said leisurely, hands behind his back. I've had a habit since I was young. Han Dong's heart skipped a beat, feeling a sudden unease. What habit? I have a habit of recording videos of my daily life. Song Feng removed the ring from his left index finger and displayed it in front of Han Dong. A recording ring. Han Dong exclaimed, his face turning pale. This pricey gadget could record both video and audio. Song Feng, a little rich kid, had bought it for fun, but it proved invaluable at this crucial moment. Song Feng, you're so devious. Han Dong gritted his teeth. He had assumed that no one outside could see what was happening inside the secret realm, so he framed them without any restraint. He never expected it to be recorded. Meanwhile, the battle between Lu Ming and Cui Hao was nearing its end. With a powerful blow, Cui Hao was sent flying into an ancient tree. Realizing the situation was dire, he cursed, damn it, and tried to flee, but Lu Ming instantly teleported to grab him, stabbing him in the abdomen and kicking him away. Cui Hao crashed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Song Feng approached to check on Cui Hao's condition. Seeing that he was still breathing, he used a white light to sustain him. We can mess around all we want, but don't play with lives. Let's keep him alive for now. Once we're out, he can die for all I care. Then it won't be our responsibility. The outcome of this competition is determined by the number of obsidian stones. At present, Team Kimchi has been completely wiped out. Not only has their map been taken, but their only obsidian stone has also fallen into the hands of Song Feng. Song Feng now possesses 4 obsidian stones. 2 he originally had, plus 1 each taken from the Titan Ape and Team Kimchi. With a total of 9 obsidian stones in the competition, the situation is clear. Even if they let Han Dong and the others go, it would be nearly impossible for them to turn the tide, as Song Feng's team knows the exact locations of the remaining obsidian stones. Crazy. Are we just going to wait here until the competition ends? Lu Ming asked as he efficiently tied up Cui Hao's hands and dusted off his own. Of course not, Song Feng replied, pointing to an ancient, towering tree. Hang them all up there and secure them with the binding spirit rope. The 6 unconscious captives were hoisted high. To ensure they wouldn't cause any trouble, Song Feng also had them ingest a soul-calming pill drug that induces sleep for 3 to 5 days, meaning even the most resilient would need at least 2 days to wake up, by which time the competition would be over. With an accurate map, our next steps are clear, Song Feng said, unfolding the map and tracing his finger over several marked points. We'll go here first, pass through 2 islands to reach this spot, then here, and finally to this deep-sea area. The timing should be perfect. This journey would not only allow them to collect more obsidian stones, but also hone their team's coordination and combat skills. The obsidian stones could be embedded in their weapons, further enhancing their power. Xiao Lan transformed into a giant dragon and carried the 6 of them through the sky. They soon arrived at the first marked point, a shallow sea area at the junction of the islands. Among a group of crab-like magical beasts, they found a 6-stern magic crab with an obsidian stone embedded in its shell. Thanks to their vast experience, they easily secured the 5th obsidian stone. In successive battles, they collected 3 more obsidian stones in the central sea area, the island interior, and other locations. Xiao Lan's dragon tail swept away large swathes of sea beasts, leaving a trail of bodies in the water. However, they encountered trouble at the final marked point. This deep-sea area near the edge was bottomless. Even after diving hundreds of meters, they found no trace of the obsidian stone. Just as they were puzzled, Xiaolan relayed a message one of its little beasts had sensed a familiar presence in the deep sea, possibly related to the beastmen. If there are magical beasts in the deep sea, the obsidian stone is likely there, Song Feng said resolutely. Everyone, prepare to dive. Everyone had no objections to this. In their team, Song Feng was the brains, while the others were the muscle executing the tasks. Since Xiaolan's presence in the deep sea hindered their movements, this mission required them to rely on their own strength. With a swift flick of his wrist, Song Feng revealed a pendant in his palm. The heart of the deep sea allows us to move freely underwater without worrying about limited combat abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the central crystal of the heart of the deep sea emitted a faint blue glow. 6 beams of light entered their bodies, forming a thin blue film on their skin. Into the sea, one by one. With Song Feng's command, Lu Ming was the first to leap into the water, creating a splash several meters high. This is amazing, Lu Ming exclaimed, poking his head out of the water. There's no resistance, and I can swim faster than I can move on land. Luo Jinqing, Yang Feng, Gu Jun, and Xian Nana followed suit, jumping into the sea. After Song Feng put Xiaolan back into the Dragon God's Pearl, he plunged into the water like a cannonball, creating the final big splash. Empowered by the heart of the deep sea, the 6 swam effortlessly. Song Feng even used his swift shadow technique to further increase his speed. As they descended rapidly, they even collided with and killed some weaker sea monsters along the way. At a depth of 5,000 meters, despite the protection of the heart of the deep sea, they began to feel a faint sense of suffocation. The surroundings were dark and serene, with a visibility of only 3 meters and a hazy appearance. After confirming with Xiaolan, Song Feng led the team further down until they reached a depth of 10,000 meters. Suddenly, a dazzling white light, 100 meters long, appeared ahead. Passing through the light, they found themselves in an underwater world as bright as day. Vibrant corals and seabed plants created a stunningly beautiful scene. As they marveled at the sight, a shout came from behind. Humans! 3 beast men with fish heads and human bodies stood there, looking astonished. Through Xiaolan, Song Feng learned that these were Xiaolan's kin, and he greeted them warmly. To Lu Ming and the others' confusion, Song Feng seemed able to communicate with the beastmen. What's the big deal? Song Feng pointed to the heart of the deep sea around his neck. Isn't this a ready-made translator? Song Feng took out the obsidian necklace and showed it to the 3 fish-headed orcs. Hello, we mean no harm. We're just looking for something. Have you seen this item before? Ah, one of the fish-headed orcs suddenly exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Song Feng's eyes lit up with anticipation as he took a step forward. Have you seen it? Why, wise, the fish-headed orc nodded timidly. I once saw the Crown Prince of Tianhai wearing this necklace, but I'm not entirely sure. The Crown Prince of Tianhai? Song Feng furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering if there was actually an underwater empire with a royal system here. The other 2 fish-headed orcs widened their eyes in alarm and scrutinized Song Feng warily. Why do you have a rare treasure identical to the Crown Prince's? Could it be you are friends with the Crown Prince? Before Song Feng could explain, the 3 fish-headed orcs simultaneously knelt down. My lord, we humble beings did not recognize your esteemed identity. Please forgive us for any offense. This sudden turn of events left Song Feng stunned. Lu Ming also widened his eyes. Crazy. What did you do? Why are they suddenly kneeling to you? Song Feng explained helplessly. It seems they've misunderstood. Because the Crown Prince has a similar necklace, they think I'm his friend. That's perfect, Lu Ming said excitedly. Just have them take us to the Crown Prince, and then we can give him a good thrashing. Life isn't all about fighting. There's also human interaction, Song Feng admonished, shaking his head. He then turned to the 3 fish-headed orcs with a kind expression. Please rise. Since you've recognized it, I'll be honest. I do know the Crown Prince, and this necklace is a token from him. Please take me to see him, and I will reward you handsomely. We wouldn't dare. It's our duty. The 3 fish-headed orcs shook their heads fervently. The Tianhai Palace is nearby. We'll lead the way immediately. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Tianhai Palace, a majestic figure clad in a blue dragon robe, with a dragon head and human body, sat on the throne. He was the Crown Prince of Tianhai, currently inquiring about his father's whereabouts. Your Highness, we have searched the entire star domain but found no trace of the Emperor, reported a scorpion-headed orc, kneeling on one knee. The Crown Prince of Tianhai's face grew somber. He recalled his father's promise before leaving, saying he had found a way to escape this star domain and would return within 10 years. But now, as the deadline approached, there was no news. 6 golden chairs lined the sides of the hall, 5 of which were occupied by dragon-head orcs in different colored robes. The Prince of Tianming, dressed in a purple robe, stood up, hesitating to speak. Just then, a guard rushed in frantically. Your Highness, There are humans outside Tianhai Palace requesting an audience. They claim to be your friends and possess a necklace identical to yours. At this, the entire hall was astir. The Crown Prince of Tianhai immediately stood up and strode towards the guard. The others in the hall exchanged glances, speculating whether these unexpected visitors were connected to the missing emperor. Regardless, the presence of humans in the Tianyuan dynasty needs my personal attention, the Crown Prince said gravely. Ministers, my brother, come with me. Don't come any closer. I've already sent someone to inform the Crown Prince. Outside the Tianhai Palace, a burly scorpion-headed beastman gripped his trident tightly, his voice tinged with obvious nervousness. Despite the visitors wearing what appeared to be a token necklace, as a dutiful guard, he couldn't let anyone in without the Crown Prince's permission. Relax, we mean no harm, Song Feng said with a gentle smile. With the assurance of the little beast earlier, he decided to hold off any aggressive moves and wait to see the Crown Prince first. Feng, where are we? Lu Ming whispered in Song Feng's ear. Apart from Song Feng, the other five couldn't understand the beastman language and could only guess from the magnificent palace structures before them. Song Feng briefly explained. This is the Tianyuan dynasty, similar to an ancient imperial palace. It's said the emperor hasn't been seen for almost a decade, possibly deceased or in seclusion, and the crown prince is about to ascend the throne. So, we're going to meet the future emperor? Lu Ming and the others were astonished. Seems like it, Song Feng nodded. Lu Ming grabbed Song Feng's arm. How confident are you about getting the crown prince's obsidian necklace? About 50%. We can still run now. If the crown prince finds out you're lying, Lu Ming said worriedly. Song Feng interrupted him. This is just a 5th-tier secret realm. The strongest here is only at the 6th turn level. There won't be any 7th or 8th turn monsters. At that moment, a sharp announcement echoed from within the palace. The Crown Prince of Tianhai is arriving. Fully armed guards quickly formed ranks, tridents in hand. A tall figure clad in a blue dragon robe approached slowly, followed by 5 dragon-head beastmen in different colored dragon robes and hundreds of attendants. The Crown Prince's gaze swept over Song Feng and his companions, finally resting on the obsidian necklace. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, when Song Feng stated his purpose, the Crown Prince flew into a rage. Murderous intent swept over them like a storm, but suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar erupted. A golden dragon soul appeared behind Song Feng, instantly suppressing all the pressure. Golden Holy Dragon, the Crown Prince exclaimed. Just as he was about to order Song Feng's capture, an authoritative voice rang out, I dare anyone to make a move. A stream of light shot out from Song Feng's forehead, transforming into a dragon-head beastman. Father? The Crown Prince of Tianhai stood frozen in place. Father Emperor? Your Majesty. This call instantly froze the entire palace. Tianhai, the other princes, and the ministers all stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the ethereal figure before them. The figure, named Song Jiaoshou by Xiaolan, commanded an inherent authority even as a mere apparition, compelling everyone present to rise instinctively. Father Emperor, it's really you. Tianhai had initially thought it was some kind of illusion, but the overwhelming sense of authority confirmed Ithis was indeed his long-lost father. Song Jiaoshou looked at Tianhai with a gentle smile. Higher, it's been 10 years. Why are you still wearing those clothes? Haven't you had the coronation ceremony yet? Father Emperor, I've been waiting for your return. Tianhai, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward to embrace his father, only to pass through the apparition, his hand going right through Song Jiaoshou's body. Seeing Tianhai's bewildered expression, Song Jiaoshou reassured him, Don't worry, I'm fine. I just exist in the world in a different form now. The other 5 princes then snapped out of their daze and hurried to their father's side. Song Jiaoshou looked at his sons with satisfaction. Good, you've all grown up. Over the next period, Song Jiaoshou recounted his experiences over the past decade. He had found a way to leave this star system, only to discover that the outside world was filled with brutality and betrayal. He led his people through numerous hardships, nearly facing total annihilation, and endured treacherous missions in the deep sea until he encountered Song Feng. When the second prince, Tianming, hinted at seizing the ultimate treasure, he was immediately reprimanded by both Song Jiaoshou and Tianhai. Song Jiaoshou emphasized that Song Feng was his savior. Without his help, he would never have returned to the Tianyuan dynasty. In the end, Tianhai gave Song Feng the obsidian necklace that symbolized his longing for his father, as an apology. This was the 9th obsidian necklace, and Song Feng thought that now he only needed to wait for the competition to conclude peacefully. Song Jiaoshou specifically instructed Tianhai to arrange an exceptionally grand welcoming ceremony. The entire Deep Sea Kingdom was in a state of jubilant celebration to greet Song Feng and his party of 6. Inside the banquet hall, long tables were laden with a dazzling array of seafood delicacies. These gourmet dishes were crafted from the meat of carefully selected magical sea creatures, not only incredibly delicious but also imbued with potent spiritual energy, offering significant restorative benefits. Everyone indulged heartily, savoring the exquisite flavors. After the feast, Crown Prince Tianhai organized several spectacular performances. The most captivating of these was the mermaid dance, which left Lu Ming utterly mesmerized, afraid to miss even a single moment. At that moment, second Prince Tianming, clad in a purple dragon robe, stepped into the center of the hall. Holding a long sword, he bowed slightly to the audience. Father, elder brother, esteemed human guests, I am second Prince Tianming. Allow me to present a humble performance. Tianming began to demonstrate his swordsmanship. His movements were as graceful as a butterfly, flowing seamlessly like water. The long sword in his hand transformed into a flurry of dazzling sword flowers, leaving the guests in awe. However, just as the performance reached its peak, an unexpected incident occurred. Ah! Tianming suddenly cried out, and his long sword slipped from his grasp, shooting straight towards Song Feng, who was pouring tea. Lord Song Feng! Madman! Brother Feng! The crowd exclaimed in unison. Lu Ming, sobering up instantly, flashed forward with a dagger in hand, attempting to intercept the sword. Unfortunately, he was a fraction too slow. The sword grazed his blade and continued its rapid trajectory towards Song Feng's forehead. In the blink of an eye, the sword had already passed through Song Feng's body and embedded itself deeply in the wall behind him, vibrating intensely and emitting a humming noise. Yet, Song Feng remained seated, unscathed and composed. He had timely entered a state of intangibility, evading the fatal strike. Madman, are you all right? Lu Ming hurriedly checked on him. Relax, I'm fine. Song Feng replied with a calm smile, then turned his gaze to the panicked Tianming. Second Prince, you really are careless. As a sword cultivator, the chance of your sword slipping is probably higher than your chance of drowning. Tianming. Song Jiaoshu roared in fury. What are you doing? Do you have a death wish? Father. Tianming immediately dropped to his knees, trembling in fear. Insolent. How dare you attack my honored guest? Guards. Take him to the Crimson Fire prison. Fully armed shrimp and crab soldiers stormed into the hall, surrounding Tianming. A powerful beast man stepped forward to restrain him. Second Prince, please come with us. No, I don't want to go. Tianming struggled frantically. Father, I was wrong. Brother, please, plead for me. That place is hell. I'll die there. Aya. His desperate screams echoed throughout the palace. The hall was engulfed in silence. No one dared to plead for mercy. Song Jiaoshu was seething with rage, and having ordered Tianming's punishment, he left no room for negotiation. Anyone who spoke up now would share Tianming's fate. As the guards prepared to drag Tianming out, the second prince continued his frenzied outburst. No, I refuse to accept this. Father, why do you favor those worthless humans? If not for the poor resources in this star region, I would have become the supreme power and annihilated the human race. His eyes glared murderously at Song Feng and others, brimming with killing intent. Enough! Song Jiaoshu finally erupted, his voice thundering through the entire palace. You repeatedly spout madness and insult my esteemed guests, challenging my authority. Today, I swear, the second Prince Tianming will be imprisoned in the death cell, never to be released. In this tense moment, Song Feng suddenly stood up, a faint smile playing on his lips. Little beast, I have a plan. Would you like to hear it? A collective gasp filled the hall. Everyone exchanged incredulous looks. Someone dared to call the emperor little beast? Even more shocking was Song Jiaoshu's reaction. The usually imposing emperor lowered himself with the deference of a younger brother to an elder, saying, Lord Song Feng, please speak. Little beast will follow your instructions. Prince Tianhai swallowed hard. His eyes filled with apprehension. The other princes and ministers were equally stunned, speculating about the identity of this human, who commanded such respect from the emperor and could summon the golden dragon's shadow. Song Feng's gaze was cold as he stared directly at Tianming. Since the second prince is so dissatisfied with us, why don't we settle this with a fair fight? Let me see what strength you possess to make such grand claims about annihilating the human race. These words were not spoken lightly. Song Feng had carefully considered the situation. He knew that if Tianming continued to live, he would be a significant threat to both the Tianyuan Empire and the human race. It would be better to eliminate this malignant threat under the guise of a contest. Surviving to this day, Song Feng relied not only on his strength but also on his prudent foresight. Heh, despicable human. You're asking for trouble. Release me now. Let me kill him. The second prince, Tianming, laughed maniacally, his eyes blood-red and his body emanating a violent aura. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, hesitant to make a decision on their own. They turned to Song Jiaoshu for guidance. Your Majesty, should we continue to hold the second prince in the death cell? No, Song Jiaoshu shook his head and then looked at Song Feng. Lord Song Feng, what do you propose? Song Feng smiled faintly. There are 6 of us here, matching perfectly with your 5 princes and 1 crown prince. How about a team sparring match, stopping short of serious harm? I'd like to personally test the second prince's strength. After a moment of contemplation, Song Jiaoshu nodded. Very well. He then instructed Tianhai, higher, arrange for an open area for the match. Yes, father. Tianhai promptly set off to make the arrangements. Though he bore no ill will towards Song Feng and his companions, he was curious about the power that made his father so deferential. The other 4 princes, however, were less enthusiastic. They had hoped to be mere spectators, but now found themselves unwilling participants. On the vast plaza outside Tianhai Palace, the 2 teams faced each other in midair. Nobles, ministers, and wealthy merchants of the Yuan dynasty gathered around, eager to witness this unprecedented confrontation. Despite the large audience, the scene was eerily silent, punctuated only by the sound of heavy breathing. An invisible barrier, faintly glowing, separated the combatants from the spectators to ensure their safety. Song Jiaoshu took on the role of referee, announcing the rules. This is a friendly sparring match. Stop short of serious harm. Forbidden techniques and secret arts are not allowed. Violators will be disqualified. Just then, Tian Ming shouted, Father, I have a condition. What is it? Song Jiaoshu's heart tightened. A simple sparring match is too dull. Tian Ming sneered, pointing at Song Feng. If we win, he must hand over the heart of the deep sea. Tian Ming, are you mad? Song Jiaoshu roared in anger. Fine, I accept. Song Feng surprised everyone by agreeing calmly. Amid the murmurs of astonishment, Song Feng turned to Tian Ming. And what will you wager if you lose? My life, Tian Ming declared, enunciating each word clearly. The crowd erupted in shocked whispers, discussing the sudden high stakes. It wasn't until Song Jiaoshu's stern command of silence that the plaza fell quiet again. Tian Ming added, but I have one condition: you can't use that dragon soul projection from before, or the bet is off. Of course, Song Feng agreed without hesitation. Tian Ming felt a flicker of unease at Song Feng's decisiveness, but quickly suppressed it. Heh, despicable human. This will be the most regretful decision of your life. Tian Ming snarled with a twisted grin. Brothers, assist me in capturing them, and I promise substantial rewards afterward. Tian Ming's voice carried an undeniable tone of command. Tianhai looked at his younger brother with a helpless expression and advised, this is just a sparring match. There's no need to risk lives over it. Tianhai, Tian Ming retorted with a cold laugh, even father regards this item as a treasure. Do you think it's something ordinary? Letting such a treasure fall into the hands of humans would be a waste. If we acquire it, not only can we break through the star domain's limitations, but we can also dominate this region for centuries, even millennia. His gaze swept over the other princes present. Brothers, don't these terms tempt you? Seeing the other 4 princes showing signs of interest, Tianhai shook his head with a bitter smile. Greed knows no bounds. Brother, if father's esteemed guests were not confident, would they have agreed to this duel? They even promised not to use the Dragon Soul Phantom, indicating they have even stronger cards to play. Huh? Tian Ming interrupted disdainfully. I call you brother out of courtesy. Don't overestimate yourself. With your indecisive nature, I truly don't understand why our muddle-headed father made you the crown prince. The bet is set, and for the sake of the royal family's honor, you must act. Tian Ming's tone suddenly turned icy. Tianhai, remember, we are in this together. If something happens to me, don't think you'll escape unscathed. Tian Ming, are you threatening me? Tianhai's eyes narrowed dangerously. How would I dare? Tian Ming laughed exaggeratedly. I'm just the second prince, trying to cozy up to the crown prince. This exchange drew the attention of the audience. Even Song Jiao Beast frowned at the scene. Tianhai snorted and ignored Tian Ming, turning instead to meet Song Feng's gaze. Mr. Song, I apologize for the offense. Prince Tianhai, no offense taken, Song Feng replied. Though they bore no personal grudge, they had no choice but to face each other in this contest. As Tianhai made the first move, the life-and-death sparring match officially began. Meanwhile, on the distant Tianlian mountain, Zhang Yi and his group were trekking through the snow. Their footprints left a winding trail in the vast, white landscape. Old Kai, how far is it to the entrance of the secret realm? Zhang Yi paused and looked into the distance. Less than 1,000 meters, Kai Mingzhi replied. After some detailed questioning, Kai Mingzhi recounted his previous encounter with the goo insects. This information set off alarm bells in Jiang Ye's mind. Now I am 90% sure, Jiang Yi said, his eyes sharp as he stared ahead. The people from the Goo King's Hall must be lying in wait at the entrance of the secret realm, ready to ambush us. Goo King Hall? Is this some new organization? Kai Mingzhi scratched his head, his face full of confusion. It's normal that you don't know, Zhang Yi explained in a low voice. Gu King Hall is a faction of the Dark Alliance. They operate in secrecy, and usually only within certain areas. Even we have only encountered them once in the poison miasma forest. Before that, we had never heard of them. Zhang Yi continued, the Dark Alliance, as the name suggests, is a coalition of multiple organizations. To avoid causing public panic, the outside world knows nothing about the number and structure of its internal factions. What? Those damn rats again. Kai Mingzhi's face changed dramatically, clearly having had unpleasant encounters with the Dark Alliance before. He quickly caught on, Old Jiang, are you saying that our movements were leaked to the Dark Alliance, and that's why Gu King Hall set up an ambush here? You're half right. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly, lowering his voice. If you encountered Gu insects as soon as you exited the secret realm, it means your berserk squad was likely targeted from the beginning. They planned to let you do the hard work, and then strike once you left the secret realm. But they only saw you coming out in a hurry, perhaps thinking you were bait. So they didn't act immediately and continued to lie in wait for a bigger prize. This analysis made everyone present suddenly enlightened. Kai Mingzhi thought it over seriously and nodded in agreement. However, Jiang Yi changed his tone. Of course, there's another possibility. Gu King Hall might actually be after our sword demon squad and just happened to run into you at the secret realm entrance. When Jiang Yi recounted how they had taken down the 10th hall of Gu King Hall in the poison miasma forest and captured its leader, Kai Mingzhi's eyes widened. So, they really might be here for revenge. Just as Van der Hua was about to tease Kai Mingzhi's deductive skills, Jiang Yi interrupted, now's not the time for jokes. We need to get into the secret realm as quickly as possible. Every second we delay, the more danger the rest of Berserk's squad faces. Captain, let me try. Chen Bing volunteered, presenting his plan. I'll set up a spatial anchor here first, then head to the secret realm entrance alone. With the anchor in place, I can open a stable spatial tunnel for everyone to reach directly. Unless we encounter a 9-turn expert, no one can intercept us. Although I could use direct spatial teleportation, the spatial fluctuations would be too large. If we get disrupted, we could be trapped in a spatial black hole forever. The spatial tunnel is much safer. Jiang Yi considered carefully before asking, how confident are you? I'm 80 sure I can establish the spatial tunnel, and as for safely reaching the secret realm entrance, Chen Bing flashed a mysterious smile. I'm 99 confident. I've learned a lot from Feng. After explaining that Feng referred to the young Song Feng, Jiang Yi finally agreed to the plan. Be careful. If things go wrong, signal immediately, and we'll support you at once. Just watch me. Chen Bing waved confidently. At the entrance to the secret realm of Tianlian Mountain, dozens of white-clad figures lay in ambush behind snow-covered mounds. These figures, dressed entirely in white, remained motionless on the ground, blending seamlessly with the snowy landscape. Zhang Dianzhu, we've been staking out here for days and haven't seen a single soul. Are you sure you're not messing with us? A thin man wearing a mask questioned, his long sword glinting coldly at his waist. How could I be wrong? Retorted Zhang Yunhui, a sharp-featured man nearby. I saw the leader of the Guangshan squad meeting with the Jingu squad with my own eyes. My eyesight is among the best in the entire Gu Wangdian. At that time, Kai Mingzhi looked anxious, and he was alone. The rest of his team must still be in the secret realm. Zhang Yunhui paused, then continued his analysis. But there's something odd. Kai Mingzhi didn't lead the Jingu squad directly into the secret realm. Instead, they all returned to Longwood together. I think either his team members are temporarily safe, or they're all dead except him. But I lean towards the first possibility. After all, who could easily wipe out those brutes from the Guangshan squad? Zhang Yunhui, the masked man interrupted coldly. I don't care if the Guangshan squad is dead or alive, but you must ensure the Jingu squad shows up. Otherwise, wasting the time of us shadow assassins will cost you dearly. Old Yuan, we've been dealing with each other for so long. Don't you trust me? Zhang Yunhui chuckled dryly. The credibility of the 9th master of Gu Wangdian seems negligible. Yuan Ho sneered. The Dark Alliance doesn't think highly of you guys from Gu Wangdian. As the two argued, Yuan Ho's eyes suddenly lit up, and he patted Zhang Yunhui. Enough talking. The target has appeared. In the distance, a figure staggered forward. It was Chen Bing from the Jingu squad. His left arm was missing, his body drenched in blood, leaving a trail of crimson on the snow as he occasionally glanced back warily. This scene aroused Zhang Yunhui's suspicion. Yuan Ho, did you send someone ahead to attack? These injuries can't be from wild animals. He grabbed Yuan Ho by the collar. Yuan Ho chopped Zhang Yunhui's hand away and said coldly, the rumors about the Dark Alliance were right. You're a schemer without brains. Collaborating with you is the biggest mistake of my life. Yuan Ho interrupted Zhang Yunhui before he could speak. His gaze was sharp, and his voice carried an undeniable authority. From this distance, can you really see Chen Bing's true condition? He could very well be putting on an act, trying to sow discord among us and make us suspicious of each other. He might also be testing if there's an ambush here. Yuan Ho's inner fury was boiling. and he almost wanted to draw his sword and finish Zhang Yunhui on the spot. Zhang Yunhui was stunned and began to reflect on his judgment. He indeed had a rash temperament, which often led to particularly ruthless actions. After a moment of contemplation, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Old Yuan, you're right. I was too impulsive." Oomph. Yuan Ho snorted coldly and then fixed his gaze on the distant, staggering Chen Bing. This kid has always been cunning and deceitful. He could very well be a decoy sent by Jiang Yi. He chuckled coldly to himself. After all these years of dealing with you, I've seen through your tricks. So what should we do next? Zhang Yunhui asked cautiously, his previous arrogance subdued. Wait and see. Yuan Ho squinted his eyes. Chen Bing is doing this to lure us into revealing ourselves. But I won't fall for it. At that moment, Chen Bing suddenly collapsed face first into the snow and lay motionless. The two men exchanged puzzled looks. Yuan Ho suddenly realized something was wrong. If he's really seriously injured, why head towards the secret realm instead of escaping elsewhere? Before he could finish his sentence, Yuan Ho had a sudden epiphany. Chen Bing is a spatial manipulator. This is bad. Stop him. The group sprang toward Chen Bing like arrows released from a bow, but it was too late. Chen Bing leisurely stood up and waved his hand to open a spatial vortex, from which Jiang Yi and 5 others emerged. Let's go. Straight into the secret realm, Jiang Yi said, casting a brief glance at Yuan Ho and his men before stepping into the entrance. Chen Bing closed the spatial passage and waved goodbye. See you later, folks. I'll play with you again after I finish my mission. With that, he vanished. Yuan Ho's strike hit nothing but air, and he was furious. Zhang Yunhui arrived shortly after and taunted. No wonder you could never take down the Sword Ghost squad. Even the shadow assassins are nothing special. The two groups faced off, tension mounting as if a mountain loomed between them. However, Zhang Yunhui quickly backed down, taking a few steps back and explaining that his words were spoken in the heat of the moment. Yuan Ho turned and left, leaving behind his final words. Entering the secret realm means facing 2 special squads simultaneously. With our current strength, we can't win. Zhang Yunhui, call in 2 more masters from the Gu King Palace. I'll also request support from other Shadow Kings. Even if we have to share the credit, we must completely eliminate the Sword Ghost squad. Meanwhile, the battle in Tianyuan Imperial City had reached a fever pitch. The clash between Song Feng's group and the 6 princes showcased 2 starkly different combat styles. Song Feng's team operated with seamless coordination, each member executing their role flawlessly. Yang Fang's artillery provided long-range suppression, Luo Jincheng's greatsword defended the front line, Gu Jun's swordsmanship sought breakthrough opportunities, and Xian Anna's spells supported the entire battlefield. In contrast, the 6 princes fought individually, unable to form a cohesive force. Their attacks often backfired, causing friendly fire and leaving them at a disadvantage. Boom! Another round of artillery fire forced the 6 princes to retreat. Amidst the swirling dust, Tianhai clenched his teeth, contemplating the situation. Despite him and Tianming being 6th-rank powerhouses and the other 4 princes reaching the peak of 5th rank, they were constantly on the defensive in this team battle. Every mistake they made was immediately exploited by the enemy, while any errors on Song Feng's side were swiftly covered. Brothers, I think, Tianhai's words were cut short by the sudden sound of swords clashing. Several sword beams pierced through the dust, targeting vital points. Tianhai dodged, while Tianming met the attack Hedon with his palm, dispersing the dust with a loud bang. Following this, a dozen magic-infused cannonballs came whistling through the air. Brothers, Mingshui shields. Tianhai commanded. 6 blue water shields formed instantly but shattered under the fierce bombardment, forcing the 6 princes to retreat several steps. When the dust settled, Tianhai and his brothers were shocked to see Song Feng's team unscathed. The audience erupted into discussion, with some even noticing the faint stone-like aura surrounding the 6 brothers. It's time to strike back. Tianhai ordered sharply. Dragon King demon-breaking formation. Form up. The 6 princes quickly arranged themselves into a diamond formation, their tridents glowing brightly. 6 beams of light converged at the center, forming a majestic blue dragon. Its roar echoed through the sky, prompting the beastmen in the audience to rise in respect. Despite the imposing display, Song Feng signaled his team to hold their ground. Let's see their true strength, he said calmly. Each member took their position. Yang Fang readied his cannons, Luo Jincheng gripped his sword, Gu Jun prepared his sword stance, and Xian Anna's staff shimmered with fire. Only Lu Ming seemed nonchalant, causing Song Feng to shake his head in dismay. Dragon King's soul. Attack. With Tianhai's command, the blue dragon roared and charged at Song Feng's team, its deafening roar shaking the heavens. Madman! Quick, quick, quick! Raise the rock shield. Feeling the terrifying power of the blue dragon, Lu Ming urgently shouted to Song Feng. No need, Song Feng replied with a slight smirk. Everyone, just go Hedon. What? Lu Ming frowned, instinctively retreating behind Song Feng. He knew he couldn't help in such an energy clash and could only watch silently. The other four sprang into action at the command, and their long-prepared attacks burst forth instantly, for fierce strikes converged in midair, colliding with the incoming dragon. Boom! A blinding light erupted from the point of impact, rippling outward. The terrifying energy made the surrounding shields tremble violently, with cracks spreading like spiderwebs across their surfaces. The spectators shielded their eyes. When the light dissipated, the scene left everyone speechless. The 5 members of Tianhai lay on the ground, pale and coughing up blood, while Tianming was nowhere to be seen. On Song Feng's side, Lu Ming was straddling the suddenly appeared Tianming, tightly restraining his hands with a triumphant smile on his face. The rest were unscathed and looked as calm as ever. More astonishingly, 6 tridents were neatly piled at Song Feng's feet. How did you do that? Tianhai struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with disbelief. Song Feng simply smiled without answering. In truth, it was all thanks to his star-plucking hand skill, which allowed him to silently steal items from targets. As for Tianming, that was Lu Ming's handiwork. Crown Prince Tianhai, do you admit defeat? Song Feng asked calmly. The question put Tianhai in a dilemma. Whether he conceded or not, Tianming's fate seemed sealed. As he hesitated, Tianming suddenly shouted, "Despicable humans! If you have the guts, fight me fair and square." Slap, slap, slap. Lu Ming unceremoniously delivered 3 slaps to Tianming. Song Feng sneered, "Second prince, you've been pampered in the Yuan dynasty, and it's given you such naive thoughts. But out here, you're just a low-level monster. Enough of this. Kill him." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Ming swung his blade, and Tianming's head fell to the ground in an instant. Holding the severed head, he scoffed. Not much strength, yet so much arrogance. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even the Song Jiao beast remained expressionless as it announced, "The match is over. Lord Song Feng's team wins. Second Prince Tianming, due to his lack of skill and repeated insults, has met a deserved end. All members of the Yuan dynasty are forbidden from harboring ill will towards humans or insulting them again. Any violation will be met with severe consequences." After the Emperor of Yuan issued the expulsion order, the audience in the square quickly dispersed, leaving the vast area empty in no time. Back in Tianhai Palace, Tianhai and the other 4 princes were still reeling from the shock of Tianming's death. Song Jiaoshu sighed deeply. Though he was heartbroken over the loss of his child, he clearly understood that Tianming's narrow-mindedness and greed would eventually become a hidden danger for the Yuan dynasty. In a way, Song Feng's actions had removed a potential threat for them. Despite their complex emotions, the princes harbored no resentment towards Song Feng and his companions. Instead, they felt a newfound respect for them. "The competition is almost over. It's time to leave," Song Feng said, estimating the time. Song Jiaoshu nodded and turned to Tianhai, speaking gently, "Higher, the coronation ceremony will proceed as planned in 3 days. Unfortunately, I may not be here to witness it. Father, are you leaving too?" Tianhai asked, surprised. Song Jiaoshu explained that since he was now in a spiritual form, staying here held little meaning. Following Song Feng might allow him to achieve greater breakthroughs, and he promised to return to visit. As they bid farewell, Tianhai and the others knelt on one knee, saying, "Take care, father." Then they turned to Song Feng and bowed, "Master Song Feng, the Yuan dynasty will always welcome you." Smiling, Song Feng took out a box filled with elixirs as a gift. In return, Tianhai presented a wooden box containing the yin-yang crystals left by their ancestor. The exchange of gifts was primarily for Song Jiaoshu's benefit. Song Feng was grateful for his help in obtaining the necklace, while Tianhai hoped to strengthen Song Feng to protect his father. After the farewell, Song Feng and his group left the deep sea aboard a giant dragon transformed by Shaolon. Half an hour later, the portal to exit the secret realm opened, and they stepped through one by one. As Song Feng was the last to enter, the scene shifted from the azure deep sea to a forested landscape. "Xiao Song, how did it go?" Lung Mubai asked with a smile. "Piece of cake," Song Feng replied, showing 9 obsidian stones. "All here." Just then, a cold laugh interrupted. "Ha, well done. You people from Longhua actually dared to forge the competition's obsidian stones." As Song Feng glanced over, he saw the team leader from Kimchi Country, Park Yuanhua, standing not far away with a cold smile on his face. Behind him, although Han Dong and the other 5 looked a bit disheveled, they all wore mocking grins. Song Feng's heart sank as he immediately sensed something was wrong. Kimchi Country was up to their tricks again. "You scumbag, what do you mean by forged obsidian? We worked hard to find this." Lu Ming couldn't hold back his anger and exploded on the spot. "Huh, cheating and still being so unreasonable. Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock?" Park Yuanhua sneered, slowly raising his right hand to reveal 9 obsidian necklaces in his palm. Lu Ming and the others exchanged surprised glances, but quickly regained their composure. You think you can pass off 9 random obsidian necklaces as competition items? Are you playing some kind of fake obsidian game? Lu Ming pointed to the necklace in Song Feng's hand and said, "This is the genuine article we found in the secret realm. Yours are obviously post-competition forgeries." Park Yuanhua calmly tossed a necklace over. "Oh? Then why not check the special markings on the necklace?" Song Feng caught it and examined it closely. His pupils contracting sharply. The center of the obsidian was engraved with the words, "For competition use." Looking at the 9 necklaces they had obtained from the secret realm, they were just ordinary obsidian without any markings. Despicable. Song Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. Not only had the other side tampered with the map, but they had also altered the competition items. Angry shouts filled the air. Lu Ming and the others cursed loudly, while Park Yuanhua's team responded with sneers, creating a tense atmosphere. Just as Luo Jinqing was about to charge forward with his sword, Song Feng stopped him in time. Park Yuanhua then produced a map with only 9 marked locations, claiming that the previous map had been a mistake. This move left Song Feng speechless. The other side was clearly well prepared, and even the evidence from their recording crystal was useless. Finally, Park Yuanhua suggested a team match to determine the winner. Surprisingly, Song Feng accepted almost without hesitation. "Our team accepts the challenge. Don't you need to ask your teammates and the team leader for their opinion?" Park Yuanhua stared at Song Feng, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Lung Mubai walked up slowly, his tone calm. "Song Feng is the captain. His decision represents the whole team. I only lead the team. I don't interfere in internal matters." "That's right. Whatever Feng says is like an imperial decree. We follow it unconditionally." Luo Jinqing immediately echoed. This statement not only stunned Park Yuanhua, but also surprised Han Dong and his group. They clearly didn't expect this seemingly frail young man to hold such authority within the team. Park Yuanhua chuckled lightly. "All right then. See you in 3 days at the Latte Arena. Professionals from all over the country will be there to watch, and it will be broadcast globally." She added with a hint of insinuation, "Let's hope there's no cheating this time." With that, she turned and left with Han Dong and the others. "Damn. Why wait 3 days? I want to teach them a lesson right now." Lu Ming glared at their retreating figures. The teammates were equally indignant. Even the usually gentle Xia Nana showed a rare expression of anger. Song Feng spoke in a steady voice. "This is just one of their little tricks. In these 3 days, everyone should adjust and prepare to face them at our best. Even if they don't cheat in this match, they'll definitely have other moves." He continued to analyze. The outside world only knows the results of the matches in the secret realm, which have limited impact. But the team match in 3 days will be globally watched. It will boost South Korea's reputation and showcase their new generation of talents. If we win, wouldn't that ruin their plans and instead highlight our strengths? Yang Feng pondered. Luo Jinqing naively added, "I think they're just trying to use our fame to sell tickets." This naive comment made everyone shake their heads in exasperation. Song Feng reminded them, "Park Yuanhua wouldn't challenge us unless they had a trump card. In these 3 days, South Korea will surely ramp up the publicity to put pressure on us. We need to stay calm and perform as usual." When Lu Ming expressed concerns about revealing their strategies, Song Feng firmly replied, "In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are meaningless. As long as we keep getting stronger, we don't have to worry about being studied. Give it your all and shock the world." Under Long Mubai's leadership, the team returned to China through a spatial vortex. Over the next 3 days, Song Feng maintained his leisurely lifestyle, refining pills, enchanting items, or fishing and sunbathing. Meanwhile, the other team members intensified their training, striving to improve their skills further. As Song Feng had predicted, the team match garnered global attention due to South Korea's extensive publicity. Powerful individuals from various countries flocked to watch, eager to witness the true strength of the legendary team. In the eyes of the world, South Korea's team was merely a foil. This match also stirred significant excitement in China. The news of the team competition had already set the forums of Dragon Kingdom's professionals abuzz, with practitioners from all walks of life eagerly discussing it. In an old residential area of Jiangcheng, Shan was lounging lazily in the security booth, his feet propped up on the desk. He stared at his phone screen, occasionally letting out a proud laugh. "Wow, my son really is something. In such a short time, he's doing even better than I did back in the day." Suddenly, the door of the booth creaked open, and a woman dressed in blue with a veiled face stepped inside. "Xiao Yu, you're here." Shan quickly put his feet down and waved with a smile. "Just in time. Come watch Song Feng's match with me." Lan Luoyu approached, her violet eyes reflecting the screen's display. Song Feng leading a team of 4 men and 1 woman onto the dueling arena. The stands were packed, and the cheers were deafening. "Legendary squad. Legendary squad. Dragon Kingdom will win." Amidst the thunderous support, Song Feng and his 5 teammates bowed towards the audience from one side of the arena. More than half of the spectators were Dragon Kingdom citizens who had come specifically to cheer for the legendary squad. This was no ordinary friendly match. It was a life-and-death showdown showcasing the prowess of the new generation from both nations. The announcer then declared, "Please welcome the team from Kimchi Kingdom. Captain Han Dong, Vice Captain Li Unyao, members Choi Ho, Kim Shirte, Seo Juanda, and Seo Juandi." These were the elites among Kimchi Kingdom's young generation. Although Kimchi Kingdom's supporters were fewer in number, their enthusiastic cheers were soon drowned out by the overwhelming roar of Dragon Kingdom's audience. Han Dong and his team took their positions on the opposite side of the arena, about tens of meters away from Song Feng's team. Shortly after, the first dignitary from Kimchi Kingdom arrived, escorted by several guards in black, and took the central seat in the VIP section on the second floor. Following this, the Deathbird emissary from India and the Blood Demon from Sakura Kingdom also made their appearances. The Blood Demon did not take a seat, but instead stood by the railing, his gaze darkly fixed on Song Feng. "Finally found you." Song Feng looked up and recognized him as the adversary he had once outwitted during the giant dragon egg expedition. The Blood Demon sneered and made a throat-slitting gesture. "Heh, kid, you got away last time, but today, you're dead." Facing the Blood Demon's taunts, Song Feng didn't get angry at all. Instead, he flashed a wide grin, baring his white teeth, and raised his right hand to give the Blood Demon an internationally recognized gesture of goodwill. This provocative action instantly enraged the Blood Demon. He gripped the second-floor railing tightly, causing the metal to creak under his immense strength, and a boiling aura of blood surged around him. "Blood Demon." The head of the Kimchi nation spoke up at the opportune moment. Though his voice was calm, it carried undeniable authority. "This is the Kimchi nation. I hope you can wait until after the competition to settle old scores, out of respect for me." Hearing this, the Blood Demon slightly calmed down. He released the now deformed railing with a snort and found a seat, but his gaze remained fixed on Song Feng, as if he wanted to tear him apart with his eyes. The head of the Kimchi nation secretly observed the Blood Demon, deeply puzzled. Why would an 8-turn powerhouse harbor such enmity towards an ordinary mid-level professional? There must be more to this story. "Madman, you actually have a connection with the Blood Demon from the Sakura Nation?" Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, and Yang Fong and the others also looked on curiously. "Him?" Song Feng shrugged nonchalantly. "We met once. I didn't think he'd remember. I just tricked him once. Is that worth holding a grudge over?" "What? You tricked the Blood Demon?" Lu Ming and the others were stunned. The Blood Demon was one of the top 10 demons in the Sakura Nation, comparable in status to the Dragon Nation's special squad leaders, at least an 8-turn powerhouse. Not only had Song Feng met him, but he had also tricked him. The entire scene was captured by the cameras and displayed on the big screen. The director even gave Song Feng a close-up, causing an uproar among the audience. Seeing that the Blood Demon had calmed down, the host wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued to introduce the guests. "Next, let's warmly welcome the representative from the Northern Bear Nation, one of the top 10 Kasha, Lord Pa." The crowd erupted in applause once again, with many Dragon Nation spectators joining in. After all, Dragon Nation and Northern Bear Nation had always been close allies, with their people as close as family. Pa approached the railing, his gaze locking onto Song Feng. To everyone's surprise, he broke into a beaming smile and waved excitedly like a fan meeting his idol. "Mr. Song Feng, long time no see." However, when he turned to face the head of the Kimchi Nation, Pa's smile vanished instantly. He gave him a cold glance and then took his seat, completely ignoring the host. A hint of darkness flashed in the head of the Kimchi Nation's eyes, but quickly disappeared. "No way. Madman. You even know Akasha from the Northern Bear Nation?" Lu Ming was once again shocked, and Yang Fong and the others were equally astonished. "Mr. Pa?" Song Feng chuckled. "We once fought side by side. I guess you could call us comrades from different nations." This revelation left Lu Ming and the others speechless and caused a wave of astonishment among the audience, who all gazed at this mysterious young man with newfound wonder. As the crowd stood in shock, the host's voice rang out again, noticeably more enthusiastic than before. "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our ally from Kimchi Nation and one of the 10 Divine Kings, Lord Ngorui." On the big screen appeared a man with fiery red hair and a muscular build. The first seat of Kimchi Nation immediately stood up, plastering a sycophantic smile on his face as he hurried forward. "Lord Ngorui, this is your designated seat. Please have a seat." Ngorui nodded slightly, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze coldly fixed on the dueling arena, specifically on Song Feng. The host continued, "Lastly, let's give a grand welcome to one of Kimchi Nation's top 10 ancestors, Lord Park Yuanhua." At these words, the Kimchi Nation audience rose in unison, their cheers resounding like waves. The host joined in the chants for a moment before raising his hand to signal for silence, and the audience reluctantly returned to their seats. "All right, All distinguished guests are now seated. The map. Wait, Pa suddenly interrupted. Why is there no representative from Dragon Nation? He scanned the VIP section but saw no sign of the Dragon Nation representative, nor Jiang Yi and his team. The host glanced down at his list, apologetically saying, "Oh, my apologies, I accidentally skipped them. Now, let's welcome the legendary team's lead mentor." All eyes turned to the big screen, but after waiting for a while, the screen remained empty. The first seed of Kimchi Nation frowned slightly. If they're absent, there's no need to bother. Let's proceed with the match. Before he could finish his sentence, the host's expression froze. Behind the first seed of Kimchi Nation stood a figurine elderly man in a white robe and mask, with white hair flowing in the wind, hands clasped behind his back, standing tall. Strangely, none of the strong individuals present had noticed when he had appeared. "Who are you?" Several black-clad bodyguards immediately surrounded the white-robed elder. "Is this how Kimchi Nation treats people from Dragon Nation?" Lung Mubai spoke coldly. "The lead mentor from Dragon Nation?" The first seed of Kimchi Nation stood up. "May I know the esteemed name of the strong one?" "You are not worthy of knowing," Lung Mubai replied, not even sparing him a glance. The first seed of Kimchi Nation felt a chill in his heart and signaled to the black-clad men. Several of them moved to seize Lung Mubai. Heh. Lung Mubai chuckled coldly, with a slight flick of his wrist. In an instant, several flashes of cold light zipped through the air, and the heads of the black-clad men flew off, blood spurting from their necks. As their heads hit the ground, their headless bodies followed suit, collapsing with a thud. In the blink of an eye, it all happened. Lung Mubai's sword moved like lightning. A faint white gleam flashed, and the heads of several men in black flew off, blood spurting. Even the powerful individuals standing close by couldn't catch the trajectory of his strike. The leader of the Korean delegation felt a thunderous roar in his mind. His face turned deathly pale, and his lips trembled. He staggered back, nearly tripping over a chair. Knowing the prowess of those 8-level bodyguards, the scene before him left him terrified. His men were slain in less than a second. The disparity in strength was suffocating. Who are you?" The Korean leader's voice shook. Other powerful figures in the VIP section stood up, their expressions serious as they stared at the mysterious figure in white robes and a mask. "I've already answered your question. I won't repeat myself," Long Mubai said indifferently. "Ha, people from Longwashire are arrogant." Angerai from the United States sneered as he stepped forward, staring directly into Long Mubai's eyes. He reached out to remove the mask. "I want to see who you really are." However, his wrist was instantly seized, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. His left hand moved, only to be restrained as well. Then, with two crisp crack sounds, Angerai's face twisted in agony, letting out a piercing scream. Long Mubai then kicked him, sending him crashing into the railing. Angerai knelt on the ground, spitting blood, clutching his abdomen with both hands, his eyes filled with dread. This scene was broadcasted on the large screen for all to see, leaving tens of thousands of spectators in shock. A mysterious figure had publicly killed the Korean bodyguards and left one of America's top 10 warriors coughing blood. "Is that our mentor?" Lu Ming swallowed hard, asking Song Feng uncertainly. "Yes, that's Grandpa Lung." Song Feng nodded affirmatively. Xianana asked in confusion, "Why is Mentor Lung wearing a mask?" "Grandpa Lung's identity is sensitive. It's not convenient to reveal it for now," Song Feng explained. After a brief chaos, the Korean leader forced a smile. "Senior, we meant no offense. We just want to know your identity." The host already mentioned, "I am the mentor leading the Longwood team." "Any more questions?" Lung Mubai's gaze made the other man shake his head repeatedly. Soon, the bodies of the men in black were removed, and the injured Angerai was helped back to his seat, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. "Just you wait." The Korean leader turned to the stunned host. "The competition will continue." "Huh. Oh, yes, yes." The host finally snapped back to reality. The host quickly regained his composure, casting a fearful glance at Long Mubai before adjusting himself and resuming his role. "After that brief interruption, let's continue our discussion. The teams from both countries have arrived, and the elite fighters from across the nation are seated. Now, let's witness this spectacular showdown together. I hereby declare the competition officially open." As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible barrier formed, enveloping the entire arena. This barrier separated the battleground from the audience, effectively preventing any collateral damage from the ongoing battles. "Take this," Yang Fong roared, hefting a demonic flame rocket launcher and aiming at Han Dong's group. A barrel-sized projectile shot out, cutting through the air straight towards its target. Facing the incoming projectile, Han Dong merely smirked. He slowly raised his right hand, frost forming at his fingertips. In an instant, the speeding projectile halted midair, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Boom! A massive explosion reverberated through the arena, a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. The powerful shockwaves spread outwards, kicking up a storm of dust that obscured everyone's vision. However, this dust was of little consequence to warriors with piercing vision. Song Feng's pupils contracted as he swiftly issued a command. Xianana, flame cage. Columns of fire erupted in response, forming a fiery barrier in front of Song Feng and his team. Almost simultaneously, a giant golden fist burst through the dust, hurtling towards them. Fortunately, the flame cage formed just in time, intercepting the fierce attack. The blazing flames quickly enveloped the fist, burning it into a shower of sparks that drifted away with the wind. This thrilling first exchange immediately electrified the atmosphere, as both sides prepared to give their all in the ensuing battle. Look, Jean Shirtai just unleashed a massive fist strike. The announcer's voice pierced through the arena. Jean Shirtai seized the moment when the dust obscured the view, gathering all his strength to deliver a fatal blow. However, Xianana was well prepared. A towering pillar of fire intercepted the incoming fist. The arena echoed with the audience's alternating cheers. Although the fighters couldn't hear the commentary, the deafening support was unmistakable. Song Feng and his team wore serious expressions, maintaining a high level of focus throughout the battle. Dark Surge. Song Feng muttered, bringing his right hand down with a powerful slash. Instantly, a torrent of black energy formed, enveloping Han Dong and his 5 companions. Their faces turned pale as they felt their energy being rapidly drained by the sinister Black River, causing their abilities to plummet. Not good. Han Dong quickly crouched, pressing his palm against the Black River surface. Frozen lands. Cold air radiated outwards, with frost spreading rapidly from his hand in an attempt to freeze the dark torrent. But before he could stand, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed. Han Dong's face changed dramatically as he instinctively flipped backward to retreat. Boom! The frost on the ground shattered explosively, scattering shards of ice. Jean Shirtai and others dodged awkwardly, their faces filled with frustration. Not far away, Song Feng smirked. This dark surge wasn't something ordinary ice could freeze. Song Feng had no intention of prolonging the fight, feeling he had given enough face to the Pao Kai country in a few rounds. He signaled to Lu Ming and the others, then launched Dragon's Roar. A majestic dragon spirit materialized, its roar vibrating through the space and sending ripples towards the enemy formation. Watch out, it's a mental attack. Lienyo. Han Dong shouted. Lienyo quickly removed her gold-rimmed glasses, her purple pupils glowing eerily. Spiritual shield. Activate. A giant spirit fox appeared, whipping its tail to counter the dragon spirit. Crash. The spirit fox shattered like fragile paper, instantly obliterated by the dragon spirit. Lienyo spat a mouthful of blood, her face turning as pale as a sheet. Upon witnessing this scene, the 6 members of Han Dong's team all turned pale. The massive dragon spirit's shadow surged towards them in the confined space, leaving them no room to evade. Lienyo, the only psychic expert in the team, was powerless against this spiritual assault. Boom! The dragon spirit's shadow pierced through their bodies instantly. Though it caused no physical harm, the 6 were left in a stupor, standing like statues. Seizing the opportunity, Song Feng wasted no time and unleashed his skills, swift as a lone shadow. Stars shift. Before his words had even faded, Lu Ming and his 4 teammates were enveloped in a white glow and vanished, reappearing beside Han Dong's team. They were shrouded in a faint blue light, with their speed attributes multiplied several times over. The 5 of them split up and charged towards their respective targets, each swallowing a fulling blood surge pill along the way, causing their auras to spike once more. Their attacks descended like a torrential storm, giving Han Dong's team no chance to recover from their dizziness. Lu Ming, dagger in hand, aimed straight for Cui Hao. With a flash of cold steel, Cui Hao's arms were severed, and blood splattered all over Lu Ming. Luo Jinqing swung his holy light greatsword at Jean Shirtai's chest, caving it in and sending him flying like a cannonball. Yang Fong opted for range suppression, dual-wielding machine guns to turn Su Junda and Su Jun Air into sieves in an instant. Xianana brandished her crimson flame staff to summon a fire dragon, which swallowed Lienyo before spewing her into the sky, her screams filling the air. Gu Jun launched a mental assault on Han Dong, sending over a dozen psychic swords into his face. Han Dong clutched his head and knelt, howling in agony, while Gu Jun conjured nearly 100 more sword shadows, bombarding him until he became a bloody porcupine. This brutal scene unfolded within a mere minute. However, the expected applause did not come. Instead, an eerie silence fell over the audience and the VIP seats, filled with powerful figures from various nations. The scene in the duel arena left everyone present utterly stunned. The audience sat in silence, their faces filled with bewilderment. Even the latecomers who had just rushed in immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere. Hey, bro, is there a warm-up match before the main event? The fight just started, right? A confused black spectator tapped his dazed neighbor on the shoulder. The match seems to be over already, the person replied, swallowing hard, his voice tinged with disbelief. Similar conversations echoed throughout the stands, and soon, the entire arena was abuzz. The strongmen from various countries in the VIP section stood up, quickly moving to the edge of the railing, their expressions grave as they watched the duel arena. That was too fast. The team from Kimchi Country didn't even have a chance to fight back. Is this the true strength of the legendary squad? Someone murmured in awe. In a few more days, even we might struggle against them. Well done, Song Feng. Pa enthusiastically cheered, not caring about the strange looks from those around him. Having witnessed Song Feng's prowess firsthand, he wasn't surprised, though he hadn't expected the battle to end so quickly. We surrender, Park Yunhua urgently shouted to the referee. Save them. They'll die if this continues. Sweat dripped down his forehead, clearly worried about the safety of Han Dong and his team. An 8th-rank referee immediately dispelled the protective barrier and rushed into the arena, but suddenly unleashed a sharp blade of energy at Lu Ming and his team. The unexpected turn of events shocked the entire audience. Pa leapt down from the high platform, roaring, "Treacherous Kimchi! The referee is attacking the contestants." Park Yunhua nonchalantly explained, "Everyone, don't panic. It's just a normal attack to calm them down." The blade of energy sped toward Lu Ming and his team, paralyzing them under the 8th-rank expert's pressure. Just as it seemed imminent, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping the 5 of them. "Madman!" Lu Ming exclaimed in relief as he turned around. "Don't worry, I've got this," Song Feng replied with a calm smile, casting his celestial rock to shield his teammates. Boom! The blade of energy struck heavily against the rock's ethereal image. The Kimchi Country referee sneered, thinking, a mere 5th-rank peak. How can they withstand my attack? But his smile quickly froze. The audience was in an uproar. The anticipated giant blade light not only failed to break through the defense, but instead, a sharper blade light burst forth from the phantom of the rock, directly targeting the referee from Kimchi Country. The referee's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he was about to dodge, he felt an overwhelming pressure from above. Looking up, he saw Pa looking down at him with a cold expression and a disdainful look in his eyes. "Fool, you're courting death." Before the words even finished, the giant blade light had already pierced through the referee's body. The cut was so clean it was terrifying, and his body instantly split apart. As the blood splattered, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. This scene shocked everyone who could have imagined that a team match would escalate to such a situation. The legendary team not only annihilated the Kimchi Country team in an instant, but the Kimchi Country referee had also openly attacked the contestants, which would undoubtedly bring immense public pressure on Kimchi Country after the event. Pa landed steadily and turned to Song Feng. "Mr. Song Feng, are you all right?" Though it was a polite inquiry, it also showed genuine concern. Song Feng cupped his fists in gratitude towards Pa. "Thank you, Mr. Pa, for your assistance. If it weren't for Pa's timely intervention and his powerful presence locking down the referee, killing him wouldn't have been so easy." Meanwhile, in the VIP section, the head of Kimchi Country quietly stood up, intending to slip away while everyone's attention was on the duel. He planned to hide until the storm passed and find someone to take the fall for him. However, his escape plan had barely begun when Long Mubai blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" Long Mubai's voice carried a hint of coldness. "Aren't you going to step forward and ensure justice?" Long Mubai's voice wasn't loud, but it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Instantly, all eyes in the audience shifted from the duel arena to the VIP section. Bai Min, the leader of the Kimchi nation, turned deathly pale, his mind going blank. Instinctively clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill Long Mubai on the spot. However, recalling the astonishing power he had just witnessed, he suppressed this impulse with great effort. Caught in a dilemma, he stood there, his expression frozen. At that moment, Angerai strode forward, pulling Bai Min behind him. He stared directly at Long Mubai, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Your Dragon Nation team has won. The Kimchi team members are gravely injured, their fate's uncertain, and the referee has been executed. What more do you want? You have no right to speak to me. Get lost." Long Mubai replied indifferently. "Do you know who I am?" "Get lost. I am the leader of the 9th tier guild, Crimson Flame Hall, in the beautiful nation. I am on the verge of reaching the 9th transformation. Do you dare to offend me? Get lost." "You." Angerai's veins bulged on his forehead. "State your name." "Get lost." F. Angerai, unable to control his temper any longer, thrust his right palm forward, sending a scorching flame hurtling towards Long Mubai's face. Long Mubai remained motionless, calmly uttering, "Sword Chi Great Wall activate." In an instant, the surroundings transformed. The audience seats vanished, replaced by a majestic mountain range. Countless long swords were embedded in the mountain, their cold gleams exuding an imposing aura. Tens of thousands of swords trembled and detached from the mountain, forming a torrent of steel that effortlessly shattered Angurai's flames. A domain. Angurai's pupils constricted, his heartbeat nearly stopping. This person wasn't just a ninth transformation expert. He also wielded the power of a domain, indicating mid-ninth transformation strength at the very least. I had no intention of killing you, but you insist on courting death. Long Mubai's voice was icy. Angurai's body trembled as he retreated repeatedly. You can't kill me. I am the president of the ninth-tier guild in the beautiful nation. The leader of Powhatan will not spare your dragon nation. Keeping you alive would only endanger my fellow countrymen. Go to hell. Long Mubai raised his hand, and tens of thousands of swords roared forward. Angurai made a desperate last stand, summoning the fiery apparition of a demon ape, but it was instantly torn apart by the sword torrent. He collapsed to his knees, spitting blood, and was then pierced through by the myriad swords, dying on the spot. The entire arena was stunned. The audience erupted in discussion, some marveling at the phenomenon Long Mubai had displayed, others speculating about his true identity. On the dueling ground, Song Feng and the others witnessed everything, especially the 5 members of Lu Ming's team. Only now did they realize that the kindly old man they knew was such a terrifyingly powerful figure. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the White House of the beautiful nation, Powhatan was watching the scene on his computer screen. At first, he praised the spectacle, but soon, recognizing the lonely sword immortal, he abruptly stood up. Why was someone who should have died at the hands of the demon tribe still alive? He sat back down with a cold smile, just in time to lock eyes with Long Mubai through the screen. In the duel arena of Latte, Pei Min's gaze shifted from the lifeless body of Ongwa Rue on the ground to Long Mubai, his voice trembling. Are you the solitary sword immortal, Long Mubai? This statement instantly caused an uproar. The powerful warriors and nearby spectators clearly heard the name, and the entire arena burst into a commotion. The solitary sword immortal Long Mubai? The #1 swordsman who dominated Blue Star a century ago. Exclamations of shock rippled through the crowd. To the seasoned warriors present, the name Long Mubai was legendary. However, for most of the audience, this figure from a century ago was somewhat unfamiliar. After all, many of them hadn't been born during that era. Moreover, no photos of Long Mubai had ever circulated online, and now, with him wearing a mask, even those who had seen him before would struggle to recognize him. Long Mubai nodded calmly. Yes, since you know who I am, you should also know what I'm going to do next, right? Pei Min swallowed hard. Yes, I know. As the first seed of Pao Kaigua, he was well-versed in Long Mubai's exploit, single-handedly battling 5 9-turn powerhouses, slaying a 9-turn powerhouse from Pretty Country, clearing a 9th-level dungeon alone, slicing a 9-turn deep-sea monster with his sword, and single-handedly defending a city. Each feat was enough to shock the world, especially the battle against the 5 9-turn powerhouses, which included Pei Min's grandfather, the former first seat of Pao Kaigua. After that battle, his grandfather was left with severe injuries and had to pass his position to Pei Min's father prematurely. Pei Min quickly nodded and bowed. Please, senior, have a seat. I will take care of everything from here. Once Long Mubai was seated, Pei Min approached the railing, glancing at the 6 unscathed members of the Song Feng team in the arena, silently relieved that they were unharmed. He then raised his voice to announce, as the first seat of Pao Kaigua, I declare the Dragon Country team the victors of this competition. He detailed the legitimacy of the judge's execution and announced a series of policies favorable to Dragon Country. When Pei Min sought the opinions of Song Feng and his team, all eyes turned to Song Feng. However, in the face of Pei Min's obsequious inquiries, Song Feng simply shook his head. To be honest, I'm not very satisfied. Pei Min's heart skipped a beat. He quickly adjusted his posture and said respectfully, Mr. Song, if there's anything you're not satisfied with, please let me know, and I'll do my best to accommodate. Hearing this, Song Feng's lips curled into a meaningful smile, his eyebrows slightly raised. Oh, really? Actually, I do need a favor from you, and it's not that difficult for you. What is it? Can you organize another friendly competition? Pei Min's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother? Are you serious? The last competition left several top fighters seriously injured, and you want to do it again? Do the lives of our champions mean nothing to you? He hesitantly added. How about asking someone else? Just as Song Feng was about to mention Long, Pei Min quickly raised his hand to interrupt. Mr. Song, just tell me what you need specifically, and I'll do my best. He sighed inwardly. This guy really is a devil, always resorting to Long Mubai when in doubt. Song Feng leisurely explained, I didn't get enough out of the last competition, and having just your team from Korea was a bit dull. I hope you can organize a match with teams from multiple countries. Oh, and Japan must participate. Why must Japan be involved? Pei Min asked, puzzled. Smiling, Song Feng revealed the truth. I've heard that Japan has an interesting dungeon called Eerie Arrival. I want to check it out, but with my current status, I can't get in. So, I'm planning to use the friendly competition as a pretext to set the match location there. In reality, Song Feng had already obtained the Yin crystal from the deep sea abyss, the item in the wooden box given by Tian Hai before he left. Now, he only needed the ghost pearl from the eerie arrival dungeon in Japan to complete his quest. He planned to leverage Pei Min's status as the head of the Korean champions to negotiate, as Japan would likely show some respect. If the Dragon Nation intervened directly, it might backfire. After a moment of contemplation, Pei Min nodded. All right, but I'm not sure if Japan will agree. No problem, Mr. Head. Looking forward to your good news, Song Feng said with a smile. The competition has officially come to an end. However, this friendly match has caused a massive stir worldwide. On the hot search list of the Global Professionals Forum, dozens of related terms quickly dominated the rankings, with half of them concerning the reclusive sword immortal, Lung Mubai. Shocking. The top swordsman from Blue Star a century ago. Oh my god. A mysterious expert appears in Kimchi Nation. He turns out to be... No way. That man is back. At the peak of immortality, standing above the world. As long as there is me, the sword immortal, there is heaven. The news of the top swordsman from Blue Star re-emerging after a century spread like wildfire throughout the professional circles. Although Long Mubai wore a mask, his otherworldly aura left a lasting impression on everyone. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, admiration for the powerful is only natural. Meanwhile, in the White House of the beautiful country, President Pubaden was watching Long Mubai on his computer screen. If I could get to you once, I can get to you again, he muttered to himself, then stood up and walked towards the wall behind his chair. As he placed his palm on the wall, runes began to spread out from his hand. The wall split open, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Pubaden descended the steps, his footsteps echoing in the empty basement. On the right side of the staircase, luminous pearls were embedded every 5 meters, illuminating half of his face while the other half remained in shadow. Eventually, he reached a stone door. Dark Lord, it's me. He softly knocked on the door. Come in. A raspy voice replied as the stone door opened. The room was about 150 square meters, dimly lit by luminous pearls embedded around the walls. In the center of the room, a complex array was engraved on the floor, and an elderly man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. Pubaden knelt on one knee. Dark Lord. The old man did not open his eyes. What is it? Dark Lord, do you remember the reclusive sword immortal, Lung Mubai? The old man finally opened his eyes, revealing a shocking sight. His eye sockets were devoid of whites, only deep, black voids. Upon learning that Long Mubai had appeared in Kimchi Nation and had regained his peak strength, the old man's demeanor became noticeably serious. Through his conversation with Pubaden, they discussed the situation of the demon clan, the whereabouts of the demon ring, and a particularly intriguing figure Song Feng, the prodigy support from Dragon Nation. Learning that Song Feng had not only won the MVP in a legendary dungeon but also persuaded Lung Mubai to stay by his side, the old man showed a meaningful smile. It has been a century since I last saw that guy. I wonder if he still remembers his old teammate. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Korea, Song Feng and his 5 companions were gathered with Long Mubai in a spacious living room. Song Feng recounted his conversation with Pei Min in detail. Although everyone agreed with the plan, they were aware that Pei Min's chances of persuading Japan were only around 60%, and such multinational negotiations could take at least 10 days to yield results. Not planning to stay in Korea for long, they bid a simple farewell to Pei Min and used a spatial vortex to return to China. Back in a courtyard in Beijing, Song Feng was leisurely sitting on a rocking chair, basking in the sun. The Qi Yuan heavenly furnace was at his feet, emitting wisps of white smoke. Several large boxes were neatly arranged in the courtyard, filled with various elixirs such as fulling blood burst pills, blood restoration pills, and clear spirit pills. The rich aroma of the medicines permeated the air. These elixirs were prepared as a token of gratitude for the country's continuous support. Lu Ming and the other 4 had already reached the peak of their 5th transformation and only needed to find breakthrough materials to advance to the 6th transformation. Compared to Song Feng's breakthrough task, theirs, though not easy, was significantly less challenging. As for Long Mubai, his whereabouts were unknown. As night fell, Song Feng put away the Qi Yuan heavenly furnace and the herbs, collapsing wearily onto the rocking chair. Suddenly, his senses heightened, and his gaze locked onto the courtyard gate. A pitch-black spatial vortex had appeared, and out stepped an elderly man with white hair and a blonde man. The blonde man was none other than the head of Pabatin from the United States. Song Feng immediately began to silently chant his 2 life-saving spells, Heavenly Derivation Rock and Ethereal Immortal Technique. A phantom of a rock appeared around him, and his form began to turn ethereal. Are you Song Feng? Pabatin asked. No, I'm not. Song Feng shook his head repeatedly, while internally wondering how these 2 had breached Long Mubai's defensive barrier. What unsettled him even more was that the elderly man seemed to hold a higher status than Pabatin. The elderly man approached the rock phantom and tapped it lightly, creating ripples. Interesting, he murmured, then turned his deep-set eyes to Song Feng. Are you human or ghost? Song Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back. Shut up, Pabatin barked sternly. How dare you slander the Dark God? Dark God? Song Feng blinked. That name? You wouldn't happen to be related to the Dark Alliance, would you? Oh, you actually know about the Dark League? Pabatin raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with obvious surprise. Just a simple title had clued the other person into the organization's background, which was truly unexpected. Yeah, really. Song Feng chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his temple, silently grateful for his lucky guess. He had only heard the term Dark Envoy and had blurted it out on a hunch, never expecting it to be correct. Faced with the elder who called himself the Dark God, Song Feng felt a chill down his spine. This title was even higher than Dark Envoy. Could he be the highest leader of the Dark League? Are you kidding me? Song Feng wailed internally. I'm just a newbie. Running into such a big shot could get me killed. I have no grudge against the Dark League. Why would they send someone of this caliber after me? Pabatin, equally puzzled, remained silent, simply watching the elder, waiting for him to speak. How old are you? The elder suddenly asked, his deep black eyes fixed on Song Feng, making him extremely uncomfortable. Just turned 18, Song Feng replied honestly, not understanding the sudden question. 18 years, the elder murmured to himself, then suddenly looked up, his gaze piercing Song Feng's eyes like lightning. Buzz. Song Feng instantly fell into a daze, his mind going blank. A piercing hum exploded in his head, causing unbearable pain. He clutched his head tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Ah! At this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. Song Feng's pupils glowed blue, and the dragon god pearl burst from his forehead, floating in midair and radiating brilliant golden light. The elder exclaimed softly, quickly closing his eyes. Pabatin stood frozen, unable to process what was happening. The next moment, a massive golden dragon phantom materialized, coiling around Song Feng. The golden sacred dragon let out a deafening roar, its sound shaking Pabatin to his core. A dragon god phantom? Pubaton's eyes widened in disbelief. You have a connection with the dragon race? Unfortunately, Song Feng had already fallen unconscious and couldn't respond. The aura of Long Yuan? The elder muttered, then opened his eyes, releasing an invisible mental force that shattered the dragon god phantom into countless stars. With its support gone, Song Feng collapsed, and the effects of the Tianyan Panstone and ethereal immortal art dissipated. The dragon god pearl dimmed and wobbled back to his forehead, exhausting his mental energy to summon a dragon god phantom, but too weak to wield its true power. The elder sneered as he approached Song Feng, reaching out to grab him. Suddenly, 3 sword beams descended from the sky. The elder quickly retreated, looking up to see a white-robed figure standing on the roof. Long Mubai, Long Qian? Long Mubai swiftly moved to Song Feng's side, checking him over and finding that he had merely exhausted his mental energy, which brought some relief. The ensuing conversation revealed more hidden truths. The black-eyed elder's name was Long Qian, a traitor who had defected to a foreign country. He proposed a collaboration with Long Mubai, wanting to use demonic forces to dominate the planet. However, his arrogant plan was met with disdain from Long Mubai. Because I promised them. Long Qian laughed maniacally, revealing his ambition. I will give the demons 1/3 of the planet's land, including the Dragon Kingdom, and after using them, I can close the spatial gates with the demon ring, making the remaining demons my slaves. Ha 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 ha. Long Qian, you've really lost your mind. Long Mubai sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he looked at Long Qian's maniacal grin. You've let power corrupt you. If you hadn't made those choices back then, the Long Yin squad might still. Enough. Long Qian's icy voice cut him off. The past is the past. Even now, I'd make the same choices. Long Mubai shook his head again. We can't walk the same path. I won't collaborate with a madman like you, and I'll do everything to stop your plan. Good. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. A cold glint flashed in Long Qian's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Long Mubai. Anyone who stands in my way becomes my enemy, and that includes you. His eyes shifted to Song Feng, who lay unconscious nearby. With a threatening tone, he said, that boy is interesting. You know what happened 18 years ago, but let me warn you, he might interfere with my plans. Someone like him won't live long if I have anything to say about it. You'd better protect him closely or else. Why drag innocent children into the grudges of the older generation? Long Mubai's eyes moved between the sleeping Song Feng and Long Qian. Long Qian didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, is Xiao Liuzi still alive? After receiving a confirmation from Long Mubai, Long Qian turned and gestured to Puba Dun to leave. Puba Dun, looking puzzled, pointed at Song Feng but said nothing. If you think you can defeat the solitary sword immortal, then go ahead and try to take the boy, Long Qian said indifferently before summoning a black vortex and stepping into it. Puba Dun hesitated, but eventually followed him into the vortex. Once they were gone, Lung Mubai called out, "Xiao Liuzi, come out." Lu Daotian leaped down from the eaves, his expression complicated as he looked at the spot where the two had vanished. After a brief conversation, Long Mubai carried the unconscious Song Feng into the room, promising to protect him until he was strong enough. 3 days later, Song Feng finally woke up. The first thing he saw was Lu Ming excitedly yelling at his bedside, with Long Mubai quietly seated in a chair. Luo Jinqing, Xianana, Gu Jun, and Yang Feng arrived shortly after, their faces filled with concern. "How long was I out?" Song Feng asked. 3 days, Lu Ming replied with a grin. "If Cold Master hadn't assured us you were fine, I would have been worried sick. I even slapped you a few times, but you wouldn't wake up." Song Feng touched his burning right cheek and suddenly realized it was Lu Ming's slap that caused it. Narrowing his eyes, he silently vowed to remember this incident. Known for his vengeful nature, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by easily. "Fengge, are you all right?" Luo Jinqing asked with concern. "I'm fine," Song Feng replied, shaking his head. He rubbed his slightly swollen eye while replaying the scenes before he lost consciousness. He suddenly turned to look at Long Mubai, and their eyes met. "Grandpa Lung, it's all right. The matter has been resolved. You don't need to worry," Lung Mubai interrupted with a kind smile. "Oh, okay," Song Feng nodded. Though he wasn't sure about the details of his rescue, the presence of Lung Mubai explained everything. He only remembered that before he passed out, an old man unleashed a suffocating spiritual pressure on him. Just before his consciousness faded, he seemed to hear a faint dragon's roar, and then everything went dark. "Grandpa Lung, have we heard anything from Pei Min's side? How did the discussions go?" Song Feng suddenly recalled the important matter and asked. "The competition date was set 3 days ago. It's tomorrow," Lung Mubai responded calmly. "So soon?" Lu Ming looked at Song Feng with concern. "Crazy guy, are you fully recovered?" "Almost," Song Feng replied briefly, sensing the spiritual sea within him. Although it had only half recovered, he knew he could return to peak condition quickly with the help of some medicinal pills. "Grandpa Lung, has the competition venue been confirmed?" Song Feng pressed on. He wasn't participating just for the match. His true goal was the Ghost Pearl in the mysterious Sakura Country dungeon, the last material he needed to break through. Having lingered at the peak of the 5th transformation for too long, he was eager to advance to the 6th. The competition venue was set in the mysterious Sakura Country dungeon. Lung Mubai smiled faintly and said, "This location perfectly aligns with Song Feng's wishes. If it were anywhere else, he would have undoubtedly withdrawn from the competition." It seems that Pei Min really played his part this time, at least successfully negotiating with the high-level officials of Sakura Country. "Mr. Long, which countries are participating?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, Asen Country, Eagle Country, North Bear Country, and our Dragon Country, making a total of 6 countries. Lung Mubai paused and added, "Oh, and the beautiful countries team joined at the last minute yesterday." Lu Ming and the others looked at each other in surprise, not expecting so many countries to participate. Song Feng, however, remained calm. This was all within his expectations. These countries are the powerhouses of Blue Star, naturally qualified to compete. As for the smaller countries that were rejected by Sakura Country under the pretext of not being up to standard, they could only silently endure the humiliation. Song Feng didn't care about the number of participating countries. This time, the competition was set in a dungeon, not a secret realm. A dungeon has a complete storyline, requiring tasks to be completed step by step, much like the legendary dungeon Forgotten Ruins they had previously explored. This is entirely different from secret realms, where all participants are locked in together. If it were a secret realm, facing so many countries, Song Feng might have had some concerns, as the others could potentially team up against them. But in a dungeon, what matters is the speed of clearing the tasks, which is their strong suit. As night fell, Song Feng glanced out the window and prepared to send everyone away. "Everyone, go back and rest. We have a competition tomorrow." "Crazy. Are you out of your mind? Do you know whose room this is?" Lu Ming knocked on his head. Song Feng then carefully looked around the room, realizing that while the setup was similar to his room, it was missing the tissue he usually kept under the pillow. It turned out to be Mr. Lung's room. Lung Mubai smiled and said, "It's all right. If you want to sleep here, go ahead. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving." Before leaving, he patted Song Feng on the shoulder and reminded, "Don't forget the jade pendant I gave you. Use it if you're in danger." After Long Mubai left, Lu Ming couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Crazy, what exactly happened to you? Why were you unconscious for 3 days?" "2 9-turn experts came looking for trouble," Song Feng said seriously. Lu Ming burst out laughing. "Are you kidding? Why would 9-turn experts bother with a 5-turn like you?" Believe it or not, Song Feng pouted. In the end, after much persuasion from Lu Ming, Song Feng agreed to tell him the truth if Lu Ming carried him back to his room. However, once Lu Ming actually carried him back, Song Feng pretended to have amnesia and locked Lu Ming outside the door. Through the window, Luo Jinqing and the others saw Lu Ming squatting in front of Song Feng's door, drawing circles with a stick and muttering to himself. The night sky was deep, with scattered stars like dust. In the blink of an eye, it was morning. Long Mubai arrived at the courtyard early, knocking on doors to wake everyone up. If word got out about this, it would be hard to believe that the esteemed sword immortal was doing the job of a dorm supervisor. Once everyone had gathered, Long Mubai began the pre-competition briefing with a serious expression. As your team leader, I need to go over a few important points. There are 7 countries participating in this competition, and each team is the best of their cohort. Do not underestimate them. The competition will take place in a dungeon, and the final rankings will be determined by the time it takes to clear it. The first to clear it will be the champion. He paused for a moment before continuing. The difficulty level of this dungeon is disaster, just below legendary, and it is extremely dangerous. However, for the sake of fair competition, each team has been given an emergency escape card. If you encounter an insurmountable obstacle, use it immediately. No ranking is worth more than your life. Understood. The 6 members of Song Feng's team responded in unison. Clearly, they understood the importance of this advice. One more thing, Long Mubai added. Due to public pressure, Sakura Country has decided to install invisible cameras in the dungeon for a live broadcast. Unless absolutely necessary, try not to reveal your trump cards. While it's not a big deal if you do, keeping some strategies in reserve can be crucial in critical moments. How you handle this is up to you. Live broadcast. The 6 looked at each other, then became visibly excited. Lu Ming rubbed his hands together, saying, perfect chance to show off my skills. Yang Feng eagerly added, finally, a chance to shine. Even the usually composed Luo Jinqing smiled and mentioned letting his family watch the broadcast. Gu Jun and Xia Nana exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. After all, they were spirited 18-year-olds, eager to make their mark. Long Mubai waved his hand to activate a spatial vortex and stepped through first, with the 6 following closely behind. After traversing the space, they arrived at a bustling square. The legendary team is here, and the sword immortal is leading them, someone exclaimed, drawing countless gazes. Long Mubai, without his mask, maintained a calm demeanor as he walked forward, the crowd parting to make way. Pu Yuanhua hurried to greet him with a fawning smile. Sword immortal, it's been a long time. However, Long Mubai didn't even spare him a glance. Coach Pu, you're leading the team again? Song Feng asked with a half-smile. Pu Yuanhua suppressed his anger and forced a smile. Last time was my mistake. I hope you can forgive me. Behind him stood 6 unfamiliar team members with expressionless faces. Where are Han Dong and the others? Song Feng inquired. Pu Yuanhua explained that Han Dong and his team were still recovering from injuries, so stronger substitutes were taking their place. Just as Song Feng was about to leave, a squint-eyed boy spoke up. We are not like those useless Han Dong and his group. Song Feng glanced at the boy, who left a bad impression, and said calmly, I hope you achieve a top 7 finish. Then he turned and walked away. He's cursing us to come in last. A loud-voiced girl named Jiang Min shouted angrily. The squint-eyed boy, Li Huan, calmed her down. Don't worry, we'll let our strength do the talking. Pu Yuanhua turned to Li Huan and whispered. The head promised that if you can outperform the legendary team, you'll be exempt from military service. That shouldn't be too hard, Li Huan said, watching Song Feng's retreating figure with a cold smile. Mr. Song Feng. In the crowd, Pazi instantly recognized Song Feng and jogged over, first greeting Long Mubai politely. Hello, revered solitary sword immortal. Long Mubai responded with a slight nod. Noticing the 6 young people behind Pazi, Song Feng inquired, Mr. Pazi, are you the mentor leading the team from the North Bear country? Yes, let me introduce them to you. Pazi stepped aside and pointed to a handsome young man. This is the team captain Anjizan. Anjizan stepped forward, extending his right hand to shake Song Feng's. Hello, my name is Anjizan. It's a pleasure to meet you. Song Feng shook hands with each team member in turn. When he reached the blonde girl, he paused for a moment. Remember me? The blonde girl spoke first, Clara? Of course, Song Feng remembered Herdru's daughter, the granddaughter of the Starry Eyes Empress. Clara leaned close to Song Feng's ear and whispered, Song Feng, I won't dwell on my father's matter. I know he was at fault, and my grandmother advised me as well. The real culprits are that organization. I will only seek revenge against them. Song Feng nodded with a smile. You are very rational. I hope we won't become enemies in the future. After Clara rejoined the team, Lu Ming immediately sidled up and teased, Madman? Who is she? Your foreign girlfriend? Keep dreaming. Song Feng replied coldly and walked away. Soon, the team from the beautiful country arrived. A graceful female mentor led 6 team members, with a red-haired boy at the forefront. The female mentor respectfully greeted Long Mubai, revered solitary sword immortal. I am the head of the Rasha sect from the beautiful country. The red-haired boy suddenly glared at Long Mubai. Are you the one who killed my teacher, Engwai? Long Mubai calmly admitted it and then proposed a shocking wager. If the beautiful country's team won the championship, he would admit his mistake at Engwai's grave and cut off his left arm. If they lost, the red-haired boy would join his teacher in death. Faced with this life-and-death wager, the red-haired boy hesitated. Long Mubai sneered, mocking him as a coward who only knew how to boast. Just as the tension reached its peak, a melodious voice rang out, Charlik, accept the challenge. If Engwai were here, I believe he would take it without hesitation. The speaker was none other than Ruth. Charlie turned to her, fuming. It's not your life on the line. Of course you want me to take the challenge. Ruth shrugged nonchalantly. Do as you please. I'm just offering a suggestion. The final decision rests with you. Charlie gritted his teeth, pondering for a moment, then looked resolutely at Long Mubai. Fine. I'll take on this challenge. If we win, you can't go back on your word. There are so many witnesses here. Long Mubai nodded calmly. Of course, I wouldn't joke about my honor. However, if you lose, I won't need to lift a finger, will I? Charlie swallowed hard and nodded firmly. I won't go back on my word either. With that, he turned and left with Ruth. Their conversation echoed around, quickly stirring up a storm online. Numerous professionals became intensely interested in the match, flocking to the live stream. Some even set up betting pools and forums, eager to profit from the impending showdown. Minutes later, the remaining teams arrived at the venue. The square was packed with spectators, primarily from Sakura Country, given the advantage of their location. They waved flags and cheered for their respective teams. The host briefly explained the rules of the competition, emphasizing the importance of mindful behavior during the live broadcast to avoid unnecessary public backlash. Soon, a massive spatial vortex formed in the center of the square. Teams from various countries entered in sequence. Sakura Country first, followed by Pretty Country, North Bear Country, Eagle Country, Three Country, Kimchi Country, and finally, Dragon Country. Before departing, Song Feng smiled at Lung Mubai. Grandpalung, trust us, your left arm will be perfectly fine. Lung Mubai nodded kindly. I never doubted you would win. The 6 members from Dragon Country bowed to Long Mubai and stepped into the vortex, disappearing from sight. After a dizzying whirl, Song Feng opened his eyes to find himself in a humble mountain village. A dozen low, thatched huts scattered around, with a cattle shed on the uneven, muddy ground. The system prompt indicated this was the eerie arrival dungeon, and the competition would start in 3 minutes. Xia, Nana suddenly pointed into the distance. Look, there are 3 children over there. 3 kids were playing in a water-filled mud pit, splashing water everywhere. Lu Ming tried calling out to the children, but got no response. As he moved closer, he bumped into an invisible barrier. Song Feng explained, it's a wild card. The competition hasn't started yet, so they can't hear you. Oh, I see. Lu Ming laughed, scratching his head. I thought I was being ignored. The countdown timer ticked away, 2:30, 1:29, 0:28, until it hit 0. Suddenly, a ghostly panel appeared, densely packed with mission details. 6 adventurous teenagers, driven by curiosity about ghostly rumors in the mountains, ventured deep into the forest. Halfway up, they encountered a grizzly bear and fled in panic, completely losing their way. Worse still, their compass malfunctioned, and after days of wandering with their food supplies exhausted, they stumbled upon this mysterious village. The main mission was clear: find and eliminate the ghost. It came with a stern warning: killing an innocent person will cost a life. At that moment, an invisible barrier vanished. Lu Ming, who had been leaning against it, fell heavily to the ground, swallowing a mouthful of dirt in his surprise. Hey, strangers are here. Why is that man eating dirt? Haha, so funny, so funny. 3 children, around 3 years old, giggled in unison. They looked quite similar with their big, bright eyes, making them irresistibly cute. Lu Ming clambered up, glaring at them menacingly. One more word, and I'll spank you. Wah, bad guy. Mommy. 2 of the kids, terrified, ran back to their straw hut, while the third one stayed, still giggling. Song Feng crouched down and gently asked the remaining child. They all ran away. Why didn't you? Haha, so funny. The child blinked his big eyes, clapping his hands. What's your name? Song Feng asked. Xiao Bao. And the 2 who ran? Da Bao and Air Bao. Song Feng smiled and patted Xiao Bao's head. Good boy. Xiao Bao happily waved his little hands. Haha, so funny, so funny. Lu Ming approached with a puzzled look. Is this kid some kind of parrot? Why does he keep repeating himself? Haha, so funny, so funny. At that moment, a rough, angry voice suddenly shouted. Who are you? Let go of Xiao Bao, or I'll kill you. A woman entered, but she looked nothing like an ordinary lady. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, she was built like a tank, her muscles bulging. Her face had distinctly masculine features. At that moment, she was glaring fiercely at Song Feng, gripping a sharp kitchen knife tightly in her hand. Auntie, you've got it wrong. We're not bad people. Song Feng quickly stood up, deliberately putting some distance between himself and Xiaobao, with a placating smile on his face. Who are you? And why are you here? The woman's voice was deep and gravelly, so much so that anyone with their eyes closed would think it was a man speaking. We're tourists who got lost in the mountains. If we've intruded, we'll leave right away. Song Feng cleverly altered the information given by the system, knowing he couldn't reveal their true purpose of searching for ghosts. The woman's demeanor shifted dramatically. Oh, is that so? She put down the knife, her face breaking into a smile. Welcome, welcome. It's been so long since we've had visitors here. Anyone who finds their way here is our guest. Lao Zhang, come out and greet our guests. Coming, coming. A male voice called from inside. Soon, a skinny man emerged, leading Debeo and Erbaoth, 2 children who had run into the house earlier. Lao Zhang smiled warmly and shook hands with Song Feng and his group of 6, while Debeo and Erbao pulled the still giggling Xiaobao inside. Welcome, travelers, to Zhangjia village. On behalf of our village, I welcome you. Please, come in. Lao Zhang gestured for them to enter, though his mannerisms made Song Feng and the others uneasy. Lu Ming leaned in and whispered to Song Feng, this place is creepy. What's with these people? Indeed, everything about the scene was unsettling. The woman's arm muscles were thicker than Song Feng's head, while Lao Zhang was as thin as a rail. Even more disturbing was Lao Zhang's unnaturally red lips and heavily powdered face, which was whiter than the walls. He spoke softly, moved delicately, and often held his right hand in a feminine gesture, resembling an old sister-in-law. Under their watchful eyes, Song Feng smiled and stepped into the thatched cottage, followed closely by the other 5. The interior was sparse, with an uneven cement floor. Lao Zhang enthusiastically brought chairs and small stools from under the bed, pouring hot water for everyone. Song Feng accepted the cup but didn't drink, instead asking cautiously, Brother Zhang, is it okay if I call you that? Of course, Lao Zhang blinked. Actually, you can call me Brother Zhang if you like. Suppressing his discomfort, Song Feng cleared his throat and asked, Brother Zhang, how many people live in your village? I saw about a dozen thatched huts. Not many, Lao Zhang smiled, counting on his fingers. Besides our family of 5, there are only 6 other people. This answer surprised Song Feng. Just then, Lao Zhang leaned in mysteriously and lowered his voice. Actually, to be honest, our village is haunted. Seeing the 6 of them look shocked, Lao Zhang began recounting a story from over a decade ago. Back then, Zhangjia village had over 100 people, but villagers started hearing eerie crying at night. The sounds grew more frequent, lasting from a few minutes to several hours. Eventually, a group of strong men decided to find the source of the cries. The crying did stop afterward. Lao Zhang paused dramatically, his eyes scanning the group. Guess what happened to those men? They died. Song Feng ventured. Exactly. Lao Zhang suddenly became agitated, slamming the table. They all died. The room fell into a deathly silence, only to be broken by a child's innocent voice, haha. Fun. Fun. Sure. Xiaobao, don't disturb your father while he's talking to the guests. The woman pulled Xiaobao into her arms, covering his mouth with her rough hand, her voice laced with undisguised anger. Xiaobao's big, watery eyes were the only part of him visible, quickly misting over. His little face turned red under the woman's hand. Hey, be gentle. You're going to suffocate him. Lu Ming couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. The woman forced a stiff smile. I know what I'm doing. It's not your place to interfere. Just as Lu Ming was about to say more, Song Feng cut him off with a smile. Relax, Auntie is Xiaobao's mother. She won't harm him. No need to worry. He turned to the woman. Right, Auntie? Of course. The woman loosened her grip slightly. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Otherwise, he'll keep making mistakes, and it's really annoying. Yes, Auntie is right, Song Feng agreed, adding, but Xiaobao is just a kid. Maybe you could try a different approach, like a spanking. Seeing Song Feng's respectful attitude, the woman's expression softened a bit. I'll think about it. After this brief interruption, Song Feng motioned for Lao Zhang to continue his story. Lao Zhang sat back down, took a sip of water to moisten his throat, and sighed. They're all dead. None of them came back by sunrise. He detailed the villagers' search efforts and the eerie changes in the village afterward. The missing people seemed to have vanished into thin air, and the mysterious crying grew more rampant, sometimes lasting all night, preventing the villagers from sleeping. It's gotten worse in recent years, Lao Zhang said in a hushed tone. Every 6 months, someone either dies or goes missing in the village. Some die in their homes, some on the streets, while others simply disappear. He looked meaningfully at Song Feng and his group. I don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. Though they had escaped the bear, the village chief predicted that someone else would be killed in the coming days. If you don't want to die, leave now, Lao Zhang said, glancing at the darkening sky. But it's already too late. What happened next was shocking. The basket the woman had brought contained a human head, the head of the old village chief, who had no limbs. Although Lu Ming was so frightened he fell to the ground, Song Feng managed to calm the situation quickly. During the conversation, the old village chief repeatedly emphasized the dangers of going out at night, but his hoarse voice and slow speech irritated the hot-tempered woman. She stormed out, leaving Lao Zhang to apologize profusely. I'm sorry, really. Yuan has a bit of a temper, but she's not a bad person. Good grief. What the heck? Under the dim glow of a kerosene lamp, old Zhang looked solemnly at Song Feng and his 5 companions. Xiaosong, you all need to be extra cautious tonight. I'm going to give you some important instructions, and you must remember them well. He raised one finger. First, and most importantly, do not go outside after nightfall. If someone knocks, do not open the door, no matter who it is, not even for me. No one is allowed in. Second, make sure all doors and windows are tightly shut, leaving no gaps. Not even a breeze should get through. Third, if you hear crying in the middle of the night, ignore it. Do not open the window out of curiosity. Fourth, do not extinguish the candle when you go to sleep. If it goes out on its own, leave it be and do not relight it. Act as if you didn't notice. The air in the roughly 20 square meter thatched hut grew heavy with old Zhang's words. Song Feng nodded solemnly. Got it, brother Zhang. Don't worry, we follow the rules. We won't break the Zhangjia village guidelines. Before leaving, old Zhang added gravely, remember what I said. Otherwise, you might lose your lives. With that, he shut the door behind him. Only Song Feng and his 5 companions remained in the room. As the sun set, Song Feng walked to the window, watching the horizon being swallowed by darkness. Ming, who do you think that ghost could be? Lu Ming and the others turned their gaze to Song Feng. Not sure yet, Song Feng replied, sitting on the bed deep in thought. It's only the first day, and we haven't had a chance to interact with the other villagers. Besides the Zhang family and the old village chief, there are 5 more villagers we haven't met. We'll try to gather more information tomorrow. Ming, are you planning to? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Song Feng chuckled. I do love to tell a little lie now and then. Lu Ming playfully punched him in the chest. I knew it. You're no saint. As the sky darkened, Song Feng was about to close the window when he suddenly froze, his pupils dilating. Curious, Lu Ming leaned in and also became motionless. The other 4 followed suit. Outside, a wave of pitch-black darkness surged from afar, threatening to engulf everything. Move. Close the window. Song Feng ordered softly, quickly shutting the window. Darkness enveloped the world outside, leaving only the faint candlelight inside. Soon, the candle flickered violently and went out. In the pitch-black darkness, a faint blue light flashed in Song Feng's perceptive eyes. Get into bed and don't speak, Song Feng whispered. Outside, the wind howled and the doors and windows creaked. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound, thump, thump, thump. Song Feng silently approached the door to check, but found no one outside. As he prepared to return, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching cries from a distance. Driven by curiosity, Song Feng moved towards the sound, but quickly regained his senses and decided to head back. Just as he turned, a pale face appeared right in front of him. Damn, it's a ghost. Xiaosong, it's me, Zhang Ge. The sudden voice in the darkness startled Song Feng. As he focused in the dim light, he recognized the man as Lao Zhang, with his face heavily powdered. Zhang Ge, what are you doing here? Song Feng asked warily, eyes fixed on Lao Zhang's. He was filled with suspicion. After all, people from Zhangjia village weren't supposed to be out at night. I heard some noise from your place and got worried that something might have happened to you, Lao Zhang explained with a smile, which quickly turned serious. Xiaosong, haven't I told you? Never go out at night, it's too dangerous. Song Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Someone knocked on the door earlier. I thought it was you, Zhang Ge. Xiaosong, let me make this clear once again. Lao Zhang's voice suddenly became louder, filled with urgency. Even if it's me knocking, you must not open the door. Under no circumstances. The last few words were almost a shout, startling Song Feng. All right, Zhang Ge, I'll keep that in mind next time. Song Feng nodded quickly. Lao Zhang's expression softened, and a smile returned to his face. Good, it's for your own safety. Got it, thanks, Zhang Ge. Well, I'm heading back to sleep then. As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Zhang's eyes became vacant. He closed them, and like a sleepwalker, he picked up a red lantern and slowly walked toward the thatched hut. The wooden door creaked as it closed, and the candlelight inside was extinguished, merging into the pitch-black night. Song Feng watched all of this, feeling a mix of emotions. Lao Zhang's behavior was bizarre, like sleepwalking. Yet he had been conversing normally. When Song Feng turned back into the house, he was startled again. 5 faces were staring intently at him in the dim firelight. What are you guys doing? Fengzi, are you alright? Lu Ming jumped off the bed as soon as he saw Song Feng return safely, but tripped over a stool, landing face first on the floor. No need for such theatrics, I'm alive. Song Feng laughed, helping him up. The group then began discussing the recent encounter. Lu Ming suggested that Zhang Gu might be a ghost, but Yang Feng countered by citing Zhang Ji's age and logical behavior. Lu Ming argued that Zhang Gu could be fabricating stories, deceiving them like the second prince in the Forgotten Ruins. Actually, I have another theory, Lu Ming said thoughtfully. Song Feng looked at Lu Ming in surprise. This guy, who usually took unconventional approaches, was now analyzing the situation with remarkable clarity. He rubbed his temples, deep in thought about Lu Ming's hypothesis. Earlier, Crazy mentioned that Brother Zhang's consciousness never seemed fully awake, suggesting he might be sleepwalking. Song Feng slowly shared his thoughts. This makes me think of a possibility. Maybe the ghost doesn't know it's a ghost. The stories Brother Zhang told us could be true precisely because he doesn't realize he's already a ghost. He tells them without reservation. What Crazy encountered before might have been another aspect of Brother Zhang's consciousness, the ghostly side. Lu Ming's analysis plunged the room into silence, with everyone lost in their own thoughts. After a while, Yang Feng broke the silence, his voice low and serious. Old Lu, your theory is bold and certainly possible. But the problem is, we don't have concrete evidence. Remember, we only have one chance to eliminate the ghost. Failure means all 6 of us are doomed. We need to be 100 sure. For now, we should consider Brother Zhang a prime suspect and keep a close watch on him. Indeed, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. We can't hastily conclude that Brother Zhang is the ghost. Sitting cross-legged on the chair, Song Feng glanced around at everyone. Tomorrow, let's find an opportunity to interact with other villagers and gather more information. It's getting late. You should all get some rest. Crazy, aren't you going to sleep? Someone asked. Not tired. You guys go ahead. I'll stay up with you. No need. If I get tired, I'll wake you up to take over. All right then. Lu Ming wisely dropped the matter. At that moment, Gu Jun, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up with a hint of alertness in his voice. Have you all noticed something? What is it? Xianana asked in confusion. The other 4 also turned to Gu Jun, curious about his discovery. Sitting up straight, Gu Jun lowered his voice deliberately. The crying sound stopped right after Brother Song shouted. Didn't any of you notice that? The crying has stopped? This discovery immediately put Song Feng and his group on high alert. Previously, Song Feng had been startled by Lao Zhang's sudden appearance, and Lu Ming and the others had been distracted by his unusual behavior, failing to notice this detail. Only Gu Jun had sensed this odd change. Then the answer is obvious. Lu Ming jumped up from his seat, excitedly analyzing. That crying sound was made by Brother Zhang. He stopped it hurriedly after the madman shouted to avoid exposing his identity. This theory indeed had some merit. What was most suspicious was Lao Zhang's behavior. He had clearly emphasized not going out at night, yet he showed up carrying a lantern, claiming it was for their safety. And even more questionable was his concern for their safety despite having known them for only a few hours and exchanged barely 100 words. Unless he had an excessive saintly compassion, it was hard to explain. Yang Feng and the others agreed, leaning towards the conclusion that Lao Zhang was the ghost. However, Song Feng fell into deep thought. If the truth was this easy to uncover, where was the difficulty in this high-level dungeon? Although the others had considered this point, they believed it was due to Song Feng's presence that they had obtained crucial clues. Alright, let's not overthink it. Let's get some sleep and discuss it tomorrow. The group decided to temporarily set aside the discussion and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live streaming room had surpassed millions, with dense comments almost obscuring the entire screen. To facilitate viewing, Sakura Country had set up 7 streaming rooms, each broadcasting a different team's perspective. Among them, the Beautiful Country stream had the highest viewership, followed by Dragon Country, with Kimchi Country trailing last. In the Beautiful Country stream, Charlie and his team were using forceful measures against Lao Zhang's family. They had tied up the entire family of 5, with a young girl whipping Lao Zhang, while his wife cursed and struggled desperately. The Bao and Air Bao were crying, but Xiao Bao laughed and said, haha, fun. Fun. Other teams were also taking various actions. Andre from Bear Country was leading his team to follow the crying sound. Half of the Asan Country team was inside the house while the other half hid on the roof. The Eagle Country team was camping outside with a bonfire, and the Sakura Country team was simply sleeping without even setting up a guard. Viewers in the Dragon Country stream were spamming comments like, Lao Zhang is the ghost, and even went to other streams to spread this theory. However, these viewers' speculations could not be communicated to the contestants inside the dungeon. The people from Kimchi Country were even more outrageous. They forcibly evicted Lao Zhang's family of 5 and took over their thatched cottage. Among the 7 competing teams, Dragon Country undoubtedly led the way. They not only gathered the most clues by a wide margin, but also topped the audience support ratings. However, in this intricate scenario, no one dared to predict the final outcome. The deep night sky was dotted with stars. Song Feng sat alone in a chair by the window, sleepless. He didn't care about outside opinions. His focus was entirely on the upcoming new day. Each day's dawn brought new clues and NPCs. In the early morning light, he stood up and stretched his stiff limbs, his joints making faint cracking sounds. As he opened the window, the golden sunlight spilled onto the sleeping faces of Lu Ming and the other 4. Is it morning already? Lu Ming groggily sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Brother Song, why don't you rest for a bit? I'm not tired, Gu Jun said with concern. Song Feng smiled and shook his head, about to speak when he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Opening it, he saw Lao Zhang pacing back and forth with a bamboo basket, seemingly hesitant to knock. Good morning, Brother Zhang. Ah, Xiao Song, you're awake. Lao Zhang hurriedly handed over the bamboo basket. These are pork buns made by your Aunt Yuan. Give them a try. After thanking him, Song Feng was pulled aside by Lao Zhang, who lowered his voice and asked, Xiao Song, did you notice anything unusual last night? Like strange people or sounds? Song Feng's heart tightened, though he feigned contemplation. There was some knocking and crying last night. You didn't open the door, did you? Lao Zhang's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening. No, Song Feng shook his head. He certainly wouldn't mention that he had used his phasing ability to walk through walls. That's good. Lao Zhang sighed in relief, patting his chest. Otherwise, there would have been another death. Another? Song Feng caught the word keenly, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Brother Zhang, has someone in the village died? Yes, Lao Zhang said solemnly. The widow Lu from the north end of Zhangjia village was found dead in her home. Her body was already cold when we discovered it. Old Zhang had left. Song Feng stood at the doorway, watching him quickly disappear towards the northern part of Zhangjia village, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He turned and walked back inside, carrying a basket full of steamed buns, and casually closed the door behind him. Smells delicious. Lu Ming eagerly grabbed the basket and lifted the cloth cover, the aroma instantly making his mouth water. Hold on, don't start eating just yet. Song Feng raised his hand to signal. I have something important to discuss. Although puzzled about what could be so urgent early in the morning, Lu Ming set the basket on the table and pulled up a chair to sit in front of Song Feng. Luo Jinqing and the other 3 also gathered around. Song Feng briefly recounted his conversation with old Zhang. When he mentioned the news of Widow Liu's death last night, Lu Ming shot up from his seat. This is it. We have all the evidence we need. Crazy Zhang ran into Brother Zhang last night, and today we hear about a death that occurred last night. Who else could the killer be? Indeed. Yang Feng nodded slightly in agreement. Luo Jinqing immediately rolled up his sleeves. Brother Feng, I'll go deal with that Zhang guy right now. Song Feng pondered for a moment and then slowly shook his head. It's not the right time yet. Crazy Zhang. Lu Ming stared into Song Feng's eyes, his tone urgent. We don't have time. Since we've already found the answer, why not act quickly? Do you want Master Long to lose his left arm? Song Feng stood up and placed his hand on Lu Ming's shoulder. Of course, I don't want anyone to get hurt. But have you considered, what if the real ghost isn't Brother Zhang? If we kill the wrong person, we'll all die, and Master Lung's left arm won't be saved, let alone passing the challenge. Lu Ming fell silent, Luo Jinqing quietly sat back down, and Yang Feng lowered his head. Song Feng resumed his seat and flipped his wrist, revealing 6 antidote pills in his palm. Just in case, take these before eating the buns. Everyone swallowed their pills and began to eat the buns in silence. Not long after, there was a soft knock on the door. Who is it? Song Feng asked, but there was no response, only the continued knocking. At Song Feng's signal, Lu Ming got up and approached the door, gripping a dagger in his right hand. When he opened the door, no one was there. As he was about to turn back, something clung to his calf. Instinctively, Lu Ming swung his dagger downward. Stop, Crazy Zhang. Song Feng appeared beside Lu Ming in an instant, grabbing his arm. Lu Ming, recognizing Song Feng, let the dagger fall to the ground. Haha, fun, fun. A child's voice rang out. Looking down, Lu Ming saw that it was Xiaobao clinging to his leg. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his back felt icy. If he had struck Xiaobao, they would all be doomed. Song Feng crouched down, picked up the dagger, and handed it back to Lu Ming, then patted Xiaobao's head. Xiaobao, what are you doing here? Haha, fun, fun. Xiaobao repeated like a broken record. Song Feng lifted Xiaobao into his arms. I need to talk to your dad. Do you know where he is? Xiaobao pointed north. All right, let's go find him. Song Feng signaled Lu Ming and headed north. Lu Ming went back inside, sheathed his dagger, and said to Luo Jinqing and Yang Feng, Old Yang, Old Luo, let's go together. He then turned to Gu Jun and Xianana with a mischievous grin. You two lovebirds stay here and wait for the signal. Don't do anything too risque. Xianana blushed and glared at him. Gu Jun chuckled wryly. With hidden cameras around, only a lunatic would do something like that. Lu Ming looked at Gu Jun with an exaggerated expression of surprise on his face. No way, I was just joking. Old Gu, have you really thought about this? Gu Jun noticed Xianana's gaze and saw the knowing smiles on the faces of Lu Ming and the others. He was momentarily speechless and could only rub his forehead in frustration. Given the situation, he decided to stay silent. Seeing this, Lu Ming shrugged, feeling bored, and pulled Luo Jincheng and Yang Feng out of the thatched cottage. As the three of them disappeared out the door, Xianana turned to Gu Jun, her cheeks slightly flushed. She asked softly, Brother Jun, you haven't really thought about it, have you? Caught off guard by her direct question, Gu Jun coughed to hide his embarrassment. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? Of course not. Xianana immediately threw herself into Gu Jun's arms, looking up at him with eyes full of affection. Brother Jun is a gentleman. Before she could finish, she noticed Gu Jun's expression suddenly turned strange. Following his gaze, she saw Lu Ming lazily leaning against the doorframe, a mischievous grin on his face. Carry on. I just came back to close the door, Lu Ming said, scratching his head before quickly shutting the door, leaving an awkward silence in the room. Xianana and Gu Jun exchanged looks, both thinking about this untimely intruder. Suddenly, the door was gently pushed open a crack, revealing a sneaky eye. Xianana, unable to bear it anymore, forced a smile. Lu Ming, if you want to watch, just do it openly. Why sneak around like a thief? Hey, I didn't want to interrupt you. Lu Ming's voice came from the door crack, then his tone turned serious. Actually, I came back to deliver a message. What message? Gu Jun asked, puzzled. Lu Ming's voice lowered. If something happens to us, you two should use the emergency exit card and leave immediately. Those are Madman's exact words. At the northern end of Zhangjia village, an intense argument was unfolding. Old village chief. I don't believe there's a ghost in Zhangjia village. Someone is just pretending to be one. Several villagers had gathered at the scene. Familiar faces like Old Zhang, Li Wan, the village chief, and Debao and Erbao. There were also two unfamiliar faces. One was Zhang Dazhuang, dressed in a blood-stained black leather outfit, missing his left hand and 2 fingers on his right. The other was Zhang Tai, a burly man with burned scars covering his face, making his features almost unrecognizable, wearing an apron. How can you say there's no ghost? Zhang Tai immediately retorted. The cries in the middle of the night, the knocks on the door with no one there, the disappearing and dead villagers, how do you explain all that? Humans can do those things too, Zhang Dazhuang sneered. Why do you have to blame it on ghosts? Because no human could keep it up for decades, so flawlessly. But a ghost could. Suddenly, Zhang Dazhuang pointed at Zhang Tai and shouted, Zhang Tai, did you kill Lu Xiaoxiao because she rejected your advances? Zhang Tai flew into a rage. Zhang Dazhuang, you can mess with food, but not with words. Yes, I admired Xiaoxiao for a long time, but I never forced her. It's you who I saw coming out of her house more than once. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Dazhuang. You're twisting things. Zhang Dazhuang's face turned red. Xiaoxiao and I were consensual. Do you think I'm as repulsive as you faceless pig? The tension escalated quickly. Zhang Tai drew a kitchen knife from his waist, and Zhang Dazhuang picked up a butcher knife from the ground. The two men stood ready to fight. At this moment, the sturdy Li Yuan stepped in and separated them. Fight if you want. If not, get lost. We haven't even found Lu Xiaoxiao's body, and you're already bickering. Keep it up, and I'll cripple both of you. Under Li Yuan's intimidating presence, the two reluctantly put down their weapons. The group entered a nearby thatched hut. The interior was simple, with only a bed, a table, 2 chairs, and a bronze mirror. Lu Xiaoxiao's body was slumped in a chair, her eyes wide open and lips slightly parted, as if she had seen something terrifying before she died. The old village chief sighed. Xiaoxiao was such a good girl. Her husband died just days after their wedding, yet she worked tirelessly in Zhangjia village for over a decade. I always considered her one of our own. When the village chief suggested burying her, Zhang Dazhuang protested vehemently. Chief, Xiaoxiao might have been framed. Why not find the culprit? The village chief shook his head with a bitter smile. There's no need. That ghost has been in the village for decades, with over 100 villagers dead or missing. Xiaoxiao's body shows no signs of trauma. I've seen this kind of death too many times. When will it ever end? Zhang Dazhuang. Zhang Tai sneered. Some things you just have to believe. Ghosts do exist. Just because you haven't seen one doesn't mean it's not real. You might be next. You dare curse me. Zhang Dazhuang was furious but was held back by Li Yuan. Do you want to fight me? Li Yuan glared at him. Zhang Dazhuang immediately backed down but still pointed at Zhang Tai and threatened. If I die, he's the ghost. You must kill him. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Tai shouted, pointing shakily at Zhang Dazhuang. If someone kills you and tries to frame me, I wouldn't be able to clear my name. Zhang Dazhuang shrugged indifferently. If I'm dead, why would I care? We can go down together. Suddenly, his expression turned playful. But didn't you say it was a ghost? Why are you worried about being framed? I'm just scared. Zhang Tai snorted and turned away. At this moment, old Zhang chimed in. By the way, Dazhuang, Tizi, how did you know Lu Tingting died at home? Both of their faces changed, and they lowered their heads in silence. Old Zhang frowned and lowered his voice. This is a serious matter involving a human life. You better not hide anything. They exchanged glances, hoping the other would speak first. Damn it. Quit stalling. Yuan cursed, rolling up her sleeves and marching towards Zhang Tai. Spit it out, or I'll make you regret it. Zhang Tai retreated, waving his hands frantically. Okay, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Despite his sturdy build, he was powerless before Yuan. He cursed his bad luck inwardly, wondering why she wasn't bothering Zhang Dazhuang instead. Forcing a smile, Zhang Tai explained, here's the deal. Yesterday, Zhang Dazhuang and I made a bet to see who Tingting would accept breakfast from this morning. The loser had to cut off a hand. We knocked on her door for ages, but no one answered. So we kicked it open and found her dead. He glanced at Zhang Dazhuang. Because the stakes were high, Dazhuang thought I couldn't win and suspected I killed her first. He came at me with a butcher's knife, so I had to defend myself. I first told Brother Zhang and then went back to get a kitchen knife. Yuan turned to Zhang Dazhuang. Is that true? Yeah, it is. Zhang Dazhuang nodded. The truth finally surfaced, but whether it was the work of a ghost, Zhang Tai, Zhang Dazhuang, or someone else remained unclear. The old village chief ordered, Zhang Bin, help them bury Lu Tingting's body in the back mountain. Then he told Zhang Tai and Zhang Dazhuang, according to village rules, someone must keep vigil. You two will take turns, 3 days each, and both of you on the 7th day. Both men looked reluctant. Although they were the closest to Lu Tingting and the most suitable choices, staying by her grave at night was terrifying. Village chief, actually, I wasn't that close to Tingting, Zhang Tai said with a forced smile, suddenly changing his tone. But Zhang Dazhuang was different. They had quite a deep connection, and she might have even been carrying his child. Tingting hated me when she was alive. If I keep vigil, she'll definitely be angry. It's better for Zhang Dazhuang to do it. He should take responsibility, right? Zhang Dazhuang's veins bulged in anger, but with Yuan present, he had to restrain himself from reacting. All right, you take the first 2 days, and I'll handle the last 5 days. If you agree, that's the plan. Otherwise, forget it. Zhang Tai stood still, his facial muscles twitching slightly. After gritting his teeth, he slowly nodded. All right, I agree. Yuan impatiently pointed at Lu Tingting's corpse on the ground, her tone urgent. Hurry up and bury her. If we wait any longer, the stench will spread throughout the entire village. Zhang Tai and Zhang Dazhuang nodded repeatedly, immediately moving forward with Zhang Bin to lift Lu Tingting's body. Just as the three were about to head outside, Song Feng walked in carrying little Bao. The moment he stepped inside, a strong putrid smell hit him, causing Song Feng to instinctively take half a step back, his brows furrowing instantly. Hey, Xiao Song, what brings you here? Song Feng's gaze fell on the middle-aged woman's body being carried by the 3 men. Turning to Zhang Bin, he asked, Zhang, is this the widow Lu you mentioned? Zhang Bin nodded in response, about to explain, but Zhang Tai impatiently interrupted. Old Zhang, stop chatting with outsiders and hurry up and bury her in the back hills. His face clearly showed disgust, obviously repulsed by the stench of the corpse. All right. Zhang Bin smiled apologetically at Song Feng. Xiao Song, I'll handle this first. Can you look after little Bao for a bit? Sure, Zhang, go ahead. Song Feng nodded in agreement. As the 3 men disappeared from sight with Lu Tingting's body, the smile on Song Feng's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of seriousness. At that moment, he felt something moving on his face. Turning his head, he saw little Bao's bright, lively eyes. The child was kneading Song Feng's face with chubby hands, giggling and repeating, haha, fun. For some reason, when Song Feng looked into Xiao Bao's bright, watery eyes, he felt a sudden chill sweep over him. This realization left him momentarily stunned. Xiao Bao's face showed no signs of fear, timidity, or tears upon seeing the corpse. In contrast, De Bao and Air Bao clung to Li Wan's arm with terror-stricken faces, their bodies trembling slightly. Could it really be that Xiao Bao was too young to understand fear? As Song Feng was lost in thought, a slightly hoarse voice came from behind him. Xiao Song, you just arrived and encountered such an event. It's my fault as the village chief. I hope you can forgive me. Song Feng turned around, set Xiao Bao down, and looked at the elderly village chief in the bamboo basket, offering a gentle smile. No one could have prevented this. There's no need for you to apologize. However, If we let that ghost continue killing villagers, Zhangja village will eventually be wiped out. Village chief, have you never thought of finding and stopping that ghost? The old village chief fell into a brief contemplation before a bitter smile appeared on his face, followed by a long sigh. Over the decades, we have tried to resist. But those who resisted either died or vanished without a trace. Now, we only hope it won't cause more trouble. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Seeing this, Yuan impatiently muttered under her breath, pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket, and roughly wiped the old village chief's face before disdainfully throwing the handkerchief on the ground. Xiao Song, the village chief continued, that ghost has started moving again. For your safety, you should leave as soon as possible. After a long silence, Song Feng replied in a low voice, Village chief, we're afraid we have to stay here for a long time. Seeing the old village chief's confusion, he explained, to be honest, we've killed someone outside, and the authorities have sealed off the mountain pass. If we leave, we'll be captured and executed. At this point, his emotions grew intense. Village chief, I'm still young. I don't want to die. Please take us in. We can do any work, even if it costs our lives. Song Feng crouched down and grabbed the village chief's shoulders, shaking him violently, his eyes filled with desperation. This seemed terrified to Bao and Air Bao, who began to cry loudly. Yuan quickly comforted the children, then grabbed Song Feng by the collar and lifted him up. Are you crazy? You can't stay here after killing someone. She threw him aside, and Luo Jinqing, standing at the door, caught him. How dare you throw my brother Feng? I'll kill you. Luo Jinqing charged angrily towards Yuan. Unfazed, Yuan pushed the children aside and rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. Yuan, stop this nonsense. The village chief urgently shouted. They've killed people. You're no match for them. Don't worry about me. Yuan snapped back. Yuan, if you can't beat him, he'll kill your children. Do you want to drag them to their deaths too? These words made Yuan pause. She looked at the crying Da Bao and Air Bao, and the grinning Xiao Bao, then slowly unclenched her fists. Her gaze shifted from Luo Jinqing to Song Feng, and after a moment of hesitation, she bowed deeply. I'm sorry. Please spare my children. Auntie, what are you doing? Song Feng hurriedly stepped forward to help her up, then waved at Luo Jinqing, saying, Luozi, don't act rashly in the future. Luo Jinqing, still a few meters away from Yuan, scratched his head and mumbled, I didn't even start yet. Xiao Song, I can let you stay in Zhangja village. The village chief suddenly said seriously, staring intently at Song Feng. But you must promise not to harm the villagers or break our rules. Otherwise, even if it costs my life, I'll make sure you pay the price. Can you do that? Song Feng smiled warmly and said, Of course, we all follow the rules. Lu Ming and the other two couldn't help but twitch their lips behind him. They vividly remembered what Song Feng did last night after saying the same thing. The old village chief nodded kindly, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile. Welcome to Zhangja village. On behalf of all the villagers, I welcome you. As they left Lu Tingting's house, the wooden door creaked shut behind them. They had barely taken a few steps when Song Feng suddenly stopped, anxiously rummaging through his pockets. Wait a minute. My ring seems to be missing, Song Feng said, looking down at the ground while continuing to check his pockets. Hearing this, Yuan stopped and turned to look at him. The old village chief also poked his head out of the bamboo basket. Little Song, what ring? A silver ring. It was given to me by my father before he passed away, Song Feng said urgently. I remember putting it in my pocket, but now I can't find it. Lu Ming pondered and said, Crazy, could it have fallen in that house we were just in? When you got thrown out, the ring might have gone with you. Song Feng nodded in agreement and turned to Yuan, pleading, Auntie, could I borrow the key to that house? I'll return it as soon as I find the ring. Yuan looked at the old village chief. The keys to all the houses in the village are managed by the old man. You should ask him. Song Feng immediately turned to the old village chief. Grandpa village chief, that ring means a lot to me. It's the only keepsake from my father. The old village chief thought for a moment, and then said to Yuan, Waner, give him the key to Lu Tingting's house. After getting the key, Song Feng politely declined the old village chief and Yuan's offer to help search. He only took Lu Ming and hurried back to Lu Tingting's house. Outside the thatched house, Lu Ming teased, Crazy. If Uncle Song finds out you said he was dead, you're in for a beating. Good luck. If I didn't say that, would they have given me the key? Song Feng retorted while unlocking the door. Once inside, Song Feng immediately squatted down, carefully picking up a handkerchief from the floor with his thumb and forefinger, examining it closely. Why are you picking up that handkerchief? Lu Ming asked, puzzled. Song Feng put the handkerchief away and stood up with a faint smile. I think the truth is right in front of us. Can you really identify the culprit just from a handkerchief? Song Feng patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and said meaningfully, Sometimes, The truth is hidden in the smallest of details. With that, he turned and walked out of the thatched house. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the Dragon Nation team was already buzzing with excitement. Good grief. Song Feng is killing me with his antics. The audience couldn't help but laugh as they watched Song Feng on the screen. He had used a non-existent ring, claiming it was his father's relic, to exchange for a key. Someone mimicked the tone of General MacArthur, jokingly saying, "Father blesses from heaven. This move is solid." The discussions were lively. Why would Song Feng use such a lie to get the key? What's he planning? Wasn't that handkerchief the one Yuan used to wipe the village chief's face and then threw away? Why would Song Feng take it? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait, did you notice the white powder on the handkerchief? Could it be foundation? But Yuan doesn't wear makeup. Maybe it's from old Zhang's face." Someone suggested a different perspective. The conversation quickly turned to deeper speculations. There must be a hidden meaning in Song Feng's words. Could Yuan be a ghost? Impossible. That ghost would be way too sturdy. I think it's old Zhang. Don't forget the weird encounter last night. Maybe it's the old village chief. Come on, he doesn't even have limbs. Is he going to kill with his mind? If we're thinking like that, I'd say Little Bao is more suspicious. Meanwhile, in an old security booth in a rundown neighborhood, Song Shan heard Song Feng's filial speech and promptly spit out his tea, coughing and turning red in the face. Lan Luoyu gently patted his back, trying not to laugh. "Uncle Song, are you all right?" Catching his breath, Song Shan glared at the screen with Song Feng on it and said helplessly, "I'm fine, just worried if he actually succeeds." He turned to ask, "Xiao Yu, who do you think the ghost is?" Lan Luoyu thought for a moment. "I have two suspects. One is old Zhang. He gives off a really unsettling vibe. The other is Little Bao. Even if he's not the ghost, he's definitely connected to it somehow." She added, "Of course, that's just a hunch. No solid evidence." Song Shan nodded approvingly. "It's good to have your own judgment. However," he smiled meaningfully, "my suspicion lies elsewhere. Sometimes, the least likely answer is the closest to the truth." Unaware of the discussions outside, Song Feng and his group of 6 gathered in the central clearing of Zhangjia village. In the clearing, Song Feng continuously threw firewood from a bamboo basket onto a growing pile, with the others following suit. Besides Lu Ming and the other 4, Li Wan, Zhang Bin, Zhang Tai, Zhang Dazhuang, and 2 strangers were also helping. Soon, a small hill of firewood rose before them. "Step back," Li Wan commanded, and everyone quickly retreated to a safe distance of 5 meters from the pile. She bent down, picked up a torch from the ground, and brought the flame close to the firewood until it caught fire. Then she threw the torch into the pile and quickly moved back to the bamboo basket containing the old village chief. The scene fell silent, with only the heavy breathing and the crackling of burning wood breaking the quiet. Seeing the villagers of Zhangjia village bow their heads and close their eyes, Song Feng and his companions followed suit. Moments later, an elderly voice spoke. "Lu Tingting, return to where you came from. This is not your place. Go back to where you belong, child. Go as far as you can." After a pause, the elder continued, "Li Wan, start the cleansing ritual for Lu Tingting." Song Feng opened his eyes to see Li Wan nodding to the village chief before picking up a burlap sack from the ground and tossing it into the roaring fire. The flames surged higher, and the heat became intense, like standing under a blazing sun. Song Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and instinctively stepped back a few paces, finding it easier to breathe. Just then, a clear voice sounded in his ear. "Hello? I'm Zhang Wanwen. You can call me Sister Zhang." Song Feng turned to see a young woman in her 20s smiling at him. As they shook hands, Zhang Wanwen suddenly gripped his hand tightly, her eyes welling up with tears, and said emotionally, "Child, are you my child?" The unexpected scene left Song Feng stunned. Just as he was puzzled, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and a hat approached and separated them. "Wanwen, don't scare our guest," he said, introducing himself. "I'm Wanwen's husband, Zhang Hui. You can call me Brother Hui." Through their conversation, Song Feng learned that Zhang Hui was blind but had an uncanny ability to pinpoint the source of sounds. However, before he could ponder this further, Zhang Wanwen suddenly lunged at him again, gripping his arm tightly and shouting, "Husband, I found our child." At that critical moment, a flash of cold light appeared, revealing Lu Ming standing beside Song Feng with a dagger in hand. Swiftly, he made 2 quick cuts on Zhang Wanwen's wrist, causing her to scream in agony. Zhang Hui quickly supported his retreating wife. "Wanwen, what's wrong?" Zhang Hui's face changed dramatically upon hearing his wife scream. Realizing what had happened, he turned towards Song Feng, his voice icy. "Xiao Song, what is the meaning of this? Are you looking to make enemies with Zhangjia village?" "Of course that's not what I meant." Song Feng waved his hand with a smile and gave Lu Ming a knowing look. Lu Ming immediately caught on and focused his gaze on Zhang Wanwen's wrist. "If I hadn't done that, she wouldn't have let go." It's just a superficial wound, no damage to the blood vessels. The bleeding will stop soon, and I can help bandage it. No need. Zhang Hui snorted, bending down to scoop Zhang Wenwen up in his arms. He turned and walked towards a nearby thatched hut. Lu Ming wanted to say something, but Song Feng stopped him. You've already apologized. There's no need to keep pushing. At this moment, Zhang Bin stepped forward and bowed deeply to Song Feng. Xiao Song, I apologize on Wenwen's behalf. Her mental state isn't good, and she often acts erratically. Please forgive her. Don't worry about it. Zhang Gu, I'm fine. Song Feng quickly helped him up, his eyes drifting towards the thatched hut where Zhang Hui and Zhang Wenwen had disappeared. Softly, he asked, Zhang Gu, what happened to Zhang Jie? Why does she keep calling me child? Zhang Bin glanced at the village chief, who nodded, prompting a long sigh from Zhang Bin. It's a long story from over a decade ago. He lowered his voice and recounted a shocking tale. Zhang Hui and Zhang Wenwen were not only husband and wife, but also siblings, born to the same parents. After their parents passed away, they depended on each other. When Zhang Wenwen became pregnant at 16, the entire village was in an uproar. Under the pressure of public opinion, Zhang Hui admitted to their incestuous relationship. Even more disturbing was that the baby they had was deformed. Its limbs were only a finger's length. It had red pupils and 2 bulges on its head. The midwife was horrified. The baby died within days, but the villagers saw it as an omen of disaster, subjecting Zhang Hui and his wife to endless ridicule and demanding they dispose of the baby. Finally, Zhang Hui broke under the pressure. One morning, he took the baby to a nearby river and drowned it. The body was swept away by the current and was never found. When Zhang Wenwen learned the truth, she was silent for a while before her mind completely shattered. She began to see the village children, livestock, and even water jars as her own children. Because of this, she was usually kept locked at home, only allowed out during major village ceremonies. After hearing the story, Song Feng and the others were left in a state of complex emotions. The description of the deformed baby, short limbs, red pupils, and head bulge was eerily similar to the ghost they were searching for. But the timeline didn't match. The baby was born only a decade ago, while the hauntings in Zhangjia village had been going on for decades. Song Feng's confidence dropped from 80% to 50%. The bizarre baby seemed to be a deliberate clue, but Zhang Hui claimed he had drowned the child. Could that be believed? If the baby was alive, why would it kill Lu Tingting and not those who had tormented its parents? Or, as Zhang Dazhuang suggested, was there another culprit entirely? Song Feng's mind suddenly opened up to a new possibility. What if the killer wasn't just a ghost? Could someone be using the guise of a ghost to commit the crimes? After all, the replica system never explicitly stated that the killer had to be a ghost. This idea sparked a glimmer of hope in him, but it was quickly overshadowed by the maze of clues that muddled his thoughts. It felt as though an invisible barrier was preventing him from making sense of these complex connections. Even more unsettling was the growing doubt that all the clues he had uncovered might be deliberate misdirections by the real mastermind. A sharp headache struck him, and his breathing grew heavy. Song Feng shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to stay alert. He realized that overthinking with insufficient clues would only backfire, so he decided to temporarily set aside these convoluted deductions. It's truly a pity. If that child were still alive, they would be a teenager by now. Song Feng looked at Zhang Bin, smiling wryly. Yes, Zhang Bin nodded. That's why Zhang Wenwen sees you as her child. Xiao Song, don't hold it against her. Don't worry, brother Zhang. I'm not that petty, Song Feng replied with a smile. After the memorial ceremony, the villagers dispersed. By dusk, Song Feng and Lu Ming saw Zhang Tai struggling to carry items up the hill holding an oil lamp in his left hand, a quilt in his right, and a cloth-covered bamboo basket on his back, sweat beading on his forehead. Brother Zhang Tai, let us help you. Song Feng quickly stepped forward, taking the quilt without waiting for a response. Lu Ming followed suit. No, I can manage on my own, Zhang Tai declined, though his tone lacked conviction. On the way up the hill, Song Feng used his excellent social skills to quickly get acquainted with Zhang Tai. Taking the opportunity, he brought up Lu Tingting. Brother Zhang Tai, do you know Sister Tingting well? Zhang Tai gave him a wary glance. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Song Feng explained that they were interested in the village's ghost stories and wanted to understand the victim situations to avoid potential dangers. Knowing that Zhang Tai believed the killer was a ghost, he hoped to learn more about Lu Tingting from Zhang Tai, to see if she was connected to the deformed abandoned infant incident years ago. That's no secret. Zhang Tai slowed his pace and began to recount. Tingting married into our village over 20 years ago, when she was just a teenager. She married Zhang Kai, the owner of the village's grocery store. She was exceptionally beautiful, causing quite a stir in the village. Everyone came to her wedding, saying that Zhang Kai had married well, but the happiness was short-lived. Just a few days after their wedding, Zhang Kai was found dead at home. It was said to be a sudden heart attack, but this explanation didn't convince the villagers. Soon, a vicious rumor began to spread through the village. Lu Tingting was cursed to bring misfortune to her husband. Huh, what nonsense. Zhang Tai scoffed, a hint of a cold smile on his face. The truth is, Zhang Kai was always drunk, acting like a madman. It's no wonder he died suddenly. However, the situation worsened far beyond Zhang Tai's expectations. The village was mostly populated by elderly people who clung to outdated beliefs and were convinced that Lu Tingting brought bad luck to her husband. The rumor grew and spread like a snowball. Under such intense public scrutiny, Lu Tingting was forced to stay confined at home, not daring to step outside. To make matters worse, Zhang Kai's parents' attitude towards her completely changed, treating her like a servant. This torment continued until the village population dwindled to less than 30 people, and Lu Tingting finally regained her freedom and stepped outside once more. Talking about how he met Lu Tingting, Zhang Tai's eyes softened, and a smile tugged at his lips. I'm one of the best cooks in the village, he recalled. One morning a few years ago, I met her in the vegetable garden. She struck up a conversation with me, and we talked for a long time. From that moment on, Zhang Tai found himself gradually falling for this woman. Every day, he would bring her meals just to have an excuse to talk to her a little longer. But when he tried to take things further, she gently turned him down. Zhang Tai patted his round belly and forced a bitter smile. After all, who would like a chubby guy who's only good at cooking? But I understand Tingting's choice. As long as she doesn't reject my kindness, it adds a bit of hope to my otherwise mundane life. After hearing this, Song Feng offered a few simple words of comfort. At the same time, he pieced together the key information. Lu Tingting seemed to be just a victim of public opinion, not the instigator behind it. At this point, the trail seemed to go cold. Song Feng felt a wave of helplessness. The truth seemed just within reach, yet obscured by a layer of mist, making it hard to see clearly. Who exactly is that ghost? All right, there's Tingting's grave up ahead. Standing on the mountain path, Zhang Tai thanked the two men who had accompanied him. You've brought me far enough. I appreciate it, Song Laudi and Lu Laudi. No problem, Zhang Tai go. If you need any more help, just let us know. Song Feng and Lu Ming responded in unison. Great. After I keep vigil here for a couple of days, I'll come down the mountain to find you. Then you can try my cooking, Zhang Tai said with a hearty laugh. After a simple farewell, Zhang Tai continued up the mountain while Song Feng and Lu Ming turned back down. Crazy guy. Have you got any leads on the killer yet? Lu Ming asked in a low voice. Some, but they're faint, Song Feng replied with a wry smile. The clues are too convoluted, and there's a lot of misleading information. I can't be sure yet. As he spoke, he took out the handkerchief Yuan had discarded. This handkerchief has a white powder on it that's similar to foundation, and a faint smell of rubber. Lu Ming leaned in curiously to sniff it, but inhaled too deeply, causing him to cough repeatedly. Once he caught his breath, he said thoughtfully, it does have a rubber smell. Do you think someone might be impersonating the village chief using a mask? Looks like you're not as dense as you seem, Song Feng said, slightly surprised. I just used to be too lazy to think. Now that we can't use force in this scenario, I have to help you out, Lu Ming replied with a grin. As they descended the mountain, they continued to ponder. Nearing Zhangjia village, Song Feng suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up. Wait, we've been stuck in a rut. Instead of analyzing each suspicious person individually, we should connect all the dots: the night-walking Zhang Bin, the giggling Xiaobao, the handkerchief with the rubber smell, the naturally deformed child, Lu Tingting's past, and Zhang Tai's declaration of love. Back in the village, Zhang Bin was washing clothes at his doorstep. Seeing them return, he dried his hands and approached, explaining that the old village chief wanted Song Feng to go herding with Zhang Hui to smooth things over. Song Feng immediately agreed and called for Luo Jincheng to join them. Zhang Bin led them to Zhang Hui's sheep pen. Upon seeing Song Feng, Zhang Hui's expression darkened. After Zhang Bin's explanation, Zhang Hui reluctantly agreed but coldly warned, stick close. If you get lost, it's not my responsibility. Seeing Zhang Hui's cold demeanor, Luo Jincheng's temper flared instantly. Without a word, he rolled up his sleeves, stepped forward, and delivered a powerful punch straight to Zhang Hui's face. With a dull thud, Zhang Hui's eyes glazed over, and he staggered back, disoriented. Song Feng stood there in shock, completely unprepared for Luo Jincheng's sudden action. Luo Jincheng, however, just winked at him and scratched his head sheepishly, saying, I just don't like the guy. Zhang Bin, who had just reached the sheep pen gate and was about to close it, turned around at the commotion. He saw Zhang Hui clutching his face and stumbling backward. Zhang Hui, what happened? He hit me. Zhang Hui turned around, his left cheek already swollen. Zhang Bin quickly stepped forward to check and found that it was just a soft tissue injury, with no bones broken. In fact, Luo Jincheng had held back his strength. Otherwise, the punch would have caused much more damage. Zhang Bin hesitated as he glanced at Luo Jincheng and Song Feng, then sighed and patted Zhang Hui on the shoulder. Hui, Enduring hardship is the path to success. Taking a loss can be a blessing. I'll go get some medicine for you. Wait here. With that, he walked away, ignoring the resentful look from Zhang Hui. The atmosphere became awkward. Zhang Hui glared venomously at Luo Jinqing, who immediately raised his fist and threatened. What are you looking at? One more stare, and I'll give you a punch on the right cheek to make your face symmetrical. Terrified, Zhang Hui backed away quickly. Seeing this, Song Feng hurried to mediate. Brother Zhang Hui, don't be angry. My friend didn't know his own strength. I apologize on his behalf. But Zhang Hui just snorted coldly and turned away. This action infuriated Luo Jinqing again, and he raised his fist to strike. Zhang Hui, terrified, collapsed to the ground, screaming, "Murder! Help!" Song Feng quickly stopped Luo Jinqing, whispering, "Luo, just teach him a lesson. Don't actually kill him. It'll cause too much trouble." Luo Jinqing reluctantly backed down. Hearing the noise, Zhang Dazhuang, Li Yuan, and others peeked out, then quickly withdrew. Zhang Bin soon returned with medicine and cotton balls, smiling wryly. "Song, and you too, Luo. No more hitting. Zhang Hui has high blood pressure. We don't want any accidents." Song Feng quickly agreed, nodding along with Luo Jinqing. As Zhang Bin applied medicine to Zhang Hui, who was still crying out, Zhang Hui suddenly stood up in a rage. "Brother Zhang, I was willing to take them along because of you. But they hurt my wife first and then hit me. Even if the village head persuades me, I won't do it. What if they kill me?" With that, he threw down his whip and stormed off. Luo Jinqing reacted swiftly, grabbing Zhang Hui and placing him on a sheep's back, then whipping the sheep to make it run. The sheep bolted with a bleat, followed by a flock of lambs. "Brother Feng, he's agreed to take us herding again. Let's go." Luo Jinqing yelled, dragging the still stunned Song Feng along. His voice echoed in the distance. "Goodbye, Brother Zhang. Zhang Hui will be fine." Zhang Bin watched them disappear, sighed, and then, seeing no one around, headed towards the thatched hut. The livestream viewers erupted. "I bet he's a ghost. Song Feng can't see what Zhang Bin is doing. What's he going to do in the thatched hut? Isn't Zhang Wanwan the only one there? Is he crazy? Isn't he afraid of Li Yuan? What do you want from me? Please, don't kill me. I'll do whatever you want." Zhang Hui curled up on the ground, screaming desperately. Luo Jinqing scratched his head in confusion. "We haven't done anything. Why are you freaking out?" Song Feng stepped forward with a gentle smile. "Brother Zhang Hui, we mean no harm. We just want to ask you about something." "What is it?" Zhang Hui finally stopped crying and cautiously lifted his head, his eyes darting between the two men. "I heard that you and Wenwen once had a child, but for some reason, you got rid of it. Is that true?" Song Feng asked, looking directly into Zhang Hui's eyes. Zhang Hui frowned. "Did Zhang Bin tell you that?" "Who told us isn't important," Song Feng began. But Luo Jinqing raised his large fist, catching on to the implication. The gesture made Zhang Hui back away in fear until he fell onto the grass. He nodded frantically. "Yes, yes. We did have a child, but he was deformed, so I secretly abandoned him." "Where did you leave him?" Zhang Hui pointed with a trembling finger toward a nearby stream. "Over there, by the creek." Under Luo Jinqing's intimidation, Zhang Hui led them to the creek. He pointed to a spot and said with a forced smile, "That's where I threw the child into the water." His cheeks were now swollen, resembling a frog's puffed-up face. Standing at the indicated spot, Song Feng gazed at the gently flowing water and murmured, "It seems I'll have to get that skill." He opened the Divine Skill Compendium and quickly found the skill named Gate of Time and Space. Gate of Time and Space. Perceive the flow of time and experience the mysteries of the world. The user can summon a gate to traverse time and view the past. After some consideration, Song Feng decisively chose to learn the skill, spending 150 skill points. Confirming the incident happened 18 years ago, Song Feng's expression grew serious. He recalled the details Zhang Bin had mentioned: the baby that scared the midwife to death, the villagers hearing cries at night, and the pressure and insults directed at Zhang Hui and his wife. "Did you drown the child? Or let the creek carry him away?" Song Feng asked sternly. Under Luo Jinqing's threat, Zhang Hui finally confessed, "No, he didn't die. I just let the creek carry him away." Damn it. Even the usually mild-mannered Song Feng couldn't help but curse. "Zhang Hui, you're the biggest villain in Zhangjia village." Having reached a conclusion, Song Feng ignored the stunned Zhang Hui, summoned a portal, and stepped through without hesitation. Song Feng stepped through the portal, and the scenery around him instantly transformed. A fantastical river of time flowed quietly before him. He cautiously stepped onto its surface, creating gentle ripples. With each step he took, the numbers in the void shifted, subtly altering the environment around him. Though his steps seemed to move forward, it felt as if he was standing still. Time flew by. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, until the 18th year, when Song Feng finally halted. As his thoughts settled, His ethereal form began to solidify, and a tangible sensation spread from his feet throughout his body. Looking around, he noticed that little had changed compared to 18 years later, except the stream was clearer than he remembered. Suddenly, a small black in the distance caught his attention. It was a young Zhang Hui, walking briskly towards the stream. What state am I in now? Is this true time travel, or merely a projection of consciousness? This question surfaced in Song Feng's mind. To avoid inadvertently altering the course of history, he quickly hid behind a large tree, using his spiritual sense to closely observe the activity by the stream. Before long, Zhang Hui arrived at the stream, cradling a swaddled baby. He looked down at the child in his arms, his voice filled with pain and reluctance. "Child, don't blame your father. It's the villagers who forced me to do this." With that, he pinched the baby's nose. The baby's whimpers grew weaker, and its face turned red. Zhang Hu's tears fell onto the child's face. At that moment, as if waking from a nightmare, he released his grip, fell to his knees, and held the baby tightly. In the end, Zhang Hui still brought the baby to the stream and placed it in the water. Choking back sobs, he said, "Child, if you want revenge, go find those villagers who forced us. I believe you can survive." After letting go, Zhang Hui forced himself to turn away and leave, his steps heavy. He didn't stop until the baby's cries had completely faded. He took one last look, wiped his tears, and quickly walked away. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Song Feng had already followed the baby carried away by the current, all the way downstream. An astonishing scene unfolded before Song Feng's eyes. The infant's body suddenly levitated off the ground, enveloped in a faint red glow, as if lifted by an invisible hand. Under his watchful gaze, the baby's body rapidly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, transforming into the size of an adult in an instant. This figure hovered in midair, slowly moving its neck and wrists, producing audible joint cracks. Although only its back was visible, the two deep crimson horns on its head stood out starkly under the sunlight. Behind it, a pair of enormous wings fluttered gently, stirring the air around them and exuding an extraordinary aura. Suddenly, the figure seemed to sense something and turned its head. When it fully turned around, its mesmerizing red eyes locked with Song Feng's, causing him to hold his breath. However, the figure appeared not to see Song Feng at all, casually scanning the surroundings and muttering in a sharp voice, "Strange. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Could it be an illusion from my rebirth?" Before the words had even faded, the figure spread its wings and flew towards Zhangjia village. Song Feng wanted to follow and uncover who this person was disguised as, but suddenly, the world spun around him, making it hard to stand. The surrounding scenery receded like a tide, and the familiar view by the creek reappeared before his eyes. "Feng, are you okay?" Luo Jinqing exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Song Feng suddenly appear. "Luzi, give me a rejuvenation pill." Song Feng's voice was weak, and he swayed unsteadily. The dizziness intensified to the point where he couldn't retrieve the pill from his storage space. Though puzzled by Song Feng's sudden weakness and why he couldn't get the pill himself, Luo Jinqing quickly handed over a few rejuvenation pills. After taking the pills, Song Feng closed his eyes to meditate, gradually dispelling the dizziness and regaining mental clarity. "Feng, are you all right?" Luo Jinqing asked with concern. Song Feng waved his hand. "I'm fine. Just overexerted my mental energy, almost depleted it without replenishing in time." He then turned to the bewildered Zhang Hui beside him and squinted. "Zhang Hui, it seems my prediction was spot on. The reality is not far from what I suspected. I believe you know what I'm referring to, don't you?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Zhang Hui shook his head frantically, his voice trembling. "He's just a newborn baby." He suddenly looked up, eyes wide open, staring intently at Song Feng with a crazed expression. "You're lying. You're just looking for a scapegoat. Those villagers deserved their fate. It was divine punishment. There are no such things as ghosts." Zhang Hui's emotions spiraled further out of control. Pointing a trembling finger at Song Feng, he hoarsely shouted, "How dare you accuse my child of being a ghost? You murderers are the real monsters." Song Feng glanced at Luo Jinqing, who immediately understood. In a swift move, he stepped forward and delivered a heavy punch to Zhang Hui's temple. Zhang Hui collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Brother Feng, what should we do with him?" "Take him back to the village." "Got it." The live stream chat was flooded with messages, and the viewers were utterly confused. Some began to analyze the situation, based on previous clues that deformed child could indeed be the ghost. But the hauntings in the village have been going on for over a decade, and the child was abandoned 18 years ago. It doesn't add up. Meanwhile, in a security booth of an old residential complex, "Xiaoyu, do you know who the ghost is now?" Song Shan asked, taking a sip of tea. Lan Luoyu softly replied, "After ruling out the previous suspects, only the old village chief remains." Even though he has no limbs, he could still control others to commit the crimes. The system never specified that the perpetrator had to be a ghost. Well done, Shan said, looking approvingly at the heiress of the ancient Lan family. Why would someone like you choose to work as a guard for me? Back in the village, Feng and his team headed straight to Zhang Hui's house. Zhang Bin came out at the sound, forcing a smile as he inquired about the situation. But when Feng tried to enter the house to check on Zhang Wanwan, Zhang Bin's demeanor changed abruptly. Xiao Song, why the rush to come back? Zhang Bin's smile turned sinister, his blood-red pupils glinting with danger. Yuan appeared behind him, carrying a bamboo basket and staring coldly at Feng and his companion. You know too much, Zhang Bin said softly. It's time for you to rest in peace. With a swift movement like lightning, Zhang Bin charged directly at Feng. However, before he could get close, a burly figure blocked his path. Luo Jincheng threw a powerful punch, forcing Zhang Bin to retreat several steps. Big oaf. I didn't expect you to be so strong, Zhang Bin sneered. Looks like I'll have to let Li Wan deal with you. Li Wan nodded silently and set down her bamboo basket with swift, fluid movements. She stretched, her joints cracking audibly, and an astonishing surge of energy enveloped her. Feng scrutinized Li Wan's eyes and found nothing unusual, but Zhang Bin's crimson pupils exuded a sinister aura. Yet, these clues alone were not enough to confirm Zhang Bin as the ghost. The true mastermind often reveals themselves last. The battle between Li Wan and Luo Jincheng erupted instantly. Their fists collided in midair, creating ripples in the space around them. The wind howled as they each retreated, only to charge at each other again without hesitation. Xiao Song, Zhang Bin called out leisurely as he saw Li Wan engaging Luo Jincheng. You shouldn't have come here. Like I said on the first day, you should have left immediately. He pinched his fingers delicately, his crimson lips curling into a strange smile. Running into you on the first night, I thought I could scare you away. But you had the guts to stay in Zhangjia village. Did you really kill Lu Tingting? Feng asked with a frown. Who else? Zhang Bin chuckled. When you saw her last night, she was already cold. If you had killed me then, Zhang Tai would still be alive. What? You killed Zhang Tai too? Feng was stunned. He had climbed the mountain with Zhang Tai that morning, listening to his stories about Lu Tingting, never expecting Zhang Tai would meet such a fate. Of course, Zhang Bin continued as he walked. He talked too much, revealing my partner's past and ruining my plans. What use was he to me? Hearing the term partner, Feng immediately thought of Lu Tingting. From Zhang Tai's stories, he knew Lu Tingting had been ostracized by the villagers for being a husband killer until the ghostly events and population decline allowed her to resume a normal life. This experience was eerily similar to that of a strange child, both having been vilified by the villagers. Are you talking about Lu Tingting? Exactly. Zhang Bin said approvingly. Xiao Song, you are indeed smart. But being smart and foolish at the same time, knowing there are ghosts and still staying here. He laughed, his exaggerated manner making Feng feel nauseous. If she was your partner, why did you kill her? Because she tried to escape. Zhang Bin snarled. First, she seduced Zhang Tai, then Zhang Dazhuang, attempting to break free from my control. Luckily, I found out in time. Anyone who betrays me must be punished. Feng kept retreating until his back hit the wall. Just as he was about to call for Lu Ming and the others for help, Zhang Bin sneered, don't bother. They've all been drugged with my hypnotic powder. They won't wake up for at least 3 or 4 days. Brother Zhang, Feng suddenly said, can I ask you something before I die? Oh, let's hear it. Why did you kill those villagers? Why? Zhang Bin first laughed, then his expression turned icy. Because they deserve to die. They drove my mother insane, coerced my father, and destroyed my family. It's their fault. All their fault. I want them all to be buried with me. Zhang Bin's tone was extremely agitated. Wisps of black smoke seeped out of his body, swirling around him and almost engulfing him entirely. You're not Brother Zhang. Who are you really? Song Feng's eyes were as cold as ice as he stared directly into Zhang Bin's eyes. Who am I? Zhang Bin licked his lips and sneered. I don't know. Maybe I'm just that ghost the villagers talk about. Song Feng's gaze shifted to the bamboo basket on the ground, his tone stern. We've come this far. Are you still not going to reveal your true form? Using a puppet to test our strength? You're underestimating us. Oh. Zhang Bin looked surprised. You knew all along. So why bother asking? Because I was worried you'd be taken out before you even had a chance to act. Before the words finished, a deafening explosion erupted inside the thatched hut. A sword light, accompanied by a fire dragon, shot toward the bamboo basket with lightning speed. Zhang Bin and Li Wan turned their heads at the sound, seeing 4 figures standing straight in the now broken hut, showing no signs of being poisoned. How is this possible? The two were horrified. We used so much knockout powder. At that moment, The white cloth on the bamboo basket was abruptly lifted, and a dark shadow leapt out, landing far away. Immediately, a violent explosion flung Zhang Bin and Li Yuan into the air. Song Feng, quick on his feet, used the ears lock chain to tightly bind the two. As the smoke cleared, Lu Ming and the other three had already moved to stand beside Song Feng. The six of them stared at the eerie figure in the distancia, grotesque creature with a mismatched body, an adult's torso with baby-like limbs, no hands or feet, just four stubs like white radishes. More bizarrely, this monstrous body had the aged face of the old village chief. With the sound of bones cracking, the old village chief's body twisted, his skin peeling away like plaster to reveal his true form-horned head, eerie red eyes, a sinister face, wings sprouting from his back, and shriveled, purplish-red skin, exactly as Song Feng had seen in the river of time. Just then, Li Yuan cried out in shock. "What? Old man, so you were the ghost all along?" She turned to Zhang Bin in disbelief. "Old Zhang, it wasn't you?" By now, Zhang Bin had returned to normal, his red eyes vanished, and he rubbed his temples in confusion. "Warner, what are you talking about? Xiao Song, why are you tying us up?" Song Feng did not release the chain but instead questioned the eerie figure. "So all these years, you've been controlling puppets to commit crimes?" Clap, clap, clap. The figure clapped and laughed. "That's right. I've never killed anyone myself, except for this village chief. The villagers who died were killed by their own kin. I was just watching the show." What a clever use of borrowed knives," Song Feng sneered. "But I'm curious. If you wanted revenge and had the power to massacre the village, why not just kill everyone from back then?" The eerie figure, the monster named Zhang Kuei, licked his lips. "Because that would be too easy for them. Killing them outright wouldn't make them realize their mistakes or serve my purpose. I want them to live in constant fear, to be in unbearable pain, to repent for their past deeds. I want their minds to be eternally tormented." "Madman!" Song Feng cursed silently. The man before him, Zhang Kuei, was indeed a complete lunatic, using his position as village chief to create eerie phenomena, plunging the entire Zhangjia village into panic. He had meticulously plotted his revenge for 18 years. Not only did he manipulate others to kill, but he also indirectly caused the deaths of hundreds of villagers, displaying extreme cruelty. Song Feng's feelings were complicated, making it hard to judge. As an outsider, from the perspective of Zhangjia village's residents, Zhang Kuei was undoubtedly a heinous demon, slaughtering villagers and causing chaos. However, from Zhang Kuei's standpoint, everything was for avenging his mother. It was the villagers who drove his mother insane and destroyed his home who were the real demons. Different perspectives make it hard to define good and evil. But for Song Feng and his team, the task was simple: find and eliminate this ghostly entity. This objective spared them from agonizing over right and wrong. He exchanged a glance with Lu Ming and the others, and they all understood each other. At that moment, Zhang Hui woke up groggily, rubbing his swollen cheek. When he saw Zhang Kuei, a look of confusion and familiarity flashed in his eyes, and he instinctively called out, "Kuei, are you my child?" Zhang Kuei's blood-red pupils trembled slightly. He instantly moved to Zhang Hui's side and helped him up from the ground. The father and son reunion was touching, with Zhang Hui holding his son tightly, tears streaming down his face. Despite Zhang Kuei's terrifying appearance, the bond of blood made the father unafraid. Zhang Hui then pointed at Luo Jinqing and complained, "Father, it was that big guy who punched me 3 times." Zhang Kuei stood up, his blood-red claws gleaming coldly. "So, you're the one who hit my father?" "Yeah, it was me. If you have the guts, come at me." Luo Jinqing, wielding his massive holy sword, faced the challenge without fear. Zhang Kuei attacked like a ghost, his claws aiming straight for Luo Jinqing's face. The sword was too heavy. Luo Jinqing had no time to block. At the critical moment, Gu Jun's long sword struck from the side, forcing Zhang Kuei to retreat. Luo Jinqing's face was already cut by the fierce wind, but such a minor injury was nothing to a man as tough as him. Zhang Kuei spread his wings and took to the sky, looking down at the 6 of them with a cold smile. "If you can't handle a unknown fight, let's have a group brawl then. Do you want to count how many people are on each side?" Song Feng retorted. Zhang Kuei waved his hands. "Who said you need more people for a group brawl? Can't ghosts do the job?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook violently, and over 100 corpses emerged from the earth. These villagers' bodies were intact but had pale faces, vacant expressions, and were surrounded by black mist. Zhang Bin recognized many familiar faces: Guden, Erbiang, Qianzi. His eyes filled with tears as he shouted at Zhang Kuei, "You monster! We should have killed you back then." Zhang Kuei laughed. "You are the least qualified to accuse me. You killed all these people." Suddenly, a flood of memories surged into Zhang Bin's mind. Poisoning, killing, deceiving, all of it was his doing while under control. He was the true culprit in Zhangjia village. Zhang Kuei turned to Li Yuan with a wicked smile. Thanks to you, my capable ally. I thought you would leave or expose Zhang Bin after discovering his odd behavior, but you chose to sacrifice the whole village to keep the secret. Thank you, my partner. Bastard. How dare you use me? Upon hearing Zhang Kuei's account, Li Yuan stood up in a fit of rage. Her thick arms yanked at the chains around her waist, but they didn't budge. An invisible force seemed to have completely locked down her energy, rendering her immobile. Maohua, untie me. I'm going to kill that guy, she snarled at Song Feng through gritted teeth. Song Feng hesitated for a moment, then flicked his wrist. The chains clattered to the ground and slithered back into his palm like a living serpent. Now free, Li Yuan stretched her limbs and fixed a fierce gaze on Zhang Kuei, who was suspended in midair. I'm going to kill you, she roared, launching herself like a cannonball, her fist aimed straight at his face. Zhang Kuei smirked and easily dodged her attack. Li Yuan quickly adjusted her stance in midair, her fists raining down in a flurry of blows. But to Zhang Kuei, her attacks were nothing more than child's play, effortlessly avoidable. Damn it! Li Yuan shouted, her fist suddenly glowing with a blood-red aura. She aimed a powerful punch at Zhang Kuei's abdomen, finally landing a hit that sent him flying. Just as Li Yuan was about to land, a blood-red shadow pierced through her abdomen like lightning. She looked down at her wound, her eyes gradually losing their light. Waner. Zhang Bin stumbled forward, catching her as she fell. He knelt on the ground, sobbing, his tears falling onto her face. Old Zhang, live well. You didn't kill those people, Li Yuan whispered weakly, her trembling hand pointing towards the thatched hut. The children are in your hands now. The subsequent plot will continue to follow the original story, including Zhang Bin's quest for revenge, his eventual death, and the dramatic entrance of Xiaobao, as well as Zhang Kuei's ruthless behavior and the other characters' furious reactions. All dialogues and events will be preserved, but expressed in a more concise and impactful manner to enhance the visual experience. Due to space constraints, only the opening segment is shown here. The complete rewrite will retain all original plot points, including the climactic reactions of Xian Nana, Luo Jinqing, and Lu Ming. Facing the crowd's rebukes, Zhang Kuei merely let out a cold laugh. His wings flapped lightly as he slowly ascended into the air, holding Xiaobao. His blood-red eyes gazed coldly at Song Feng and his 5 companions below. Don't preach kindness to others without experiencing their suffering. You are outsiders. You haven't endured my pain. What right do you have to urge me to be kind? Song Feng did not argue. He simply nodded slightly. Indeed, we have no right to judge you. But our opposing stances are unchangeable. You want to massacre the villagers, while our goal is simply to kill you. Zhang Kuei chuckled and looked down at the giggling Xiaobao in his arms. Back then, I was even younger than this child, and I was mercilessly abandoned. If not for a stroke of divine fortune, I'd have long been dead. This life was given to me by him, and if you want to take it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Who is he? Song Feng asked with a frown. Want to know? A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Kuei's face. Survive first, then we'll talk? Before he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of blood erupted from around him. Hundreds of corpses on the ground simultaneously raised their heads, their crimson eyes staring fixedly at Song Feng and his companions. Now, do you still think I was wrong to call it a gang fight? Zhang Kuei asked with a malicious grin. You're right, Song Feng replied with a calm smile. But if you think sheer numbers will win you this fight, you're underestimating us. Yang Feng, Luo Jinqing, Gu Jun, Xian Nana. You 4 handle the corpses. Finish it quickly. Yi Luzi, you take on Zhang Kuei. Me. Lu Ming pointed at himself. Crazy. He's at the peak of 6 transformations, and I'm just a newcomer to 6 transformations. Song Feng whispered in his ear. Don't worry, I'll support you. Just keep him occupied. After some shoving, Lu Ming was finally kicked forward by Song Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Kuei sneered and suddenly released Xiaobao from his arms. As the child plummeted from dozens of meters in the air, Lu Ming cursed, catching Xiaobao with his left hand and then swiftly dodging Zhang Kuei's fierce attack. Crazy catch! Lu Ming threw Xiaobao towards Song Feng, who caught him steadily. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lu Ming fought valiantly, but the disparity in their strengths was evident. He was forced to retreat continuously, sustaining multiple cuts on his arms. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Lu Ming shouted, Crazy! Give me a full buff. I'm gonna beat him to a pulp. The sky darkens and shadows surge. Nimble as a lone figure, the stars shift and the constellations realign. Song Feng swiftly unleashed 3 divine skills, and a dazzling light instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Lu Ming's body immediately began to shimmer with a brilliant radiance. He could clearly feel his attributes and speed skyrocketing. At the same time, a black river exuding a sinister aura descended from the sky, enveloping Zhang Kuei like a massive curtain. Oh, I didn't expect you to be just a minor player. Zhang Kuei sneered at Song Feng. I thought you were the strongest in your team. What a disappointment. You're nothing but a dog. I alone am enough to take you down. Lu Ming roared, quickly swallowing a fulling bloodburst pill. Torrential energy erupted within him, disturbing the air around him. In the next instant, Lu Ming's figure vanished like lightning, covering dozens of meters in a blink. His dagger clashed with Zhang Kuei's claws, sparking a brilliant flash. They separated instantly, and Lu Ming reappeared behind Zhang Kuei, aiming his dagger at a vital point. Although Zhang Kuei managed to block in time, Lu Ming's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. He constantly blinked and ambushed, his speed overwhelming Zhang Kuei, who finally showed a hint of surprise. Realizing the dire situation, Zhang Kuei spread his wings and flew out of the Black River's range. As soon as he escaped, he felt a surge of clarity, and his energy became vigorous again. Heh, so this is what's been causing trouble. Zhang Kuei sneered at Song Feng. Good thing I noticed in time. Such a static and useless ability is easy to see through. Useless ability? Are you sure? Song Feng's words had barely left his mouth when the eerie Black River roared back like a battleship, once again enveloping Zhang Kuei. Despite the suffocating pressure, Zhang Kuei remained unfazed. So what if it can move? Can it match my speed? He instantly teleported 100 meters away. However, his smugness lasted less than a second as the Black River relentlessly pursued him. Realizing the urgency, Zhang Kuei decided to eliminate Song Feng first. He lunged at Song Feng, conjuring a massive claw strike. Yet, Song Feng smiled calmly, unfazed, as Lu Ming watched the spectacle. Heavenly Rock Barrier. With a soft chant from Song Feng, a phantom stone wall appeared, not only blocking the claw strike but reflecting it back. Simultaneously, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and successfully landed a sneak attack. Under the weakening effect of the Dark Surge, Zhang Kuei's strength was significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's combat power soared with various buffs, and he kicked Zhang Kuei into the ground. In a desperate moment, a crimson blood-glowing orb shot out from Zhang Kuei's forehead. Is that the ghost spirit orb? Song Feng's pupils contracted, his expression turning serious. At this moment, the blood-red orb floating in front of Zhang Kuei was the very ghost spirit pearl that Song Feng had long desired. This pearl contained immense energy, capable of propelling one directly to the peak of the sixth transformation, making it the perfect breakthrough opportunity for Song Feng. Zhang Kuei threw back his head and laughed maniacally, his face showing a crazed expression. If it weren't for his help back then, I would never have awakened the demon bloodline and completed my revenge. Now, I will use his power once again to turn everyone who stands in my way into puppets. The eerie red light emanating from the ghost spirit pearl illuminated his twisted face, sending chills down one's spine. On the ground, Luo Jinqing and his three companions had already cleared away all the corpses. Xian'an cast a giant fireball spell, reducing the bodies to ashes to prevent Zhang Kuei from using them again. After cleaning up the battlefield, the six, including Lu Ming, gathered around Song Feng, their eyes fixed solemnly on Zhang Kuei suspended in midair. Blood energy surged from the ghost spirit pearl, transforming into streams of space that swirled around Zhang Kuei. His aura skyrocketed, and violent energy radiated from him, stirring the surrounding air. Suddenly, a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky, as if tearing the heavens apart. Power. The power I crave. Zhang Kuei raised his hands high, his maniacal laughter echoing through the heavens and earth. He looked down at the six below with a sinister grin. Die. All of you. Before his words had even faded, the area within a few hundred meters was instantly shrouded in dense blood energy, severely obstructing everyone's vision. A suffocating aura rushed towards them. Song Feng immediately activated his divine skill, Holy Lotus Bloom, causing hundreds of pure white lotus flowers to spin in the air, absorbing the blood energy and turning it into starlight. He then set up the heavenly rock to form a protective barrier and cast Dark Sur to lay traps around them. As expected, a blood shadow suddenly attacked from behind, crashing into the rock barrier but to no avail, only to be repelled. Zhang Kuei was shocked. What? What kind of sorcery is this? Sorcery? Song Feng folded his hands behind his back and sneered. If you have the guts, break through my defensive barrier first. And you dare call that the ghost spirit pearl? It's nothing but a worthless trinket. Enraged, Zhang Kuei furiously assaulted the barrier, the blood shadow flickering and colliding but never breaking through. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the live stream had surpassed 1 billion, as this battle between the new generation of prodigies captivated the world's attention. Watching Zhang Kuei's attacks gradually weaken, a cold smile appeared on Song Feng's lips. Your turn is over. Now, it's our turn to strike. With those words, the stone barrier dissolved instantly. Yang Feng hoisted 2 cannon barrels as thick as water buckets onto his shoulders and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Two projectiles whistled through the air, heading straight for Zhang Kuei, who was mid-flight. Simultaneously, Xian Nana's crimson flame staff blazed with intense light, summoning a fiery dragon. Its roar shook the heavens, and its gleaming claws lunged at Zhang Kuei. Gu Jun's sword flashed from its sheath, sending a sharp horizontal slash through the air. At the same moment, Luo Jinqing leapt into the sky, raising his holy light greatsword. The two sword beams intersected in a cross, targeting Zhang Kuei's position. The four attacks launched almost simultaneously, swift as lightning. Zhang Kuei sneered disdainfully, ready to take flight. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed across the sky. He clutched his head in agony, his expression twisted in pain as he saw a golden dragon materialize behind Song Feng. In that moment, a crimson glow appeared at the center of Zhang Kuei's forehead. Though he regained some clarity, he still felt dizzy and sluggish, as if shackled by invisible chains. A sudden sense of danger washed over him. He barely managed to look up, his pupils contracting sharply. The four attacks were nearly upon him. With a thunderous explosion, the four attacks converged at a single point, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that shook the heavens and the earth. Zhang Kuei was slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater, dust billowing around him. Song Feng stared intently at the dust-covered area and suddenly shouted, "Wild card, 50 meters ahead, go!" Lu Ming's body shimmered with blue light and he vanished, reappearing moments later emerging from the dust, holding a baby-like Zhang Kuei. He tossed the now infantile Zhang Kuei in front of the group and pulled a crimson glowing orb from his palm, handing it to Song Feng. "Here you go, madman. This is the breakthrough material you were looking for." Song Feng examined the orb closely, his face lighting up with joy. "Yes, this is the Phantom Spirit Orb. We've gathered all three breakthrough materials. Shaolan's Young Dragon training plan is also complete. We can head back and proceed with the sixth transformation." A system notification sounded, announcing their successful completion of the Phantom Arrival Dungeon, rewarding them with 6 Pioneer treasure chests. Song Feng was named MVP and granted control over the dungeon. 6 gilded treasure chests descended from the sky. Luo Jinqing opened his chest, took a quick look, and immediately closed it, signaling the others to keep quiet. The group discreetly stored their chests away. Finally, a golden key the dungeon control appeared before Song Feng. This was supposed to be handed over to the Sakura Nation's authorities, as the dungeon was within their territory. However, it remained to be seen how sincere they would be. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.